Chapter 1: How did she become a chimera when she bought a beauty pill? Nanhai City, drizzling rain. A woman walked into Li Yang's pharmacy. Li Yang raised her eyes. "What do you need?" The woman looked nervous and asked tentatively. "Do you have medicine for sale here?" Li Yang glanced at the room full of medicine cabinets and once again looked at the woman as if she was looking at a little cutie. The woman also realized that she had asked a stupid question and hurriedly added, "I want to buy beauty medicine. I heard that your medicine here is very spiritual." Li Yang looked at the woman in surprise. "My medicine is very expensive. Do you have the awareness to bear the price?" The woman's eyes lit up when she heard this. She knew that she had found the right place. The woman hurriedly took off her mask, revealing a large red birthmark, and sincerely said, "As long as I become beautiful, I can have a lot of money. No matter what the cost, I am willing to pay it." Li Yang closed the book and gave the woman a serious look. "Wait a moment, sit over there for a while." Li Yang walked into the decoction room. There was a black jar on the table, and he caressed it as his mind wandered. This black jar was bought a month ago, by chance, at the hands of a scavenger. The moment he touched the jar, arcane information appeared in his mind. Magic jar of desire. The magic jar can devour desires and create a potion of desire. Potion of desire. Drink the potion of desire and the desire will be realized. Detail 1. Only the strongest desires can create a desire potion. Detail 2. The owner of the magic jar needs to consume mental energy when collecting desire potions and making them. Detail 3. The owner of the magic jar needs to consume mental energy when collecting desire potions and making them. Detail 3. The master of the magic jar is the master of all those who take the potion, and can cause those who take the potion to fall into great pain at any time. Detail 4. The master of the magic jar is the master of all those who take the potion, and can cause those who take the potion to fall into great pain at any time. Detail 4. The master of the magic jar is the master of all those who take the potion. After being shocked, Li Yang immediately reacted to the fact that this was his chance to break the cage at the bottom of society. He immediately set out to feel out the ability of the desire magic jar. The first experimental subject was his cat. That cat was amazing. Her desires were actually very suitable for creating desire potion. God knows why a cat would have such a strong desire. After that cat drank the desire potion, it magically turned into a human. I can't say it was a person, I should say it was a demon, black witch. In the legend, witches are good at using black cats to carry out terrible curses. If that black cat ate the heart of a witch one day, it would turn into a black witch that was even more terrifying than a witch. Li Yang's pet cat became the legendary black witch. At first the cat that turned into a black witch wanted to eat Li Yang. The other ability of the desire magic jar was unleashed. The owner of the magic pot of desire was the master of the person who took the medicine, and could put the person who took the medicine into great pain at any time. Afterwards, Li Yang asked the submissive, black witch, what her desire was. The black witch said, she felt that humans are too stupid, she wants to become the most terrible human. The desire of is so strange and weird. Li Yang wanted to feel through the effects of the desire potion. This thing would be the key for him to go to the peak of his life. Therefore, he did not intend to experiment on animals only. The black witch came in handy. She searched for humans with strong desires in various ways and picked the right ones to lure them into the pharmacy. That woman was the one selected by the black witch. Li Yang walked out of the decoction room with a bowl of medicine, and the woman rose in anticipation. Li Yang said, "For the sake of unnecessary trouble, I'll make sure one more time. Are you really willing to pay everything to become beautiful?" The woman nodded firmly. As long as the birthmark was removed, as long as she became beautiful, she would be able to sign up for a big guild, have millions of loyal fans, and completely get rid of poverty. At that time, she would be rich. What price could she not afford to pay? Li Yang nodded and handed the bowl of medicine in his hand to the woman and sat back down at the counter to read again. The woman took the medicine, and her eyes were immediately attracted to the bowl of medicine. The medicine that was as black as ink, like the gaze of the abyss, seemed to have a kind of magic that made her unable to move her eyes, and had the urge to drink the medicine immediately. The woman no longer waited, tilting her head back and pouring the potion into her stomach in one gulp. An unbelievable magic happened. The birthmark on the woman's face unexpectedly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire face became white and tender, and her features even became more refined. And this was just the beginning. Zhang Shirai's figure was also changing. The chest and buttocks seemed to have begun a secondary development, the waist became thinner, and the legs became even more round and slender. A perfect face, a super imperial figure. She looked at herself in the mirror with a face full of shock. This face, more beautiful than open beauty face. This body, the perfect S-curve, could only be described as invincible. Her ID was Nanhai Jean Mei Ting. The original intention was to rival the Korean manga Jean Mei Ting, but now Jean Mei Ting counts hammers. She was gradually mesmerized by her own beauty, even forgetting whether this magical medicine would have side effects. However, a change occurred precipitously. She was shocked to find that her pupils gradually turned into pink peach hearts, and a pair of goat horns sprouted on her head. A purple fluorescence emanated from her belly, and mysterious magic patterns formed. Squirming behind her, a black tail actually poked out of her short skirt, the end of which was a black peach heart. Mysterious transcendent power brewed in her body, and a mesmerizing ethereal fragrance emanated from her body, the kind of fragrance that had the power to take in the heart and make one's blood run cold. Ah! The woman let out a scream in terror as she looked at Li Yang in horror. What have you done to me? Li Yang, who had been disturbed from his reading interest, frowned. Didn't you say you were willing to pay any price? The woman's eyes widened as her mind was completely taken over by fear and she began to run for the door. Li Yang looked at the woman's terrified back with displeasure. A chimera that hadn't lifted its demonic state, just ran out into the street with a big grin? Is she afraid that she won't have trouble, or is she afraid that I won't have trouble? Black runes gradually surfaced in Li Yang's eyes, and the woman who ran to the door suddenly stopped in her tracks. She felt that she was undergoing another kind of change at this moment. She looked at her hands and they became pale, like dead tree branches. She hurriedly looked at the mirror. The pretty face that had just become extremely beautiful was developing deep wrinkles and age spots were rapidly climbing. Don't. I don't want to become like this. She possessed a strong desire to become beautiful and sexy. Becoming old and ugly was the last thing she could accept. She would rather die. The woman prayed. Forgive my rudeness. I just made a live broadcast and I don't have any money on me. Consider that I owe you $10 million. No, more than 10 million. In addition to $10 million, from now on, most of all the money from my live broadcasts will be yours, okay? I'll give you whatever you want. Her voice was also becoming old, without any beauty to speak of. Li Yang bent his head. Your soul is enslaved by me from now on, that's the price for this bowl of medicine. Phantom Demon, Figure. Chapter 2 Heaven's Destiny Anchorwoman. The woman nodded her head in a hurry. I'm willing to do anything. Li Yang was satisfied, and the black runes in her eyes gradually hid. She hurriedly looked at the mirror, and she changed back to her young phantom demon appearance. But, was she going to keep her chimera stance all the time in the future? Would she still be able to see people in the future? Thinking about this, the woman sensed a certain switch in her body. With a thought, she gradually returned to normal. You can go now, Li Yang said. The woman didn't dare to disobey Li Yang, and hurriedly got up and prepared to leave. Behind her came another voice from Li Yang. What is your name? The woman shivered. Zhang Shi Ai. Turning back towards Li Yang, she bowed respectfully and then quickly left. After Zhang Shi left, Li Yang went up to the second floor. The second floor was just a humble bedroom for the usual nap. On the bed lay a 15 or 16-year-old looking teenage girl. The young girl was wearing a sportswear, not tall and somewhat cute looking. She was brushing up on her dramas with great interest, and when she saw Li Yang coming up, she smiled sweetly. Back? Li Yang frowned. Cats are not allowed to go to bed. The young girl reluctantly got out of bed and moved a small horse stool to sit down. She huffed and puffed. I helped you find a chimera and this is how you repay me. This young girl was Li Yang's pet cat, the black witch that almost ate him. She had a name, called Rattle. Shaking Bell could change between a human and a cat, but her desire was to become a human, so how could she change back to a cat? Li Yang ignored her, pulled open the drawer and flipped out his notes, recording them. The second experiment, the human desire materialized and turned into a chimera. It's basically certain that as long as you take the potion, you will turn into a demon while realizing your desires. Whether or not I can take a desire potion made from another person's desire requires one more step of experimentation. Only strong desires could create a desire potion, and Li Yang called the strongest desire the power of desire. What exactly was the strongest desire, Li Yang couldn't figure out. He only knew that there were very few people who possessed this kind of desire, and anyway, he didn't have this kind of strongest desire. If he wanted to obtain transcendent power, he could only choose to take a potion made from someone else's desire. Li Yang toned his pen and said to the ringing bell, "Keep looking for people with the power of desire, animals are fine too." Rattlesnake muttered in exasperation. "Just know how to make me and not give rewards." Li Yang glanced at her. "Reward a tablet computer with a bigger screen, brushing dramas is more enjoyable." Although he could control the drug taker and could use pain as a threat to order the ringing of the bell, he wasn't willing to do that. He wasn't a pervert. Why make a big deal out of something that could be taken care of for a small amount of money? It really didn't cost much to buy a used tablet. Rattlesnake heard Li Yang's promised reward, and those big eyes shone straight up. "The screen is bigger, and it's even better to brush up on dramas." Nanhai, an apartment. Zhang Shirai sat frozen in front of the computer. It was already time for the live broadcast and she still hadn't returned to her senses. With everything that happened today, ordinary people really couldn't digest it so quickly. Zhang Shirai was a female anchor. Due to her body and features resembling a certain female protagonist of a Korean manga, Jean Mei Ting, she quickly had a million fans on the fast sound short video platform. ID, Nanhai Kim Mi Ting. She is a female netizen who has a tendency to take off. It was a beautiful story of a rural girl going against the odds to become a big netizen. Unfortunately, by the fake female netizen blogger, he stole a photo of Zhang Shirai in a state without beauty face. Under that blogger's operation, countless fans asked Zhang Shirai to turn off her beauty face to prove herself. Zhang Shirai was cold. If she turned off her beauty face, she would not be able to hide the birthmark on her face. She will lose all the beauty within her reach. When she was helpless, a mysterious friend sent her a private message, saying that there was a pharmacy in a corner of the South China Sea. The medicine from that pharmacy was treacherous and could fulfill people's wishes. She searched for a long time before finding this medicine store. She wanted to take her chances, in case she could really get rid of the birthmark on her face and become pretty. Now it did become pretty, but she wasn't sure if she was even human anymore. Her cell phone kept prompting group messages. Nanhai Jinmiting's audience lords group. Why isn't it on yet? After seeing her face photo, Big Brother Pengjiai has already carried the train and ran away. The live broadcast group has recently been filled with this kind of message as well as various emoticons made from her own face photos. There were also many people cursing her to death. Zhang Shirai glanced at the mirror. It was a face so beautiful that it made her own heart flutter. She touched her face and said obsessively, "Might as well accept it openly and enjoy the rights that come with beauty." Just after starting the broadcast, the live broadcast room was immediately surrounded by tens of thousands of people, and visitors were still coming in. They were all watching the jokes and watching the fun. Su Yen. Vegetarian face. Ugly and still learning from others to start a live broadcast? Big ugly, don't turn on the beauty face. The pop-up screen was full of offensive words. Zhang Shirai began her performance. Her beautiful eyes were sad and her pretty face was written with clear sorrow. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room continued to attack Zhang Shirai. Pretentious, Dongsher knitting knit. Disgusting, want to vomit. Ugly looking and quite a lot of flowery work. Zhang Shirai sighed. Okay, I'll turn off my beauty face, so don't scold me. The live broadcast audience was guessing how ugly this female anchor was, and were already prepared to ruthlessly mock this female anchor after she turned off her beauty face. When the beauty face effect was all turned off, any pop-ups in the live broadcast room all disappeared. The 50,000 60,000 people in the live broadcast room actually no one spoke. It was very quiet and weird. This. Charming eyebrows, delicate face, and seductive red lips. This was more Jean Mei Ting than Jean Mei Ting. After turning off the beauty face, the face value pulled straight up. The beauty face didn't make her look good, instead it affected her face value. Zhang Shirai gave the camera a mournful look. Every male viewer in front of the live broadcast room felt that Zhang Shirai had stepped out of the screen and was looking at herself aggressively. Uncoincidentally, a strong sense of guilt rose in them. There was also a small handful of awesome viewers who secretly picked up tissues, left the screen with one hand, and put it under the comforter, and... The anchor is actually beautiful like this? But why did she turn on her beauty face? A sea of gifts floated up in the live broadcast room. The corner of Zhang Shirai's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. There were more gifts today than usual. Who would have thought that it was a chimera that was live streaming? In the future, the first sister of the live broadcast would be her, right? Zhang Shirai was about to open her mouth to say something when she was suddenly stunned. An arcane message appeared in her mind. Phantom Demon. Talent, Phantom Heart. Phantom's heart. When a male lusts after a phantom, the phantom can suck the male's spiritual energy, gaining a large amount of spiritual power. Spiritual power advanced. Spiritual power, second level. Spiritual power advances to second level, new talent acquired. Talent, Fire of Evil Lust. Fire of Evil Desire, consume spiritual energy to release the transcendent flame, the fire of evil desire. Zhang Shirai froze. What does this mean? Not only could live broadcasting make money, but it could also make you stronger? She was a chimera, casually doing something would crush a large number of rubbing anchors. This is the fate of the anchor woman? Chapter 3, The Three-Headed Dogs of Hell. Night. The cab stopped in front of a silo building in the old town. Li Yang got out of the car with Rattle. Suddenly, an arcane message entered Li Yang's mind. Gain shared mental power advanced. Mental power, level 2. Spiritual power, a necessity for using transcendent power. Demons have a unique cultivation method to acquire spiritual power. A refreshing sensation like cold mountain spring water rushed into the mind, refreshing the mind. The exhaustion from consuming spiritual energy to create the desire potion today was swept away. Sharing mental energy? Li Yang glanced at Rattlesnake, who was gnawing on a ham sausage. It definitely wasn't this bastard who shared his spiritual energy, it should be Zhang Shirai who did something. Li Yang searched. Could it be that the demon I created gained spiritual power, and I can share a portion of it as well? The benefits brought by second-level spiritual power were numerous. For example, his 5 senses were enhanced, and he could see almost unobstructed in the dark. Li Yang looked around in delight, enjoying the magic brought by level 2 spiritual power. His eyes suddenly paused, and he squinted at the trash can not far away. In the darkness, there was a black shadow curled up and trembling. It was a black stray dog. Importantly, the stray dog was bubbling with desire power. This was desire power that could be used as a way to create desire potion. Li Yang raised his foot and walked over. The black dog was thin and weak, covered in wounds, with traces of bites from its own kind and beatings from humans. It was very afraid of humans, and when it saw Li Yang coming, it immediately let out a guttural wail, barking miserably and praying for Li Yang not to harm itself. Li Yang snatched half a ham sausage from Rattle's hand and waved it in front of the black dog. Want to eat? Come with me if you want to eat. After Li Yang finished speaking, he turned his head towards the stairway. The black dog that hadn't eaten anything for a long time, its eyes immediately emitted a greedy light. It carefully lifted its feet, tucked its tail, and followed Li Yang with a small whimper. Rattle? Back to the rental house, Li Yang broke a small piece of ham sausage, large piece casually thrown on the ground. The black dog immediately bit into the mouth. Li Yang took the other small piece and put it into the birdcage hanging by the window. In the birdcage is a crow. This crow was before he picked up in the countryside. The crow hairs are not fully grown at that time. Li Yang quite liked this crow, because crows are considered to be very smart among birds. Well, Rattle also liked the crow. When Rattlesnake was a cat, she always wanted to take a taste of the crow. After doing so, he placed the desire magic jar on the table and returned with a piece of meat from the kitchen. He crouched on the floor and looked directly at the black dog, which in turn lowered its head in terror. Li Yang shook the meat in his hand and black runes emerged from his eyes. Name your desires and this piece of meat is yours. When collecting desires, both the owner of the magic jar and the other party had to be sincere with each other. This was the characteristic of the desire magic jar. The black dog acted as if it understood. It kept wagging its tail, saliva kept dripping from the corners of its mouth, and woofed twice. The rich desire power detached from the black dog and surged into Li Yang's eyes. The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted up a smile and threw the meat on the ground, letting the black dog gnaw on it. He walked to the desk himself and held the desire magic jar in both hands. Black energy entered the desire magic jar. The desire potion took shape, a blackish potion that resembled the gaze of the abyss. Li Yang poured the desire potion into the crow's drinking trough. The crow cocked its head and looked at the blackish desire potion suspiciously and lowered its head to drink the desire potion. Li Yang poured most of the remaining desire potion into a bowl and placed it in front of the stray dog. The moment the black dog saw the desire potion, its eyes immediately went straight, and the meat around its mouth immediately stopped smelling good. It licked the desire potion with a big mouthful, and its mouth let out an instinctive low growl, which was a sign of food protection. The stray dog that was cowering just a moment ago immediately became like a wild beast in front of the desire potion. Li Yang lit a cigarette and waited for the stray dogs and crows to change. This was the third experiment to see what would happen after the desire potion was shared. When the black dog drank all of the desire potion, the wounds on its body began to heal and its fur became dark and shiny. Where did it still have half the appearance of the poor stray dog before? Its body gave off a feeling of an expensive canine with a noble pedigree. Suddenly, Shaking Bell looked at the black dog warily. This black dog gave her a strong uneasiness. Shaking Bell walked to Li Yang with a grave expression and protected Li Yang tightly behind her. Playing or fooling around, she ultimately treated Li Yang as her master. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. He knew that the changes were not over yet. Sure enough, the black dog's body was once again seeing changes. The black dog's size was getting bigger. Until its head reached the ceiling. The process of getting bigger only ended. The muscles in his body were full of explosive power. The changes continued. The sides of the black dog's head bulged with huge meat bags, and 2 black dog heads were born out of the meat bags. This, after all, was the hell 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog of hell looked blankly at its change, and its 3 pairs of eyes quickly locked onto Li Yang, their eyes filled with hatred for humans. Li Yang squinted at the rattlesnake that was blocking his body. How is it that the first thing the demons he created wanted to do was to eat himself? The entire room trembled as the 3-headed dog of hell took a step towards Li Yang. Saliva flowed out of its mouth, wanting to swallow Li Yang into its stomach. Newt. At this moment, a creepy cry rang out within the house. The 3-headed dog of hell followed the sound and looked at the birdcage by the window. The crow in the birdcage flapped its wings anxiously, and its sharp claws actually tore the iron cage apart with ease. The crow burrowed out of the birdcage and flew in front of Li Yang, guarding him to the death. The scarlet eyes stared at the 3-headed dog of hell without showing any weakness. Changes also happened to the crow. The crow's body was entwined with black mist, transforming into a viper without a solid body. Hiss. Newt. The crow and the black viper on its body hissed at the same time. Li Yang looked at the crow in a daze. Legend had it that the 3-headed dog of hell was a demon that guarded the gates of hell, born with 3 heads and a body entwined with poisonous snakes. The 3-headed dog of hell in front of him did not have a poisonous snake wrapped around his body, but the crow did. Could it be that because the crow drank some desire potion, it shared away some of the power that originally belonged to the 3-headed dog of hell? But the crow was clearly not a match for the 3-headed dog of hell, and lost in terms of momentum. After all, hell's 3-headed dog had drunk most of the potion of desire, while the crow had only drunk a little. Li Yang was a bit touched by the crow's performance of not backtracking even after obtaining the demonic power. He touched the crow's head, pulled the rattles behind him, and looked straight at the 3-headed dog of hell as black runes emerged in his eyes. The owner of the desired demon jar was the master of the person who took the medicine, and could cause him or her to fall into terrible pain at any time. This kind of pain could be worse than death. Put. Huge chains sprang out of thin air from under the feet of the hell's 3-headed dog. The chains easily pierced through its paws and nailed it to the ground in death. The 3-headed dog of hell struggled as if it had gone mad. Chapter 4: The Devil's Club Idea. No matter how much it struggled, it could not get rid of the chains. Immediately after that, more chains appeared, firmly locking the 3 dog heads of the hell triple-headed dog, pulling it fiercely towards the ground and prostrating it in front of Li Yang. The hell 3-headed dog could not move. It let out a wail and trembled violently, its 6 eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Li Yang understood. The pain that the 3-headed dog of hell could not accept was confinement. The pain that Zhang Shirai could not accept was becoming old and ugly. The pain that Shaking Bell could not accept was turning into a cat cub. Their pains were all related to former encounters, and strong desires often came from former encounters. This desired demon jar had a bizarre wisdom. Turn back. Li Yang ordered softly. The hell 3-headed dog whimpered and changed back into an ordinary black dog, with its tail tucked and its head lowered. The chains on its body gradually disappeared. The crow rode on its head and pecked the black dog's head vigorously with its beak. Rattlesnake squatted in front of the black dog and looked at it curiously. The black dog didn't dare to move a muscle. It knew that it had the lowest status in this family. Shaking Bell searched for a moment. This crow is called Big Black, then you will. Called Little Black. This was how Rattlesnake snatched the naming rights of a three-headed dog from hell. Shaking Bell raised his little head. Li Yang, how about we call it Little Black? Whatever. Li Yang was indifferent to such trivial matters. Shaking Bell cupped Xiao Hei's dog's head and tenderly said, Xiao Hei, in this family, Crow and Li Yang are in the same gang. The two of us have to help each other, okay? From now on, you will be my little brother. Li Yang lit a cigarette and walked towards the bedroom, stopping at the doorway to glance at the ringing bell. Your little brother made a mess of the house, you go clean it up. Shaking Bell? Li Yang sat at his desk, lit a cigarette and pondered. The fact that the desire potion could be shared was definitely good news for Li Yang. Firstly, the fact that the desire potion could be divided meant that Li Yang could also possess the power of a demon. If he became a demon, he would definitely be the strongest demon. This was because the rest of the people who took the potion would share the spiritual power they gained with Li Yang. Secondly, the fact that the desire potion could be shared meant that he could create more demons. This meant that he could have more demon servants. Li Yang took out his notebook and wrote in it. Next, I should collect desires in large quantities and create desire potions. In the process of collecting desire potions, both parties had to remain sincere in order to succeed. The owner of the demon jar had to make it clear that he wanted the other party's desires, and the other party had to willingly hand over their desires. This was a demonic transaction of acquiring desires. Li Yang continues to write. Then choose the person who can afford to pay the price to drink the potion of desire, so that he or she can acquire demonic power. The price mentioned here wasn't just dedicating loyalty. Whether it was a rich man or a beggar, drinking the encounter potion would turn them into demons, and they would all have to give their allegiance to Li Yang. So why not choose the rich and powerful or something like that who can pay a bigger price? They don't just have to offer loyalty, they have to offer money, or whatever. Those who could afford to pay the price to obtain the desire potion were definitely the best in this world. Those best are commonly known as the upper class of society. Power industry elites, real estate industry elites, education industry elites, and even the top brass of the authorities. There should also be a threshold for choosing servants. After all, the desire potion could enable one to obtain transcendent power, and it was feared that countless people would be willing to go crazy for the sake of transcendence. Unless I meet a talent with excellent conditions in all aspects, I will let him obtain the desire potion unconditionally. Suddenly, Li Yang's pen gave a start as a brand new idea constituted itself in his mind. Those who could afford to pay the price were elites from all walks of life. If they were to gather together, what kind of huge energy would it be? Not only in they had strong financial and social connections, but they also possessed demonic powers. So why not create an organization? One of the most powerful organizations in the world was slowly taking shape in Li Yang's mind. This organization will be called Demon Club. Li Yang's heart thumped wildly, and his blood boiled all over. The Demon Club is divided into low-class demons, medium-class demons, and high-class demons. Even the lowest-class demons are a party of power and possess demonic power that is difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. The more desire potion one takes, the more demonic power they gain. They could pay a price to obtain a small portion of the desire potion. When they made outstanding contributions to the club, they could be rewarded with another portion of the desire potion. Even a small portion of desire power could be like a crow, easily tearing through an iron cage, protected by a demonic snake. The small portion of demonic power was, to them, an admission ticket to join the Demon Club. They could become the lowest level members in the Devil's Club. The more contributions they made, the more desire potion they obtained, and the higher the membership level. Li Yang paused to think. The Devil's Club would grow bigger and bigger in the future, and he himself definitely didn't have that much energy to dominate the demons, so he needed management. Li Yang wrote the words Big Devil in his notebook. The Great Demon is the manager of the Demon Club, just like the Great Demon who manages the little demons under the King of Hell. Not only are the contributions to the club irreplaceable, but their spiritual cultivation has also reached the highest level in the club. Not only do they have a high reputation, they also have battle power that far exceeds the rest of the demons. Powerful, powerful, this is the symbol of an archdemon. Li Yang's eyes revealed a bearish ambition. I, on the other hand, am the master of all the archdevils, and the devil members. The highest executive of the Demon Club. The sole chairman of the Demon Club. At one time, he was just an ordinary person who aspired to make waves in the magical metropolis of the South China Sea and become a trendsetter of the times. Unfortunately, ideals were just ideals and reality was reality, like two parallel lines that never intersected. But nowadays, the ambition in his heart grew wildly like weeds in the middle of summer. The dissident force that limited his life and destiny completely dissipated when he touched the desire magic pot. Late night. Rumble. Thunder exploded and heavy rain poured down. Li Yang leaned on the back of his chair, lit a cigarette and looked out the window with a ghostly gaze. This splendid big city might not be a paradise for those rich and powerful, high officials, and heavenly pride. He had already seen the prospects of the Devil's Club, had seen what kind of behemoth the Devil's Club would be in the future. Although, right now, there were only 4 demons under his command. Black Witch, Phantom Demon, Hell's 3-headed dog, and a demon raven. However, the era belonging to him would eventually come. Li Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke and slowly narrowed his eyes. What I need most at the moment is that I need to have demonic power. I need a lust trade right now. As the chairman of the Demon Club, how could one not have the power to fight? Li Yang stubbed out his cigarette and prepared to sleep. Finding the power of desire all depends on ringing the bell. The Black Witch's favorite thing is human negative emotions. She had a strong sense of desire. P.S. I asked my editor how to write a book that will be blocked. The editor said, "You have to tighten it up." Chapter 5, The Bullied Man. Early the next morning, thunder rumbled. The early fall of the South China Sea was just rainy and cloudy. The sound of thunder woke up Li Yang. He felt a warm and soft sensation in his calves and looked towards the end of the bed. Shaking Bell was sitting there excitedly brushing up on the drama. Li Yang kicked Rattles down. Cats aren't allowed on the bed. Rocking Bell immediately furred. Li Yang. I spent the whole night looking for someone for you and this is how you treat me? She was looking for someone with the power of desire. Li Yang looked at her with false eyes. Have you found it? Shaking Bell said arrogantly. That must be, I can go to that medicine store of yours tonight to look for you. Li Yang was surprised. This Black Witch was really something. Li Yang opened the bedroom door and headed to wash up. Rattlesnake then followed behind and babbled about her credits. Do you know that there are only a few people like this in the South China Sea? Do you know how hard it is to find such people? You can't even appreciate my hard work. Li Yang looked at Black Dog and Crow. The black dog was lying on its back at the main entrance, pretending to sleep. It was a loyal guardian, guarding its master's gate. The crow cocked its head and looked at the two of them, a silent observer. Li Yang thought it was better to have the dog and the crow. Li Yang liked the quiet. He said to Rattle with an expressionless face, "I'll buy you a flatbed tomorrow." Rattlesnake immediately stopped nagging, his eyes curving into a crescent moon. "You're so nice." Then closed her mouth and sat obediently on the chair, thinking prettily about what TV show to watch tomorrow. Well, cats are okay and good at fooling around. In the evening, the medicine store. It's still raining outside. Li Yang at the counter closed his book and surveyed the pharmacy. In the future, this would be the birthplace of the Devil's Club, the origin of demons. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 5:30, how come no one had come yet? Did the ringing bell snub himself? Or was she not capable enough to lure people here? At this time, the wind chime at the door rang, someone was coming. Li Yang's eyes gazed up slightly. The visitor was in his 20s and reeked of decadence. His power of desire was stronger than the ringing bell, Zhang Shirai, and the black dog Xiaohei. Li Yang sized up what he was wearing. He was wearing a white shirt and suit pants, like a small employee. The white shirt was dirty, and several footprints of different sizes were vaguely visible. There were also injuries on his face. He had just been beaten up, or in a group fight. No, I can't say it was a fight, I should say it was a beating, because it was several people beating him up. Li Yang asked. What do you need? The man was very introverted and nervous, stuttering his words. I. He lowered his head, his face red. The man didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he had a very real dream about a cat telling him to come to this medicine store, could he? The man carefully glanced at Li Yang. He had an inferiority complex and even felt that he was a redundant person who shouldn't exist in this world. He thought that Li Yang would show impatience, but he didn't realize that Li Yang was looking at him calmly. There was no contempt, no impatience, listening to him attentively, just like a good friend who had known him for years. The man finally had the courage to start saying what he wanted to say. From incoherence to complete narrative. It turned out that his name was Lu Cheng. From high school to college to joining an internship, he has always had a nightmare. Someone had been bullying him since high school, humiliating him and taking pleasure in his pain. The horrible thing is that person even went to the same college as him. Lu Cheng's family was poor, while that person was a rich second generation. The man joined forces with the people in his dormitory to continue to inflict violence and bullying on him. Luckily, there was a girl who liked his silly looks and was willing to accompany him. Finally graduated from college, he and his girlfriend into the same internship unit work. I thought that he would stay away from that devil. Unexpectedly, that devil also came to his company. Lu Cheng had an inferiority complex and had trouble making friends with his co-workers. He only hopes that he can do his job safely, but how can the workplace be so simple? The devil was so generous that he quickly became friendly with his colleagues and led them to isolate him and put him in bad shoes. He wanted to get through the internship period, get his internship certificate and leave the company immediately. How could that demon let this toy go? His girl died, and that asshole plotted against him in the conference room, forcing the girl to jump off the building. Coincidentally, the CCTV was broken that day and he was the only witness. That bastard's family is very powerful, and this matter has been under investigation without result. Lu Cheng was completely annoyed and wanted to take revenge, but to no avail. The act of retaliation in the eyes of that bastard is as ridiculous as a clown. He hated himself for being a waste. He had been having a dream for the past few days. Always dreaming of a black cat, that cat always told him to come to a medicine store. The cat said that the pharmacy had the right medicine for his pain. He thought it was his daydreaming. But he just had an intuition that if he came to the medicine store that the cat said in his dream, everything would be fine. He didn't know that this was the Black Witch's ability influencing him. After Lu Cheng finished his encounter, he glanced at Li Yang without confidence. Seeing that Li Yang had no intention of thinking that he was mentally ill, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yang had two choices. The first, grant him the desire potion, and let him become a horrible demon, wantonly taking revenge on those who bullied him. The second, make a deal and trade away his desire power. The first way he quickly vetoed. Li Yang desperately needed power now, needed demonic power. Who wouldn't want to have transcendent power? Especially, after the idea of the demon club was born in his mind. So there was only the second one left, exchanging away Lu Cheng's power of desire. Li Yang put down the book in his hand. This pharmacy will not only sell things, it will also collect things that I really like. Lu Cheng did not understand what Li Yang meant. Li Yang looked seriously into Lu Cheng's eyes. You have strong desires, and I like your desires very much. Give me your desires and as a trade, I will solve your current predicament. Tell me, what is your desire? His voice was magnetic, as if it was a devil's whisper, like a compelling devil. Lu Cheng subconsciously said. I want others to be afraid of me. Li Yang froze for a moment. He thought Lu Cheng would say kill that nemesis or something. It turned out to be that he wanted others to be afraid of him? Could it be that he had been afraid of others all his life, and he felt that if they were afraid of him, nothing would happen? The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted up a smile. Good, your desire belongs to me, deal struck. Lu Cheng was shocked by the runes in Li Yang's eyes, his mouth didn't close for half a day. Li Yang picked up the book again. You can go now. Lu Cheng nodded back and walked towards the outside of the medicine store in frustration. Li Yang lowered his head and continued reading. Shaking Belle ran down from upstairs, her arm resting on the counter on her face. Li Yang, can you buy me a tablet tomorrow? Li Yang picked up his book and said. Follow that kid. Chapter 6 The Treacherous Boss. Li Yang of the second grade spiritual power was very observant. He observed a group of gangsters with a vicious aura on them trailing Lu Cheng. They were here to find trouble with Lu Cheng. Shaking Belle froze for a moment, then smiled, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. Do you really want to help him? You've already gotten what you wanted, so why bother with him? Besides, wouldn't it be better if he died? That way no one will know your secret. Shaking Belle said, her small face coming closer to Li Yang. I know you're not a good person, you shouldn't take promises so seriously. Shaking Bell's pupils changed into vertical pupils, emitting a ghostly purple aura, and her tone became filled with a compelling flavor. Could it be that once something happened to you that you sympathized with that man? Tell me about your past, and I will soothe your wounded heart. Your past, it must be delicious. Li Yang turned over a new page without skipping a beat. As a cat, you talk too much. By the way, remember to delete that kid's memory when you're done. How could a cat know the process of collecting desires? Since he said he would solve his dilemma, he would have to solve his dilemma. If he went against what he had said during that desire transaction, he didn't know if something unfavorable would happen to him. Lu Cheng's current predicament wasn't complicated, it was just a matter of wanting to get away from the person who was bullying him. Or kill that person. Shaking Bell smiled cheekily. Just kidding, it's so unforgiving. I'm off out, take me to buy a tablet tomorrow. Saying that, Shaking Bell disappeared into the pharmacy in a flash. After Lu Cheng left the pharmacy, he walked in the direction of his home. With a low salary during his internship, he was used to walking and did not have the habit of taking a taxi. When he walked to a dark and rumbling hutong, a few punks blocked his way, each with a bad expression. Lu Cheng thought of something and his expression became horrified. He tried to walk towards his back, and a few gangsters with sticks came up behind him as well. He was already surrounded by those people. The one leading these punks was a young man in luxurious clothes. Lu Cheng's face turned ugly. Zhou Hang? You, why are you here? Zhou Hang took out a cigarette, and one of the punks immediately lit it up, rather like a big brother. Zhou Hang said, "Do you know how much trouble you have brought me?" Lu Cheng knew that Zhou Hang was retaliating against himself for reporting him in front of the magistrate. Lu Cheng clenched his fists, and his accumulated anger erupted all at once. Zhou Hang, how on earth did I offend you? Why are you messing with me like this? Why are you pestering me? Zhou Hang exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said quietly, "Because it's fun. If I don't screw you, I'll screw someone else too. It's just that person happens to be you. My father made it so that I had to finish college, but the student years were really boring. You're like a puppy that likes to bare its teeth and can make me happy." Lu Cheng rounded his eyes. "Just because of this ridiculous reason?" he asked through clenched teeth. "What about Lin Lin? Why did you do it to her?" Zhou Hang snorted. "Actually, I don't like that pussy. No boobs, no ass, I like S. I just wanted to see what kind of demeanor you would be after that pussy became my horse. Who knows that was scared like that and even jumped off a building?" Lu Cheng muttered incredulously. "Just because of this? Just because of this you destroy a girl? Are you not afraid of retribution? Aren't you afraid that I will take revenge on you in the future?" Zhou Hang sneered. "Later? Oh, you don't have a future. What you saw is not good for me. My father taught me that closure requires killing." Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Could it be that Zhou Hang he dared to kill?" Lu Cheng slowly backed up and leaned against the corner, breathing in sharply. "Zhou Hang, if you get me killed, you won't be able to escape." Zhou Hang disdainfully said. "There is someone to help me out if something happens." Zhou Hang moved closer to Lu Cheng, a fierce light in his eyes. "Furthermore, these buddies around me are all professionals. They smashed all the surrounding cameras, who would know that I did it?" At this time, a delicate voice came from the entrance of the alley. "So the cameras were all broken by you, this saves me the trouble. Actually, I'm not that fond of killing people. As an elegant witch, the fishy odor of blood is too distressing." Zhou Hang's face changed and he shouted angrily. "What person?" He looked furiously towards the end of the alley, his expression becoming strange. It was a black cat, gracefully walking this way. Well, the kind of elegance that walked on two legs. The black cat's two front legs were held like a human holding an arm. The gangster's brains buzzed. Anyone who saw such a thing at night would be creeped out. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Hang's eyes went wide. "Run!" I don't know who shouted, and the gangsters scattered in a swarm. This kind of thing that was beyond human perception would give people the most immediate fear. The black cat's eyes revealed a humanized sneer, and its size began to grow, finally resembling a black panther. Meow! The black cat hissed shrilly and transformed into a black god of death, wantonly reaping the lives of the punks. Rattlesnake was not a kind man or woman. Even if she was a cat, she knew that humans who had seen her would bring great trouble to her. In a short moment, the punks were disemboweled, and the dark alley was like a hell on earth. Zhou Hang ran the fastest and was about to run out of the alley. The black cat looked at Zhou Hang's back playfully, its claws dipped into the blood of one of the gangsters and drew a pattern on the ground. Then, the black cat placed Zhou Hang's discarded cigarette butt in the center of the pattern. Zhou Hang stopped in his tracks and hit his head against the wall on one side as if he was possessed, actually crushing his head alive. After the black cat had done all this, its purple eyes stared at Lu Cheng, who had been stunned. Lu Cheng felt that the black cat's eyes were somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the same black cat that he had dreamed about at night recently? Could it be that it was the pet of the pharmacy owner? That drugstore boss made a deal with himself, hand over his desires and he would solve his predicament. The solution was to kill Zhou Hang with a horrible monster? Purple ghostly light erupted from the black cat's eyes. Lu Cheng's eyes became dazed and dull as he continued to walk towards the entrance of the alley. Shaking Bell did not choose to kill Lu Cheng along with him, it was Li Yang's command. It could only take some effort and use a lot of spiritual power to hypnotize him, sealing all the memories about the medicine store and himself. There was a cab waiting at the entrance of the alley, and the cab driver was similarly hypnotized. The cab pulled up Xiao Chang and sped towards Lu Cheng's home. When Lu Cheng arrived home, the cab driver would forget what had just happened. This was the magic of the Black Witch's black witchcraft. The spiritual power of the ringing bell was only at level 1, so perhaps after the next 10 years or so, its hypnotic spell on Lu Cheng would be ineffective. At that time, Lu Cheng's mind would have a vague impression of today. He would inauthentically remember a magical pharmacy, a treacherous cat. There was also a store owner who liked to collect desires. Chapter 7, Demonic Body, King of Hell. So annoying, I hate turning into a cat. After doing everything, Shaker looked at her claws in disgust. If it wasn't to stay out of trouble, why would she turn into a cat to kill someone? There were no witnesses, no surveillance, so who would have thought it was a cat killing someone? Just to be on the safe side, let me see if there are any more around that can breathe. Mental power fluctuations emanated from Shaking Bell's body, radar-like detecting the neighborhood. Cockroaches, mosquitoes, moths. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes to the wall. On the wall, a crow stood quietly, cocking its head with doubt written in its eyes. Shaking Bell bared her teeth, her eyes unkind. Stinky crow. Are you following me? The crow still tilted its head, its eyes staring straight at Shaking Bell. Shaking Bell became anxious, exuding a murderous aura, and pounced on the wall with a meow. Black demonic snakes wrapped around the crow's body, easily dodging Shaking Bell's attack. Immediately after, his entire body left a residual shadow in place, appearing in mid-air in the next second. Shaking Bell pounced, the crow cocked its head to take a closer look at the angry Shaking Bell, and then looked at the corpse on the ground, fluttering its wings thoughtfully to leave. The stinking crow wasn't told by Li Yang to spy on me? Then what is it doing here? The small cat face that shook the bell had humanized doubts, then arrogantly waved its paw. It's just a crow, who can know what the little crow is thinking? Rental house. The smell of rice wafted from the kitchen. Li Yang carried a fried rice to the desk. The crow came back from outside and stood on the cage, looking at Li Yang with a crooked head. Li Yang didn't know what exactly this crow was observing every day. Li Yang picked out meat grains from the fried rice and put them in the crow's food bowl, and poured the rest of the rice into the black dog Xiao Hei's dog food bowl. There was also some left to wait for Rattle to come back. Li Yang ate, opened the locked cabinet and took out the desire magic jar. The runes in his eyes flashed, and the rich desire power surged towards the desire magic jar. The desire magic jar was filled with black fog, and gradually, it liquefied into a potion. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and gazed at the desire potion, as if two different abysses were attracted to each other. Tonight, he would embark on the path of transcendence. The heart was beating hard. Li Yang held up the desire magic jar, tilted his head and poured the desire potion all the way down his throat. He put down the desire potion, lit a cigarette and quietly waited for his change. Gradually, he noticed that his body temperature was getting lower and lower, and felt that his power was growing crazily. Li Yang suddenly looked surprised and touched his heart. His body temperature was getting lower and lower, and his heart had actually stopped beating. Li Yang hurriedly turned his head to look at the mirror, and all the changes in himself at this moment were in his eyes. The color of blood was fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The self in the mirror looked like a dead person, a corpse. This is a zombie? Lu Cheng's desire was to make everyone else afraid of him. So the power of this desire potion was to become hell undead. He could feel that his bones were hard and strong, and he could easily break through walls. This power was mesmerizing. He didn't worry about his image, he knew he could turn back to normal at any time. Just then, runes emerged from his eyes in a very bizarre manner. The runes were bubbling with an eerie black aura. Immediately afterward, the black runes enveloped him. According to normal, the desire potion had already turned Li Yang into a transcendent being, so the change had already ended. However, the black runes in his eyes were going to carry on this change. It was similar to a kind of transcendent being's evolution. Li Yang frowned. Could it be, because I'm the owner of the magic jar? A secondary change has occurred? Li Yang was currently wrapped in black light, like a cocoon. The black cocoon emitted an unbearable eerie aura. It was almost like a sudden cold wind on a June day. The black dog Xiaohei was trembling, his tongue didn't dare to spit out, his tail was tightly clamped, and his head was lowered to the ground. The crow's eyes were filled with uneasiness, and his body shook like sifting chaff. Li Yang was emitting a terrifying pressure. The air seemed to be sticky. These two hellish creatures were terrified. Rumble. Thunder struck outside the window, and the rain was slow to fall. The heavens seemed to be making a sound of trembling anger due to a terrifying demon coming out of the world. The black light on Li Yang's body was all absorbed by his flesh, and the changes finally ended. The starry sky darkened and the moon was covered by dark clouds. Accompanied by a loud clap of thunder, a fierce wind rose up and sudden rain poured down. The wailing wind paired with the pouring rain was like the heavens crying. The sky was crying for the birth of a horrible thing. When Little Black saw Li Yang's appearance at this moment, he fiercely widened his dog's eyes. Its entire body immediately prostrated on the ground, and the trembling of its body became even more violent. The crow landed on the ground, it carefully lowered its head, a pair of wings crossed in front of its body. At this time, Li Yang no longer had a human appearance. What was in the mirror was a skeleton. The cold aura and surging pressure gave all living beings a horrifying sense of oppression. Inside the eyes were two black soul flames. Two runes replaced the pupils generally located in the center of the soul fire. The soul flames in Li Yang's eyes pulsed, showing how unsettled he was. Arcane information flooded into his mind. King of Hell, God of Death. The God of Death is the uppermost demon, and gains a talent every time the level spiritual power is raised. The rest of the demons have a maximum of 4 talents. When the Shinigami's spiritual power exceeds the 9th rank, the Shinigami will truly ascend to godhood and gain the authority of a god. O newborn Shinigami, please strive to climb the divine throne. The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes pulsed violently. I am now a newborn god of death? After ascending to godhood after the 9th rank, you will obtain the authority of a god? There really are gods in this world? Thinking about it, Li Yang was relieved and the shock in his heart lowered by a few points. Yes, there are even demons, how can there be no god? Then, are there angels in this world? Before he continued to think deeply, the arcane information continued to enter. Level spiritual power, 2nd order. Talent, Devil's Law. Devil's Law, the source of power and immortality of the Grim Reaper comes from demons. As the number of demons in the world increases and their power grows, the Grim Reaper's spiritual power increases and advances. As long as there is a demon in the world, the Grim Reaper will live forever. If the demons in the world disappear, the Grim Reaper will also die out. Gift, Create Undead. Create Undead, the Grim Reaper can cast a spell on a corpse to create unintelligent undead slaves. The Grim Reaper can cast a spell on the dying to turn them into the living dead. The living dead are intelligent and have the power of a lowly zombie, and the Grim Reaper can control the life and death of the living dead. Li Yang lifted his demonic state and sat on the chair, falling into deep thought. The hidden information contained in this arcane message in his head was too much, he had to digest it slowly. Chapter 8, The Green Sanatorium. He remembers that demons have unique ways of boosting their mental powers. Phantom demons, for example, draw on lust. And the way one's spiritual power advanced was that the demons increased, and the demons got stronger. As long as there are still demons in the world, one is immortal. Immortality is certainly a human dream. It's just that if the demons in the world disappeared, himself, the god of death, would die immediately. His power in life had become a rule. Li Yang focused on his 2nd talent. Create Undead was the only output type ability he had so far. creating an undead required a corpse. Where to get a corpse? There were quite a few stray cats and dogs in the city, but undead creatures were still stronger than humans, unless they were fierce beasts. Killing? He could get Black Dog, Raven, and Rattle to kill, but didn't have the guts to get them to bring a corpse somewhere for himself to use. Undead creation. Don't take the sheriff's department for fools. Letting Rattles go kill a few people is already risking the maximum. And that was on top of Rattles using a cat body to do it. Bringing back a body, even stealing a body, the people from the sheriff's bureau would definitely check themselves out. Is it capable of fighting against the people from the sheriff's department now? Don't be ridiculous, with these few imps whose spiritual power was of the first rank? He didn't have the confidence to deal with the security bureau's brigade of armed officers with loaded guns. The three-headed dog of hell might be able to overturn a few armed vehicles and swallow up a few armed officers with heavy firearms. However, what about more armed vehicles and heavy firearmed martial officers? The current level of these few demons was too low. And exposing the demons because of a corpse would definitely be a disaster that would cost more than it's worth to Li Yang. Would this world accommodate the existence of demons? I need a slave with a lot of energy. I should first develop the first member of the Demon Club, a member with a lot of energy who can help me do a lot of things. The future Li Yang would definitely do quite a few things that violated the rules of society. He currently needed someone who could cover up those traces of violating social rules, or simply have that person do it. Any one of those powerful people in the South Sea could fulfill his current needs. Well, in terms of violating social rules, those people were professionals. But where to find that kind of high-quality members? Buy that cat? That cat has no concept of human society, she can't even tell the rich from the poor. Li Yang's fingers tapped the desktop, his brain running. In the past, he had at most fantasized about being appreciated by powerful people, buying a nice car and a big house. The reality was that he had only heard those thunderous names and had never seen them. Now he was like the entrepreneur with a super promising project who didn't know where to find investors. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he remembered a place. Nanhai Green Nursing Home. Li Yang was a graduate of Nanhai Medical University and had attended many medical industry job fairs during graduation season. He was most impressed by the Nanhai Green Nursing Home. This sanatorium not only requires high professional quality, but also has certain image requirements. Compared with ordinary private hospitals, it is just like comparing Qatar Airways with the number 404 bus in front of the entrance. South China Sea Green Sanatorium came to the school interview day, the students of all majors to participate in the interview. They only took away the two strength of the two school flowers. The two students called the ancestral tomb. I don't know how many students envy them. Because the South China Sea Green Sanatorium is the best sanatorium in the South China Sea, known as the death god dare not approach the place. The welfare benefits and salary specifications there are far ahead of the industry. The most important thing is that the consumers there are all rich families from all over the world. But with a good relationship with one of the big brother slightly give a little from the fingers of the flow out of the resources that in the South China Sea can be clothed and fed without worry. There are quite a few big shots who are about to die in the South China Sea Green pension. He didn't need the desire potion, and with create undead, he turned a certain sick person into the living dead. This was the bargaining chip to find the first member, and the gift of death to mortals. The following evening, in the northern suburbs of the South China Sea, Green Commercial Street. This was a commercial street that was close to the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. Although it is a suburb, it is full of bars, cafes, cafeterias, tea houses, and star hotels. Those who can recuperate in the South China Sea Green Sanatorium either have the right or the money, and those who can come to visit those noblemen must also be people with some social status. Not to mention that those rich people are the regulars here. The staff of the Green Sanatorium will also often spend time in this street. So don't look at it as a suburb, there is no worry that no one will spend money here. Li Yang strolled down the street. He was wearing a black business shirt, a black vest over the shirt, and a long black trench coat. Underneath, he wore black pants with clear lines and stepped on brand new black leather shoes. He had a great demeanor and looked like a young man with a successful career. It would be a different feeling if he turned into a Shinigami look-alike. This outfit hadn't cost much, contributing almost all of his savings to high-end business brands. When not worrying about survival and not being swayed by the evil of money, you will get real freedom to do what you like. Just like cigarettes, some people only like the wildness of white Taschen, some people like the softness of Huazi. It has nothing to do with vanity, it just depends on preference. Li Yang is different, he can do anything, as long as it helps to accomplish the goal, he will spare no effort. A good outfit can set off a person's temperament and enhance his or her aura. Li Yang needed to keep a low profile, but not to potential demons. He slightly pressed his black round hat, glanced at the wristwatch he had just bought, and walked into a bar with a small qualification. Li Yang ordered a martini and sat in the corner. He was here to poke around and hear what big shots were in the green sanatorium and which one would be most suitable to be his servant. Secondly, he was waiting for nightfall, he wanted to create space to be alone with potential members. The gossip around him, the phone conversations, Li Yang could hear them clearly. He was a second-order spirit power and knew everything around him like the back of his hand. He sipped his martini silently, pondering which one was the lucky winner tonight. At this time, the sounds around them weakened, as if something had diverted their attention. Li Yang looked up at the door of the bar. It was two youthful and beautiful women, very pretty and familiar. The two women ordered drinks at the bar, their eyes constantly glancing towards Li Yang's side, talking about something in a low voice. After a while, the two women walked towards Li Yang's side with their drinks and sat down in front of Li Yang. Li Yang frowned. He liked silence and didn't like to be disturbed, especially when he was thinking. The women inquired in a low voice. "Are you Li Yang?" The voice was whiny. Li Yang froze for a moment, sizing up the woman in front of him. Dressed in a white t-shirt and whitened skinny jeans. Somewhat familiar, but definitely not recognizable. He had no friends. Chapter 9, Su Yutong. Ha! It's really Li Yang. Xiaohan, your vision is really poisonous, hey. I, a fellow classmate, didn't even recognize him, and was recognized by you, a classmate from another class. A woman walked up and said with a smile. She was dressed rather boldly. Ultra-short tight narrow skirt with letter black silk, little mom sense. Her pair of phoenix eyes quietly glanced at Li Yang. Wasn't it said that Li Yang was an orphan? His clothes are very sophisticated, not cheap, not like ordinary people can afford to wear. Could it be that this was a hidden rich second generation? Previously experiencing life at the South Sea Medical University? Thinking of this, the woman crossed her legs, and the two black silk legs that were folded together, displaying the splendor of her body, attracted a large amount of gazes around her. The men were a little jealous. Two beautiful women with their own beauty, all of them were running towards this kid. The small mom-sense woman leaned towards Li Yang intentionally or unintentionally and said with a smile. Don't remember me? I'm Chen Yushi. That pretty girl is Li Xiaohan, from the next class. We had an open class together. Chen Yushi blinked her electric eyes. Li Yang, you really don't remember me. Li Yang had a little impression. These two women were the two schoolgirls who were fortunate enough to be recruited by the South Sea Green Retreat Center. As for the others, he couldn't remember. In college, he was just a very ordinary person, a little transparent. There were always a few unnamed students in every class, and Li Yang was one of them. Li Yang smiled politely. So it's you guys, long time no see. Li Yang wasn't chatty, nor was she willing to chat much with them. However, Li Yang's cold attitude made Chen Yushi more convinced that this must be a high-quality rich second generation. Otherwise, which man could resist the beauty of the two sisters? Chen Yushi hung a flirtatious smile. Is Brother Yang here to talk business? There was a probing meaning in her words. She wanted to find out what industry Li Yang's family was in and how many assets they actually had. She was a notorious gold-worshipping whore when she was in school, and she didn't let go of any of those rich second-generation men. There was even this rumor in school. Anyone who hadn't fallen in love with Chen Yushi couldn't be considered rich. Li Yang nodded. Sort of. Chen Yushi's eyes lit up. If he could talk business with someone from the South Sea Green Retreat, he was definitely not an ordinary second generation. It could be the future head of some enterprise. She secretly said that she had looked away back then. Once upon a time, she hadn't even been willing to look at Li Yang, she hadn't paid any attention to him at all. Nay, in the next half an hour, no matter how she and Li Xiaohan struck up a conversation with Li Yang was neither cold nor indifferent. Finally, they chatted about a topic that caught Li Yang's attention. In fact, rich people may not necessarily live a more comfortable life than us ordinary people. One of the guests I'm in charge of you all might have heard of. Chen Yushi turned her head to look at Li Yang and continued. Li Yang, do you know Mr. Su of Nanhai Datai? Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Nanhai Datai Su Yutong? Su Yutong was a name that many ordinary people in Nanhai might not know. But the Nanhai Datai group that she founded is definitely a thunderous existence for the people of Nanhai. In the South China Sea Economic Development Zone, Datai Group almost monopolized the machinery processing, medical education, real estate economy, civil engineering, funeral and wedding, and so on. South China Sea Development Zone people almost from life to death are inseparable from the South China Sea Datai Group. Nanhai a total of 7 districts. Nanhai Old City, Nanhai East, Nanhai West, Nanhai North, Nanhai South, Nanhai Development Zone. Su Yutong, called the uncrowned king of the South China Sea Development Zone. Li Yang has seen her, of course. People Su did not pay attention to Li Yang. In her senior year, Su Yutong gave a lecture on entrepreneurship to students who hadn't found a job at Nanhai Medical University. That person was really a super powerful person sitting high on a cloud throne. Chen Yuxi and Li Xiaohan didn't know about the lecture they had already interned at the Nanhai Green Nursing Home at that time. Chen Yuxi and Li Xiaohan looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Sure enough, this hidden rich second generation knew about Su Yutong. Li Yang continued to ask, "What happened to her?" This tone of concern made Chen Yuxi and Li Xiaohan even more convinced that this one in front of them was one of the upper class. Chen Yuxi hurriedly spoke about what she knew about Su Yutong. It turned out that Su Yutong had gotten seriously ill and was in bad shape. In order to seize power, her 2 brothers isolated all people from Su Yutong, sort of putting her under house arrest in the South China Sea Green Nursing Home and forcing her to sign the equity transfer agreement every day. Chen Yuxi spoke incessantly about the insider information she knew. Chen Yuxi was desperately trying to brush up her favor with Li Yang. Some insider information she knew might bring help to Li Yang. When Li Yang heard this news, the corner of his mouth lifted up into a smile. Wasn't this the first member he needed? Li Yang glanced at his watch. It was already late, it was almost time to act. He stood up, earnestly said thank you to Chen Yuxi and turned around to leave the bar. After Li Yang left, Li Xiaohan put away her small womanly appearance and a disdainful color appeared on her face. What's the point of pretending? Rich second-generation old lady has seen a lot. I've never seen one who is so unfavorable to old lady. Chen Yuxi slanted a glance at Li Xiaohan. No brain. Do you think he's an ordinary rich second generation? Li Xiaohan froze for a moment and hurriedly said. How so? Chen Yuxi's Dao was much higher than Li Xiaohan. Li Xiaohan was just a beautiful woman who pounced on rich people when she saw them. In Chen Yuxi's opinion, it was no different from selling. Li Xiaohan was being played by the rich second generation, while Chen Yuxi was playing with the rich second generation with superior means. Chen Yuxi took out a cigarette from her bag, exhaled a mouthful of smoke and spoke solemnly. Temperament, his temperament is more honorable than any big brother I've seen. This was not a false statement, and the vision was poisonous. Was the honor of the god of death comparable to ordinary mortals? Li Xiaohan puzzled and said unconvincingly. How can you see that he's honorable? Why can't I see it? Chen Yuxi let out a light laugh. Vegetables, just practice more. As long as this man is captured, in the future, we won't have to serve others here. Even, in the future, we can stay in the green sanatorium to enjoy ourselves when we temper our bodies. Li Xiaohan looked at Chen Yuxi in shock. Was that Li Yang so fierce? Worthy of such a high evaluation from Chen Yuxi? Chen Yuxi's eyes gazed slightly at the location where Li Yang had disappeared. This is a chance to climb up the ladder of high society. The setting sun faded the last red color of the long sky. The street lights on the grass of the South Sea Green Sanatorium were lit up. This large artificial grassland bridged the beach. From a distance it looks like the grassland ends in a sea. The smell of the sea breeze and green grass was refreshing. In this kind of place to recuperate, where to worry about not being able to live a few more years. Inside a suite in the South China Sea Green Sanatorium, a charming woman in a hospital gown was lying on the bed. What's the use of being rich in money? Who can avoid the king of hell's life-altering talisman? She has power and influence, but she just hasn't lived long enough. 2 men were arguing in front of the bed with red faces. They were Su Yutong's elder and younger brothers, fighting for the control of the South China Sea Datai group. The 2 brothers had forgotten that the woman on the bed was seriously ill and needed to recuperate. Perhaps it wasn't forgetting, but rather not caring. Chapter 10 Hell, Earth, Ferryman. Su Yutong's lips quirked for half a day. I want to drink coffee. They turned a deaf ear, loudly talking about what they had done for the Su family over the years, loudly accusing each other of their inaction over the years. In fact, both of them were notoriously second-rate. Su Yutong's throat shrugged and opened her mouth. "I'm thirsty, I want to drink water, pour me a cup of water." As if the brothers didn't hear, the elder brother walked to Su Yutong with the contract and said with a frown, "You Tang, you judge, I'm the only one in our family who treats you the best. I also took the money for you to come here to recuperate, and I'm the eldest in the family. After you die, it's only reasonable that Tai give me the inheritance." The oldest three was not willing to show weakness, pointing at his elder brother's nose and cursing. "Do you want face? Isn't all your money from my sister? How come you're the one who took the money to tell my sister to recuperate here?" Immediately after, he also took a contract. "Sister, I've been working in the company for so many years, I know Tai best, Tai should give me." Big brother angrily rebuked. "You've done nothing but play with the little secretary and accept gifts in these years at Tai, have you ever done anything serious? In your hands, Tai will be finished sooner or later." The two men in their 30s argued again like giant babies, almost going to make a move. Su Yutong's eyes were filled with sadness and her face was filled with despair. She was the 5th-generation head of the Su family. After her parents left, they handed over the Su family, which was gradually heading towards decay, to themselves. In order to revitalize the Su family, she didn't know how many drinks she had drunk over the years, didn't know how many nights she had stayed up, and was a complete work machine. She had developed the Su family to unprecedented splendor. No matter how hard it was, Su Yutong had never given up on letting her younger and older brothers suffer. How could it be that when it came to the end of the line, she herself would end up in this situation? They got tired of arguing and started to walk towards the door, and they didn't have time to pour Su Yutong a glass of water on their way out. Su Yutong was unwilling to look at these two backs, and twisted her head to look at the window. There was a crow on the window, cocking its head to look at him. Su Yutong had a strange feeling. She felt that the crow was observing everything that was happening in the house. Su Yutong smiled to herself, how could she be dying and still have more inner drama? How could a crow observe humans? She swept away this absurd thought inside. Su Yutong pressed the call bell for half a day, wanting to call the nurse to pour a glass of water. However, there was a delay for someone to come in. She knew that it was probably because her older and younger brothers were wary of each other, preventing each other from approaching them, and had blocked off this ward. Su Yutong wanted to seek help, even if anyone could let her die in comfort, she would be grateful. However, the countless calls from big shots on her cell phone all went to waste. Many people knew that she couldn't make it, so they weren't going to help her. Because the effort would be unappealing and at the same time, it would offend the next head of Nanhai Tai. There was no choice but to wait for the nurses to check on her in the early hours of the morning to drink water. In fact, it was quite good to be dead. Thirst was killing her, and she touched the TV remote at the foot of her bed to watch a little TV for distraction. The news was broadcasting the evening news. Today, 12 bodies were found in Xinghua Hudong. According to the investigation, the 12 dead bodies were identified as a university intern and 11 social loafers. Su Yutong climbed up and leaned against the bed. She had a different feeling when she heard the news of lives lost at this time. According to the sheriff, they were attacked by large cats, and the sheriff's department in conjunction with wildlife experts are jointly. Su Yutong spoke up. "Nonsense." Then changed the TV to a different channel. "Large cats in the South China Sea area? Lions? Tigers? Bull." They had definitely offended someone, and that person had so much energy that the TV stations were following the bull. In this circle, the dark side of this world, she has seen and heard a lot. The TV suddenly started to blur, followed by losing signal, turning into a screen full of snowflakes, and finally shutting down. The room's chandelier suddenly flickered and then lost its light. This was the Greens nursing home, there couldn't be any problems with the electrical system. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Su Yutong tensed up. Could it be that someone was going to strike at her at this time? An enemy? The lights were restored, and a man also appeared in front of Su Yutong's hospital bed. The man wore a long black trench coat, stepped on brand new black leather shoes, and wore a round hat on his head with the brim pressed down so low that most of his face was hidden in the shadows. If the older brother and younger brother had blocked off the ward, how could this man appear here? Su Yutong snapped. What kind of person are you? What's the purpose? Do you know who I am? Su Yutong's hand was placed in the quilt, as if she could pull out something at any time. That person walked to the water fountain and picked up a cup of water, walking slowly to him and handing the cup over. Su Yutong's eyes stared at the man with a deadpan stare, still vigilantly accepting the water cup. She was too thirsty. Suddenly, the pupils shrunk violently. Su Yutong saw something quite terrifying. That man was wearing black leather gloves. When he handed over the cup of water, the cuffs exposed his wrists, which were actually white bones. Before she could react to this matter, she discovered another bizarre thing. Most of the lights in the room were deliberately avoiding the man, who was always standing in the shadows. It was then that he realized that the man had a strange aura about him. Eerie, honorable, like Yama who judged the dead. Su Yutong got creeped out. You. What in the world are you? I'm really sorry for scaring you, so let me introduce myself. Li Yang sat down on the chair, his voice was hoarse and very magnetic. I am a ferryman who wanders on the edge of earth and hell. Humans like to call me. He paused, lifted the brim of his hat gently, and slowly spat out the last two words. Death. The scene in front of her eyes was the same as a shocking thunderbolt, fiercely exploding in Su Yutong's heart, smashing her three views. The guy in front of her was not a human, but a skeleton. How can a skeleton move? How can it talk? The skeleton wearing a black trench coat and a hat lightly said that he was the god of death. This level of shock made Su Yutong lose her thinking and her ability to speak. Li Yang looked at the watch on his wrist and lightly said, You don't have much time left, is there anything you want to say? Su Yutong opened her mouth wide and breathed in sharply, like a fish about to die of thirst. The god of death actually existed. Am I going to die? She was not willing. She was unwilling that her life's work, the efforts of 5 generations of the Su family, had all been given to those 2 brothers. She doesn't know how much they weigh? The Su family is bound to go into decline. The Grim Reaper. Can we discuss it? She said in a daze. Can I not die? She knew that this sentence was pure nonsense. If the god of death was that easy to talk to, there would be no dead people in this world. Give me a reason. Su Yutong hurriedly looked at the god of death. The god of death's eyes jumped with black ghostly flames. Su Yutong felt that god of death was looking at himself with interest. Su Yutong. Chapter 11 The First Servant. There was a chance. As long as one could come up with something that could impress the god of death, then there was a chance to live. But what could impress the god of death? Su Yutong said with a prayer. I have nothing but a vulgar body. All I have left is my humble soul, and absolute loyalty. What Su Yutong said was exactly what Li Yan wanted. The servant who was scared out of his wits and desperately wanted his favor and 100% loyalty. Ghostly flames jumped in Li Yang's eyes. Soul. Loyalty. Well, you are lucky. I happen to have an errand in my hand that needs the right person to do it. Su Yutong's heart rejoiced. An errand for the right person to do? If one took this errand, one would not have to die. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she rolled out of bed and knelt on the ground, her head snapping heavily. My lord, no matter what the errand is, I still ask for your blessing to give Yutong a chance. Su Yutong apprehensively waited for death to speak. Li Yang scrutinized Su Yutong, scrutinizing Su Yutong's trepidation. It was impossible for a towering powerhouse to not have waves in his heart when he was as humble as an ant to himself at this moment. In the past, he could only see such characters in lectures and on TV. After slightly sighing, Li Yang crossed his legs, tapped his fingers on the desktop, and opened his mouth without hesitation. Recently, I want to move around on Earth. There is a lack of a servant who can help me on Earth. You just fit the bill. Su Yutong's body gave a sharp start. A servant to help the god of death? Without thinking, she smashed her head on the ground again and said with a trembling voice. Yutong will do her best to serve your excellency. Li Yang raised his hand, and the power of death floated along his fingertips towards Su Yutong. The power of death floated into Su Yutong's body, and the sinking death chi in her body merged with the power of death, transforming Su Yutong's body. Su Yutong felt the changes in her body. She felt her sickness disappear and even filled with strength, she had never felt so good before. This was the means of the god of death. Su Yutong raised her head excitedly. Thank you Lord God for your mercy. Li Yang bent down and slowly spoke. If you want to thank me, thank yourself for being of some use to me, so I have temporarily pardoned your death. If you let me down, I will personally drag you down to hell. The morose tone caused Su Yutong's face to go white in an instant, gulping and saying seriously. Please feel free to command. Li Yang pressed the brim of his hat down and stood up. Solve your own problems first, my apostle will come to you in a week. With that, the lights in the suite dimmed once again. By the time the suite regained its light, Li Yang had already disappeared. Su Yutong slapped herself hard on the face. It hurt, it wasn't a dream. The crow outside the window that cocked its head to observe everything had a thoughtful humanized meaning in its eyes. It fluttered its wings and flew towards the distance, disappearing into the darkness. The night was already late. Li Yang walked out of the green sanatorium and appeared in the green commercial street. He looked at the sky, the full moon on the night was bright. The moonlight hit him like the beam of light on a pitch-black stage. This world was his stage. He suddenly laughed out. When he had just obtained the desire potion, he had worried. He was afraid that he would dance on thin ice and accidentally fall into the abyss. He was afraid of encountering opponents so powerful that he would be wiped out before he could grow up. In fact, there is absolutely no need for this. Haven't you experienced enough of the life of a mole cricket? Su Yutong was the sun on the head of a mole cricket to his once self, unattainable. Could the once former him subjugate a character like Su Yutong like this? Now this privilege was brought about by the desired demon jar and the god of death. People will always die, but where is the meaning of a lifetime of living? The meaning of which can't be to pay off the mortgage, right? The world itself is a game. If death and pain were the anti-addiction of this game, then his demonic power today was the plug-in to get rid of anti-addiction. Li Yang opened his 5 fingers and slowly raised them to grasp the moon in his hand. He muttered. A hearty transcendent life. A demonic era that belongs to me. If there is a strong enemy in this world, whether it's the Security Bureau, the underground forces, or other transcendents, knock them down and pave as a stone on the path to God. Li Yang's mouth grinned, his eyes meaningful. As long as there are still desires on earth, as long as there are still demons on earth, I am immortal. Who can kill me in this world nowadays? A car slowly came and stopped in front of Li Yang. The car window slowly lowered and Li Yang saw a gorgeous woman. Chen Yushi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, waved her hand. Hey! Li Yang! Didn't drive? Get in the car, it's not good to take a taxi here. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Chen Yushi had a faint smell of desire on her body. That desire hadn't formed the power of desire yet. Obviously it wasn't there when they met this evening. How was it born at this moment? Li Yang, who wanted to refuse, said thank you and got into her car. On the car, Li Yang did not say anything, looking at the scenery outside the window, his eyes glancing at Chen Yushi's body if anything. He was observing that aura of desire. Chen Yushi keenly noticed Li Yang's eyes. In her heart, she was secretly happy. She secretly straightened her brute waist so that her body proportions could be better received by Li Yang's eyes. At the same time, the expression management was on point, trying to make her side face look as seductive as possible. She felt that she was moving closer to the upper class. In Li Yang's world, Chen Yushi's aura of desire gradually intensified. Arriving at the address Li Yang said, Chen Yushi looked at the surroundings in surprise. Not a high-end apartment, not a villa, just an old city silo? You live here? Chen Yushi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Although it was well concealed, it was clearly detected by Li Yang. The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted into a playful smile. He probably knew what Chen Yushi's desire was. There was time to take this woman for a test and perhaps know how to cultivate the power of desire. He got out of the car, said thank you and walked towards the upstairs. Chen Yushi leaned against the back of the chair as if her whole body had been drained of its strength. I thought it was a prince, but would a prince live in this place? At this time, the phone rang. It was good girlfriend Li Xiaohan. Li Xiaohan. How is it? Did you go to his house? Does his family live in a high-end neighborhood? Chen Yushi skimmed her lips. Old city, silo, might have looked away. Li Xiaohan. Still talking about honorable temperament. I see, you're just crazy for wanting to be a rich wife. Chen Yushi pondered for a moment. Could it still be experiencing life? I heard that a portion of the children of the world's families would experience life outside before taking over the family business. Zhang Xiaohan. But pull back, hurry back, early shift tomorrow. Chen Yushi smiled. That's right, still have to go to work. Chapter 12, The Cleaner's Conceptualization. Nanhai, Old Town, Li Yang's rental house. Next to the rattle was a basin containing meat from the refrigerator. She just fed the meat piece by piece into the mouth of the black dog Xiaohei. While feeding the dog, she perked up. Xiaohei, in this house Li Yang and Crow are in the same gang. In order not to be bullied, we have to be united, no? Woof woof. The black dog Xiaohei nodded his head uncontrollably, his tail about to wag and take off. At this moment there is meat to eat, anything is good to say. The door suddenly opened and Li Yang walked in. The black dog Xiaohei threw his head, and the meat in his mouth was flung into Shaking Bell's arms in one go, and then roared ferociously at Shaking Bell. Shaking Bell held a piece of meat that had been half torn apart and looked at black dog Xiaohei with disbelief. It was indicating that this piece of raw meat with obvious dog teeth marks was eaten by itself? What happened to the promised common enemy just now? Shaking Bell wanted to explain something, but before she could open her mouth, Li Yang glanced at her and said, "Cats aren't allowed to open the refrigerator by themselves." Rocking Bell glared at Li Yang with an exasperated look, as if she had suffered a great deal of aggravation. Li Yang walked towards the bedroom. He took out an unopened tablet computer from his pocket and placed it on the table. Shaking Bell's eyes instantly lit up. She trotted over to the table, her eyes curved in a smile. "Well, he didn't forget to buy me the tablet today. It's still new, not fooling himself with a used one. This shoveler guy is still good." In the bedroom, Li Yang lit a cigarette, his mind spinning leisurely. He heard the conversation between Su Yutong and her brothers clearly. Su Yutong was facing a crisis of seizing power. Li Yang had confidence in Su Yutong. As long as she got well, there was nothing wrong with cleaning up those two trash brothers. When Su Yutong settled down, Li Yang could officially issue her a mission. If she accomplished the mission brilliantly, Li Yang didn't mind continuing to provide her with the power of death to renew her life. Moreover, he could bestow the desire potion to allow her to obtain demonic power. With a talent like Su Yutong, wouldn't it be a pity to just let her act as a money bag? Li Yang muttered. Su Yutong was only in her early 30s this year, which was quite young among these entrepreneurs in the South China Sea. To be able to develop Nanhai Datai to such a point in the business world of deceit, sitting steadily at the peak of the Nanhai development zone, the means were visible. Su Yutong. Living dead. Li Yang's eyes lit up slightly. He had discovered something that was quite important to the Devil's Club. In the future, there would be many demons in the Demon Club. Demons would always use the power of demons to leave traces belonging to demons in this world. In that case, it would be easy for someone with a heart to discover the traces of demons. This can't be avoided. Wouldn't the demons be allowed to use demonic power? First of all, one needed the demons to work for them in the future. It was impossible not to use demonic power when carrying out a mission. Secondly, it was impossible for the demons not to use their demonic power in case there was an emergency in their lives. For example, there is a fire and the wife and daughter are trapped inside the building. However, anyone who was a bandwagoner should go out of their way to even use their demonic power to save their wife and daughter. If you are afraid of being blamed by your own counselor and watch your wife and child burn to death, then this kind of person is strangely unreliable and is more likely to do bad things in the future. Since it can't be avoided, someone needs to remove the traces of the devil. Such a person would first need to have a good eye for the sky, and also have uncommon means. Wasn't Su Yutong such a person? Relying on Su Yutong alone won't work. The demonic matter cannot be exposed, only she can know about it. Therefore, I have to equip her with some subordinates, and living dead subordinates are the most suitable. Li Yang took out his notebook. These living dead who serve the demons are called cleaners. Their role is to erase the traces left behind by the demons. Well, that's called obscene development. Li Yang turned over a new page and continued to write. Cleaners can't just be anyone, they have to be strictly back-tuned. It has to be those who have no family and are seriously ill. The price for becoming the living dead and removing the sickness is an eternity of service to the demons. If they ever get tired of dealing with demons, the power of death can be withdrawn from their bodies and they will die instantly. It's a gift to them and a convenience to me, win-win. The blueprint of the behemoth that was the Demon Club was gradually being perfected under Li Yang's pen. Just like the gradual development of a ferocious beast, it was only waiting for the day when it would override everything and stir up the wind and clouds. Li Yang closed his notebook, his deep eyes looking out the window. In that case, Su Yutong is not only the first member of the Devil's Club, she is also in charge of all the logistics and aftercare of the Devil's Club. She is the housekeeper of the Devil's Club, the Devil's housekeeper. I hope she won't disappoint me just yet. At this time, the door to the room was knocked on, and Rattleshirt's little head doggy sneakily poked in. Li Yang glanced at her. Cats aren't allowed in the bedroom. Rattles raised her hand schoolboy-like. Li Yang, I'm reporting that the crows stay out at night. Speaking of which, Li Yang was also strange. After the crow achieved transcendence, it had been strange. It was running around everywhere, and today it even followed itself to the green sanatorium. Li Yang wasn't worried about the crow's safety. Who could harm a demon? It was good that the crow didn't go and hurt others. Li Yang had also told it that it was not allowed to use its demonic power in front of anyone. The crow obeyed, and Li Yang was relieved that it did. Li Yang asked, "Anything else?" Shaking Bell came in with the tablet and asked with anticipation, "For the sake of me reporting Crow, can you charge me a membership? I'm watching Air Juzi and Foxboy team up to Orochimaru and want to keep watching." Li Yang took the tablet and calmly said, "Membership is expensive, a month's membership can replace a car. As a price, I'll give you a job. Find me some orphans who are seriously ill." Rattlesnake soldiered and nodded, "Good." Li Yang was a weirdly nice guy. He didn't even have a car himself, yet he was charging himself as a member. At night, Nanhai East District, Peace Plaza. The crow stood on top of the shopping mall building, looking around. The bird's eyes had a light of wisdom in them. Newt. It cawed with its head up and its wings spread out, doing its best. The moonlight hit its body, and the shadow was stretched long and large, like a Western magic dragon with wings spread. Fresh. The cry was shrill and echoed in the Peace Square. As it let out a shrill cry, the entire square resounded with rising and falling cooing sounds. Only to see that hundreds of pigeons fluttered their wings and stood quietly in the square. This crow had become the king of these pigeons. The crow fluttered its wings and flew to the park in the distance. The pigeons fluttered their wings and made quite a commotion in the square. Immediately after, the pigeons followed the crow's back. Chapter 13. Discharged from the hospital. The following day, Nanhai Development Zone, Nanhai Ditai Group Building, Deputy Director of Personnel Office. Mr. Su, I'll congratulate you in advance for becoming a director of the Nanhai Ditai Group. The middle-aged man with a mustache, wearing a suit, and not too tall Dong Cherry raised the wineglass in his hand smilingly. The smile at the corner of Su Guangming's mouth gradually widened as he raised the wineglass in his hand. I also have to thank Mr. Blackwood for his help. Su Guangming was the third oldest member of the Su family, Su Yutong's younger brother, and had been working as an associate director of personnel in the company. Deputy Director of Personnel was an idle position. The entire group was talking about Su Guangming behind his back, saying that he was a second son who ate his sister's soft food. Fortunately, that woman is going to die. This man sitting in front of him is called Kuroki Misawa, a remarkable character. He was the heir of the East Sakura Kuroki family, and was an executive of the White Eagle Country's god-making biogenetic technology company. Blackwood Misawa came to the South China Sea, and the first cooperation object he looked for was the South China Sea Ditai Group. Blackwood Misawa smiled. My humble self will help you become the chairman of Ditai Group, don't forget to promise my humble self. Su Guangming waved his hand. In the South China Sea Development Zone this boundary, you poke the sky leakage I can make up for you. After saying that, Su Guangming's eyes revealed a touch of worry. The problem is, if Su Yutong dies, can we really not be investigated? Blackwood Misawa smiled grimly. The poison given to Su Yutong is a product of the god creator bio. Her organs will accelerate aging in lesions, and no matter how much the forensic examiner examines it, it will be a natural death. According to your Xia country, it's called accumulation of labor. Su Guangming laughed and raised his champagne. That woman doesn't know what's good for her, she deserves to die. The sooner she dies, the better. Kuroki Misawa poured himself a glass of champagne and leisurely said, Don't worry, the poison I put down is insoluble unless. Su Guangming even asked. Unless what? Kuroki Misawa lightly laughed and joked. Unless the god of death is not willing to accept her, ha 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 ha. Su Guangming laughed at Kuroki Misawa's humor. At this time, the phone rang. It was a call from the South Sea Green Sanatorium. Could it be that Su Yutong had died? Su Guangming picked up the phone and breathed heavily. Hello? How is my sister? Su Guangming's eyes shifted from excitement to shock, from shock to stagnation, and finally looked at Blackwood Misawa incredulously. Kuroki Misawa sensed something unusual and frowned. What's wrong? Did something change? Su Yutong handed over the group to Su Guangzhou before he died? Didn't I ask you to block off Su Yutong's room? Su Guangming swallowed his saliva. Su Yutong, she didn't die. The hospital called just now, saying that her physical condition is recovering well. Blackwood Misawa stood up violently, his eyes rounded. This is impossible. Su Guangming continued. She doesn't have any bad conditions right now except for a low fever, low blood pressure, and low blood sugar. Blackwood Misawa's heart set off wild winds and waves. Su Guangming was deeply flustered and got up to pace. When the directors see that Su Yutong's body has really recovered, then what the hell am I supposed to be the chairman of the board? Quickly think of a solution, otherwise our cooperation will only be put on hold. Right now, Su Yutong has already driven towards the development zone. Blackwood Misawa's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then slaughter her on her way here. Su Guangming looked at Blackwood Misawa in horror. Killing in the street? Su Guangming hesitated and said. Why don't we wait and find another opportunity to poison her? Kuroki Misawa said in a deep voice. No, my plan cannot be delayed. Don't worry, I will arrange it. Saying that, Kuroki Misawa walked out of the office and made a call. On the viaduct, a red Ferrari was speeding rapidly. Su Yutong's eyes were filled with excitement. She had never felt so good about herself. Nowadays, her reflexes were amazing, as if every inch of her body's nerves were completely controlled by her brain. In the past, her body was weak and she was completely unable to drive this sports car. There would be fear in her heart when she drove too fast. And now? In her perspective, everything was slowing down. Su Yutong's mind floated to that honorable figure. Was this the gift of death? Pardoning death and granting new life. This feeling of being filled with power made her unable to stop herself from screaming out. When the car was passing through the crossroads, a heavy truck hit the red light and crashed towards her body, like an out-of-control ferocious beast. Su Yutong reacted quickly. Throttle, tap the brake, twist the steering wheel, all in one go. Everything was all from muscle memory in general. The red Ferrari dodged the impact of the heavy truck, but the heavy truck crashed hard into the stone pillars supporting the viaduct. Su Yutong stopped the car and walked towards the heavy truck to check if there were any casualties. The door of the heavy truck opened and a big bald man got out cursing. Bitch, how did you drive the car? Driving a luxury car is a big deal? Su Yutong stopped and looked at the big man warily. After becoming a living dead person, her powers of observation were strong. She clearly captured that driver's facial muscle movement changes. That driver was tense, tyrannical, and full of killing intent. There was no remorse or sadness after the accident. The bald big man swung his fist and directly smashed towards Su Yutong's head. Su Yutong had long been prepared and reacted quickly. She twisted her body to avoid the bald man's attack, and agilely kicked the man in the chest. The bald big man was actually kicked out 5 or 6 meters away. Su Yutong was inwardly horrified. It turned out that his own strength had already reached this level. Nowadays himself, was he a transcendent beyond mortality? Su Yutong looked towards the bald big man, his eyes narrowed. That bald big man touched a pill from his bosom without any trace and swallowed it. In Su Yutong's perspective, the bald big man's chi and blood rapidly rose. The bald big man's eyes were covered in red blood, and he once again lunged towards Su Yutong. The speed was faster and the power was fiercer. However, in front of Su Yutong, who had become the favorite of the god of death, the bald big man who had taken the medicine was still not enough to look at. At this moment, Su Yutong was like a fighting master. She knew that everything came from instinct, as if everything came from muscle memory. If she went through systematic training, she would definitely be stronger. After tangling with that big man for 5 minutes, that big man suddenly covered his chest, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground and convulsed. Su Yutong knew that if she didn't have a strange encounter, she would definitely die in that big man's hands today. Something had happened, and the onlookers were growing. Su Yutong's face was calm, took out the phone and dialed a number. Xiaowang, come to North Harbor Road. Soon, an Odie appeared outside the accident scene. Driver Xiaowang saw Su Yutong and showed surprise on his face. Mr. Su, you're fine. Why don't you let me pick you up? Su Yutong said. I'll leave this place to you, I'm going back to the company now. In the South China Sea, the Security Bureau will give Su Yutong face, and will try their best to minimize the trouble for Su Yutong. Moreover, there was a surveillance here, and there was a traveling recorder in the car, which could see that it was the driver who ran the red light, and it could also see that it was the driver who wanted to hurt Su Yutong, and finally collapsed on his own. The security bureau would not find Su Yutong in trouble because she left. Xiao Wen nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, Su. To be able to be Su Yutong's driver, that wouldn't be an ordinary person." Su Yutong thought about it and then said, "Notify me of this person's physical condition, even if he's dead, give me an autopsy report." She remembered that this person ate a pill and then it was like he went berserk, his strength and speed almost doubled. Su Yutong got into Xiao Wang's car, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Just after leaving the sanatorium, she encountered an assassination, and without the grace of that being, she feared that she had met an untimely end. Chapter 14 Bird Riot. Midday. It was Saturday, and the South China Sea Zoo was the most crowded at this time. The zoo was often a good place for couples to date, parent-child activities, and for painters to sketch. In the bird forest area, a child suddenly looked to the sky with horror in his eyes. "Okay, so many birds." The mother lovingly touches the child's head. "There are more birds in nature than here. Next time you get 100% on your test, take you to the forest park to see." After the child's mother finished speaking, there was an odd wind sound in the sky, followed by darkness. She looked at the sky suspiciously, and her eyes became frightened. In the sky, overwhelming birds flew in from afar. The birds were huge in number, and the dark clouds generally covered the sky. The weird thing was that it wasn't a flock of birds gathered by a certain type of bird. There were pigeons, sparrows, magpies, and even a few not-so-small hawks. The migratory-like flock of birds circled above the zoo, their beaks emitting mournful chirps. Where did all these birds come from? A boy pulling his girlfriend carefully followed the crowd of onlookers to see what was going on. "Here, what are these birds going to do?" The uncle selling balloons at the scenic spot was so scared that his grip on the balloon was loosened and the balloon floated up into the sky. The birds in the sky converged on the bird forest area, and as a crow in the flock whistled harshly, the birds swooped towards the bird forest area like a long river. They frantically pecked at the protective netting of the bird forest area. As a few large-sized eagles tore through a weak wire fence in the bird forest area with their sharp claws, the birds in the bird forest area rushed out of the iron cages that held them captive. They're attacking the zoo? They're releasing their kind? No way. This scene, bird ball rising? The onlookers gathered around immediately knew what these birds were going to do, and everyone had an incredulous expression on their faces. The birds that were spread out in the sky seemed to have a new target and rushed towards the restaurant in the zoo. Ah! A fierce scream was emitted from the supermarket, and a waitress ran out of the restaurant in panic. Where did so many birds come from? There's an eagle. It's biting. More and more waiters, more and more customers ran out of the restaurant as if they were running for their lives. There were sounds of things breaking in the restaurant. The restaurant soon fell, and the birds ate their way through the restaurant. The largest restaurant in the zoo became a birdhouse. Damn things. A boy was scratched and wanted to hit those birds. The girl beside him rushed to stop him. Don't hit them, there are so many birds, you're not afraid of their revenge. Everyone was silent. These birds were organized like people, no one knew what would happen if they hurt a bird. Are birds intelligent now? This world was getting more and more epileptic, and they were losing sight of it. Call the police. Call the fire marshal. The restaurant owner pointed and glared at his employees. His cell phone wasn't out in the restaurant. The sirens of sheriff's cars and fire trucks rang through the zoo. Even a TV reporter arrived, broadcasting live. The bird forest area was cordoned off, and outside the cordon was a large crowd of onlookers. Inside the cordon, there were all sorts of birds gazing intently at the sheriff and fire marshal. The sheriff's squad leaders sucked in a breath of cold air. This is really strange, where did so many birds come from? There must be tens of thousands of them? The whole city's birds are here? An older man who was outside the quarantine line kept tiptoeing in to look in as he spoke. When I was playing Tai Chi in the park outside the zoo this morning, I saw all these things crowding into the zoo. I thought it was strange and bought a ticket to see what was going on. Just now you guys were not able to see these birds took down the protective netting of the bird forest area. The vigilante squad leader felt his teeth ache. These things came to save their companions? This matter was also too unreliable. These birds can dry out the protective netting? I don't believe it. The sheriff's captain muttered. The fire squad leader walked over. There's nothing impossible. There are large raptors among these birds, and if these large raptors are lucky enough to find a weak spot in the protective netting, it's possible for them to cooperate and tear it open. You know, some raptors can scratch a human skull apart. The sheriff's squad leader froze. This could still cause bloodshed? At the command of the fire squad leader, several fire officers brought over the water hoses attached to the fire trucks. Open the water valve. The water gun swept through, and those birds let out panic chirps. The flock of birds was flushed away. Some of the raptors tried to fly up and fight back, and were immediately taken care of as key targets. Under the impact of the water gun, those raptors suffered heavy blows, some even had their wings washed off. The birds began to flee, black in the sky gathered apiece, followed by dispersion, quickly disappeared over the zoo. Fire officials grabbed the large raptors that were causing the most trouble with safety locks, lifted them by their paws and threw them into the fire truck. A vast bird uprising thus ended under the fire officers' water cannons. In the branches of a tree that people could not see, a crow cocked its head and quietly watched the scene. Its eyes were gradually crowded with grief. The crow opened its beak and the air around it vibrated in a strange way. It seemed to be trying something and kept opening its mouth. I. It actually learned to speak, in an odd, not to say unpleasant, voice. The raven opened its mouth again. So much for my great black empire, my loyal people. It had learned violence and bloodshed in Rattle. It learned to take in minions in Liang. Thus there was such a farce as today. Suddenly, the crow looked violently under the tree. Under the tree, a well-built man in a black trench coat was looking at it. The crow's pupils quaked, fluttered its wings, and burrowed into the inner pocket of the man's trench coat. Liang looked at the crow carefully. This crow, was it just talking? He looked back to the bird forest area where the cordon was still drawn. It was really underestimating this guy. The crow didn't use its demonic talent and made such a big noise? That stupid dog did nothing but eat and sleep. Where was the appearance of a demon? Even Liang would forget that dog was a hell three-headed dog. Speaking of which, it was still the crow's learning ability that was too strong. It was observing all the time, thinking all the time, and learning all the time. Originally, he had thought of sending Rattle to distribute tasks to Su Yutong for 2 days, but actually the crow was a bit more suitable. Liang knocked on the crow's head. Next time you come out to cause trouble, I'll pull out your fur. The crow shrunk its head, fear showing in its eyes. Liang's tone was soft, but the crow could feel the threat in Liang's words. Nanhai, North District Security Office. The director, Lu Cheng, sat white with a few more hairs falling out. Apricot Hudon large cat injury event is not yet investigated clearly. This moment came a flock of birds attack event? This is not want me to retire in peace? Chapter 15, I guess Demon Revival. In the conference room, Director Lu Ziqian scratched his hair. Those few squad leaders and clerks below watched their eyes and noses, not saying a word. Lu Ziqian said, "All of you don't be silent, silence is not gold at this time, all of you say your opinions." A squad leader weakly said, "Actually, I don't think this has anything to do with our vigilante. What's the difference between an animal matter and a disaster? This, we can't control it either." Lu Ziqian sighed. "But citizens are injured, citizens' property is damaged, this is something we should be in charge of. Let's not mention the bird attacks for now. The apricot flower Hudong beast murder case a few days ago, that's 12 lives. This happened in our North District, our North District is responsible. Also, the killer beast hasn't been found yet. The families of the victims come every day to ask for a statement. Are you going to go and tell them that animal matters are not under our control?" The conference room was silent once again. A squad leader weakly raised his hand. "Director, is there a possibility that this is someone training fierce animals and using them to commit crimes? After all, the deceased Zhou Hang, his father's identity is somewhat unusual. I suspect that this is a man-made incident. The bird flock attack incident, the apricot flower Hudong incident, I think it was done by the same person, and can be dealt with in parallel." After this sentence was said, it immediately drew everyone's approval. Manipulating animals to commit crimes was rare, but not unheard of. There were people who trained dogs to kill, and there were even people who trained rats to kill. Lu Ziqian felt his brain ache. Someone has tamed a beast to commit a crime, so granted it's somewhat believable. But can someone tame a flock of different types of birds to commit a crime at the same time? Moreover, that criminal used the flock of birds to attack the zoo's bird forest area and restaurant. What was the plan? The crowd was silent again. This matter was indeed unreasonable. Taming a flock of birds, this was something humans couldn't do. Lu Ziqian rubbed his temples and continued. There is another thing that is most puzzling. The deceased Zhou Hang was not killed by a wild beast. According to the test, he smashed the wall with his head more than 20 times by himself and crashed to death alive. I've been in the security system for over 30 years and this is the first time I've encountered something this bizarre. Lu Ziqian swept a glance at the squad leaders who all had their heads bowed, and became furious, clanging the table. You're all mute? Can't say a word? Where's the usual poor vigor? Lu Ziqian stared angrily at the quail-like squad leaders, fire rubbing up against his head. Suddenly, his eyes rested on a drowsy youth. His name is Wei Ming, in the city council has some relations, after graduating from college directly to the office as the director of the file room. Looking at Wei Ming, this dangling bear, Lu Ziqian's anger is like igniting a powder keg like an outbreak. He slammed the table. Wei Ming! Wei Ming shivered in fear. Lu Ziqian grimaced. Say what you think. Wei Ming blinked. Where did he have any opinions? He is a fan of novels. Last night he read novels too late, today he did not have the heart to go to work. Coming to the meeting was just going through the motions. Wei Ming only knew the theme of the meeting, how did he know what he was going to say? However, seeing Lu Ziqian's eyes on fire, he knew that today he did not say a son of a scandal to act, he is a matter of today. Wei Ming racked his brain to think, and only remembered the novel he read last night. Wei Ming weakly said. Is there a possibility that it's a demon revival? Lu Ziqian froze for a moment. What did you say? Wei Ming swallowed his saliva. Demon revival, that would tie these things together. The corner of Lu Ziqian's eye twitched. You expand on it. Wei Ming's heart crossed. That is, once upon a time there were demons on the blue planet, and for some reason they went dormant. These past few years, mankind's destruction of nature has gotten worse and worse, causing those demons to awaken. After the demons awakened, a series of things happened that couldn't be explained by common sense. The Xinghua Hudong incident was a tiger demon. The incident of the bird flock attack was the work of a bird demon. It's possible that similar cases will happen in the future, I'm willing to call it an abnormal event. The squad leaders couldn't help themselves and erupted into laughter. Everyone here was a solid scientist, how could they believe such an outrageous thing? And damn willing to call it an anomaly? Was this here to be funny? Lu Ziqian felt his blood pressure rise as he waved his hand and told them to disperse. He took down 2 anti-hypertensive pills and opened his computer. It was a pending reply email, it was the city council asking him to give a rationalization suggestion on the 2 incidents. This rationalization advice was to speak casually, even unscientifically, the city council needed a variety of ideas to brainstorm. Today's meeting had lasted 2 hours, where did these squad leaders have rationalized suggestions? He carefully recalled, the most reliable even ing Wei Ming said demon recovery. Lu Ziqian's brain ached again, and finally made some sort of determination to stiffly click the right button of reply. He skillfully used the one-finger Zen typing method and knocked out 8 words, demon recovery, unusual event. In the evening, North District of Nanhai, medicine shop. Li Yang sat at the counter of the medicine store reading a book. The crow poked his head out of his arms and observed the book with a crooked head, as if he could read it too. At that moment, the wind chime on the door rang, and a guest arrived. The visitor was a stocky man. He wore a big back hair, hung a thumb-thick big gold chain around his neck, and wore a big gold watch on his wrist and a gold pie string. It was not yet winter, and he was already wearing a mink coat. He took off his sunglasses and surveyed the pharmacy environment. After Li Yang took a look, his eyelids did not raise again and asked, "What do you need to order?" A hesitant look appeared on the man's face as he spoke. I. Li Yang knew that this was the person that Shaking Bell had found. Shaking Bell's black witch compulsion made people feel unreal. Or maybe this person hadn't even seen Shaking Bell himself. Just like Zhang Shirai was guided by Shaking Bell through the internet, college student Xiao Chang was guided in his dreams. This man was afraid that he would be mistaken for a psychopath after he spoke directly about himself. Li Yang turned over a new page and opened his mouth without hesitation. What kind of trouble have you encountered? The man's eyes lit up at once. He pulled out the gold-encrusted business card from his pocket and handed it to the table in front of Li Yang, excitedly saying, "Aya, you're really a great immortal." The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Great immortal child? The man again hastily pulled out Huazi from his pocket to light it for Li Yang. Li Yang refused with a black face. The man's face was full of flattery. These days I've been feeling like I was too milky. I think this thing just can't be an illusion. My Taeyuma always said that if you have trouble that can't be solved, come here. Li Yang glanced at the man. What kind of torment has this let the ringing bell become? He looked at the business card again. Dajuan Culture Media Limited, General Manager Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan sat himself on the chair and spoke. My old Zhua, junior high school did not finish to go out to venture, not much culture. It is not easy to come out to mix It's just that my wife loves me. Her old man has been dead for 20 years and still knows to think of me. Chapter 16 Zhu Dajuan. After Zhu Dajuan finished speaking, he looked at Li Yang expectantly. Great immortal, I've encountered something big, can you break it? A smirk crossed Li Yang's face. I can break it, tell me. This Zhu Dajuan is interesting. Zhu Dajuan's eyes revealed joy, lit a cigarette and began to spit out his bitterness. I'll be honest with you, de Sien Air. Don't look at me like this, my business plate is actually quite big. Dajuan Culture Media Limited Company is also a package. I have a cultural media company, an entertainment company, more than 40 bath centers. I can't even remember how many KTVs and bars I have. I also own the largest Emperor nightclub in Nanhai. Just like that, the South China Sea entertainment industry belongs to my biggest. What kind of girl do you want, whether it's a starlet or a model anchor woman, I can find for you. You also know that my line of work is a bit gray, and the people I have offended in the past few years have been quite a lot. To put it bluntly, Zhu Dajuan's old profession is pimping, the biggest pimp in the South China Sea. To put it nicely, he is a big brother of the South China Sea underground forces. This big brother is the real meaning of big brother. When I went to school, I heard about those bullish social big brother. In front of the big brother is the level of small shrimp. Zhu Dajuan recently encountered a relatively troublesome thing. The big brother he didn't get along with was called Zhou Qing, and his son died a few days ago. Zhou Qing recognized that Zhu Dajuan had killed his son and retaliated like crazy. Zhu Dajuan was not accustomed to him, and several times Zhou Qing did not get past Zhu Dajuan. Later, Zhou Qing did not know which way to get the support of the gods, so that Zhu Dajuan under the hands of a number of leaders died in the house for no reason. Zhu Dajuan didn't have a good time either. He basically lived in a different place every night for the first half of the night and the second half of the night, fearing that Zhou Qing would figure out where he lived and have someone kill him at home. These days, he was so simmering that he was in a trance. So, in a trance, he saw too much milk. He thought it was his mental problem that led to hallucinations, and also went to the hospital. The hospital just said that he had too much mental stress. But too much milk appeared too often, and always talked about this pharmacy. He had to suspect that too milk was showing himself the way. After Zhu Dajuan finished his encounter, Li Yang's face looked odd. Zhou Qing's son is called Zhou Hang? The one who was killed by the ringing bell a few days ago was called Zhou Hang. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Zhu Dajuan stood in awe and gave a thumbs up. De Siener is truly a man of God. After saying this, he carefully said, recently it is really unlucky, can it be broken? Li Yang said, yes, but it's very expensive. Zhu Dajuan patted his chest. Don't worry, I Zhu Dajuan have nothing else, but a lot of money. 100,000 or 200,000 is no problem. Li Yang snorted and stopped looking at him. Zhu Dajuan frowned. 100,000 or 200,000 is no problem? Your rent for this small store is just a few tens of thousands of dollars a year, right? Zhu Dajuan weakly said. Why don't you make an offer? Li Yang always looked at the book, not even raising his eyelids. 2 ways. First, I want $100 million, and your desire, I will shelter you for a week. Second, I want your Emperor nightclub, you have to submit to me, and I will shelter you for a lifetime. If Zhu Dajuan chose the first way, Li Yang would send a demon to protect him for a week, and then have the ringing bell delete his memory. This would be considered a qualified demonic deal, and he would get $100 million, and Zhu Dajuan's power of desire. The second way, let Emperor nightclub become the physical location of the Devil's Club, and let Zhu Dajuan become a member of the Devil's Club. Either way Li Yang wouldn't lose out, but this wasn't so much in Zhu Dajuan's eyes. Zhu Dajuan looked at him like a little cutie. Looked at Li Yang as if he was a little cutie, then turned around and left. He is looking for Li Yang is too confused and too scared, want to let him give himself a heart comfort. In addition to the recent hallucinations of seeing too much milk, he felt that there may be some kind of guidance in the underworld. It would be a bit of a stretch to pull this off. $100 million? The Emperor's nightclub? Submission? Is this serious? He wouldn't do this even if the Dowager personally approached him. After Zhu Dajuan left, Rocking Bell ran down from upstairs holding a tablet computer, leaning on his face on the counter and said, "You scared him by asking for too much. In fact, you can turn him into a demon and do whatever you want to him. At that time, not to mention his property, even his wife can be yours." Li Yang shook his head. Collecting desires required sincerity on both sides. Zhu Dajuan had to say his desires from his heart. Strong desires were hard to speak out. Because strong desires represented the most vulnerable part of oneself. For example, Zhang Shirai, the anchorwoman, would say she wants to be beautiful? For example, would Xiao Chang, a college student, say that he wants people to be afraid of him? Those strongest desires are buried in the deepest and darkest places of the heart. A strong-minded social bigot like Zhu Dajuan is even more so than Zhang Shirai and Xiao Chang. Turning into the Grim Reaper to terrorize Zhu Dajuan into revealing his innermost desires? Li Yang was afraid that after Zhu Dajuan sought his demonic form, he would be so scared that he would take the road and run away, which was a normal human reaction. Why don't we let him take the initiative to request himself to do this devil's deal little by little? As long as he's here, he's not afraid that he won't come back. With the blue-black witch's compulsion and Zhu Dajuan's own desire, it was only a matter of time before he came back. Moreover, it will come back soon. As for the fact that he wants too much, Li Yang felt that it was better to be sincere about such things as trading, and put the conditions out in the open. If he did as Rattle said, pervertedly squeezing and humiliating the demons under his hand, sooner or later, one day he, the king of hell, would become the public enemy of all demons. Although he had absolute control over the demons, there was a gentler way, so why bother with this trouble? As for Zhu Dajuan, he would return sooner or later. South China Sea, inside a villa. In the living room on the first floor, and in the corridor on the second floor, there were people in black suits standing scatteredly, their waists straight and their faces serious. There were also two black-suited men with wolf dogs walking around the villa, patrolling. All of these people exuded a bloody aura. Outside the master bedroom on the second floor, a white-haired youth respectfully said to the person inside the master bedroom, "Boss, it's all been arranged, the villa is full of good men inside and out, you can rest well tonight." Zhu Dajuan glanced at his watch and said, "All right, Wolf, you go to the field first. Come back in the latter half of the night and call me, we'll go to the apartment in Red Snail Bay." The white-haired youth froze for a moment and hurriedly said, "Boss, I'll stay here with you, I'm a bit uneasy about you being here by yourself." Zhu Dajuan angrily rebuked. "Nonsense. Tonight it's Mr. Su of the Datai Group who's having a banquet at the Imperial Palace. It's fine if I don't show up, don't you go and say hello too?" The white-haired youth knew that quite a few figures from the South China Sea would be coming to the Imperial Mansion tonight. Su Yutong, the head of the Datai Group, had recovered from a serious illness and was feasting at the Imperial Hao nightclub for all the gods and goddesses of the South China Sea to show that it was business as usual. Su Yutong's banquet at the Imperial Palace was also considered a friendly signal to Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan, the head of the Imperial Palace nightclub, didn't go. Even if he didn't go, it would be a real offense if he, the second head of the club, didn't show up as well. The white-haired youth sighed. "All right, then I'll be back in 5 hours. Chapter 17. Why don't you go on?" At 1 in the morning, Zhu Dajuan was sleeping soundly. He rolled over and felt something furry and wet in his hand. Zhu Dajuan immediately woke up, his eyes instantly opened and quickly reached out to touch the gun under his pillow. After scanning the room to make sure there was no danger, he looked to his side. 2 disemboweled wolf dogs lay beside him, blood staining the bed sheets and covers, as well as his pajamas. A cold breath ran from the soles of his feet to his head. He slowly got out of bed and carefully walked out of the bedroom with his gun. Zhu Dajuan's eyes rounded in horror. Outside the door were corpses of black-clothed men everywhere, blood staining the floor and dripping down the stairs towards the first floor. He felt like he had walked into a horror movie scene. Someone had killed dozens of Hans who had seen blood, and had stuffed 2 wolf dog corpses into his own comforter, while he was still able to sleep like a dead pig. You have to know that Zhu Dajuan had climbed step by step from the lowest level horseman to this position today. All these years of danger, he has long practiced the ability to grow an eye in the back of his head. Even when he was drunk, he would be alerted to the slightest movement of the wind. But today, was it a ghost? Footsteps came from downstairs, Zhu Dajuan's muscles tensed, holding his gun, his eyes staring at the stairway. It was Crazy Wolf, his own second in command. Crazy Wolf watched this in horror, facing Zhu Dajuan for a long time without a word. Even though he had seen more bloody scenes, the scene that happened here today was unforgettable to him for the rest of his life. Zhu Dajuan walked downstairs without a word. The row of words on the wall made his face even more gloomy. Zhu Dajuan, hand over all of your properties and observe mourning for my son for 10 years, and I will spare your life. The fact that the other party had blatantly written such a line meant that the other party had an absolute bottom line. What happened tonight was just a warning. Zhu Dajuan walked towards the door. Crazy Wolf hurriedly ran out and started the car. When Zhu Dajuan got into the car, Crazy Wolf asked, "Boss, going to Red Snail Bay?" Zhu Dajuan said with an expressionless face. "To a medicine store in the northern district." Crazy Wolf did not ask why, the boss has his own reasons for what he says and does. Along the way, these two people were trembling with fear and alertness. Being able to kill so many people silently, what kind of path the murderer was they couldn't see. They even wondered, was the murderer still human? Finally arrived at the pharmacy. The pharmacy was already closed. Crazy Wolf said, "Big brother, should we find a place to stay?" Zhu Dajuan tightened his jacket. "Wait." Crazy Wolf surveyed the medicine store, which was an ordinary store, and asked, "This medicine store has people who can help us?" "It doesn't look like it in any way." Zhu Dajuan closed his eyes. Intuition. Crazy Wolf closed his mouth. This boss of his had a sense of smell and intuition as sharp as a wild beast, listening to him would be correct. Early in the morning, Li Yang led Xiao He towards the medicine store. Li Yang just opened the door of the medicine store. Zhu Dajuan immediately jumped down and said with a shy smile, "Good morning, Desiener. Walking the dog?" The tone of voice was flattering, but calm and collected. Just like an elementary school student who flattered his teacher, there was no trace of the nervousness of the crisis he had just experienced last night. Li Yang lightly looked at him and walked into the door, entering the counter and picking up a book. Zhu Dajuan rubbed his hands and smiled. "Did Desiener get angry yesterday?" "Old Zhu, I apologize to you." Li Yang flipped through the book and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Zhu Dajuan nodded solemnly. "I've decided to trust my wife, and you, Desiener." Li Yang continued to ask, "Which way do you choose?" "First, take out $100 million, and whatever desires you have, and you can get shelter for a week. Second, hand over the Emperor nightclub and submit to Li Yang, who will bless him for the rest of his life." Zhu Dajuan scratched his head and said, "I don't want to be anyone's junior right now, so I won't choose the second one for now. I'll choose the first one, I'll take out $100 million. But what you said about that desire, I really don't know what it means." Zhu Dajuan had this character, he could put down his face with anyone. But don't ever think he's some kind of good guy. This kind of person tends to bite more pain. Li Yang said, "It's okay, there's no rush." Li Yang wanted to both get $100 million and take the Emperor nightclub, and also took Zhu Dajuan as a servant. Zhu Dajuan was also quick, and directly asked Li Yang for his bank card number. A week, he has enough time to think of countermeasures. The expert that Lu Cheng that can call out, he can also find a way to get it. As long as this great immortal is reliable, he can really cover him for a week. Zhu Dajuan arched his hand at Li Yang and smiled. 100 million is not a small amount, it will take at least 3 days, can I get credit first? Li Yang waved at Little Black. Xiao He immediately wagged his tail and came over. Li Yang said, "Take it home, put it at the door and put it at home, you will be fine for a week." The smile on Zhu Dajuan's face froze. "Desiener, are you saying to let this dog protect me?" Li Yang nodded. "Remember that you are not allowed to have anyone around you this week, including the one in your car." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Dajuan and concentrated on reading. Zhu Dajuan's back teeth hurt at that time. He spent $100 million and bought a big black dog to watch his door for a week? Zhu Dajuan silently led Little Black out of the medicine store. If Desien dares to say it, then he dares to believe it, and he spent the money anyway. Li Yang looked at Zhu Dajuan's departing back and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Rather a wonderful person. Night, South China Sea, a villa. Zhu Dajuan, this person is also obedient, said that this week is not allowed to have anyone around, including the crazy wolf. He really did it. There is no one in the empty villa. Zhu Dajuan sat next to Xiaohei with a dog ball. Old Zhu, I've entrusted you with my life, there's not a single person in the villa. In case the killers sent from the opposite side come, old Zhu is afraid to die quite miserably. Saying that, Zhu Dajuan waved the dog teaser ball in front of Xiaohei and then threw it out. Go, pick it up. Teasing a dog with nothing to do can also ease the anxiety. Xiaohei ran over with gusto, picked up the dog teaser ball, waved it in front of Zhu Dajuan, and then threw it out as well. It stared at Zhu Dajuan and skimmed its head towards the teasing dog ball not far away, meaning as if to say, it's your turn to pick it up. The corners of Zhu Dajuan's mouth twitched halfway. This dog of yours is really humane. He suddenly returned to his senses and looked at Xiaohei stonily. Being so humane, it's not likely that you can really have something to say. Suddenly, Zhu Dajuan's face was alert, and he took out a pistol from his pocket. A person appeared at the stairway entrance at an unknown time. The man was bald, dressed in all white, and spoke unskilled Mandarin. Mr. Zhu is so bold that he only keeps a dog around. Zhu Dajuan. Who are you? The words had just been asked, and the man was just about to answer when Zhu Dajuan fired. He thought he could take that Asian foreigner who didn't know which country's bird he was with his old six behavior. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. The bald man's head quickly deflected, and the bullet shot against the wall against his ear. The bald man's face was gloomy. You're really as shameless as the rumors say. Zhu Dajuan narrowed his eyes at the bald man. You're the one who killed my people. Do you think that you, Master Jun, don't have any backstops today? Zhu Dajuan coiled his arms, his big brother's aura showing through, and calmly said. Xiaohei, it's up to you, go. Xiaohei looked at Zhu Dajuan with dissatisfaction, a look of why don't you go? Zhu Dajuan was confused. This dog, you're really Nima Humana. My 100 million fruits spent alonely? The bald man snorted. Showing off? That's not interesting. Chapter 18 Zhu Dajuan's Desire. An odd dagger appeared in the bald man's hand. Zhu Dajuan recognized that thing. It was the bitterless used by the legendary Middle Eastern Sakura ninja. The bald man juggled the bitterless with one hand and approached step by step. Mr. Zhou said that you can quit the Jianghu after handing over your industry and keeping mourning for Mr. Zhou for 10 years. Yua, why don't you listen? Mr. Zhou hates you to the bone, and Mr. Blackwood wants to cooperate with Mr. Zhou, so he can only take your head as a gift to offer first. Zhu Dajuan was desperate. It was going to be a bad day. He himself had believed in the evil of too much milk. Surprisingly, he had spent $100 million to get a dog to protect him. The bald man wiped Zhu Dajuan's neck with his bitterness. The speed was so fast that Zhu Dajuan had absolutely no time to react. However, the imagined pain did not come. Zhu Dajuan opened his eyes gradually surprised. Xiaohei unexpectedly used his teeth to bite the bald man's bitterness. The master only said to protect Zhu Dajuan, but he didn't say to listen to Zhu Dajuan's words. Now that Zhu Dajuan was in danger, it was time for it to take action. The bald man showed surprise and tried to draw back his bitterless, but the bitterless was actually unable to move as if it was caught in the rocky crevice of a cliff. Bastard! The bald man clenched his fist and went to smash Blackie's head with one punch. Oh! A low growl came from Blackie's throat similar to a tractor starting up. The sound grew louder and louder, turning from a tractor start-like sound to an airplane roar. Xiaohei's size also gradually became bigger, and his eyes became more and more ferocious. Finally, the bald man let go of the bitterness in his hand and looked up with his mouth open, staring up at the huge thing with its head on the ceiling. What kind of monster was this? His three views were being shocked. Shivering, the bald man pulled out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Speed and strength surpassed their peak state. Even if his speed and strength exploded, he didn't have the courage to face this monster. The bald man slowly backed up, followed by moving quickly through the house. He was looking for a chance to break the window or escape through the front door. Xiaohei's two eyes seemed to be unable to keep up with the bald man's moving speed, and threw its head in displeasure. Meat packs bulged out on both sides of its neck, and two more dog heads drilled out. The six eyes locked onto the bald man at all times. The bald man directly collapsed to the ground at the sight, pointing at Xiaohei in a trembling voice. Earth! Hell's three-headed dog! If it was the previously enlarged Xiaohei that made the bald man lose his confidence in winning the fight, then the current Hell's three-headed dog made him directly lose his confidence in living. That was the legendary three-headed dog of Hell. The legendary existence that guarded Hell for the king of Hades. Xiaohei opened his big mouth and swallowed the bald man in one bite, then all 6 eyes looked at Zhu Dajuan at the same time. Zhu Dajuan's mouth didn't close for half a day as he swallowed his saliva hard. His 3 views were constantly being shattered and constantly trying to rebuild. Finally, he accepted the reality. He finally knew where he had spent this $100 million. If this dog is the three-headed dog of Hell, then what kind of person is that great immortal? No, that's definitely not a person. Satan? Lucifer? Hades? Hades? Zhu Dajuan's eyes flashed with the light of ambition. That one wants to take me as a little brother, so I'm still hesitating. A nightclub? I can give him my entire fortune. Want my loyalty? My life is his now. Because, with this kind of help, the South China Sea underworld, I won't be able to bring it all together. I, Zhu Dajuan, am the king of the South Sea underground world. TSK, I, Zhu Dajuan, have immortal destiny. Tai Nan honestly doesn't deceive me. At this time, a teasing dog ball was kicked over by Xiaohei with his paw. Zhu Dajuan smiled like a flower. He pounced on the teasing dog ball and joyfully picked it back up. Zhu Dajuan fawned. It was Little's lack of manners before. Master Xiaohei, let's go to the medicine store again. The wind chime of the medicine store rang. Zhu Dajuan came. This underground big brother stood in the store and didn't dare to move, honestly like a quail. A crow flew down from upstairs, and Zhu Dajuan smiled sarcastically and lowered his head. He was now careful and respectful of every blade of grass in the medicine store. The crow looked at Zhu Dajuan with a crooked head and spoke. Go upstairs. Saying that, the crow flew towards the upper floor. The crow. The crow spoke. This person, is he also in existence like the three-headed dog from Hell? After the shock, Zhu Dajuan stabilized his mind and walked towards the second floor. Second floor. Li Yang took out Zhu Dajuan's business card from the drawer and played with it. This business card was encrusted with gold and was very textured. Li Yang felt that members of the Devil's Club should also have this kind of membership card that proved their identity. At this moment, Zhu Dajuan knocked on the door of the second floor and lowered his head. Hit, disturbing you. Li Yang glanced at him. Come in. Zhu Dajuan walked inside the door and asked in a low voice. You, what exactly are you? Li Yang placed Zhu Dajuan's business card on the table, tapped the desktop, and a huge pressure instantly enveloped the entire second floor. Zhu Dajuan raised his head in shock. That boss in front of him was like a standing at the peak of the earth. Deity. The aura was powerful and honorable, making Zhu Dajuan ashamed of himself. Li Yang slowly stood up. It seems like you are ready to give your desires to me. After your desire is returned to me, I will erase your memory. From now on, there will be no more intersections. No more encounters? How could this work? Zhu Dajuan plopped down on his knees, brewed for a while, and riveted his strength to shout. June, drifting for half a lifetime, has not met a bright master. Today, I would like to worship Mr. Lord, from now on serve Mr. Left and Right. The Imperial Palace nightclub is a gift to Mr. June. This paragraph was the most cultured paragraph that Zhu Dajuan's mouth could utter. The corner of Li Yang's mouth pulled out an arc, and his hand touched towards Zhu Dajuan's head. As he slowly reached out, his body was changing. The physical body gradually faded away, and the appearance of the god of death gradually appeared. In Zhu Dajuan's awe-inspiring gaze, it turned into a skeleton wearing a black business shirt. Li Yang's hoarse voice came from the skeleton's mouth. Looks like you chose the second way. Li Yang's skeletal hand was placed on Zhu Dajuan's head. Tell me your desires and I grant you the qualification to become my slave. The voice was hoarse, very magnetic, and the low tone was the whisper of a demon. Zhu Dajuan's heart thumped wildly. This must be the god of death, the legendary king of hell. Only this kind of existence was interested in something as abstract as desire. Under this visual impact, this atmosphere, his desire came out of his mouth. I've been a gangster for 23 years, and I'm afraid of being arrested by the magistrate, and I'm afraid of being sought out by my enemies. I want to hide, no one can find me. Who would have thought that such a pugnacious man, such an underground big shot who had killed his way out of the bloody storm, would be this kind of desire? Desire is desire because it can never be realized. Zhu Dajuan, who has come to this point, has long been not alone. There are thousands of threads of money on his body. Where can he hide? P.S. Today plus more, there is a more, is on the way. Chapter 19 Shadow Demon. Li Yang laughed, his voice a bit eerie. Interesting desire. The black runes in his eyes collected Zhu Dajuan's desires. Li Yang walked to the table, his back facing Zhu Dajuan, and the skeleton held the desired demon jar in both hands. The rich power of desire surged into the magic jar and became a black mist. The black mist gradually liquefied and became the desire potion. Li Yang poured out a small portion of the desire potion and handed it to Zhu Dajuan. A gift for you, drink it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Dajuan drank the cup of desire potion in one go. After a few minutes, Zhu Dajuan looked at his hands in horror. His hands liquefied as if they kept dripping onto the ground, and the parts that dripped onto the ground turned into shadows. Immediately afterward, his entire body turned into a puddle of shadows. The shadows slowly gathered and once again turned into a human body. An almost transparent body, scarlet eyes, and demonic power surging from his body. An arcane message entered Zhu Dajuan's mind. Shadow Demon. Rank Spiritual Power, First Level. Talent, Eating Raw Shadow. Shadow eating, consumes spiritual energy and devours the shadow of a living creature. Creatures whose shadows are devoured will have their physical strength, lifespan, and mental energy reduced. Shadow Devourer. After devouring a shadow, the shadow demon's spiritual power will slowly increase. Zhu Dajuan changed back to his human state with a thought. He looked at Li Yang with horror and immediately knelt down. Mr. Awesome. Nay, old Zhu is low in culture, and awesome walks the world. Li Yang sat back in his chair, and his skeletal fingers tapped the desktop. From now on, you are a low-level member of the Devil's Club. Your membership card will be sent to you by my apostle in a few days. You can go now. Demon Club. This name was memorized in Zhu Dajuan's heart. Zhu Dajuan stood up, his head kept low, and asked. Then is the Imperial Deluxe Nightclub also taken over by Mr. Apostle? Li Yang waved his hand, and Zhu Dajuan didn't dare to say more and hurriedly retreated. After Zhu Dajuan left, Li Yang changed back to his person. He took out a notebook from his trench coat pocket and wrote the word Apostle. Apostle is my spokesperson. The Apostle's status is above the rest of the demons in the Demon Club. Currently, I have Black Witch, Hell's three-headed dog, and Demon Raven that can serve as my apostles. However, these three demons are not humans. They don't have identification for human society, nor do they understand human society. I should have a human apostle. But it can't be a powerful person. The more ordinary their status in human society, the better. The next day, Old Town, Silo. Li Yang counted his account balance. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Billion. Zhu Dajuan has two tricks up his sleeve. 100 million was transferred into his bank card so quickly. Li Yang's heart is not excited as false. After a lifetime of poor life, today see 100 million almost as shocking as their own into death. Money can not only make the ghost mill, but also impress the Grim Reaper. This Zhu Dajuan really has the vigor and strength. 100 million is really not something that anyone can just take out. Ring ring ring. The phone rang with a sweet female voice. Hello sir, I'm the business manager of the South Sea Merchants Bank, Xiaotian. Your account balance has exceeded $5 million, and according to our bank's regulations, you can be upgraded to a Black Diamond card. The Black Diamond card can enjoy the privileges of resting in the VIP hall of the airport, booking in advance at the Clayton Hotel, and reservation-free access to the South China Sea Merchants Bank. May I ask, when do you have time? You can come to our bank to apply for it. Li Yang said. Say again. Okay then, this is my phone number, you can contact me when you have time. Li Yang hung up the phone, got up and dressed, put on his round hat and headed towards the door. Having money, the first thing he would do first was to buy a house, a villa. He needed a place to live that was as quiet as possible and large enough. Counting him, it was inconvenient to have 4 demons crammed into a crowded old town. Li Yang didn't take a taxi and got on a bus in front of the neighborhood. It wasn't the morning rush hour and there were seats available. He sat on the seat and leisurely looked at the newspaper. A new property recently opened is not bad, the newspaper and TV have advertised. Maybe it was a different mood, or because he was burdened with demonic powers and had $1 billion in his pocket. Public transportation, which he usually hated, became interesting. Crying children, teenagers playing games, commuters eating breakfast to catch up on plans, grandpas waiting to go grab an egg. Everything becomes meaningful in an ordinary way. Perhaps it is really only when you are out of a certain class and look back that you can realize that once the world was full of harmonious beauty and hear the voice of life. The end of the bus is the destination Love Home Housing Company. Ijia Housing Company is a very large real estate economic company, which has a variety of South China Sea real estate. The door is very large, not compared to those small intermediaries. Li Yang put away the newspaper and walked into the revolving door of the Ijia Housing Company. Not far away, 3 young men and women are eyeing Li Yang into the Love Family Housing Company. A youthful and beautiful woman said in amazement. "Isn't this Li Yang? Took the bus? I told you it wasn't a rich second generation, and you didn't believe me when I told you a long time ago." Another woman wore a white shirt, narrow leather skirt, black silk high heels, small mom sense. She stroked her big waves and smiled awkwardly. Okay, I've gone out of my mind, okay. These two beauties were none other than Li Xiaohan and Chen Yuxi. Beside the two beauties, there was a youth who was not well dressed. The youth opened his mouth and asked, "Who is Li Yang?" The voice was a bit jealous. He was Li Xiaohan's boyfriend. A rich second generation who was fighting for the family estate and running around the country trying to build a career, trying to defeat his competitor's brother. This time, he came to Love House Real Estate to buy a small apartment for Zhang Xiaohan. Zhang Xiaohan hurriedly wrapped her arms around the youth and pampered him. "Honey, I don't know him well, he's Chen Yuxi's classmate." Chen Yuxi said a few days ago that he was a rich second generation, saying that his family was rich. It turned out that he lives in the old city, just an embroidered pillow. The youth secretly gazed at Chen Yuxi with a fiery gaze. He had come to the South Sea to visit a rich merchant from the South Sea Green Sanatorium, but unfortunately, he had eaten a closed door. Luckily, he had other gains. He met Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Yuxi. The two beauties had superior figures and face values. The youth could tell at a glance that these two were gold-digging whores, and he had the most tactics to deal with this kind of woman. This time, buying an apartment wasn't just for Li Xiaohan. Li Xiaohan and Chen Yuxi were bosom friends, and when he returned to the north, these two sisters would definitely live in the apartment together. The proximity of water was the first thing to get the moon. Not only did he want to put Zhang Xiaohan in his bed, Chen Yuxi had no intention of letting go. Imagine, every time he came to the South China Sea on business, there were two flowery sisters serving him. How refreshing it was. The youth laughed lightly twice. "It's okay, if it's one of your classmates, I can find him a job for your sake." Chapter 20 God's Hero. Zhang Xiaohan skimmed her mouth. "No need, why should we help him find a job? I hate people like Li Yang. Look at his clothes, that watch, it must be $100,000, right? He looks like a successful man, but he doesn't have a penny in his pocket. Vanity men who like to pretend are the worst." Chen Yuxi didn't say anything. She knew that this was Zhang Xiaohan using Li Yang to insinuate that she had looked away. It was quite embarrassing. The youth had a generous look. "Alas, you can't say that, all men are good at saving face. I've seen a lot of superficial young people like him. In order to look like the social elite, they spend money on dressing. What can I say? I can't say he's bad, because it's a common problem for most ordinary people. When life encounters difficulties, he realizes that his clothes can't be exchanged for money. People, they still have to have real skills themselves." Zhang Xiaohan looked at the youth adoringly. "My dear, you're so powerful, you're so philosophical in your speech." Saying so, she glanced at Chen Yuxi in a slightly conspicuous manner. "Yuxi, in the future, you have to keep your eyes peeled, don't be fooled by that kind." Chen Yuxi was a bit uncomfortable. Li Yang hadn't cheated herself either. Why did she talk as if she had been cheated out of her money and sex? Zhang Xiaohan nodded and pulled the youth's lapel, saying, "Honey, when are you going to buy a house? What are we waiting for?" The youth took out his cell phone and looked at it, smiling. "Okay, it's okay, let's go." An hour later, Zhang Xiaohan excitedly chose the house type, and when the youth went to finish the formalities and came back, Zhang Xiaohan was confused. She looked at the youth in surprise. "Honey, why isn't it full payment?" The youth's eyes fluttered. "Full payment is not appropriate, installment is better." "Don't worry, I'll pay the monthly installments." South China Sea, this damn place, the price of housing is really damn high. Just now, he asked his family for some money and borrowed some from his buddies. Just now the credit card software prompted his installment has been approved. He put together $500,000, a small apartment down payment is not much of a problem. Full payment? Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohan nodded plausibly. Anyway, it wasn't her who was paying the mortgage, so what was there to be afraid of? Soon, Zhang Xiaohan discovered a new problem. She awkwardly glanced at Chen Yushi and asked the youth. Is it a mistake? How come the head of the household isn't me? The youth explained. I pay the mortgage, the head of household must be me. It doesn't matter, I'll just add your name to the real estate license in a few days. Chen Yushi glanced at her little sister with sad eyes. This man obviously didn't intend to buy her a house and was fooling her. Zhang Xiaohan was unhappy. Although she didn't have to rent a house to live in the future and had a new house to live in that didn't cost any money, she was still unhappy in her heart. The psychological gap was too big. The youth saw Zhang Xiaohan's dissatisfaction and also saw the disdain under Chen Yushi's eyes, and there was anger in his heart. What's more, I can buy a small $1 million apartment when I say so, isn't it much better than what you guys just said about Li Yang? The youth's afterglow suddenly swept over a person. It was the Li Yang that they had just talked about. Youth eyes flashed a hint of cunning. At this time pulling a person beggar to make a comparison would set off his own excellence. The behavior was childish, but it worked well for a low-grade gold-digging woman like Zhang Xiaohan. The youth took the excuse of wanting to get to know their classmates and led the two beauties towards Li Yang. Li Yang looked seriously at a mural. That mural was a pattern of several angels holding a divine cup. Ancient, esoteric. He thought that the membership card could refer to this style. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Hello, are you Li Yang? Li Yang was dissatisfied with being interrupted in his thoughts and frowned at the visitor. It was a youth he didn't recognize, along with Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Yushi. Li Yang's gaze rested on Chen Yushi. The aura of desire on her was still the same, no more, no less. The youth's eyes grew gloomy. Chen Yushi and Zhang Xiaohan were both forbidden women that he had his eyes on, and this beggar had the nerve to have ideas? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over with a professionally dressed woman. The middle-aged man slightly owed his body, extended his hand, and respectfully said, Hello, I am the sales director of Love House. My name is Wu, thank you for choosing Love House. Li Yang shook his hand. Hello. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face and took out a card and handed it to Li Yang. You really have too much taste, that mid-mountain villa definitely meets your requirements, it's very quiet. Since you are buying it with full payment, you are hereby presented with a $200,000 gas card. For a bigwig like Li Yang who spent $88 million on purchasing a house in one breath, Love House Company would definitely not be slack. Because, the value of this kind of big brother itself far exceeded the value of the villa. If they could flatter them, they would do so. After Li Yang said thank you, the middle-aged man owed his body and left, not daring to disturb Li Yang more. Zhang Xiaohan, three people directly froze in place for a long time without returning to their senses. Mid-level villa, full payment? How much does a mid-level villa in the South China Sea cost? They had no concept at all. The youth's face shifted as he extended his hand unnaturally, his speech stuttering. That, Mr. Li, hello, I'm the of Bin Cheng Wan He Greening Company. He had come to the South China Sea to find a big brother to support him. Who would have thought that the youth in front of him who was younger than himself was a big brother? But he was too stupid and not smart enough to write everything on his face. Li Yang ignored the youth's outstretched hand. With a gentle smile, he said to Chen Yushi, Hello again. Saying that, he handed Chen Yushi the $200,000 oil card in his hand. I haven't thanked you for sending me home last time. Chen Yushi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This $200,000 oil card was given just by saying so? Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw that the aura of desire on Chen Yushi's body gradually thickened. He guessed that Chen Yushi's desire was probably related to vanity or something like that. Sure enough, could the power of desire be cultivated? The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted into a smile. You guys are also here to buy a house? After saying this, Zhang Xiaohan and that young man could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Just now, they were still despising Li Yang, but only now did they realize that he was the real guy. Chen Yushi sneaked a glance at her little sister and then sneaked a glance at Li Yang. Sure enough, it was still her own discerning eyes. Chen Yushi enjoyed this feeling as she teased. It wasn't me who bought it, it was the two of them. Oh. Li Yang nodded and took out his bank card. Still have some change, I'll give you a set. The people present couldn't believe their ears, the shock in their eyes was undisguised. What type of hoe is this? A little bit of change, giving away a set of houses? Chen Yushi herself was confused. No need for that. The aura of desire on Chen Yushi's body grew stronger and stronger, and the smile at the corner of Li Yang's mouth grew stronger and stronger. It's okay, I'm happy to. When Chen Yushi got her own real estate license, her brain was dizzy and she felt that she had dreamed a dream. Her dream was to have a house of her own in the South China Sea, and it was realized so easily? Moreover, her house wasn't some small apartment, but a large flat. The total price was at $10 million, fully paid. This Li Yang, in the end, to what extent is the luxury? Buying a house is like buying cabbage. Chapter 21 Apostle, Crow. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang at a complete loss as to what to say. She gulped. Li Yang, let me treat you to a meal. Li Yang had to go back tonight to pack up and move, as well as feed the cats and dogs and crows. It was very busy. He glanced at his watch and said, Next time, I still have things to do today. Chen Yushi hurriedly said. Then, let's add a WeChat. We are old classmates, and we don't even have WeChat. Li Yang nodded with a smile, took out his cell phone and added WeChat, and walked towards the outside of Aya. Chen Yushi hurriedly chased after her. Li Yang, I'll see you off. Only the youth and Zhang Xiaohan were left in the lobby of Love House. This was the first time the youth understood a saying. In the South China Sea, he was afraid of having little money, and in the imperial capital, he was afraid of having a small official. The tycoons in the South China Sea were too scary. $200,000 of gas cards were given when they said they would, and $10 million of large flat floors were given when they said they would. The key is, these two people still don't have WeChat. Send Chen Yushi this kind of woman money, not just for the bed that thing? But Chen Yushi sent the door, he also refused. What kind of immortal character is this? The youth asked Zhang Xiaohan. That Li Yang. Mr. Li, WeChat do you have? Zhang Xiaohan was still jealous and gave the youth a look without any good humor. No. Saying so, she huffed and puffed and left. The following day, Nanhai Datai Building, conference room. A cold imperial lady in a tailored professional suit sat on the main seat. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and every strand of her hair revealed an elegant temperament. Deep eyes flickered slightly behind the lenses, and every time she flipped through the documents, she was filled with concentration and power. The female secretary beside her carefully asked, Mr. Su, what else do you need? Today, Mr. Su said that he would meet with an important guest in the conference room. That guest was very mysterious, and Mr. Su did not allow anyone to come to this floor. That guest is so strange. The conference table was surprisingly set with pig's head, whole chicken and duck, whole fish, and steamed buns. All of them are cooked. It looks like some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Su Yutong pushed the lenses of her glasses and pointed at the curtains. Pull them all shut, and also, all the surveillance on this floor is turned off. Tonight was the day to make an agreement with Lord Death to meet with his apostle. Everything had to be treated with care. She had looked up everything about hell and Death's apostles must be demons as well. So, she prepared the tributes that the demons would need as much as possible. Even, she was wondering if she should get 2 virgins, she heard that some demons liked it. This thought she snuffed out just as soon as it appeared. Sacrificing 2 lives for such a thing, she couldn't do it. Su Yutong looked at the secretary who had already closed all the curtains and said, Remember, no one is allowed to come here today. The secretary nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Su Yutong was also a little excited in her heart. After seeing the greatness of the god of death last time, she was obsessed with this supernatural power. The apostles of the god of death, how magical were they? And by what means did they find themselves and enter the conference room? After waiting for a long time, Su Yutong didn't wait for anyone to come in. She wasn't in a hurry either. Su Yutong flipped through the documents in her seat and sat there for the whole afternoon. Until the moon ascended into darkness and neon lights were lit up on the street, Su Yutong heard someone knocking on the window. Su Yutong thought of something and immediately got up and walked towards the window. The heart pounded. Pulling back the curtains, there was nothing, just a crow tapping on the window. Su Yutong pulled back the curtains and prepared to return to her seat. At this time, she heard the sound of dripping water. Su Yutong turned around and her beautiful eyes whitened violently, only to see that the glass slowly melted and dripped down to the ground, and the crow flew into the house. Before Su Yutong could return to her senses, that crow was already standing on the main desktop, staring grimly at Su Yutong. How dare you blatantly shut this king out? Ever since it became the bird emperor of the Great Black Empire for a time, it had prided itself on being the king. Well, a king whose country had been tragically destroyed. Su Yutong looked at the crow in horror. That crow had a demonic snake wrapped around its body at the moment, and the demonic snake was hissing at Su Yutong as it bared its teeth unkindly. Su Yutong slowed down and hurriedly knelt down on one knee, bowing her head and respectfully saying, "I have not seen the apostle's true body, I blame my eyes, give to the king to make amends." Just now, hearing the crow call itself the king, Su Yutong immediately associated it. Could this crow have been a king of some sort in life and changed into a crow in hell? Or perhaps, this crow itself was a king in hell? The crow looked at Su Yutong in surprise. "What did you call this king? How dare someone call me king? How dare someone recognized my position as the Black Dragon Emperor of the Great Black Empire?" Su Yutong trembled. Could it be that she had addressed him wrongly? She hurriedly changed her words. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The crow was directly cranially climaxed by this call of Your Majesty, and it looked at Su Yutong with friendly eyes. Level off. Su Yutong, the female president, was as well behaved as a little girl in front of the crow, and stood in front of the crow in such a dignified manner. Crow was satisfied. "My name is Black Dragon. His Majesty. I am here to read the will of my lord, Lord Death." Su Yutong lowered her head. "Your Majesty, please speak." The crow was called by this cry of Your Majesty, happy as can be. It had a smile in its eyes. "There's no need to be formal, Lord Death is only asking you to complete 2 trial missions." Su Yutong froze for a moment. "Trial tasks?" The crow said. "The trial tasks are to test your abilities. You are lucky to be favored by Lord Death. As long as you complete the mission, you will be qualified to enter the Devil's Club, and you will be able to obtain the power bestowed by Lord Death." A glint flashed in Raven's eyes. The power of a transcendent. Su Yutong's delicate body trembled. Demon Club, was it a transcendent organization created by Lord Death? Joining the Devil's Club would allow one to obtain the power of a transcendent. An upper-class elite like her desires had long been smoothed out and she was less interested in anything. Having the opportunity to obtain transcendent powers made her feel a long-lost fervor. Raven said. "For the first task, Lord Death wants you to prepare a corpse and place it in the graveyard on the outskirts of North City before midnight tomorrow. Remember, it has to be the fiercest, most evil corpse in life." The North City suburb cemetery was not like the commercial cemeteries in the city, which were all earthen graves. There were quite a few villages on the outskirts of North City, and the dead from all 10 miles and 8 villages were buried in the North City suburb cemetery. The inchi was very heavy and was just right for creating the spirits of the dead. Su Yutong made a note of it and waited for Crow to say the second task. Crow said. "There is a man in the South China Sea named Zhu Dajuan, who was hunted down the other day and almost lost his life." Su Yutong looked at Crow with disbelief. Zhu Dajuan was hunted down and killed? Almost lost his life? No wonder Zhu Dajuan didn't show up when he hosted a banquet at the Emperor the day before yesterday, so he had encountered trouble. Zhu Dajuan was being chased and killed. This matter himself, the uncrowned king of the development zone, didn't know, but Lord Death knew. This. Is there anything that Lord Death doesn't know? Crow continued. You have to find out the truth about Zhu Dajuan being chased and killed within a week, and find out who the person behind the scenes is. After listening to Xiao Hei's protection of Zhu Dajuan, Li Yang was interested in the bald killer who could dodge bullets. He wondered if that was considered a transcendent. Chapter 22 Demon Club Membership Card. The Raven said, fluttering his wings and preparing to leave. Well, that's it. This king sees you as agreeable, so this king will speak more favorably for you in front of the master. Su Yutong hurriedly said. Your Majesty, please wait. Crow stood at the window and turned to look at Su Yutong in confusion. Su Yutong removed the bracelet worth millions and handed it to the crow. Your Majesty, a small token of appreciation, please accept it. The more the crow looked at Su Yutong, the better she looked. Su Yutong continued. 2 days from now is my birthday. The banquet venue is at the South Sea International Exhibition Hall. If your majesty can show your face to attend, it will definitely be a great honor for Yutong. Su Yutong's birthday banquet was not as simple as celebrating her own birthday, but rather taking advantage of her birthday to deepen her relationship with various partners. Su Yutong's words of inviting the crows to the birthday banquet were just that. She knew that His Majesty the Black Dragon would not attend her mortal's business banquet, so she didn't have any hope at all. But then, whether His Majesty comes or not is one thing, whether he invites himself or not is another. If you don't shout at them if they don't come, that's because you don't know what you're doing. This was the way of the business world, and she didn't know if it could be applied to transcendentalists. Anyway, it's not strange to have a lot of gifts. As for whether to invite Lord Death, she didn't have the guts. The crow glanced at Su Yutong, didn't say anything, and fluttered its wings to leave. After the crow left, Su Yutong's brain began to race. The corpse that the god of death wanted was definitely not an ordinary corpse. The fiercest, the most evil. Could something have happened in the prison? A particular corpse of a death row inmate in the prison was what Lord Death wanted? Su Yutong dialed a phone. Warden's son, excuse me. South China Sea, inside a certain mid-mountain villa. In the living room with a rich artistic and luxurious atmosphere, Shaking Belle ambled in front of the table, drumming her cheeks and fiddling with some pieces of paper. Moving to a new home was supposed to be a happy thing. In the last silo, she had to sleep in the living room. Now that she had her own room, she couldn't be happy. The reason for everything could only be blamed on that capitalist Li Yang. Shaking Belle glanced blearily at Li Yang, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Li Yang, can I watch the flat screen? Today is the duel between Zhu Zi and his brother. Li Yang didn't look back. No need to watch, his brother is dead. Shaking Belle looked at Li Yang with disbelief. Big eyes gradually covered with a layer of fog. Beating Nissen, dead? Li Yang continued. I'll return the tablet to you if you make the membership card. The membership card Li Yang wanted was definitely not an ordinary membership card. He wanted a membership card that was invulnerable to fire and water, and wouldn't be easily torn and destroyed. The patterns and handwriting on the membership card could only be seen by the demons. The membership card was an invitation to the demon club and a symbol of identity for the demons, and it had to be both resilient and stealthy at the same time. The only one who could make such a card was the Black Witch, Black Sorcery. Rattlesnake wiped her tears in aggravation, and her small hands kept changing gestures, using black witchcraft to make the card that Li Yang wanted. She regretted that she hadn't practiced properly. It was too difficult for her, who only had first-level spiritual power, to make this kind of card. This kind of card, to an ordinary person, was already a treasure in itself, a transcendental item. Li Yang didn't pay attention to the ringing bell, his fingers tapping the sofa one by one, obviously thinking about something. He wanted to turn Emperor Nightclub into a demon club, and he needed someone to be the explicit boss of Emperor Nightclub, to be Zhu Dajuan's boss. In the future, not only the Emperor Nightclub, he would have all kinds of industries, all of which would need a person to stand in the open. Rattles, crows, black dogs, these three definitely cannot. Because, these three were not human and did not have a legitimate identity in the human world. As for myself, I'll live with it as long as I can. Those bosses in the human world are not legal entities anymore. Why would he, the Grim Reaper, be stupid enough to be a legal entity? It was urgent to have a human as an apostle. This person couldn't be too conspicuous. How about finding a living dead person to be a puppet? Li Yang thought and asked to Rattle. Did you find those people I asked you to look for? Li Yang had asked Shaking Belle to find some dying widows and orphans and turn them into living dead to establish the cleaner system used to erase demonic traces. Shaking Belle twisted her head and said while wiping her tears. Found them, they are all in all corners of the South China Sea. They don't have the money to treat their illnesses and are waiting to die at home. In a moment I'll write the address to you. Li Yang was silent. He needed a human apostle right now. Those people that Rattle said were distributed in all corners of the South China Sea, how long would it take to pick them one by one? Or, should he go to the hospital himself and try his luck? There were too many people suffering from illnesses in hospitals. What if someone was suitable to be his apostle? One's apostle might not have to be a widow or an orphan like the cleaners. As long as the social status was not obvious, the ability was outstanding, and there were not many friends and relatives around who would not easily reveal their demonic identity, then it would be quite suitable. The following day, the first hospital of the South Sea Medical University. The ambulance was parked at the entrance of the hospital, and several nurses and doctors were nimbly putting the patient on the stretcher cart and running towards the emergency room at a fast pace. They were fighting for time with the god of death. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! There's a severe burn victim. The nurse shouted at the top of her voice as she ran. A powerful flu had recently appeared in the South China Sea, and the hospital's emergency room was almost full. Finally, the stretcher cart was pushed to the emergency room. The chief of surgery looked at the man on the stretcher with a grave expression. Cardiac testing, cardiac care, quick! The man's injuries were treated urgently in the ambulance. All the clothes that could be removed from his body were taken off, revealing a scarlet color. Some of the clothes had stuck to the flesh and could only be cut off a little bit with scissors. At this level, the end was already set, he didn't have much time left. The pre-treatment of burns of this degree was the most important. Even if the man's chances were slim, the chief of surgery calmly proceeded with the treatment. Even if he couldn't be saved, he wanted him to go in comfort. I regret. The man mumbled in pain. The chief of surgery asked in a hurry. What did you say? The man broke off. I should have run, I could have run, I shouldn't have saved her, but I saw a little girl there and I didn't hold back. He passed a store at noon that had exploded. He shielded the little girl next to him with his body, but he himself was splattered solidly with kerosene. The head surgeon stood in awe. You saved a life, you're great. The man groaned in pain. I'm not great at all, I want to get married, I'm getting married tomorrow. The Surgeon General frowned. You're getting married tomorrow? Where's the bride? The man's breathing began to weaken. She's at the airport, I was supposed to pick her up, how did this happen, why didn't I run? The nurse in the room's eyes reddened. Tomorrow was the most handsome day of his life, to end up in this situation to save a little girl who was not related to him. This was a hero, but why is it that heroes are only honored but not rewarded? The head surgeon knew that the man could not be saved anymore, and he increased the cardiotonic dosage for the man, saying, The bride will be here soon, let's go to her. Chapter 23 The First Human Apostle. In the hospital, the man's breath was getting fainter and fainter. The whites of his eyes rolled out as he struggled to keep them open. Doctor, I'm in pain, am I going to die? The head surgeon looked at the instrument display, the man's blood pressure was getting lower and lower. He consoled. It's not going to happen, don't be paranoid. He struggled to catch his breath, pleading, his voice weak. Doctor, please, help me. I don't want to die, I want to get married. His name was Du Yongming, his parents had left early, and his grandmother had died while raising him through high school and junior high. Du Yongming hard work and thrift, saving food and clothing, froze with hard work to get into the key teacher training. A child with no one to rely on, grew up to be a unique and excellent teacher. From being a teacher with nothing, Du Yongming saved up enough money for a down payment and had a girlfriend who loved him. It's an inspiring story of a bittersweet ending. Unfortunately, it's also an intended tragedy. The Surgeon General's phone rang and it was the nurse who had been sent to pick up the bride-to-be. He picked up the phone and the sobbing female voice on the line was that of the bride-to-be. The chief of surgery passed the phone to Du Yangming's ear. Bride's phone. There was light in the man's eyes, desperately trying to keep his increasingly sunken eyes open. Mingyu, I may not be able to wait for you. The female voice on the phone suppressed a sob. I can wait, you can wait for me, I'll be there soon. The man revealed a smile and closed his eyes. This is also considered to be in the tenderness of the beloved, right, quite at ease. The chief of surgery glanced at the EKG inside. Go prepare the morgue procedures. After saying that, he headed outside, he had other patients. This kind of thing happens every day in the emergency room. The nurse silently puts a white sheet over the man's head. The man slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes were white curtains, a white ceiling, and the sound of machines in his ears. This is still in that emergency room. Just now seems to have had a dream that he died. A doctor by the bedside watched him silently. This doctor was different from the one from earlier. He was a little taller, wore a mask, and you could tell he was a young man between his eyebrows. The man said, Doctor, I don't seem to be in as much pain as I was earlier, will I get better? The doctor shook his head. No, you will die. The words were merciless and cold. The man had expected this, and he looked at the doctor expectantly. Well, can I wait for her? Again the doctor shook his head. Can't wait. This doctor spoke cruelly. The man looked at the ceiling, his mind wandering, muttering. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The doctor said. It's not hard to live, it depends on the way you want to live. The man felt that the doctor meant what he said. He tried very hard to suppress the weakness and said in an expectant, thirsty, pleasing tone. I'll do anything you want me to do to stay alive. I want to live, save me. Doctor, anything, at any price, if I can live. Is there anything the hospital can do? He was no longer in his right mind, and he was so delusional as to think that the hospital had any unseemly human experiments that could keep him alive. Are you really willing to pay any price to stay alive? The doctor stood up slowly, and the air seemed to grow heavy as the entire emergency room fell into depression. The man's eyes showed horror. The doctor's appearance changed, and he wasn't even human. It was actually a skeleton wearing a white coat and a mask. Is this an illusion or is it real? If it's real, the Grim Reaper came to me before dying? What price do I have to pay? I'm willing no matter what. The man couldn't wait. The fire of the soul burned in Li Yang's eyes as he took out a wooden jar from his arms and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth. You will lose your ordinary life. You will become a demon that lurks on earth. Execute my call at any time. The man's breath hitched. I do. As long as I could live, anything would do. Li Yang poured the desire potion from the wooden jar into the man's mouth. What was in the potion was the man's desire. This man's desire was to live. Li Yang withdrew the power of death that was maintaining the man's conversation with himself. The man drank the potion, his heart rebeat, and the instrument connected to the man showed that the man's vital characteristics were recovering. An arcane message entered the man's mind. Vampire. The favorite of death, the king of the night, the ruler of black magic. Vampires are immortal and will recover from any injury, no matter how heavy. In the darkness of the night, a vampire's injuries will recover at an extremely fast rate. Vampires are immortal. The only way to kill a vampire is if the vampire's demonic body is caught in direct sunlight. Talent, blood drawing. Blood drawing, by sucking blood, you can grow your mental powers. With severe burn injuries like the man's, he could recover quickly just by turning into a vampire at the moment. However, the man would not be foolish enough to turn into a vampire in a hospital. Come find me tonight. Li Yang said an address to the man and told the man to find himself at the villa at night. He intended to make this man his apostle. He admired this man. Li Yang was a graduate of a medical university and knew too well about the man's injuries, which couldn't survive for long. But this man was able to fight his willpower to hold out for so long. He was a guy with a strong heart. Secondly, the fact that the man was dying and only had a fiancée rushing this way meant that he had a very small social circle. These 2 points together were just what Li Yang wanted. So Li Yang wasn't stingy with his own apostle and gave him all the desire potions. It wasn't good for his own apostle to have low combat power. After doing all this, Li Yang twisted his head and walked out of the emergency room, crumpling the white coat on his body into a ball and throwing it into the trash. A woman with a tear-stained face brushed past him and rushed into the emergency room led by a nurse. After a moment, the chief of surgery, full of shock, walked quickly back into the ER. The nurse and the woman rushed into the operating room, led by the chief surgeon, pushing the man's stretcher bed. A nurse eyed them and wiped tears from her eyes and sighed. This is love. They stood at the pinnacle of love and laughed at the impotence of death. Li Yang took his round hat and put it on his head, lowered the brim and walked towards the outside. At night, a swarm of pitch-black bats swept over the full moon and surrounded the sky above the Serenity Villa. The bats landed on the ground and gathered together to become one person. In the courtyard of the villa, the crows and black dogs that were frolicking looked at the man at the door in unison. He was wearing a hospital gown and had bandages wrapped around his body. Du Yangming sensed a peculiar aura on the crows and black dog. He understood that this crow and black dog were not considered normal creatures like himself. Du Yangming was a little nervous. This mansion was the residence of that being. The gorgeous villa was like a monster, giving him such a strong sense of oppression that he could barely catch his breath. Under the watchful eyes of the crows and black dogs, he walked into the villa's gate with a stiff upper hand. He had been invited here and did not dare to be late. Vampire. Chapter 24, Extra Shift, Emperor Nightclub. Inside the villa. Li Yang played with the membership card in his hand. This card was the one that Shaking Bell had spent a day to get with the black sorcery of the Black Witch. The card was black in color. The pattern on the card was 3 demons wearing black robes and white hoods. The demon in the center had a rich and attractive body, and it was obvious that it was a female. These 3 demons represent the raven, the black dog, and the rattle. The 3 demons were holding a skull, and the skull represented Li Yang. On the top of the card was written, Low Shadow Demon, meaning low-level member, Shadow Demon. This card belonged to Zhu Dajuan. Of course, the patterns and words on it could only be seen by creatures with transcendent powers. To the eyes of ordinary people, it was nothing more than an ordinary, black card made of unknown material. The rattlesnake in front of the desk gurgled a mouthful of milk tea and looked at Li Yang pitifully. Li Yang, I finished one, can I watch some cartoons? Li Yang glanced at her. Zia. Rattlesnake hurriedly covered her ears. Don't dramatize, I'll do it, can't I finish it? Li Yang looked towards the door where a man was standing. It was Du Yangming. Li Yang nodded to the sofa on the side. Sit. Du Yangming sat down uneasily. He lowered his head, not daring to look around. After entering the villa until now, he felt like he had entered another world. The weird crows and black dogs, the young girl full of mysterious aura. The one sitting on the sofa exuded an oppressive power. The black cards in his hands were all so unusual as well. This was a world that belonged to the transcendent, a world that belonged to the level beyond ordinary matter. Du Yangming could sense that the youth fiddling with the black card on the sofa was the one who was the god of death today. Li Yang frowned. Why haven't you recovered from your injuries? Vampires could recover quickly from any multiple injuries in the darkness of the night. Du Yangming's body was obviously still in a state of serious injury. Du Yangming did not dare to raise his head and respectfully said, I can control my recovery speed, I'm afraid that recovering too quickly will be noticed as abnormal. Moreover, these injuries are no big deal to me now. Li Yang nodded. Du Yangming carefully glanced at Li Yang, hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his hand. The fingernails grew instantly, shining with a dangerous luster. Du Yangming asked with a complicated face. Master. What exactly is my current condition? Why have you bestowed me with this power and given me a new life? Li Yang said. No need to call me master, just call me sir. Du Yangming nodded seriously. Yes, sir. Li Yang said slowly. What you are now, you should know very well. Just think of it as a moment of weakness on my part, unwilling to take away your soul. Likewise, I happen to need someone to do something for me. From now on, you are my apostle. Du Yangming's mouth slightly opened, his heart shocked. Apostle? Deaths. Apostle? Yes, vampires are the favorites of the god of death, calling themselves the god of death's dependents. Oneself this has directly become the messenger of the god of death? Serving a god. Unexpected, frightened, panicked, oodles and oodles of feelings mixed together, surprisingly inexplicably forming an emotion called honor. Du Yangming firmly said. Sir, whatever you need me to do, I will definitely do it. Li Yang held the membership card between his index and middle fingers and flicked it lightly. Du Yangming hurriedly caught it with both hands. Li Yang's indifferent voice rang out. Give this card to its owner first. Emperor Nightclub. The Emperor Nightclub late at night was the most lively time. To talk about cooperation, celebrate success, and flatter relationships, Emperor Nightclub was the best choice and the best sincerity. All kinds of luxury cars were parked at the entrance, and the guests entering and exiting the Emperor Nightclub were well dressed. Those who could spend money here were at least middle-class petites. The doorman welcomed the guests respectfully. A strange man caught the doorman's attention. Wearing a black raincoat that wrapped his body tightly, the strange man walked towards the door with smooth steps. It didn't look like he was here to spend money. The doorman quietly said a few words on the headset's working channel and greeted him with a professional smile. Sir, welcome to Emperor Nightclub, are you here to find someone or? Halfway through his words, the porter saw what the man looked like under the hood of his raincoat and froze. The strange man's face was wrapped in bandages, covering most of his face, only revealing his mouth, eyes, and part of his cheek skin. He was none other than Du Yangming. Du Yangming said in a low voice. Looking for someone. The doorman swallowed his saliva. He had seen those outlaws in the shadows of the Imperial nightclub. This man had quite an icy aura about him, even more oozing than those outlaws. Sure enough, he was the one who smashed the venue. At this moment, Mad Wolf's voice rang out from the porter's headphones. Take him to the 8th floor. Horror crossed the bottom of the doorman's eyes. He didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly welcomed Du Yongming into the nightclub. Arriving at the 8th floor of Emperor Nightclub. The doorman did not have the qualifications to step into the corridor on the 8th floor, and kept his head tightly lowered, not even daring to take a look. In case he saw something he shouldn't, he wouldn't be able to live. The 8th floor was even more lavishly decorated, and in the eyes of ordinary people, this was heaven. On both sides of the corridor stood princesses with looks and temperaments similar to stars. Wearing high heels, they meticulously stood in standard etiquette postures. A gorgeous woman in professional attire respectfully saluted Du Yongming, twisted her small waist, and led Du Yongming to the 888 private room. As Du Yongming passed by, the 2 rows of princesses owed a curtsy with sweet voices. For the first time, he knew that there was such a place in this world. The owner of this place was definitely a big shot that he had to look up to. To be precise, it was the big shot that his previous self had to look up to. Now, he himself was the messenger of death. Du Yongming raised his head and looked at the waitress who was leading the way in front of him. Perhaps, even this waitress, for his own self a day ago, was high above the rest. Suddenly, Du Yongming was attracted by the waitress's white neck. It was very white and tender. He swallowed his saliva. I wonder what kind of freshness it would be when I bite into it. Du Yongming was startled by his own thoughts. He was a vampire, he had to suck blood, but he didn't want to hurt innocents. Finally arriving at private room 888, the waitress pushed open the door and respectfully said, "Mr. Zhu, the honored guests have arrived." A bright laughter resounded within the private room. "Ha ha 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 ha, please come in." Zhu Dajuan immediately got up from the sofa, and the moment he took a closer look at Du Yongming, his pupils shrunk. There was no shadow on this person. He was not a human being. Zhu Dajuan quickly hid his inner astonishment and warmly greeted him, taking the initiative to stretch out his hands to shake hands, with a very low stance. "Little brother is afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for you, and I'm really sorry for not personally greeting your lordship. Please take a seat. In a moment, I will punish myself with 3 cups. The shock in the waitress's eyes flashed by. Looking at the entire South China Sea, who had the qualifications to make General Zhu lower his posture like this? She respectfully owed her body and carefully left. Du Yongming, on the other hand, glanced fondly at the waitress's neck once again and swallowed his saliva. He was hungry, and a hunger that was hard to suppress was consuming him. Zhu Dajuan's eyes revealed a meaningful look and quietly nodded his headset. Chapter 25 on the Shelf Testimonials. Since this book debuted QQ reading, it will be on the shelves tomorrow. It is not that the author ate ugly owl, simply because the mechanism problem ha. In advance beep 2 sentences ha brothers and sisters. First of all, thank you for the support and favoritism of new and old readers. When I first started to write, I have been very apprehensive. The good brother, dream awake, afraid of my anxious fire, gaga give me reward, I look at all heartache. Well, the pressure is more, afraid of writing bad. My greatest fear is not whether I can make money, but I am afraid of letting my brothers down. When I was in the hospital in the most difficult time, it was the brothers who helped me get through it. Always remember that and be grateful. New friends may not understand me. If you look unhappy, can scold 2 sentences, or private chat me, I will listen to advice. The author listens to scolding, but also gaga listen to the words. After all, we are all spending money, it is okay to read the unhappy scolded 2 sentences. Read the book is to be happy, see not happy that is the author is useless. When the book told brothers, see the background of the recommended votes and monthly votes and comments, a lot of familiar names. To tell the truth, at that moment know what is called security. And see some new friends support, really honored, thank you. I want to make friends with everyone. I've always wanted to write something a little more demanding of myself. The kind of thing that is hopefully both cool and at the same time has something that you want to express. The last book I wanted to write was Dream. The name of the protagonist in the last book was Meng Xing, which means dream awakening. The protagonist uses the gift of awakening to help the suffering realize their dreams in a monstrous world. Everyone's dreams came true, only the protagonist's own dreams woke up. Of course, the writing in the last book was bad, purely because of luck and a certain sound a small fire, so that I have the ability to million words to finish the book. This book I want to write is desire. Some people are born to stand on top of the mountain, some people are grass all their lives. The desire of human nature unlimited amplification materialized as the devil, that will be what kind of world? Li Yang's name is certainly not unfamiliar to the readers of the last book. fanatic, evil, elegant, and quite perverted. His popularity has always been quite high. Haven't read the last book, does not delay to read this book. Ow, good brothers, do not because of this matter persuaded to retreat. Ha. I also like this character, so I want to take Li Yang as the main character of this book. In the past 2 days, there are a few good brothers chatting with me privately. I'm not sure why Li Yang isn't as perverted as he is, but is he a different character with the same name? Or is the Li Yang of this book not hungry? The main thing is that Li Yang does not converge a little bit, really ing, but the trial. The last book 404 had the most chapters about Li Yang. The outline for this book is being refined, but I'm not sure I'll have as much luck as I did with the last book. I promise, no more, no vacation, no hydrology. Chapter 26, The First Place of the Devil's Club. Zhu Dajuan sat beside Du Yongming, his but only daring to dip the sofa a little, and asked in a small voice. Your Excellency, that gentleman, what are his orders? Being treated so respectfully by a big shot, it was impossible for Du Yongming to not have a ripple in his heart. But he wouldn't show it, he was representing the face of death at the moment. He took out a black card from his pocket and indifferently said, The master asked me to give you the membership card. Zhu Dajuan even rubbed his hand on the expensive suit and carefully accepted the card. After becoming a demon, he had transcendent powers and could see things on the card that were invisible to mortals. Low Shadow Demon. Zhu Dajuan immediately understood. Demon Club. The membership card must be the identity symbol of a demon club member. Zhu Dajuan secretly squeezed the membership card. It was definitely not a piece of paper, nor was it metal. I wonder what it was made of. Du Yongming continued. From now on, half of the Emperor nightclub is used for normal business. The other half is a private place for Devil's Club members. This place, from now on, will be the Devil's Club of the South China Sea. Zhu Dajuan chewed on Du Yongming's words and absorbed all the meaning into his brain. The fact that half of the Emperor nightclub was used for normal business meant that the Devil's Club was going to be hidden on Earth and did not want to be exposed to the public. After all, if Emperor nightclub were to suddenly close down and only be used for private purposes, it would draw the attention of many people. In addition, the Emperor nightclub was the Devil's Club of the South Seas, so did that mean that there were still many Devil's Clubs hidden in this world? It turned out that the transcendent world had always been around him, it was just that he wasn't qualified to touch that level. Since demons truly existed in this world, did other transcendent beings, as well as the legendary immortal cultivators, really exist as well? Zhu Dajuan felt his blood boiling, and his tiger's eyes suppressed a bearish ambition. Du Yongming continued. That part of the Devil's Club has to be redecorated. It can't just be a place of red lights and green. Dance halls, music venues, cafes and other recreational facilities, as well as catering, guest rooms, meeting rooms must be complete. The master has instructed that the Devil's Club must fulfill the needs of the members as much as possible, as well as unleash the desires of the members. Zhu Dajuan took out a small book to carefully record Du Yongming's words. This apostle was sent to take over the Emperor nightclub, and might not be his direct superior in the future. There is also the most important thing. Du Yongming added. Zhu Dajuan recorded. You may speak. Du Yongming looked deeply at Zhu Dajuan. To prepare a cozy suite for the master. Zhu Dajuan said in a daze. He will come? Little one still has a chance to see that being? Zhu Dajuan didn't dare to call the god of death by his name. He didn't have the guts to go to the medicine store to bother Li Yang. Zhu Dajuan thought that the god of death was either playing with the world or had a special mission, which was why he was in that tiny medicine store. The god of death bestowed himself with demonic power purely because of a whim or because he was interested in his own desires. Otherwise one would never have had the chance to see that kind of incredible existence in one's life. How could one dare to see a god before obtaining a divine edict? Du Yongming snorted. What is the status of the master? It would be an honor for you to come here. The master may not descend here, but a residence belonging to the master cannot be absent. Zhu Dajuan nodded repeatedly. Du Yongming stood up. Alright, it's time for me to go, do your errands. He had to appear in the ward before his girlfriend returned to the hospital. Zhu Dajuan hurriedly said. My lord, wait, please give me your bank card number in the human world. From now on all the income from Emperor nightclub will be credited to that card. Du Yongming gave out his bank card number. Zhu Dajuan wouldn't be stupid enough to find out who the owner of this card was. No matter what identity was found out, it would be the devil's disguise on Earth. He would not make himself uncomfortable. Du Yangming wanted to leave again, and Zhu Dajuan called out to Du Yangming once again. Du Yangming frowned at Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan had a fawning smile on his face. Your Excellency comes once in a while, why don't you enjoy yourself? Du Yangming didn't understand what Zhu Dajuan meant. Zhu Dajuan nodded his headset. Come in. Crazy Wolf pushed open the door, and a fragrant wind poured in. Outside the door, a group of women like flowers, dressed in their own styles, came in. Lolita, professional sets of dresses, graceful noblewoman, home dress, maid dress, bikini. Domestic, foreign, all are different types of superb. Zhu Dajuan revealed a smile that all men understand. There are lollas, teenage girls, young women, mature women, and some for the first time. Du Yangming's throat shrugged. Women's blood interested him more. Especially those two young girls, the blood of a virgin is like an irresistible poison. Zhu Dajuan came close to Du Yangming and whispered. They are all dutiful treats for you, it doesn't matter if they make a life, the little ones can handle it. Zhu Dajuan couldn't tell if Du Yangming's greed for the previous waitress was lust or appetite. These women were in a special situation, their lives had long been sold to Zhu Dajuan. If it wasn't to curry favor with Du Yangming, he really couldn't afford to take out these great treasures. Du Yangming's eyes glowed with a cold light as he instantly struck out, strangling Zhu Dajuan's neck to death. Don't you presume to speculate on my mind. Zhu Dajuan looked at Du Yangming in horror and nodded with difficulty. After Du Yangming left, the women in the private room all left, leaving only Zhu Dajuan and Crazy Wolf who were drinking mulled wine. Mad Wolf organized his words and hesitantly opened his mouth. Boss, what is that person's origin? Zhu Dajuan scratched his big back. Someone who can't be offended. The private room was quiet for a while. Zhu Dajuan laughed at himself. This is the first time in so many years that I've patted a horse's ass on the hoof. You can't really guess what's in the devil's mind. Zhu Dajuan patted Crazy Wolf's shoulder and asked. Wolf, have you ever patted a horse's ass to a horse's hoof? Say it out to make brother me happy. Crazy Wolf's eyelids drooped and said grimly. If you ask that, there really was. It was 5 years ago. At that time, I had a great buddy and was looking to give my good brother a good time. Zhu Dajuan froze for a moment, and then? Mad Wolf despondently lit a cigarette and said quietly. I didn't know until the three of us met later. My buddy was my good brother's girlfriend. Zhu Dajuan was silent for a long time and finally spat out 2 words. Awesome. The mood was much better. Find a designer to come to my place tomorrow. At 1 a.m, the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city. The lights are chaotic, the surroundings are lonely, the wild wind and weeds are wary of each other, and the moon is hastily closing in. A raven streaked through the darkness and landed on a man's shoulder. The man wore a tailored suit, a black trench coat, and a bowler hat on his head. It looked eerie in the eerie cemetery. Li Yang touched the crow's head. The crow came close to Li Yang and whispered a few words, telling Li Yang about the place where Su Yutong had put the body. After last time, the crow did not go back to Su Yutong. The time and place of storage of the corpse that Li Yang wanted, Crow had asked his little brother to ask. Crow's minions were various birds. Those birds were enchanted by the crow and could bring the crow's voice out as well as Su Yutong's voice back. Chapter 27 Creating the Undead. Li Yang lifted his leg and walked towards the location where the body was stored. It was in a dirt grave bag in the very center of the cemetery. Li Yang followed the arcane memories in his mind and began to prepare for the ritual of creating the undead. He drew spell formations nearby, and obscure incantations were recited from his mouth, which traveled through the dark graveyard as if the undead were whispering. The wind picked up in the graveyard, and Yin Qi surged towards the earthen grave bag. An invisible sense of oppression struck, causing one's heart to clench, not daring to breathe heavily. A sound came out from within the earthen grave bag, knocking on the coffin boards one by one, as if knocking on a door. At this time, cracks appeared in the earthen grave bag. Ka! A pale hand with wood shavings broke out of the ground. At this time, Li Yang's ears twitched as he looked behind him, his gaze piercing through the darkness. Someone was coming. Li Yang's eyes narrowed, then the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile and patted the crow's head. Go find Su Yutong. The crow spread its wings and flew towards the city, leaving a streak of shadow under the moon. Li Yang, on the other hand, walked towards the depths of the cemetery, his straight posture disappearing into the darkness. The earth burial mound was still cracking, and the horrible undead were about to be born. Everyone, this is the location of tonight's live broadcast. The North City suburb cemetery with the heaviest and fiercest qi in the South China Sea. A man and a woman stood outside the North City suburb cemetery. One of them was carrying a camera and filming the gloomy cemetery. The woman was holding a microphone and broadcasting live. The female anchor had a name tag on her chest that read Dajuan Culture Company. She was a small anchor under Zhu Dajuan's hand. Although Grand Army Culture Limited was just a company that Zhu Dajuan had put up in the open and used to cover up his real business, it was definitely not an empty-headed company. Grand Army Culture has an office building and mainly reports on social customs, people's livelihood, and positive energy. Zhu Dajuan's explicit identity is a proper media businessman. Fighting feudal superstition starts with me. Tonight, Lele will be the spirit-detecting anchor and show everyone the rumored scariest graveyard in the northern suburbs of the city. I will let everyone know that there are no ghosts in this world at all. As the anchor woman finished her words, the cameraman cooperatively swept the camera across the North City suburb cemetery and gave close-ups of the earth burial mounds. I don't know if it was because the gimmick of the North City suburb graveyard was too eye-catching, but the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly grew by leaps and bounds. Hundreds and hundreds of them went up. The anchor woman was inwardly surprised. Her results in the company had always been at the bottom of the list, and if she continued like this she would have been out of a job. So she swords away and came to the cemetery to broadcast live. She had been bold since she was a child. She despises those who are afraid of ghosts. Where are the ghosts in this world? The female anchor is a bit good-looking. Anchor, I advise you not to play, it's very fierce here. I was bitten to death by a zombie here when I was a kid. I suspect that there is live tonight, and in a while the anchor will hire actors to pretend to be ghosts to scare people. The female anchor hurriedly said. Everyone, don't worry, tonight's live broadcast is absolutely real. Look at the name of the live room, Dajuan Culture Positive Energy Lele. Tonight's main purpose is to combat feudal superstition. Without further ado, let's go see what's going on at the North City suburb cemetery. The anchor woman gave the cameraman a hand signal, and the two of them just walked towards the cemetery. She pointed to a forest and said, "A lot of people say they meet ghosts here. Those are rumors with no scientific basis. But I'm standing right here, why doesn't the ghost come to me? Since it doesn't dare to look for me, I dare to look for it. Go into the woods and dish him out." The female anchor was talking eloquently to the camera when she heard the cameraman suddenly yell out. The female anchor and the audience in the live broadcast room were startled by this voice. The live broadcast room exploded. Scared me, dying in the middle of the night with all the fuss. Look, I told you there was a script, right? The actors are coming out, aren't they? Hurry up, let the ghost actor come out, dude, see if the ghost is a good-looking guy. The anchor woman glared at the cameraman. What's wrong with you? They didn't plan to use a script this time, so there was no part of the cameraman making a fuss to create panic. The photographer pointed to the side with a trembling hand. Look at that. The anchor woman followed the photographer's finger and her pupils contracted violently. Only to see that about 100 meters in the distance, there was a man with his back to them. He was standing straight up and twitching from time to time. In the middle of the night, it was a bit oozing. The anchor woman glanced at the live broadcast. That dude is quite dedicated. The twitching is very rhythmic. In the middle of the night, it's too much of a program. The anchor woman explained. That wasn't one of our actors, I promise. There are a lot of suburban villages in the north, so there might be some special customs. Like sacrificing family members in the middle of the night or something. The anchor woman mused for a moment, sighing. Or maybe they dream about their family and friends in the other world, so they get up to take a look. The ghosts that people are afraid of are the very family and friends that these people are thinking about. In any case, there is a connection with that gentleman. I wonder if he would like to accept our interview. With that, the anchor woman gestured at the photographer to follow. The photographer hesitated and whispered. Lele, there's no need to play so big, right? In case that person doesn't look normal, in case he's a psychopath with violent tendencies, it's too dangerous. The female anchor whispered. If we don't go to the interview, people will think we're scripting this. Look at the live broadcast room, it's so hard to get so many people. What did we come here in the middle of the night for? You don't want to give up on the previous work. The cameraman hesitated. The anchorwoman looked at the cameraman with contempt. You don't think there are ghosts and are scared, do you? The photographer gritted his teeth, afraid of nothing. Where are the ghosts in this world? Walk. The two walked one after the other. The live broadcast was thousands of people eating. The female anchor walked behind the strange man and spoke enthusiastically. Hello, sir, I'm really sorry for disturbing you. We are doing a live broadcast. Is it convenient to ask you a few questions? The man slowly turned his head, a frighteningly pale face with empty, lifeless eyes. He didn't speak either, he just stood frozen, occasionally twitching twice. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room once again brushed up. Looks really scary, this makeup under the capital A. Hiss, this actor are damn not like acting, scared me. Seeing as the actors are so dedicated, I take back the words of spraying you, are just a means to please me. The female anchor was also startled enough, and her first angry look was at the photographer. She suspected that this cameraman had taken matters into his own hands and really found an actor. After all, he was the first to spot this strange man. The photographer's expression gradually became horrified, and his legs began to shiver. The live broadcast room also exploded. This Nima, special effects? Special effects hammer, this doesn't look fake. Is this situation going to call the police? Anchorwoman doubtfully back to the head, mouth gradually open wide. The scene in front of her caused her to be struck by lightning, and the microphone slipped and fell to the ground. That strange man, no, it was that monster. The monster slowly swayed its body, its joints twisting unnaturally, like a weird mechanical dance. A rib expanded from under its skin, growing larger. As if there was a hand stretching it, the monster gradually increased in height to nearly 3 meters. It slowly opened its mouth, the flesh of its mouth tearing until the root of its ear, and several razor-sharp blood foams could be seen. Roar. A dry, strange roar almost scared away the anchorwoman's soul. Chapter 28: The Scent of Conspiracy in South Sea City. The female anchor had been stunned. Her legs were constantly trembling, forgetting the action of running. Ah! The cameraman let out a strange cry, dropping his filming equipment and dragging the anchoress towards the outside in a frantic run. The female anchor breathed heavily, nearly losing her mind. Fortunately, instinct allowed her to keep up with the cameraman. She glanced back. The monster was just staring at them eerily, with no intention of catching up. The anchorwoman and the others didn't know that it wasn't that the monster didn't like to kill, but it was because the monster was still in the process of turning into an undead. If it had finished sucking the Yin-Chi within the graveyard at this moment, the anchorwoman and the photographer would definitely not have survived. The anchorwoman and cameraman had never run so fast in their lives, and finally arrived at the parking spot. The photographer swallowed the saliva stuck on his throat. Help me get the keys out of my pocket, my hands are stiff. Fear fills the anchorwoman's eyes as she shakily takes out the keys from the photographer's pocket. Unlock the door, get in the car, and fire it up. The car drove towards the city at breakneck speed. In the car, the anchorwoman hugged her body and curled up in the passenger side. What was that? The cameraman was silent, his foot pressing hard on the gas. In the graveyard. That undead finally managed to finish growing. It hissed up to the sky, its ghostly whine breaking all silence as the birds fled from the woods in fear. The undead stared with green eyes, scanning the graveyard, looking for the two fresh flesh and blood from earlier. A foot stomps on the camera left on the ground by the cameraman. Suddenly, it looked deeper into the graveyard, its appearance gradually returning to that of a normal corpse, kneeling down on one knee and respectfully lowering its head. In the darkness, a man wearing a black suit, a black trench coat, and a round hat walks slowly. The undead's head bowed even lower. It was worshipping the god who created it. Li Yang snapped his fingers. A black shadow appeared at the feet of the undead. The black shadow formed an arcane formation made up of runes. The body of the undead spirit slowly sank into another space, waiting to be summoned by its master at any time. Next, it's time to test Su Yutong. He wasn't worried that Su Yutong would mess up. As long as she wanted to, she shouldn't mess it up. Li Yang picked up the camera that had broken on the ground, stepped away, and walked towards the distance like an idle stroll in the eerie graveyard. Nanhai Ditai Mansion. Su Yutong finished her shower and wore a black gauze nightgown, took out red wine from the mini fridge and sat on the sofa. This female president was quite fanatical about her career. Over the years, apart from socializing and traveling, the rest of the time was all in Ditai Mansion. There was even a special suite for her in Ditai Mansion. She lightly sipped on a fine wine, her two beautiful legs were folded, and documents were placed on her lap. Her brows were tightly locked. Last time, His Majesty the Black Dragon asked her to complete 2 missions. The first mission, to find the corpses of the fiercest and most vicious criminals. The second mission, to find out the truth about Zhu Dajuan being hunted down and killed. These 2 seemingly uneventful tasks were actually hidden mysteries. The corpse of the criminal who contributed to death is called Qianshui. Qianshui's mother was from Higashizakura, and he was a half-breed. He himself graduated from Higashizakura Inada University, School of Biological Engineering. A high achiever no less, and a 100% outlaw with multiple crimes around the world. Unbelievable. When Shansuchi was captured, a brigade of military officers was deployed, and it took a number of casualties to bring him down. It was said that he was able to dodge bullets and even move normally after being hit by a bullet. The second mission was a bit difficult to investigate, but it was nothing to Su Yutong. She was the one holding the strings of the behemoth that was the Nanhai Datai Group. If the Nanhai Economic Development Zone was used as a prying point, the entire Nanhai's human resources could be used by Su Yutong like a precision machine. In the South China Sea, there are indeed characters who can make the whole city serve them, but not many, just a handful. Without alarming too many people, Su Yutong finally grasped some information about the assassination of Zhu Dajuan. The underground forces in the South China Sea, in general, have 3 leading bigwigs. Zhu Dajuan, Zhou Cheng, and Snake Master, who are engaged in gambling. Zhu Dajuan and Zhou Cheng have always been at odds with each other, and they often clashed over business matters. Zhou Cheng's son, Zhou Hang, died for no apparent reason, and it is very likely that Zhu Dajuan did it. Zhou Cheng started to take revenge on Zhu Dajuan, but Zhou Cheng's power is the weakest among the 3 leaders, and he can't fight with Zhu Dajuan, and was rubbed on the ground by Zhu Dajuan. Finally, Zhou Cheng found a backer, and that backer almost made Zhu Dajuan miserable. The person behind Zhou Cheng is an East Sakura man, Kuroki Misawa. The name Kuroki Misawa was not unfamiliar to Su Yutong. He had approached himself to talk about cooperation. It was about biological experiments. She refused. Because that project would produce contamination of germs that would be difficult to control. She wouldn't take that kind of risk. Where did he find an assassin? Blackwood Misawa really isn't as simple as it seems. Su Yutong had to associate Qianshui with Blackwood Misawa, and also began to suspect the god-creating bio company that Blackwood Misawa belonged to. Biological genetic engineering. Did that company have some sort of experiment that could turn people into monsters like Qianshui? At her position, there were many things that normal people couldn't understand that she was able to humbly think about and accept. Su Yutong suddenly remembered something. On the day she was just discharged from the hospital, there was a bald driver who stabbed himself. He ate a pill and then his fighting strength soared. That bald driver was later identified and was also an East Cherry hybrid. All sorts of things seemed to have formed a web of intrigue that loomed over Nanhai City. She herself was even one of the parties involved. If there hadn't been a mission from the God of Death, she wouldn't have connected that day's assassination of herself by the driver of the big truck with Zhou Cheng and Kuroki Misawa in any case. Lord Death's mission really wasn't that simple. This was a mission and a warning from Lord Death to himself. East Sakura man, God Creator Company, assassin. Su Yutong put down her wineglass, her gaze ghostly. God-making creatures. What exactly have they done to attract the attention of the gods? Is it hard to really create gods? At this time, a knock on the window sounded outside the window. Su Yutong's face changed and she hurriedly pulled open the curtains. A sparrow was banging on the window. Su Yutong opened the window and knelt down on one knee, not afraid of exposing the scenery in front of her chest. The sparrow flew into the room and actually spoke. His Majesty has an order. Erase the demonic traces. His Majesty has an order. Erase the traces of demons. Location. The cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city. Location. North City Suburb Cemetery. Su Yutong respectfully said. As your Majesty commands. Sparrow repeated mechanically. Obey. Your Majesty's order. Yes. Your Majesty's message. After saying that, it fluttered its wings and left. After the sparrow left, Su Yutong frowned. Northern City Suburb Cemetery? She had only sent someone to send Shen Xiu's corpse there this evening. Was this another test? Su Yutong took out her cell phone. Xiao Wang, come to my room. Chapter 29 Anchorwoman and Fortune Teller. On the following day, Grand Army Culture and Media Limited Company. At 8 o'clock, the employees of Grand Army Culture Media Limited clocked in to work. The female anchor Lele didn't go home for the night and stayed at the company for the night. At dawn, she stood guard outside the supervisor's office door. The supervisor looked at anchorwoman Lele with surprise. Something wrong? Lele couldn't wait. Supervisor, I've come across big news. The supervisor looked at Lele with surprise and took out the key to open the office door. Come in and talk. The two entered. Lele sat on the sofa, and the supervisor received a glass of water for Lele. You finally found good news. I shouldn't be at the bottom of the list this month, right? Tell me, what news? Lele gulped down the hot water without feeling hot. She had been cowering in her workstation all night, not daring to move around, and was thirsty. She calmed down and said, "We filmed the ghost." The supervisor frowned. You filmed a ghost? Joy nodded seriously. The supervisor was filled with disappointment. Oh, get out. Although Dajuan Culture Media was a cultural media company, the company practiced a wolf culture. There were evaluations every quarter, and teams with low evaluation scores would have their performance deducted, and then additional bonuses would be made for high-scoring teams. The anchors and reporters here have to have a strong ability to resist pressure. In the past, there have been many anchors and reporters who have gone off the deep end at the end of the quarter. Engage in some inaccurate information in the vain hope that they can conceal the truth and become famous. Engaging in news like ghosts and weird bizarre stories was the beginning of the fall. Knowing that the supervisor didn't believe it, Lele hurriedly said, "Last night we were live at the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city, and we really saw it." The supervisor clearly did not believe it and snorted. "Where's the video?" Lele hesitated. "Last night that thing was so horrible that the filming equipment was lost in the North City suburb cemetery. My cameraman went to look for it this morning, but couldn't find it." The supervisor looked like he had already expected it. He said in a serious tone, "Lele, I've also come from your time. Young people should not be arrogant or impatient, don't always think of crooked ways, being down to earth is real." Lele was anxious. "A lot of people saw it on the live broadcast last night. I have over 5,000 witnesses." Seeing Lele so solemn, the supervisor took out his cell phone in disbelief. After fiddling with the phone for a few minutes, the supervisor's face became unhappy. If what you're saying is true, in this era of information explosion, there would definitely be a lot of information about North City suburb on the internet right now. However, last night until now, there was not half a sentence of information about the haunted North City suburb on the internet. If you want to hoodwink things, at least find an actor who pretends to be a ghost. Lele's face changed drastically. The supervisor had a point. According to normal logic, there was already a lot of information on the internet about the North City suburb being haunted at this moment. As long as there was a netizen recording the screen and posting a screenshot online, some marketing numbers would frantically speculate like sharks smelling blood to gain traffic. Even if the traffic is very small after just one night, but through the professional search engine can definitely search out. However, why was there no relevant news online? Lele's face grew more and more alarmed. Could it be that those who watched the live broadcast last night were actually not people either? A stream of cool air from the soles of the feet straight to the brain, creepy. Lele gulped, "Call the police, I have to call the police." Saying that, she hurriedly left the company and headed to the sheriff's office. Nanhai Qingshan Mental Disease Hospital. Lele walked out of the hospital gate with her head hanging down. She went to the magistrate's bureau to report the case, and the magistrate naturally didn't believe that her claim of hitting a ghost was true. However, seeing how serious and frightened Lele was, the two magistrates took Lele for a psychiatric evaluation. Given the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Lele was not mentally ill. After seriously criticizing Lele, the magistrate sent Lele away. Lele was helpless. Why did no one believe her? Even she herself began to doubt whether what she met last night was true or not. Lele scratched her hair in distress. "I can't really be mentally ill." An old voice came. "Girl doll, met something? Why don't the old Taoists tell you a fortune?" Lele twisted her head to look, and there was a scruffy old Taoist priest holding a fortune-telling flag at the entrance of the alley. Lele's eyes lit up. In the past, she didn't believe in bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods, but after last night, her perception of the world changed. Taoist priests, they must be able to catch ghosts. Lei walked quickly to the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, I. The old Taoist priest reached out and interrupted Lei's words, saying seriously, "You don't have to say anything, I'll know everything in a moment." After the old Taoist finished, he pinched and counted, and slowly opened his mouth in Lei's expectant eyes. "Little girl child, your seal hall is black, you must have encountered something strange. Last night, you encountered something unclean, right?" Lei's eyes grew brighter and brighter, nodding her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. "Master, do you think that thing will come back to me?" The old Taoist priest continued to pinch and hissed, his brows furrowed. "Strange, having encountered a dirty thing, it's logical that it should diminish the blessings. But why do you have a deep divine destiny? Little girl child, your life is not simple. What you met last night might not be something dirty, but a god. Your life is precious." Lei almost cried out. After encountering something so horrible last night, not a single person believed her today. Only one of the Xianmen who used to look down on her believed her and comforted her. Aggrieved to death. Lei glanced back at Castle Peak Hospital and said indignantly, "I really don't know who is mentally ill." The old Taoist stroked his beard and laughed lightly. Mental patients are merely those whose worldview is different from others. Most people don't allow a small number of people to have a worldview different from theirs, so they find reasons to imprison that small number of people. Lei stood in awe of the old Taoist priest. He couldn't understand what he was saying, but it was unclear. The two magistrates who had earlier sent Lei for psychiatric evaluation passed by this alley and saw Lei. "Why aren't you leaving? Can't you get a cab? We'll give you a ride." Lei shook her head. "Don't bother, I'll have a word with master." The magistrates looked at the old Taoist priest suspiciously. At this moment, a roar came from deep within the alley. "Damn it, give me back my ing clothes." "Right. It's you. Don't run. Officer, catch that psycho." Deep in the alley, an old man without a shirt rubbed his head and ran this way, pointing at the old Taoist priest with a face full of anger. The old Taoist's face changed drastically and he pulled out his legs to run. Two magistrates, quick as a flash, quickly held the old Taoist down. During the tugging and pulling, the old Taoist priest's robe was pulled off, revealing his hospital gown. The hospital gown had Castle Peak Hospital written on it. The old man who came after him grabbed the old Taoist priest's hair and said in grief, "This old thing sneaked up on me and snatched away all my eating utensils. Officer, we can't let him go." The corner of Lei's mouth twitched. "This, really, ing. What's going on?" She twisted her head and left. The old Taoist struggled and yelled at Lei. "Little girl. Learn to cultivate immortality with me. You're deeply destined to be a god." Lei froze in place, unable to speak for a long time, and watched as the old Taoist priest was taken back to the hospital. Chapter 30: The Unfolding of the Cleaner System. Inside the villa. Shaking Belle had stayed up for a couple of big nights and finally finished making 5 membership cards. She was wearing dark circles under her eyes. "Li Yang, can I play with the tablet now?" Li Yang handed over the tablet, and Shaking Belle finally revealed a long-lost smile, planting her head on the sofa and huffing and puffing. "It's not a big deal for a demon to stay up all night, she's just overexerting her mental energy right now, so she'll be fine after sleeping for a while." Li Yang got up and took a blanket to cover the bell, and took out his cell phone. There was no news on the cell phone about the graveyard in the northern suburbs of the city. Li Yang revealed a smile. There was clearly a paranormal event last night, and there were quite a few spectators. However, a pair of big invisible hands erased everything, as if nothing had happened. This was a test for Su Yutong, and it was believed that she would do better if she had a group of living dead subordinates. Li Yang was in need of such a means to help him take the plunge. Next, go find those cleaner candidates. Recently, a strange flu had appeared in the South China Sea that could kill people with very poor immunity. Rattles initially helped Li Yang lock down 124 people who were suitable to receive the power of the god of death to become the living dead and serve as cleaners. The addresses were already written on the paper. Li Yang hooked his hand and the crow that was bathing in the sunlight at the window fluttered its wings and flew over. It cocked its head and looked at the words on the notebook. Li Yang nodded its head. 2 things. First, tell Du Yangming to find these people and have these people hike to Little Black Mountain. Remember, Du Yangming's mission is just to explain the situation, he is not allowed to help them. Little Black Mountain was a pristine scenic foothill near Li Yang. Second, inform Su Yutong to find a house for settling the cleaners. The crow crossed its two wings in front of its body and bowed its head respectfully, then flew out the window. Shaking Bell rubbed her eyes and sat up. You're turning those people into zombies, aren't you? Those people are so weak and the road is so far. How many of them can come here when they have to travel such a long way while suffering from illness? Why don't you go yourself? Just let that vampire inform them for what? Li Yang played with the membership card and said. People still have to save themselves. If they don't even have the courage to survive, even if they become living dead, they are still useless living dead. Those living dead people acted as cleaners in the future, and the job of a cleaner wasn't that comfortable. Traveling dozens of miles with a seriously ill body was a test of the will to survive. If one day, a cleaner said that he couldn't stand the pressure of cleaning and asked to enjoy death, then what was Li Yang trying to do with this trip? It wasn't just a test either, it was also for confidentiality. Preventing people who shouldn't exist on the list from showing up at Little Black Mountain when they shouldn't. Shaking Bell puffed out her cheeks. It's just that I think it's quite a pity. I've been busy for a big meal, and it's clear that you can collect more than 100 minions. As a result, you only ended up collecting a little bit. Li Yang glanced at Shaking Bell. You're not sleepy again? Shaking Bell struggled to keep her eyes open and hugged the tablet. I need to see how Erju Z is a thing that can his Weasel Highness to death. The first hospital affiliated to Nanhai Medical University. Inside the hospital room, Du Yongming was wrapped in bandages and lying on the bed. Fiancé Li Mingyue held a spoon and fed Du Yongming soup. Li Mingyue thoughtfully wiped Du Yongming's mouth and said with a smile. So good, drank it all. Brother Yongming is recovering really fast. The doctor said that your recovery speed is nothing short of a miracle. In fact, Du Yongming could have recovered his injuries quickly. But recovering too quickly would cause unnecessary trouble and suspicion. So, he could only recover himself slowly and make himself look as normal as possible. While Du Yangming was grateful to Li Yang, he also felt quite guilty towards Li Mingyu. He and Mingyue were talking about everything, but now he had to hide such a big thing from her. Du Yangming grabbed Li Mingyu's hand. When I get better, we'll get married. A touch of shyness appeared on Li Mingyue's face. Mingyue. Du Yangming was just about to say something in a whisper. Suddenly his brows wrinkled. He felt a demonic aura approaching. Du Yangming looked out of the window, only to see a sparrow staring at him like a human. Li Mingyue waited for a long time and didn't hear Du Yangming speak, asking. What's wrong, brother Yangming? Du Yangming said. Sleepy, right? Take a nap. Du Yangming's words were soft, like a lullaby. Li Mingyue's eyelids drooped, her head sank, and she fell asleep on the hospital bed. Vampires were born to use black magic. Although he hadn't awakened his full black magic talent yet, he could slightly use some very low-level magic. Low-level magic was definitely not enough to deal with Zhu Dajuan, and against demons such as the three-headed dog of hell. But there was nothing wrong with dealing with a weak woman. Du Yangming walked out of bed and pulled open the window. What is it? He was well aware of his position. Death's apostle. Therefore, he only needed to grovel to the god of death. He was tough and represented death's strong attitude. Sparrow flew into the house, holding a pen in his mouth, and drew on the white paper. It was fast, similar to a printer, and perfectly reproduced the text on Li Yang's piece of paper. It was some addresses and names. Then, the sparrow made a mechanical sound. Tell them. Hike to the Great Black Mountain. Those who believe in the god of death. Those who succeed in reaching Little Black Mountain tomorrow night. Exempt from death. Vampires don't do superfluous things. Vampires don't do superfluous things. Sparrow's words were concise and Du Yangming completely understood the meaning. Believing in the god of death, arriving at Little Black Mountain, completing these two conditions would obtain the blessing of the god of death. And he himself was just a bridge of information to narrate the situation. Can't force them to believe in the god of death, can't offer them a taxi or anything. Du Yangming clasped his fists. By the order of the god of death. Sparrow fluttered his wings and left the ward. Nanhai Detail Group Building, CEO's office. Su Yutong ambled in front of the computer desk to check the documents. The content of the document was about the God Creation Organization. She didn't dare to slack off on the task given by the god of death. A thud sounded outside the window. Su Yutong hurriedly went and saw the crow himself. Hurriedly pulling open the window, she knelt down on the ground. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Black Dragon." The Black Dragon said indifferently. "Your chance has come." Su Yutong didn't dare to raise her head and whispered. "Please show me, Your Majesty." The crow said. "Master intends to invite you to join the Devil's Club." Su Yutong frowned. Devil's Club? Could it be an organization created by the god of death himself? Raven looked at Su Yutong with appreciative eyes. "By joining the Devil's Club, you are considered to have officially entered the transcendent realm. Finding the corpses of the vicious and erasing demonic traces, you've done a good job. Well, be glad that you have some status in the mundane world yourself. The Master has decided that you will lead the new cleaner system. The mission of the cleaner system is to erase the traces left by demons in this world. You will serve the Demon Club better." Su Yutong's petite body shook and her eyes were filled with surprise. One could lead a team of transcendents? Even if this cleaner system was just a service system for the Demon Club, even if it was the lowest level transcendent unit, it was still a transcendent team. "Grateful to death, my lord, many thanks to His Majesty the Black Dragon." Su Yutong had a great figure, her kneeling and crouching posture was seductive, and with her status as a female president, it was enough to make any man's blood run cold. Unfortunately, she was facing a crow. "Humph. But you disappoint this king too much." The crow snorted coldly. Demonic chi rose from its body, slowly winding up a black snake. The black snake was even thicker than before, like a black python, and the crow appeared small under its surroundings. Powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire office, like a mountain-like oppression that shocked Su Yutong. Obviously already considered transcendent, but facing an orthodox demon like the crow that had taken the desire potion, it was still as weak as an ant. Su Yutong hurriedly asked. "Your Majesty, is it something I've done that displeases you?" Crow said. "Rewards are rewards and punishments are punishments. Although you did a good job in the two matters of offering up the corpse and erasing the traces of the demon. However, why haven't you ascertained the truth about Zhu Dajuan's pursuit by now? Are you slacking off on me, or do you dare to slack off on my lord?" Su Yutong's cold sweat swished down as she hurriedly explained. "It'll be quick, I'll be able to find out soon, please give me some more time." Only then did the raven withdraw his demonic might. When dealing with subordinates, one should tighten the skin from time to time. The master was busy, so this kind of small role had to be worried by himself as an apostle. Raven said. "Then I'll give you a little more time. Next you go and find a secluded place for the placement of the cleaners. The scope of the cleaners' work, I will tell you on that day." After saying that, the crow flapped its wings and left. Su Yutong didn't dare to raise her head for a long time, and only got up after a while to make sure that the crow had gone far away. She took out her cell phone. "Xiao Wang, is that manor I have in the southern suburbs unoccupied? I'll go over there tomorrow and you clean up the place." Chapter 31, The Lu Family Sisters. The old part of Nanhai City was huge, taking up a fifth of Nanhai City, and surrounding Nanhai City in a semicircle on the periphery. There is a saying in the mouths of some mean people in the South China Sea. Moving out of the old city of Nanhai, living in the other 6 districts, that is considered the South China Sea people. The old city is mostly foreign workers, or living conditions are not high in the South China Sea locals. It can be said that the old city is the most poor. 50 square meters of house living 3 generations are considered normal. It was already evening. In the alleys, some heavily made-up women stood flamboyantly outside a small bungalow. They wink at men passing by and whine as they go up to talk to them. Some people are tired of pushing them away, they are not annoyed, just smile and walk away. Encountered shy, they grabbed the man's arm into the arms of the molestation, and so the man ran away red-faced. A few women covered their mouths into a ball of laughter. At this time, a man wearing a black suit, the figure of a man, with a steady pace into the alley. The women's eyes lit up. Most of the customers here are civil workers, vegetable market small bosses and the like. It is difficult to see this kind of quality men. Some women wanted to come over, but after seeing the man's appearance, they backed away in horror. The man's face was bandaged, and his eyes were dangerously cold. This kind of man must have some kind of fetish if he came to a lowly flower in Willow Alley, looking for pheasants for pleasure. No chance a torturous meal would take half a month to recuperate. The man was purposeful, walking straight towards a small bungalow. In front of the bungalow sits a young girl. 18 or 19 years old, her face painted with heavy makeup not befitting her age. Dressed in tacky leopard print black silk, it was not yet late fall and a heavy coat was draped over her. The young girl's temperament was serene, it was only the dress that spoiled that innocence. The young girl saw the man's appearance, first froze, then sweetly asked, "Brother, play?" 80. Du Yangming walked into the small bungalow with an expressionless face. The women outside the house exchanged words. Can that little girl resist packing? She's so weak, I don't know how she dares to take on this kind of work. She's very sick and has a sister to feed, so she's desperate. I'm afraid she'll die here, bad luck. The young girl heard the women's words, her face didn't change, she just hurriedly got up and walked into the house, afraid that the guests would get angry. The furnishings inside the house were ordinary. 2 beds, a table, 2 chairs, a stove, and a small bookcase. There were books on the bookcase, mostly high school books and exercise books. The young girl took off her coat and prepared to serve Du Yangming. Ahem. One of the beds with the mantle drawn, an uncontrollable cough came from inside. Du Yangming frowned. The young girl's face was flustered, and she hurriedly explained. That's my sister, she's sick. In normal times when I work she is out. She'll fall asleep in a while and won't disturb us. Du Yangming's face was complicated. He himself was a high school teacher. This young girl in front of him, as well as the sister on the bed, were all at an age where they should be enjoying books and being courted by boys. How did they fall deep into the mire? He was also an orphan, but he admitted that he was a lucky orphan. Du Yangming said, "What is your name?" The young girl returned. Lu Yuan. Du Yangming glanced at the bed. Where is your sister? The young girl tensed up. Lu Meng, what she doesn't do, only I do. It was the 2 names on the list. These 2 young girls were seriously ill and wouldn't live more than a few days. He stood up and walked over to the bookcase. Your sister still reads? The young girl's eyes clouded over as if she had been stung. My sister is not. Du Yangming had a sense of powerlessness. Looking for the people on the list for a day. All the way Du Yangming's heart felt like a big stone was pressed. He felt that he should be a doctor, not a teacher. Maybe he himself was the end time must kill Madonna in the novel. Fortunately, these people had a true savior. That merciful God of death, willing to forgive the sins these people had suffered. These people don't actually know what sins they have committed. The sins that society had sent down were actually asking a god to pardon them. Du Yangming spoke in a calm tone. Today, before 12 midnight, make sure to walk to Little Black Mountain. The commanding tone left Lu Yuan at a loss for words. I'm not going out, brother, I'll only do it here, I'll be obedient. Du Yangming said. Do you want to live? Lu Yuan froze. Doesn't she know her own body? Right now it was hard for her to walk 2 steps and she was cold every day. Lu Yuan asked. What do you mean? Du Yangming turned around and his eyes gradually became blood red. The terrifying fury made the temperature of the room drop a few degrees. He was a top predator, all humans were food before him. An existence at the top of the biological chain. Even just releasing a little bit of vampire's aura was enough to make ordinary humans feel like they were facing a ferocious beast. Du Yangming's terrifying appearance made Lu Yuan look horrified. She subconsciously ran to her sister's bed, staring at Du Yangming and protecting her sister tightly behind her. The trembling of her body showed her fear. Du Yangming slowly walked towards Lu Yuan, substantial darkness wrapped around Du Yangming. I am a messenger of the God of Death, a faithful follower of my Lord, the God of Death. By the order of my Lord, I grant the 2 of you a chance to live. As long as you believe in my Lord and arrive at Little Black Mountain before 12 o'clock midnight, the 2 of you can be spared from death. Lu Yuan breathed in sharply, panic causing her brain to go down. Her sister on the bed coughed violently again. Lu Yuan glanced back at her sister, the fear in her eyes dispersed, leaving only a full expectation. Can I not die? Then save my sister, I'll do anything. If you need a living person as a sacrifice, if you don't mind me, you can do whatever you want with me. Save my sister, please. Du Yangming frowned. My lord is not an evil god, the opportunity has been given to you. You don't have much time, so consider it quickly, you only have one chance. Du Yangming said and turned to leave. He wasn't afraid of what trouble he would attract after displaying his transcendent power. Along the way, he intentionally avoided the surveillance area. Actually, there wasn't much surveillance in the old city. Moreover, these people were all loners, they were all very sick, and they were afraid that they wouldn't have the leisure to call the police. If they called the police, the magistrate might not believe them. To be conservative, he also used black magic to leave a small bat at the doorstep of each person on the list to monitor their behavior. It was half a day after Du Yangming left that Lu Yuanyuan regained feeling in her legs. Lu Yuanyuan pulled open the mantle and inside was a young girl who looked just like her. This is a pair of twins. The on the couch looks green and beautiful, and there is a huge contrast with her sister who was heavily made up and colorful. Lu Yuanyuan pushed her sister. Meng Meng, did you hear that? Lu Meng Meng was almost unconscious, her eyes half closed as she struggled to hook her sister's clothes with her hand. Du Yangming spoke with black magic mixed in. Lu Meng Meng heard Du Yangming's words. Lu Meng Meng was afraid of Du Yangming, in the same way she was afraid of death. Lu Yuanyuan held Lu Mengming's hand tightly. You want to go, right? It doesn't matter, my sister will carry you on her back, we'll leave right now. Little Black Mountain is not far from here, before 12 o'clock at night, we can definitely get there. Lu Yuanyuan said, I don't know where to get a force, will Lu Mengmeng help up, back on the body? Lu Yuanyuan's face flushed for a while and blood flowed from her nose. She said to herself. It's okay, it's okay. You won't die, you still have to go to college, and you'll have to marry someone later. Don't be afraid, sister is here, sister save you. Chapter 32 The Cleaner, the Fervent Believer. As night fell, the stars tore through the sky, blinking eerily. Pale moonlight spilled onto the winding and rugged mountain road. A handful of figures walked with heavy steps. Their faces were withered, their clothes were cheap, and they exuded depression and sickness, like a group of ghosts. Just like a group of pale pilgrims. Finally, arrived at the destination. It was in a hidden dense forest in Little Black Mountain. They let out a sigh of relief and sat on their asses on the ground. They came from all directions, there were men and women, old and young, the same thing was that everyone's face was filled with numbness after being tortured. In the deep despair, there was a hint of unspeakable anticipation. They hoped that the man they met today hadn't lied to them. They hoped that being here today would absolve them of all the suffering and guilt that had been imposed on them from nowhere. Lu Yuanyuan wiped the blood from her nose and carefully placed her sister on the ground, taking off her clothes and draping them over her. There was an unnatural flush on her face. Today's strenuous exercise had brought her a little closer to death. The group of sickly people around her also terrified her. She wrapped her arms around her sister and took a closer look at her surroundings, noticing a hint of something unusual. The branches of the trees around her were almost full of crows. The crows were awfully quiet, not making a single sound of movement, staring intently at them. On the boulder in the center, a cat humanely leaned against the small rock with its arms wrapped around it. There was also a dog lying under the boulder, staring at them with a smirk. Creepy, abnormal. Lu Yuanyuan was even more afraid, patting her fainting sister and whispering. Not afraid, we're not afraid. With the arrival of a man, the crows let out a harsh whistle. All of them looked around in terror, their eyes gathering on the man. The man they had all seen before. Dressed in a black suit, his body was wrapped in bandages. Du Yangming's icy eyes swept over these people? Which god do you believe in? The opening line was earthy and direct. Tonight's situation had been explained in various ways at each person's home today. Those who believe in the god of death and those who hike to Little Black Mountain will be blessed by it. Voices rose and fell in the crowd. The god of death? Believe in the god of death. Please ask the god of death to forgive me. Du Yangming continued. After tonight, you will no longer be ordinary humans. You will step into a new world, a new life. You will lose your freedom and carry out work that is unimaginable to ordinary people. This is the price you pay to stay away from sickness. There was a light in the people's eyes. Losing their sickness was the thing they wanted most. Freedom? It didn't matter, they weren't free per se, were they? Du Yangming's scarlet eyes swept around after he said that and looked at Shaking Bell, who had turned into a black cat. Shaking Bell nodded. The Black Witch could see through the hearts of people, the people here were not lying. Du Yangming looked up at the sky, folded his hands and said reverently. Then, welcome the miracle. His body changed. Huge bat wings tore through the suit and unfolded in the darkness of the night. The black dog grew in size, and the terrifying image of the three-headed dog of hell made people forget to breathe. A raven flew into mid-air, huge demonic snakes wrapping around its body. The crow flock followed and scrambled to hiss. Rattle shook his head. This little crow was really good at pleasing Li Yang, making it weirdly handsome. All the visions made people involuntarily fall to their knees. While fearful, they were also filled with hope. In the underworld, there was a sigh. I absolve you from death. The eerie and majestic hoarse voice seemed to be compassionate and helpless. The voice was not loud, but it traveled into everyone's ears. The crowd didn't dare to look up, and there was thick shock in their lowered eyes. A strong thought appeared in their minds. God. This one who spoke was a god. A true, existent god. As soon as the words fell, a strange power descended. The faces of the people present went from stunned to shocked, from shocked to surprised, and then from surprised to utterly frenzied. They didn't hurt anymore, and they were filled with strength. The health that had been missing for a long time caused them to raise their heads in excitement, wanting to take a look at the gods who had redeemed them. However, they didn't see the gods. Perhaps, the gods themselves were everywhere. Grateful to my Lord Death. A man knelt on the ground, fiercely hitting his head against the ground and roaring in a hoarse rage, with 2 hot tears in his eyes and snot flowing out of his nose. He was a leukemia patient. The medicine ate up his savings in his house, but to no avail. All he could do was accept his loneliness at home and wait for the death of the Underdark. He wanted to live. Give thanks to my Lord Death. May I dedicate everything to my Lord God of Death. More and more people cried out in ghostly cries. It only took 1 day for these people in despair to regain hope. Sister, are you getting better? You're well? Lu Yuan covered her mouth and cried out in excitement. Lu Mengmeng, with tears in her eyes, hugged her sister. Sister, I will protect you from now on, no one can bully you from now on. Lu Mengmeng immediately knelt on the ground and bowed heavily at the full moon in the sky. Rumor has it that the moon in the sky is a reflection in hell, and the god of death watches over the earth from the moon. Raising her head again, Lu Mengmeng's face was sickly like frenzy. All gods are false gods, only the god of death is the only one. The god of death had redeemed the sisters, so it was time to give life, to give soul, all of it. Du Yangming pointed to a package on the ground and said, "Put on the clothes inside, from now on you are the cleaners who sweep the world for the god of death." The people looked at Du Yangming with respectful eyes and went forward to take the clothes. The clothes inside this were white raincoats. Originally, he wanted to make some white robes, but he was short on time and had a heavy task, so he didn't have that much time to order them. The white raincoat was also good, it was sturdier and more durable than ordinary robes. Shaking Bell jumped off the boulder and transformed into a human body and walked into the forest, saw the figure that was heading down the mountain and jogged over. Li Yang, why don't you reveal your death god body? Wouldn't that be a blast? Li Yang responded slowly. Gods aren't as awe-inspiring if they reveal their true bodies. Rattlesnake beamed. How terrifying is your death god's body, that pressure, how appalling. Li Yang raised his eyebrows. But why do I feel that you are not afraid of me at all? Shaking Bell smiled and said. Because you are Li Yang. Li Yang stopped talking, and Shaking Bell followed behind with a bounce. Nanhai, inside a KTV. The sound of the DJ hi-hat was very noisy, and there were a lot of beautiful women in cool clothes. Su Yutong's younger brother Su Guangming was drinking with Blackwood Misawa. Su Guangming said with a big tongue. Kuroki Koen, is it really okay this time? Kuroki Misawa said smilingly. As long as your intelligence is accurate, Su Yutong won't survive the night. Su Guangming laughed out loud. Don't worry, it's definitely accurate. That sister of mine doesn't know what's wrong with her and is going to stay at the southern suburb manor. She will definitely be there tonight. Blackwood Misawa nodded. That's good, my people will do it unknowingly. Su Guangming hesitated and said. But, Kuroki Koen, it failed last time. Is that assassin of yours not good? How come you couldn't even get my sister killed? Kuroki Misawa's face became unsightly and said. I was careless last time. I can't be blamed for that, and you didn't say that your sister is a fighting master. This time, I sent 4 lower ninjas and 1 middle ninja over there to definitely get her killed. Chapter 33 Ninja. Su Guangming froze for a moment. How could he have known that his weak sister would have such strong fighting skills? He still didn't know much about his sister. But when he heard Kuroki Misawa say that he had sent a few more ninjas over this time, a smile appeared on his face. He gave a thumbs up. Yes, it's still you East Sakura ninjas who are great. In front of you East Sakura ninjas, Xia martial arts are nothing. Zhu Dajuan is so powerful, but he was all cleaned up by you. Kuroki Misawa's face instantly darkened. The ninja that was sent to assassinate Zhu Dajuan last time had not returned until now. It was very likely that they had already died. He didn't understand that ninjas had long since left the realm of normal people, so why would they be taken out by Zhu Dajuan? There shouldn't be any humans stronger than ninjas in the South China Sea. No, it should be said that there shouldn't be any in the whole world, unless it was the secret weapons of the God Creation Organization. Su Guangming put his arm around Kuroki Misawa's shoulder and drunkenly asked. Kuroki-kun, why are your ninjas in East Sakura so powerful? It couldn't be some kind of drug, right? Kuroki Misawa glared at Su Guangming. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Southern Suburb Manor. Nestled against the mountains, the stream with its source at the top of the mountain, under the designer's wisdom, led straight to the interior of the manor, forming a natural ecological ornamental fish pond. The manor was brightly lit, and the internal housekeeping system was lifted today without a single person. A Cullinan drove to a stop in the open space that was still some distance away from the entrance of the manor. The car door opened, the driver Xiao Wang trotted out and opened the car door for the smartly dressed Su Yutong. Su Yutong came down from the car. Xiao Wang, are you sure you haven't told anyone else that I'm coming here tonight, right? Little Wang nodded his head. Mr. Su, you said to keep it a secret. I definitely haven't told anyone. Su Yutong suddenly frowned and slowly stepped back, her tall body clinging to the car. Xiao Wang was unsure, but seeing Su Yutong so tense, he was also immediately alerted. Suddenly, Xiao Wang noticed something and his eyes narrowed. Behind several large trees, several figures slowly walked out. They had bald heads, wore the standard night clothes of ancient times, were masked, and held bitterness in their hands. This dress resembled the legendary East Sakura ninja. Su Yutong looked at Xiao Wang unkindly. Who have you told that I am coming here? Little King hurriedly said. I didn't tell anyone, Mr. Su. Suddenly, he remembered something and opened his mouth. But, the manor's housekeeper is one of Superintendent Su's people. Superintendent Su, the deputy director of personnel of Nanhai Ditai Group, Su Yutong's own brother. Su Yutong's eyes revealed undisguised disappointment. So it's really him. The ninja at the head smiled lewdly. President Su is still frighteningly beautiful. Tonight, the famous entrepreneur Su Yutong was robbed, raped and killed, a very reasonable way to die, right? Xiao Wang touched his waist and actually pulled out a blackish gun, rushing at the ninja at the head and firing several times. A surprising thing happened. The man dodged several times to avoid the bullets, then actually blocked the last bullet with his bitterless. Disbelief flickered in Little King's eyes. After pulling out a dagger from his pocket, he slowly removed his glasses and took off his shirt, revealing his large tattoos. Who would have thought that the usually gentle Little Wang would have such an unknown and ruthless side? Xiao Wang said. Mr. Su, you drive away first, leave this place to me. A subordinate ninja showed disdain in his eyes, snorted, and spoke in an unskilled Xia dialect. Griffins like you don't even know the gap between you and the likes of us. After saying that, the under ninja quickly took small broken steps, and in a single breath, he arrived in front of the Little King, and the bitterness in his hand stabbed towards the Little King's neck. The young king looked at the ninja in front of him with horror. The speed was too fast for his body to react. At this moment, a white hand steadily choked the lower ninja's wrist. Mr. Su? Nani? The under-resistant and Little King both looked at Su Yutong incredulously. Su Yutong lifted her long and slender legs, and with a knee bump, she crashed into the lower ninja's lifeblood. Shimo Shinobu arched his body in pain. These few days I also visited the famous martial arts master of the South Sea, Light Road Chief. Compared to some days ago, there is still so much growth. Su Yutong lightly took the bitterless in the lower ninja's hand, and with a lower chop, the lower ninja fell to the ground curled up in pain. Seeing his subordinate subdued by a single blow, Nakanobu did not have any panic and said waste. Afterwards, Nakanobu licked his lips. Summer Kung Fu is nothing, how can it compare to my great East Sakura's ninjutsu? Tonight, let you have a taste of the East Sakura ninja. Su Yutong's icy cold eyes gazed at the several ninjas. You are Kuroki Misawa's people, right? The one who has been colluding with Kuroki Misawa in the Tokutai group is my untalented brother, isn't it? The middle ninja's face changed slightly, pointing at Su Yutong and ordering. Take her, don't get her killed. Such an interesting woman, it's only good to use her to pass the time properly tonight. Su Yutong gripped the bitterless in her hand tightly. She could feel that the leader on the opposite side had a strong chi and blood. She could also feel a trace of sinking twilight chi on him. The stronger the battle power, the shorter the lifespan? This side effect made Su Yutong suspect once again that the God Creation Organization had some sort of experiments that could turn people into almost inhuman fellows, but the side effect was the burning of their lifespan. Su Yutong felt that he was not a match for that leader. Although he was a death favorite, he still wouldn't be able to live if he got his head blown off. Unless the god of death was willing to favor again. If she was subdued and invaded and humiliated, she couldn't accept it. Su Yutong's muscles were taut and her face was grave. How and why aren't they coming yet? As the several lower ninjas on the opposite side approached, Su Yutong's afterglow discovered something. A sigh of relief came. She dropped her bitterless and a sneer hung at the corner of her mouth. A few big men bullying a woman, so much for your East Sakura ninjas. The laughter in the ninja's eyes grew. Are you trying to kidnap me with fair morals? It is only natural for wolves to eat sheep. I've never heard of a wolf pack going one-on-one with a sheep just to be fair. We people are an existence that ordinary people like you will never be able to understand in your lifetime. It's fine to give up resistance, it's better to die joyfully with us than to be brutally killed by us. Mr. Su. You go, I'll stop them. Xiao Wang firmly blocked in front of Su Yutong. Su Yutong pushed up her glasses and snorted. You said it's natural for wolves to eat sheep, so it's only natural for them to slaughter you. Nakanishi sensed a hint of bad luck and scanned around, nothing was there. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from the tree, crossing in front of his eyes and landing on the ground. Nakanabu's head snapped up, and his pupils suddenly contracted. On the slender tree branch, a white-clothed strange man had appeared at an unknown time. That strange man was wearing a white raincoat and a white duck-tongue cap under his buttoned-up hood. Face wearing white goggles, white mask, hands also have white rubber gloves, feet wearing white rain shoes. This look, like a forensic doctor, like a... Oddly enough, the cleaner. Nakanishi tilted his head and looked around, swallowing hard. On the branches of the surrounding trees, at some point, there were many of these strange people standing sporadically. Chapter 34 Cleaner's First Battle. The people in white clothes fell down and stood firmly on the ground. They ignored the panicked ninjas and owed Su Yutong a salute. The corner of Su Yutong's mouth lifted into a smile. It was these people she was waiting for. She had thought about leaving the group and possibly encountering assassination. But how could she lure those people to strike again without using her body as bait? It was only right to take a few risks if you wanted to complete Lord Death's mission quickly. She already didn't know how many times she had gone up the mountain of knives over the years. Dangerous? Of course it was dangerous, but she had the courage. There was a god behind her. Tonight, the cleaners would arrive at the South Suburb Manor, and that was her greatest backbone. Little Wan looked at Su Yutong in horror. He never expected Su Yutong to have such a hand. Little Wan couldn't see through this boss of his more and more. He was Su Yutong's chauffeur and bodyguard, basically she knew all of Su Yutong's movements. However, he didn't even know when Su Yutong had cultivated such a group of scary guys. Even Su Yutong's skill was far beyond his own, he was not clear about it. This woman, just how deep is she hiding? Su Yutong patted Xiao Wang's shoulder. You performed well tonight, don't say anything about tonight. Little Wang subconsciously said, yes. Soon after, his tiger's body shook. Tonight's performance was very good. Could it be that Su always suspected that he had tipped off and colluded with killers to assassinate Su Yutong? Tonight was also a test for himself? If he did not perform well tonight, what should be his fate? Su Yutong stared at those ninjas and glanced at the cleaners who were treating themselves respectfully. Were these cleaners really their subordinates? She was a little disbelieving. Su Yutong murmured. Capture these people, alive. The cleaners moved quickly and lunged towards the few hand-to-hand ninjas. Although the cleaners fought without any rules, it was similar to a street punk brawl. However, the cleaners were fast and strong, and their moves were aesthetically violent. The ninjas were soon unable to fight. The ninja cursed angrily. Why, this has so many experts. Deter Tai has definitely realized the secrets of genetics as well. Each of these cleaners was above the lower ninja and below the middle ninja in strength. It was absolutely unbelievable to him that these white-clothed freaks weren't special warriors who had received modified genes. Nakanobu took out a red pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His eyes began to fill with blood, his body's blood aura skyrocketed, and his combat power increased by a level. Strength, speed, overall enhancement. The cleaners didn't care about that much, and charged on fearlessly, beating the Nakanobu to a standstill. Nakanobu cursed angrily. "Are you all not afraid of death? Good. Then go to hell." Seizing the opportunity, Nakanobu stabbed a cleaner in the heart with his bitungu. The imagined scene of blood gushing out did not occur. Instead, a sneer appeared in the female cleaner's eyes. She grabbed hold of the bitterness, causing the handle to be stuck dead center on her bones. The Nakanobu's face changed drastically, and his eyes were gradually crawling with panic. Is this still human? The remaining few cleaners swarmed over the Nakanobu, who spewed blood and fell to the ground as he stepped back. The ninjas were all taken care of, each falling to the ground and moaning. A few ninjas suddenly turned red in the face, a mouthful of black blood sprayed out, losing their breath of life. Su Yutong remembered the driver of the big truck who had assassinated himself that day. That driver had also taken the pill and his strength had skyrocketed, then he himself had spewed blood and died. Su Yutong narrowed her eyes. "Blackwood Misawa. Who the hell are you?" Su Yutong faced the cleaners and clasped his fists. "Thank you all, I hope we can work well together in the future." The cleaners owed in unison, their eyes full of fervor. "All for the glory of God." Little King hated that he was deaf. "I've heard too many things I shouldn't have heard today." Early the next morning, Su Guangming walked into the Nanhai Datai mansion with a brisk pace. He felt that the chick at the front desk was extraordinarily good-looking, so why don't you let her accompany you tonight? Who let himself immediately as the actual controller of the South China Sea Dita? Nanhai Datai was like a ferocious beast, how could it be held in the hands of a woman all the time? Blackwood Misawa had guaranteed that Su Yutong would inevitably die last night. He couldn't wait to sit in the president's office and take a look at the ocean view downstairs. The president's secretary saw Su Guangming and hurriedly said, "Director Su, this is the president's office, you can't go in without permission." Su Guangming looked at the president's secretary with displeasure. "This is my Su family's matter, who the hell are you?" The president's secretary frowned as she continued to block. "No, you can't go in, why don't I make an appointment with the president first?" Su Guangming became furious. "You're just a hired hand, when did a dog's leg dare to bite the master? Still making an appointment with the president? I'm telling you, Su Yutong can't come." At this time, the landline at the president's secretary's workstation rang. After the secretary picked it up, she respectfully said yes, hung up the phone, and said to Su Guangming, "President Su asks you to go in." Su Guangming froze. That phone call was from Su Yutong? Su Yutong wasn't dead? Su Guangming swallowed his saliva and walked into the office. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, who else could that capable silhouette be but Su Yutong? Su Yutong put on makeup today, and sprayed hairspray on her long wavy hair for modeling. It was exquisite. Su Guangming's aura was gone in an instant, and he lowered his head. "Sister, good morning." Su Yutong turned her head, pinching a cigarette in her hand and exhaling a mouthful of smoke. "Why?" Su Yutong's words were simple and concise. Su Guangming shivered for a moment, his eyes averted. He knew that last night's assassination had failed and he himself had been exposed. Su Yutong had disappointment in her eyes and asked, "Did I treat you badly?" Su Guangming simply stopped pretending. He glared and said fiercely, "Because everyone looks down on me. They say I'm a soft eater. Why should Nanhai Datai be controlled by you? I'm the male member of the Su family. Because you brought the Su family back from the dead? Rewind 10 years, I can do it too." Su Yutong snorted. "But 10 years ago, you and Big Brother only cared about selling off the Su family's property, and I was the only one fighting for the Su family. Now you're condescending on it." Su Guangming was unconvinced, his face reddened. "I admit that you were lucky back then. I admit that I was ignorant back then and didn't dare to take a gamble. However, now I'm 28 years old. I want to start a business, I want to do something, who are you to stop me at every turn?" Su Yutong extinguished her cigarette. "Take my money to start a business?" Su Yutong's eyes were full of sadness. If you are willing to play, then play. Play with yachts, play with celebrities, even if you're glued to that drug, you can't squander the Su family's money in 2 lifetimes. But once you have the idea of starting your own business, the Su family's money may be lost in a few years. You're not cut out for that. Do you really think it's easy to start a business? No one knows what it's like if you don't walk this road once. Chapter 35, Upper Ninja. Su Guangming's face was green and white. Such a big man like him, being lectured by his sister as if she were a child, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. The man's pride was repeatedly rubbed by Su Yutong. Su Guangming clenched his fists and said excitedly, "What's so hard about starting a business? Isn't it just to be a crooked businessman? Isn't it just a bit of deceit? Then it's just drinking with people and talking about business? Who doesn't know how to do that?" Su Yutong walked to Su Guangming with a complicated face. She was 1.7 meters and appeared very petite in front of Su Guangming. Su Yutong raised her hand and touched Su Guangming's head, smiling gently. "Sister didn't even realize that you've grown so tall. It's really that you've grown up and your thoughts have changed." Su Guangming unnaturally averted his head. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was a child and pampered his sister. Su Yutong reluctantly withdrew her hand. "But why are you still so childish when you're such a big man?" "It's because elder sister didn't teach you well. A businessman who only knows how to cheat and deceive can only be a treacherous businessman who can't rise to the top. In fact, no matter whether it's a treacherous merchant or a virtuous merchant, they generally have a common characteristic. The heart has to be ruthless." Su Guangming was uncertain. Even though his sister's gentleness touched his heart, he still stubbornly did not look at Su Yutong. Su Yutong's face changed slightly and calmly said, "Little Wang, come here." Sassy little Wang walked out and respectfully said, "Mr. Su." Su Yutong sighed. "Throw it into the sea and feed it to the fish." Su Guangming looked at his sister incredulously. You want to kill me?" Su Yutong reached out and pulled out her cell phone from Su Guangming's pocket and waved her hand. Xiao Wang dragged Su Guangming towards the president's lounge. There were hidden passages there that could lead directly to the underground passageway with no surveillance. Su Guangming was afraid and panicked, struggling. "Sister, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, don't kill me." Su Yutong turned a deaf ear, lit a cigarette, turned around and silently looked at the sea. Xiao Wang slashed his palm on Su Guangming's neck. Su Guangming was quiet. Xiao Wang asked in a low voice, "Do you want to be there at the boss?" The boss refers to Su Yutong's elder brother, Su Guanyong. Su Guangming died. Blackwood Sands is afraid that the next step is to find Su Guanyong to cooperate. Su Yutong snorted coldly. "Do you want my Su family to have no bloodline left? Keep an eye on Su Guanyong, don't let him do something stupid too." Xiao Wang repeatedly said he was wrong and carried the unconscious Su Guangming to work. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Su Yutong glanced at it. It was Su Guangming's cell phone, the caller Blackwood June. Su Yutong picked up the phone. Kuroki Misawa's voice came out. "Failed. I didn't expect Su Yutong to be so hard to kill. What kind of people are around her to protect her?" "Hello? Su Guangming, speak. What exactly are you not telling me?" Su Yutong said softly. "My brother's death will be on your head. You stay well in the South Sea, don't run." The phone over there immediately hung up. Western District of Nanhai, a certain high-end apartment. Kuroki Misawa sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Behind him, a topless bald burly man was practicing one-finger Zen upside down. With such a high-intensity exercise, the burly man did not blush and asked, "Kuroki-kun, what's wrong? What did that Su family kid say?" His name was Miyamoto Zuojiro, a close friend of Kuroki Misawa and an upper ninja under him. Kuroki Misawa said in a deep voice, "He's dead, killed by Su Yutong. One middle ninja, for lower ninjas, all folded. This Su Yutong person is not simple." Miyamoto Zuojiro stood up on one heel and sat on the sofa and said, "It's really strange. Unless she's hiding in the security bureau, it's impossible for her to evade the ninja's assassination." Kuroki Misawa sighed. "That's exactly what worries me. Why would anyone in the South Sea be able to block a ninja's assassination? I always feel that there is a terrifying force hidden in the depths of the South Sea." Miyamoto Zuojiro frowned. "What do you mean?" Kuroki Misawa said. Su Yutong, Chowi, Zhou Cheng, Zhu Dajuan, Old Snake, and so on. I'm afraid these people are just what's on the surface of this city. Could there be something within this city that we don't know about? Zhu Dajuan and Su Yutong, on the other hand, are puppets of that power. Miyamoto Zuojiro couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is that possible? You are just too sensitive. Whether it's Su Guangming or Zhou Qing, they're both idiots. They underestimated their opponents, and the assassination went off the rails. Therefore, the ninjas we sent out were ambushed. The ninjas we sent were not two strong genetic warriors. They can't stop a premeditated hot weapon sweep. Kuroki Misawa still looked worried. Miyamoto Zuojiro patted Kuroki Misawa and comforted him. I know what you are thinking. You're afraid that there are other organizations in this world besides the God Creation Organization that also have genetic modification technology. Oh, you are just too sensitive. There can't be a second person like your teacher in this world, much less a second God Creation Organization. Blackwood Misawa thought about it and laughed in relief. That's true, I was the one who was too sensitive. The God Creator Organization is an existence that Su Yutong, Zhu Dajuan, and the like cannot even imagine in their lifetime. When I complete my teacher's project, I will be a credit to the God Creation Organization. When the God Creation Organization stands on top of the world, I'll be one of the people in power in this world. Miyamoto Zuojiro and Kuroki Misawa looked at each other and laughed out loud, their eyes full of visions of the future. After laughing for a while, Kuroki Misawa straightened up. Zuojiro, tomorrow there's Su Yutong's birthday party, and all the dignitaries in the South China Sea will attend. You help me probe the bottom, accompany Zhou Qing tomorrow to have a look, and in the meantime, pull Su Yutong together in person. Miyamoto Zuojiro nodded and smiled grimly. If I have the opportunity, I will personally look for Su Yutong. I will let her know that the gap between life levels is not something that money can make up for. I will let her know what it means to be someone who transcends the mundane. Nanhai City, North District, Mid-Level Villa. Shaker Bell was lying on the floor watching Naruto's Legend of the Blast. Seeing Naruto practicing immortality with the toad immortal and eating a ton of bugs, she turned off the tablet in satisfaction. She idly moved behind the couch and peeked at Li Yang chatting. Shaker Bell screamed. Ah! Who is she? I can tell by the avatar that it's a beaker. Li Yang, you're in heat. Li Yang glared at Shaking Bell with a dark face. He was chatting with Chen Yushi. If desire could be cultivated, that was definitely good news. Because, there were too few people with the power of desire. Chen Yushi was a perfect test subject. Chen Yushi sent a few pictures about Su Yutong's birthday party. She said, I really envy Su Yutong. To have a birthday and invite so many people. Look, the recently hot national male god Song Sija, movie star by Tao. I'll go, Yang Xiaomei and Lu Xiaoyan are all there. East Korea's most popular girl group will be the opening act at the birthday party. Gosh, it's like a fairy tale. I'm afraid the Nanhai airport is going to be surrounded by fans. She just thought that this was the daily extravagant life of the godly tycoons. She didn't realize that the divine bosses had their own purpose for each of their big splurges. Such a high-profile birthday party was Su Yutong conveying a message to the outside world. She, Su Yutong, was still alive and in good physical condition, and even had the mental capacity to make a big deal out of a financial scheme. To organize such a big birthday banquet was to carry out an unspoken financial means. The corner of Li Yang's mouth curved up. Want to go and take a look? Chen Yushi. Of course I want to. I love Song Sija so much. Li Yang. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Chen Yushi. You're not kidding. Chapter 36, Mid-Autumn plus God-Making Organization. The crow flew in from outside. It landed on the table, its eyes emitting a ghostly green aura. A piece of paper on the table magically appeared with words. After casting the spell, the crow flew to Li Yang with the paper full of words in its mouth. Crossing his wings, he handed over the paper with the crow's self-created etiquette. Li Yang put his cell phone aside and took the document to read it. This was the second task submitted by Su Yutong. Find out the truth about Zhu Dajuan being hunted down and killed. East Sakura Kuroki family, Kuroki Misawa, ninja. Is there really another transcendent in this world? As he read through the documents, Li Yang's face turned strange. These ninjas are artificial? Pretty Flag Kingdom, God Creator Organization? According to Su Yutong's report, those ninjas were entirely taking a drug for a long period of time, making themselves become infinitely close to the human limit, and the excellent ones even surpassed the human limit. Shaking Bell curiously put his head over. Li Yang didn't avoid the cat he had raised since childhood on such trivial matters. Shaking Bell's eyes narrowed dangerously. God-making organization? A group of insignificant mortals who presume to create gods? Li Yang put the report away and searched the software for the words God Creation Organization. Hundreds of news updates appeared on the phone. On the very first page was the introduction of the founder of the God Creation Organization, Dr. Leon Jean. A famous entrepreneur, a big name in biogenetic academia, with dozens of famous papers of his own. There were also some photos attached. They were photos of Dr. Leon with kings, leaders, or great leaders of various countries. From these photos, one could tell that the God Creation Organization was definitely not an ordinary powerful enterprise. Li Yang's face was grave as he continued to flip through the pages of his phone. The God Creation Organization was an international organization, headquartered in the pretty flag country. It specializes in the genetic field, biological field, viral field, and immune field. Their products were spread all over the world. Even in the pharmacies of Xia, many of the medicines that were seen on a daily basis were related to the God Creation Organization. Li Yang was stunned, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This world turned out to be this interesting. Su Yutong, Zhu Dajuan, were assassinated by Blackwood Misawa at the same time. Was this a fight between the God Creation Organization and them? This kind of fight that belonged between bigwigs, once upon a time, he could not even qualify to watch from the sidelines. Now, he was implicated in it, and was even the one behind the scenes. The God Creation Organization had already set their eyes on Zhu Dajuan and Su Yutong. If the situation was allowed to develop, it was very likely that this huge organization would follow the clues and discover their traces. The God Creation Organization, which majored in bioengineering, should be very interested in demons, right? No, it wouldn't be as simple as just being interested. Li Yang wouldn't hold on to the idea that with the existence of the cleaner system, he would be able to hide himself in front of the God Creator Organization. The cleaner system was still in the early stages of its creation and was inexperienced. Li Yang never underestimated his opponents. He pondered over the current situation and weighed the cards of both the enemy and us. The Devil's Club was still in the development stage. In terms of connections, the Devil's Club could only call the shots in the South China Sea. In terms of force, the hot weapons that the God Creator Organization could mobilize definitely exceeded his imagination. These demons under their hands that were still in the growth stage couldn't suffer the bombardment of powerful thermal weapons. Of course, they wouldn't be foolish enough to dry their thermal weapons to the South China Sea to start a war. The Summer Kingdom would not allow it. But what if they declared that the object of the battle or capture was a demon? What would be the attitude of the Summer Kingdom? Too bad to say, too scared to bet. The still fledgling Devil's Club was indeed powerless against this top international power. If someone else was put in Li Yang's position, they might cut off Zhu Dajuan's connection with Su Yutong. Like a lost dog, he would change to another place to recultivate his forces. Li Yang was not someone else. He was meticulous, but he would definitely not be a wimp. If one had to live a lowly life after obtaining transcendent power, it would be better to enter the factory. Perhaps, as a god, even a very weak one shouldn't be afraid to fight. The beam had already been formed, and conflicts and interests had already arisen. A powerful enemy would only excite him. Just 3 months after obtaining the transcendent power, did I provoke this kind of thing? Li Yang muttered. Soon, a hint of a smile hung at the corner of his mouth, and his deep eyes concealed a light with an indistinct meaning. No, it's them who messed with me. Fortunately, Su Yutong had found out about the God Creator Organization. Otherwise, this Devil's Club of his own was afraid that he would be noticed by the God Creation Organization in a haphazard manner. Then somehow the God Creator Organization set up a dragnet. Now that the God Creator Organization hasn't discovered the Devil's Club yet, it is necessary to make a preemptive strike. Li Yang tapped his fingers on the desktop, his mind spinning leisurely. My advantage is that my power is treacherous. The demonic battle power is strong, the image of demons is magical, and the South China Sea is my home turf. Most importantly, I'm in the shadows, and they don't know what demons really are. He slowly opened his hand and slowly held it. Let the God Creation Organization be a millstone for the Demon Club. Kuroki Misawa is just a small figure, I have to lure the big fish to the South Seas. The God Creation Organization may be interested in demons, but I'm already interested in the God Creation Organization's genetic drugs. Li Yang pinched Shaker's cheeks. Recently, you have to work hard to find people with the power of desire. Pressure was motivation, and in the face of a terrifying enemy, developing oneself more rapidly was the way to go. If every demon was cultivated to be powerful and possessed great power as in the legends, these mortals of the God Creation Organization were nothing. Rattlesnake nodded seriously. How dare you call it God-making organization? What a big mouth. You think you're Rokudu Pain? Form an army of demons and charge them straight up, damn it. The next morning, an exquisitely dressed beauty stood downstairs in the neighborhood. She was wearing a wispy snow-weave tight dress short dress, her legs were covered with black silk from Alphabet Saya, and she was wearing flirtatious makeup. With a convex front and a curved back, she was innocent and sexy at the same time. Many passing men stole glances at Shen Yushi's devilish figure with hot eyes, and Shen Yushi stared back in disgust. The fact that she was wearing a designer label wasn't for them to see. This outfit was bought at the mall yesterday after a long time of shopping, and the items she picked were also some discounted models. It was quite extravagant according to her purchasing power. Although Chen Yushi was in pain, it was worth it. Attending Su Yutong's birthday party, so high-end high society party, not wear a brand name, how good to be there to get together. A cab stopped in front of her, Li Yang pulled down the window. Get in. Chen Yushi, she sweet smile, ruffled hair, into the cab. What's wrong with taking a cab? Even if it's a crowded bus, you have to look at who's sitting next to you. Chen Yushi gently looked at Li Yang. Good morning. Finding a crow's head drilling out of the inner pocket of his trench coat, she was surprised. This is. Li Yang glanced at Chen Yushi. Her power of desire was stronger than last time. Li Yang smiled slightly, nodded the crow's head and said, My pet. The crow was also going to attend Su Yutong's birthday party. Because this was the first time someone had invited it as a guest. Chen Yushi softly said. What a cute crow. It was true that rich people had strange fetishes and would take crows as pets. The crow cocked its head and observed Chen Yushi. Doesn't this woman know to call his majesties? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, brothers and sisters. The crow asked. Do you know what the ringing bell contact on the peach tree is? Ringing bells said. I know, 282482. 7365, if you don't like what you see, just scold her. Crow said. Doesn't the Devil's Club have a group? Rattle said. There must be, 8321. 26,900. Raven said. Awesome. Second group. 6,671. 84,963. Chapter 37. Hello, Su Yutong. Nanhai International Exhibition Hall. With a history of more than 100 years, it has a strong cultural heritage. Normally, the interior of the exhibition hall is not open to the public, and is used to organize some large-scale cultural activities or receive other regional leaders. Due to the fame of the Nanhai International Exhibition Hall, the plaza of the exhibition hall outside the Nanhai International Exhibition Hall is a famous place for Netflix. Today, the exhibition hall square is particularly lively. Su Yutong organized a banquet that could be called the birthday of the world. Many famous artists as well as tycoons from all over the world were invited to attend. Those small netizens dressed in avant-garde clothes started broadcasting in the showroom plaza to rub the heat. Sheriff's cars, patrol cars were parked on the periphery of the plaza. Sheriffs as well as auxiliary sheriffs kept order. Cabs stopped far away, the navigation reminding of the traffic ahead. Li Yang and Chen Yushi got off and walked towards the square. A luxury car passed by from time to time. Chen Yushi looked at the luxury cars entering the showroom plaza. Her palms were slightly sweaty as she grabbed Li Yang's arm and looked at Li Yang carefully. It was her dream to be able to mix into the high society, and what role did the man beside her play in the high society? This prince who didn't know what level, should be socializing with those social nobles for the sake of the family estate. He had never experienced this kind of occasion before. Would he be rude and humiliated? Well, in a moment, one should speak less and not cause trouble for him. A low-key luxurious Rolls-Royce stopped beside Li Yang. Li Yang stopped, only to see that the car door opened and a man dressed in a proper suit, looking like a suit thug, walked down. Chen Yushi looked at the man suspiciously. The green water ghost on his hand and the accessories around his neck all showed that the man was extraordinary. He was almost 40 years old and should be Li Yang's parents' business partner, right? Chen Yushi stood in a slightly formal manner. She waited for Li Yang to greet the man, and then she herself followed Li Yang's well-behaved greeting, not to be rude. She wanted to brush up her impression points in the upper class. Then, a scene that shocked her appeared. The man got out of the car and jogged to Li Yang, respectfully owing his body. "Master, why are you free to come over?" The man's name was Zhu Dajuan, one of the 3 giants of the South Sea Underground. He had to personally attend Su Yutong's birthday party. How could Zhu Dajuan imagine that he would meet Li Yang here? He hesitated whether he was qualified to greet Li Yang. After agonizing over it, he still decided to take a shot for his future. He couldn't miss the chance to flatter the god of death. Anyway, he was no longer a mortal and was already a demon. Li Yang was not surprised by Zhu Dajuan's appearance, and he felt the shadow demon's aura from a long distance away. He said back. "Too bored, came to take a turn." Zhu Dajuan nodded with seeming understanding. For a god with an endless lifespan and infinite power, loneliness was the most terrifying thing, right? He hurriedly ran to the front of the car and pulled open the door to the back seat of the car. "Master, there are too many people in front, I'm afraid that it will disturb your pleasure. Why don't you get in the car and my little one will take you in?" Li Yang was not polite, and led the blindfolded Chen Yushi into the car. If he had a car, he wouldn't choose to walk. Zhu Dajuan was overjoyed, walked to the driver's seat, pulled open the door and said to the driver, "You go back." Where did the driver not know that he had met a big brother that even Zhu Dajuan had to flatter? He hurriedly left the car, not daring to look at Li Yang and Chen Yushi in the back seat. Zhu Dajuan drove the car slowly towards the showroom plaza, pondering the identity of the woman beside Li Yang. There was no demonic aura on her body. But could it be an ordinary person who was at the left and right of the god of death? Chen Yushi was nervous to the extreme. She was a gold-digging woman who had read too many magazines of the upper class and heard too many stories of the upper class. Now, she was in that fairy tale of the ugly duckling turning into a white swan. It was very dreamy. She gazed at Li Yang, her body softened, her legs clenched tightly, and her soft body leaned towards Li Yang. Li Yang glanced at Chen Yushi. The aura of desire in her body was getting stronger and stronger. It had already reached a tipping point, and by breaking through that tipping point, the desire aura could be transformed into desire power. Just where was that tipping point? A large red carpet ran through the exhibition hall square until the South China Sea International Exhibition Hall. Those luxury cars slowly parked on the red carpet and were greeted by the top management of Nanhai Datai, and the concierge would take care of the cars. The person in charge of the concierge department saw Zhu Dajuan's seat driving up and rushed forward to greet him. Just as he wanted to go to the back of the car to open the door, he saw the driver's door open and Zhu Dajuan walked out. The head of the concierge's face was dumbfounded. Southern Navy master, actually giving someone a driver? What kind of god is this? Zhu Dajuan quickly ran to the back seat of the car and opened the door. A young man and a voluptuous woman appeared in the head of protocol's field of vision. Zhu Dajuan bowed and whispered, "Master, you take your time." The head of concierge retreated to the side and took out his cell phone to dial the number. "Mr. Su, Zhu Dajuan is here, he seems to have brought a big shot with him." Inside the Nanhai International Showroom, Su Yutong was holding a glass of champagne and was greeting the guests with a smile on her face. She picked up the phone and heard the words of the head of the concierge department and her face became grave. Zhu Dajuan had evaded the ninja's assassination, there must be someone behind it. Perhaps, it was someone from the Devil's Club. She apologized to the guests who were chatting, put down the champagne, and walked quickly to the door. In that moment, Su Yutong froze. Zhu Dajuan exuded a strong transcendent aura. After becoming a living dead person, she was also considered transcendent and could see things that normal people could not see. No wonder Zhu Dajuan was able to evade the ninjas, it turned out that he himself was a member of the Devil's Club. The city of Nanhai, the water turned out to be so deep. Who is the one beside Zhu Dajuan? Su Yutong couldn't see through that young man. Can't see if he has extraordinary power. The living dead are just the lowest level servants of the god of death, not even the undead, absolutely unable to see through the god of death. Su Yutong just felt that the man was terrifying and had a very strong sense of oppression. Moreover, there was a very familiar aura about him. Su Yutong stabilized her mind and warmly greeted him. "Welcome, Mr. Zhu." Zhu Dajuan's body paused for a moment, and the smile on his face froze. After he became a shadow demon, this was the first time he had encountered Su Yutong. Unexpectedly, Su Yutong had a peculiar aura about her. Not like a demon, but transcendent. Surprisingly, Su Yutong wasn't mortal either. No wonder this woman had founded Nanhai Datai in just 10 years, developing the Su family to unprecedented heights. Zhu Dajuan smilingly extended his hand. Happy birthday, General Manager Su. Every year has its own day, every year has its own day. Su Yutong withdrew her hand and glanced at Li Yang, seemingly complaining. General Manager Zhu can be really petty, brought a new friend and didn't introduce it to me. Zhu Dajuan really didn't know how to introduce Li Yang. While he was hesitating, Su Yutong generously extended her hand at Li Yang. Hello, Su Yutong. It had to be said that this was the privilege of a beautiful woman. When facing a mysterious big brother, one could be bold and direct with a little bit of beauty to mix things up. Li Yang had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Hello, Su Yutong. He lightly grasped Su Yutong's jade hand and let it go with a touch, not coveting the softness. At this time, a crow's head poked out from the inner pocket of Li Yang's trench coat. The crow cocked its head and stared at Su Yutong unkindly. Su Yutong was dumbfounded as if she was struck by lightning. Chapter 38, The Gift of Death. That crow, wasn't it His Majesty the Black Dragon? No wonder this young man had an aura he was very familiar with. His Majesty the Black Dragon was actually in that young man's pocket? Then, this young man's identity was conceivable. Lord Death. Only a Shinigami-sama could put His Majesty the Black Dragon in his pocket, right? This is the Shinigami who saved himself from death that night. The Grim Reaper became a human and came to my birthday party? Cold sweat broke out on Su Yutong's forehead as he hurriedly bowed his head and said respectfully. I didn't know it was you, please. Zhu Dajuan was stunned, having never seen such an appearance of Su Yutong. She and Lord Death knew each other? Li Yang smiled. Today is your birthday, no need to be formal. Su Yutong hastily stopped talking. She knew that if she showed too much respect to Li Yang, she would definitely attract the attention of people with an interest in the matter, thus causing unnecessary trouble to Lord Death. Li Yang continued. Find a place to chat for a while. Su Yutong lowered her head. Yes, please follow me. Li Yang gently said to Chen Yushi beside him. I'll find you after I'm done. Chen Yushi nodded her head obediently, like a little girl who had just fallen in love. Only after Li Yang and Su Yutong left did Chen Yushi let out a sigh of relief. Su Yutong's aura was too strong. Such a legendary woman had actually treated Li Yang with respect. She had always thought that Li Yang and a big shot like Su Yutong knew each other. But Su Yutong even said something like, didn't recognize you. Could it be that an existence like Su Yutong was merely a pawn who belonged to Li Yang but was not qualified to touch him? What kind of level of big brother is Li Yang in the end? Indeed, poverty limits one's imagination? Zhu Dajuan smiled and said to Chen Yushi. You can go ahead and play, just call the little one if you need anything. Chen Yushi's inner vanity was infinitely satisfied. If Li Yang was here, he would have realized that Chen Yushi's aura of desire had increased a lot more. Chen Yushi smiled and nodded her head as she entered the banquet hall. International Exhibition Hall, a restroom. Su Yutong knelt down on the floor. My Lord Death, please forgive the insolence of the humble maid. The famous South Sea female president meekly knelt in front of her. If it was any other man, his inner desire for conquest was afraid to explode with fulfillment. But Li Yang was indifferent to this. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed, a smile on his face. You've been behaving pretty well lately. Su Yutong excitedly raised her cold and pretty face. I'm supremely honored. Li Yang took out a membership card from his pocket. From today, you are a low-level member of the Devil's Club, take it. Su Yutong hurriedly crawled to Li Yang's knees and received the membership card with both hands. In her beautiful eyes was a great surprise. His Majesty the Black Dragon had mentioned the Demon Club. That was a transcendent organization founded by the God of Death for stationing on Earth and monitoring good and evil. Joining the Devil's Club was the same as completely entering that legendary world. Li Yang said. This membership card doesn't have registered member information yet, you can create your own title. Zhu Dajuan's membership card title was called Shadow Demon because the power in the desire potion that belonged to him was Shadow Demon. When Zhu Dajuan's cultivation reached a high level, he would be able to facilitate the legendary Shadow Demon in hell in general. Su Yutong didn't have the power of desire and could only obtain the power of the demon by taking someone else's desire potion. Currently, Li Yang only had half of the shadow demon desire potion. It couldn't be that Su Yutong's title in the club was also called Shadow Demon, could it? Su Yutong didn't understand the meaning of the title yet and didn't ask much. Anyway, that Black Dragon Majesty seemed to like herself quite a bit, and it would always clarify things for her. She gratefully said, "Yutong will definitely serve you and the Devil's Club to the best of her ability." Li Yang was satisfied with Su Yutong's meekness and smiled. "Today is your birthday, since I'm here, I have to give you a gift." Su Yutong bowed in a hurry, her big waves scattering. "Please ask my lord for blessings." Could a gift from the god of death be something ordinary? Su Yutong was a top-class upper class that satisfied all desires, only numbness and fatigue. It had been a long time since she had looked forward to something so much. Li Yang pulled out the ceramic vial from his bosom, which contained a portion of the Shadow Demon desire potion. He gently placed it in Su Yutong's hand. "Don't you let me down," Li Yang said and got up. The crow in his arms drilled out of the pocket of his trench coat and landed on the ground, its two wings crossed and its head lowered. It had something to say to Su Yutong and wanted to spend some time alone with Su Yutong, explaining the cleaner system's mission in the process. After Li Yang left, the crow straightened up, the magical might of His Majesty the Black Dragon enveloping the room. It jumped onto the chair, like a true king, and spoke majestically. "Congratulations, you've gained your master's approval. Sit down, this king has something to explain." Su Yutong didn't dare to hesitate, and after saying "Thank you, Your Majesty," she sat down on the chair next to her, legs together and boarded up. Crow said, "Cleaners are important. Your task is clean up the traces left behind by the demons and not let the world discover the existence of demons. Until the Demon Club in the South Seas is perfected, you are to hide them. When there is no mission, you cannot expose the cleaners." Su Yutong's breath caught. The cleaners actually had this vital role. Although it was a team serving the Demon Club, she, the leader of the cleaners, had a broad future. It was just that. Without the cleaners' protection, it would be difficult to fend off the ninjas' assassinations on her own. Raven's eyes looked towards the desire potion. "You are a rare human that the master appreciates. This king really didn't expect the master to bestow this divine item to you." Su Yutong noticed the raven's greed for the desire potion. She hesitated for a moment. "If Your Majesty likes it, this divine item is still yours to take." The crow froze for a moment, a touching look crossed his eyes, and he shook his head. "Your master gave you something, this king does not dare to get his hands on it, this is your chance. Drink it, and you will know the benefits of this thing." Su Yutong nodded and took out her membership card. "Your Majesty, my Lord Death said title or something." "What it means?" Crow said. "Titles are the true names of demons. Let my lord help you with a title." It thought about it. In an empire, the emperor has the highest status, second only to the emperor's status is the empress, then the chancellor general or whatever. The crow tilted its head. "Your title will be Black Empress." It didn't understand the significance of empress to emperor in human society, it just felt that it had given Su Yutong a good face. Su Yutong blinked her eyes and respectfully answered yes. The crow jumped off the chair and flew towards the window, ready to leave. Suddenly stopping at the windowsill, he turned back and said seriously, "Happy birthday, Su Yutong. Well, this king bestowed her with the name of the Black Queen, let's call it a gift from this king." The crow was gone for a long time before Su Yutong put on a hint of a smile and reached out to pick up the ceramic vial on the ground. Opening her cherry mouth, she drank the desire potion in one gulp. An arcane message surged into Su Yutong's mind. Shadow puppet technique, consumes spiritual energy, can manipulate shadows. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the puppet art. Which who has stolen, and shared the power of the shadow demon, endeavor to cultivate the shadow puppetry technique to its peak. Su Yutong slowly stretched out her hand as her own shadow squirmed on the ground. She rounded her beautiful eyes in shock. Her own shadow had strangely materialized and stood up. Chapter 39 The Broken Chen Yushi. The banquet hall. Chen Yushi stood blankly in the corner. She had once followed the example of high-end people who generally attended receptions, but everything here was completely different from her $3,000 entrance ticket to the reception. The marble under her feet had an ancient cultural flavor. The surrounding walls decorated with glaze were brilliant. Under the huge crystal chandelier were sculptures from the master's authentic works. Chen Yushi quietly surveyed the guests in their couture dresses. Their every move was full of nobility. This was the real aristocracy. Chen Yushi was so nervous that her heart was in her throat. Gradually, under the influence of the renowned pianist Yoder Han's heartfelt performance of Love the Muse on the stage, Chen Yushi's nervous heart slowly eased. The apprehension in her eyes faded like the tide and was replaced by immense excitement. This was the life of her dreams. Chen Yushi let herself go. She was like an ugly duckling who had mistakenly entered Swan Lake, exploring and adventuring in the castle where the rich and powerful surged. Chen Yushi's attention was suddenly attracted by two middle-aged men in suits, feeling that they looked somewhat familiar. Her eyes gradually widened. This is movie star Bai Tao and veteran music industry king He Yunong? If she could ask for an autograph or even a photo with them, she was afraid that posting a circle of friends would cause a major earthquake in her circle of friends. Envy Zhang Xiaohan that little wavy hoof. Chen Yushi gathered her courage to walk over and carefully said. You. Hello. I'm a fan of yours. I grew up watching your movies and listening to your songs. I love you guys so much, can I take a picture? Bai Tao and He Yundong smiled and said. Of course. The two showbiz moguls had a very sharp eye, and with a glance, they could tell that Chen Yushi was a mistress at best. Temperament was something that had to be nurtured, and didn't come from how many high-end parties one had attended. They felt that Chen Yushi was more likely to be some obscure starlet or small netizen who was trying to rub off on them. All of them had come from dragon sets and bar residencies, and all of them knew that it wasn't easy to walk this path, so why refuse when it was just a photo shoot? This was their culmination. Chen Yushi was ecstatic and thanked him repeatedly. Taking out her own cell phone, she posed. They cooperated by extending their scissor hands. After taking a picture with the two veteran stars, she set her eyes on the others. After running for an hour in high heels, Chen Yushi didn't feel tired at all. She had already collected photos with many stars, signatures of many stars, and had even added the WeChat of a young star. Chen Yushi had a happy smile on her face. This was the life she wanted, honorable and extraordinary. Li Yang's appearance appeared in her mind, and she secretly made up her mind that even if she became a junior, she would still hold on to his thighs. At this time, Chen Yushi spotted a handsome figure, her eyes filled with surprise. This was the national male god Song Sijia. The dream lover of 600 million young girls. She would say she was a fan when she asked for a photo with other celebrities, but in fact, she just wanted a photo to show off. Song Sichul is truly his own idol. She wasn't Song Sichul's wife's fan, she was Song Sichul's loyal fangirl. Brother Song Sijia was hardworking and handsome, an inspirational template. Chen Yushi picked up a glass of wine and walked towards Song Sijia apprehensively. The tip of her nose sweated as she said. You, hello, are you Song Sijia? Song Sijia turned around, looked Chen Yushi up and down, and frowned. Something wrong? He was in a bad mood today. He had checked Su Yutong's information, just a female thug. I really don't know how many people she didn't know how many people she had betted to get to where she was today. Who is she? He was the red man who burst into flames this year, known as the little movie star. He firmly believed that his future would be like Michael's, where a concert would have to alarm the military. If it wasn't for his agent begging him, he wouldn't have shown up at the female thugs party. What was even more outrageous was that when he lowered himself to greet Su Yutong completely ignored him and followed a man. She agitatedly said. I'm a fan of yours, I've seen all of your web series, can I take a picture with you? Song Sijia coldly said. No time. Chen Yushi smiled awkwardly and was about to leave. The wine waiter who was touring the venue bumped into her. Her high heels didn't step steadily, and she accidentally stumbled, her entire body falling towards Song Sijia. The red wine in her hand didn't go to waste at all, spilling all over Song Sijia's expensive suit pants. Chen Yushi's head buzzed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Song Sijia pushed Chen Yushi away with one hand. Get lost. Chen Yushi slipped and fell to the ground. Song Sijia pointed at Chen Yushi and completely exploded. Who let you touch me? Song Sijia picked up the wine glass on the table and poured it all over Chen Yushi. What a well-read poet, what a humble knight, what loving women. Those were all packaged by the brokerage company at great expense to decimate the ignorant female fans. Chen Yushi was covered in wine stains, her hair dripping red wine, and she had gone from ugly duckling to fallen chicken. The people around her quieted down and looked this way, with derision, indifference, and sarcasm on their faces. Chen Yushi's aristocratic dream woke up in a flash. She was still the same Chen Yushi, even after entering the upper-class reception, she was still the same lowly Chen Yushi. Behind the fairy tale dream was the blood-soaked reality. Chen Yushi's eyes reddened, her body trembled, terrified, unable to stop saying, I'm sorry. Song Sijia drifted off. I remembered you. That man beside you is on good terms with Su Yutong. Did that man ask you to seduce me in a vain attempt to flatter me? A bunch of country bumpkins, do you really think you're somebody? After certain young fresh meats suddenly burst into flames, they treat themselves as the Dragon Aotion in the web series, thinking that everyone in the world should kneel and lick themselves. Poor people get rich at first sight, and the playwright turns over and doesn't know how to restrain himself. Song Sija's agent had instructed him 1,000 times to make sure he got acquainted with Su Yutong. When Song Sijia finally lowered himself and reluctantly went to find Su Yutong, he saw Su Yutong chatting with Li Yang. He even ignored him and directly left with the man. He was very upset. Song Sijia picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it towards Chen Yushi's head like a madman. Bitch, what do you take me, Song Sijia, for? If you want to curry favor with me, let the person behind you come in person. He was expressing his dissatisfaction with Su Yutong in his own way, expressing his displeasure at being neglected. The word seemed to open the search engine in Chen Yushi's mind, causing Chen Yushi's body to stiffen. Thoughts returned to the poor and backward small village. Little girls were not allowed to eat eggs, read, or sleep. She must go to do farm work before dawn and must take care of her little brother who skipped school and fought. She will be beaten if she doesn't clean the dung from the pigsty, she will be beaten if she cooks food her brother doesn't like, and she will be beaten if her father drinks. Because mom said she was a money loser and a cheap woman. In order to be a noble woman, she fled the small mountain valley and came to the big city. From the woman that everyone loathes, she became the gold-worshipping whore that everyone loathes. The second floor of the banquet hall. Li Yang rested one hand on the solid wood parapet and held a cigarette in one hand. Like an unconcerned bystander, he indifferently watched the farce. Watching the increasingly dense aura of desire on Chen Yushi's body, it was metamorphosing into a rather pure power of desire. Li Yang's smile at the corner of his mouth grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 40. What is power? Your mom. As Chen Yushi was scared and helpless, a loud voice attracted everyone's attention. Zhu Dajuan looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He had left for just a moment and went to taunt a wave of his nemesis Zhou Qing. How is it? How is it that? He even rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that this was true. The female companion beside that terrifying existence, being doused with red wine? Being humiliated? Lord Death, and being called a hick by him? He quickly ran over and slapped Song Sijia in the face like a casserole. Song Sijia directly spun in place as he covered his red, swollen face in horror. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Then do you know who the hell she is? Zhu Dajuan grabbed Song Sijia's neck, and the slaps didn't stop. The guests were all shocked. On an occasion like this, beating up a popular youngster? I'm afraid this is going to make headlines, right? They glanced at the woman lying on the ground in a daze. Could this be Zhu Dajuan's concubine? Song Sijia, who was the future Michael, was beaten up in front of so many people, and died of shame and indignation. The commotion was so loud that Song Sijia's agent ran non-stop and saw the scene, and the whole thing was dumbfounded. How is that fierce god? Song Sijia saw the agent and screamed. Manager Hong, call the police. Call the police. The agent shivered and came to Zhu Dajuan. June. Master June, how did little Song mess with you? When Song Sijia saw the agent's appearance, he finally realized something was wrong. This was the second time he had seen this groveling appearance of the agent. The first time was yesterday. They went to visit a big brother called Crazy Wolf. It was rumored that ruthless man had screwed over 2 people in the South China Sea, and could easily smooth out the trouble. In the end, he still ate the loss of being unfamiliar with the place and being used to being wild. Zhu Dajuan did not even look at the broker. The broker did not dare to say anything, he was already scared and his legs were weak. There is a well-known actress who was popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River, offended a certain big brother, and finally fled to foreign countries, and did not dare to go back to the death. Who in the circle doesn't know that the big brother is Zhu Dajuan? Moreover, Zhu Dajuan is not just a yellow pimp, his media company is also quite loud. For people in the entertainment circle to offend Zhu Dajuan, it was truly the same as moving earth on the head of a Teiyu Yukai. Tap, tap, tap. While Zhu Dajuan was beating up Song Sijia and the whole place was quiet, the sound of footsteps on the stairs was particularly striking. Only to see that a man with a straight posture and a black trench coat walked from afar. He wore a round hat with the brim pressed low, covering most of his face. The crowd didn't understand, how could anyone dare to join in the fun at this time? Li Yang walked to Chen Yushi with steady steps and took out a paper towel from his arms to wipe the wine stains on Chen Yushi's body. Pulling up Chen Yushi, without saying a word, he slowly walked towards the main door. The crowd was horrified. Zhu Dajuan was standing up for that man? What exactly was his origin? Rumor has it that Zhu Dajuan has a great background in the imperial capital. Could that man be? They didn't dare to think deeper. That kind of big brother was not to be questioned or inquired about. Zhu Dajuan hurriedly followed up and explained in a voice that only two people could hear. I'm sorry, master, it's the little one who didn't grow eyes. The little one will send you. Li Yang did not respond. Zhu Dajuan didn't dare to speak or follow, and watched Li Yang walk further and further away. Is death this displeased with me? Zhu Dajuan's eyes were gradually crawling with killing energy. He turned back and looked at Song Sijia indifferently. He is already a dead man. In the exhibition hall plaza, a bald man chased after him. As he looked around, there was only a dense crowd. The bald man picked up his cell phone and dialed out a number. Sans, I've made a major discovery. There really is someone behind Zhu Dajuan. I suspect that the failure of the ninja assassination has something to do with him. That person approached Su Yutong alone today. Should we take action? In case that person prompts Su Yutong and Zhu Dajuan to join forces, it will be difficult. Kuroki Misawa on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment and said, use the secret medicine boldly, I'll apply for the life extension pill for you. Remember, it must be clean. Don't worry about Shinobi's methods. Miyamoto Zuojiro hung up the phone and pulled out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. His pupils were instantly covered in blood. Miyamoto Zuojiro closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his eyes radar-like locked onto a direction and headed towards his destination. The cab pulled up to the beach. This place is non-business, in the fall no one comes here to blow the cold wind, it is very quiet. Chen Yushi suddenly said. The greatest suffering a prince like you has ever suffered should be the ice American style, right? After Chen Yushi's scar was unintentionally torn open by Song Sijia, she temporarily had no greed for Li Yang and immersed herself in the past. She was a gold-worshipping whore, but didn't care about money, it was just a tool to make her look expensive. Li Yang did not say that he was also from the countryside, nor did he say that he had no one to turn to after his grandmother died when he was 16. He just faintly said, I don't like coffee, I hate coffee. Chen Yushi closed her eyes and blew the sea breeze, letting a few strands of her green silk get messy. Can you tell me what it means to be honorable? Can you tell me what power tastes like? Li Yang let out a light laugh. The taste of power is something I have only recently realized. How can I put it? They are not guilty, yet I can pardon them, this is power. Those with power are naturally honorable. Chen Yushi opened her eyes and stared at Li Yang in a daze. What she had thought of as honorable was spending days and nights in drinking, night after night, and the flattery of the crowd. Li Yang's explanation of power and honor was shocking and spot on. Chen Yushi was silent for a long time and smiled to herself. Sure enough, I've been a woman all my life, it's fate. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang and smiled brightly. Thank you for bringing me to see so much. The corners of Li Yang's mouth sketched out a meaningful smile. Tell me your desires, I'll help you realize them. Chen Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. You think you're a god. At this moment, an unskilled Xia dialect came through. Just caused such a big stir at the venue, and here you are coming to the beach to talk about love with a beautiful woman, you're really flirtatious. Chen Yushi frowned and looked behind her. Only to see a bald, burly man with a murderous face standing in the distance with a sneer. In just the blink of an eye, the burly man quickly appeared 10 meters in front of her. Chen Yushi's small mouth slightly opened. Is this still a human being? The burly man clasped his arms, a cruel implication hanging at the corner of his mouth. My humble self, Miyamoto Zuojiro, meet you, sir. Today, I am here to send you, sir, on your way. For a mysterious big man like Li Yang, the burly man gave some respect. It was only by killing this kind of bigot that he would have the ultimate feeling of pleasure. Chen Yushi's expression became horrified. It was the first time she had ever seen a killer. It used to be in novels. Novels where killers assassinated the president. It was surprising that killers really existed in high society. Moreover, what kind of monster was this assassin, able to run so fast in just one instant? Li Yang didn't even return his head and looked at the sea. You are slower than I thought. This is the place I chose for you, like it? Li Yang foolishly exposed himself inside the banquet hall just to get Kuroki Misawa's attention. Unexpectedly, the man behind him had a strong physical body. Turning into an undead must be great. Miyamoto Zajiro sneered. I respect Sir's courage. There's no need for Sir to make a show of it. Be on your way. Miyamoto Zuojiro pulled out his bitterless and instantly appeared behind Li Yang. Chen Yushi subconsciously reached out to stop, but Miyamoto Zuojiro had already stabbed out his bitterless. Li Yang unhurriedly snapped his fingers. In the void, a black magic formation appeared, and a pale hand choked Miyamoto Shojiro's bitterless to death. The author beeped 2 sentences. Beeping these 2 sentences do not count within the word count. The above little fresh meat part of the change hearsay, nonsense, may perhaps a certain event. The male star is not convinced to retaliate, but heard that the day before yesterday with the agent to visit a big brother, is to beat him that big brother's little brother, honest. Chapter 41 The So-Called Mission. What? Miyamoto Zuojiro's eyes rounded in horror. That sudden, pale hand that appeared in the void caused Chen Yushi to back away in horror. This was all beyond mortal cognizance. In the void, in the black magic formation, a naked figure walked out. Pale skin, empty eyes, icy cold temperature. Miyamoto Zajiro's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the undead's appearance. Inoue staff rules? That person was none other than the other staff ruler under Kuroki Misawa. Inoue Sengoku had carried out Kuroki Misawa's mission to assassinate the director of the South Sea Security Bureau. The chief of the South Sea Security Bureau was still in the hospital's intensive care unit, and Inoue Aigetsu had died at the Security Bureau. How did Inoue Aigetsu become this ghostly form and appear in this bizarre form? Could it be that they had long been noticed by the man who was like a god or a demon? And they, themselves and others, were still presuming to assassinate him. Miyamoto Zuojiro stared at Li Yang and exclaimed. What the hell are you? Li Yang didn't like nonsense. His index finger flicked backward. Roar! The undead opened its mouth wide, the corners of its mouth cracking all the way to the base of its ears, and let out a frightening hiss. Miyamoto Zaojiro wiped his sweat, gathered his courage, and killed towards the undead. The bitter end stabbed at the undead's throat. However, not even a trace was left behind. The undead's arm threw itself at Miyamoto Shojiro. Like being hit by a car, Miyamoto Zaojiro's entire body was sent flying several meters. Roar! The undead instinctively lunged towards Miyamoto Shojiro like a mad beast. Miyamoto Zaojiro fished out the pill from his pocket, his eyes glazed over and he swallowed it in one gulp. He stood up and let out a roar that did not resemble a human. Miyamoto Zaojiro pounced with the undead. This time, Miyamoto Zaojiro was actually able to tangle with the undead for a while with his physical strength. However, the undead's strength was boundless, their stamina was never exhausted, and their body was made of steel. Miyamoto Zuojiro couldn't resist for a while and fled in defeat. Fortunately, his speed was very fast, rushing into the seaside mountains and forests, and surprisingly, he shook off the undead for a moment. The undead are extremely sensitive to flesh and blood and temperature, coupled with infinite physical strength, will always catch up with Miyamoto Zuojiro. Furthermore, the speed of the undead was not slow. Ha, ha! Miyamoto Shojiro, who was hiding behind a large tree somewhere, was breathing violently, and blood continued to gush out from the corners of his nose and mouth. He trembled as he took out his cell phone, blood dripping onto it as he kept wiping it, finally unlocking the fingerprints. Miyamoto Zojiro struggled to open his increasingly dazed eyes and sent a voice text message to Kuroki Misawa. Misawa, I failed. That man is beyond our wildest dreams. He's had his eye on us for a long time. That is an invincible viper. You leave the South Seas and never come back. Kuroki Misawa's phone call came immediately. Zuojiro. Zuojiro. What's wrong with you? The voice was anxious. Not only was Zuojiro his top ninja, he was also his brother that he had grown up with. Miyamoto Zujiro desperately tried to stay awake, his tone tinged with desperation. I can feel it, it's coming, it's nearby, it's coming to get me. Miyamoto Zujiro looked around, the surrounding area was silent and unmoving. He remembered something and jerked his head up. On the branch of the tree, the undead was crawling slowly towards him like a spider. The undead let out a hiss when it saw it had been spotted. Zojiro! Zojiro! Kuroki Misawa shouted at the top of his lungs. All that could be heard on the cell phone was a hiss and a scream from Miyamoto Zojiro. It was followed by the creepy sound of chewing. The phone was busy. The undead dragged the body of Miyamoto Zojiro, who had chewed a few mouthfuls, back to the seashore, and reverently knelt on the ground, scraps of meat still lingering at the corners of its mouth. Chen Yushi covered her mouth and felt a wave of revulsion. She slowly distanced herself from Li Yang, subconsciously covering her chest. Yang, brother Yang, what the hell are you? Li Yang turned around, his fingers surging with the power of death, drawing something regularly in the air. Underneath Miyamoto Zojiro, a black magic array was being formed. Li Yang faintly said, "Who I am is not important, who you are is." Li Yang held a smile. "Are you Chen Yushi, or something else? Take for example this East Cherry man who had half of his neck bitten off by the monster. Was he the one who killed me, or was he loyal to me? Everyone who comes to this world has their own mission, doesn't it?" Li Yang said, and the movement in his hand stopped. The black power of death surged into Miyamoto Zojiro's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Miyamoto Zojiro's black pupils disappeared, leaving only a complete dead gray color. Miyamoto Zojiro convulsed violently, and the death aura from the undead around him was absorbed by Miyamoto Zojiro. The last time the undead were created was at the North City Suburb Cemetery, and the dead chief from there was needed to finalize the creation of the undead. Now, with the undead by his side, there was no need to go to the cemetery to settle it. Miyamoto Zojiro stopped twitching, his arms lengthened and his back legs bent. Sprawled on the ground like a gorilla. The back tore and huge bone spurs stabbed out from the spine. The arms and legs were thick and bore sharp claws. It opened its mouth, which ripped and was so ridiculously large that its chin could even almost touch the ground. Li Yang snapped his fingers and a huge black magic formation appeared under the feet of the two undead. They slowly sank into the magic formation and disappeared into the beach. Li Yang lit a cigarette and said, "It's your turn. I grant the mission that belongs to you at the cost of freedom. Or, give me your deepest desires and I erase your memories of the beach." Chen Yushi desperately tried to keep herself calm. She suddenly associated herself with Su Yutong. Su Yutong was about to die, and after Li Yang appeared at the Green Nursing Home, Su Yutong was discharged from the hospital the next day. Su Yutong had gotten the mission that belonged to her from Li Yang, right? As for forgetting memories at the beach, will only remember her fairy tale dream shattered and leave the venue like a bereaved dog. She couldn't accept this ending. At an important turning point in her life, she had a gut feeling. If she forgot what happened on the beach today, she would never be able to touch expensive and would always be a worthless gold-digging whore. The only one who could bring her to the top of high society, Li Yang, would also leave her. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang, her eyes flowing with thirst, her hands clasped together. "I don't want to be a cheap woman forever. Please, give me another life." Li Yang slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "Tell me your desire." Chen Yushi firmly said, "I want to be precious." Every word was used with great force. The corner of Li Yang's mouth curved up. The right choice. Chen Yushi was a test subject, the power of desire cultivated by Li Yang, used on her personally, there was no telling what the effect would be. Black runes emerged from Li Yang's eyes. The extremely pure power of desire from Chen Yushi's body surged towards Li Yang's eyes. Li Yang took out the tiny wooden jar from his bosom, and a black potion gradually emerged from the wooden jar. Deep eyes stared at Chen Yushi, and under the pull of the power of death, the desire potion flew towards Chen Yushi's body. P.S. Something came up, I'll update the next chapter a little later. Chapter 42 Third Order Reaper, New Talent. The desire potion surged into Chen Yushi's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth under Li Yang's control. Why not let her drink it? You can't just say, open your mouth and swallow it. It's a bit of an obscene thing to say, it's not cool. Li Yang hates obscenity. After Chen Yushi digested all of the desire potion, an arcane message surged into her mind. Fallen angel, vanity. Noble in hell, the most perfect purveyor of faith to the god of death. Spiritual power equivalent, 1. Talent, faith in death. It's easier to compel believers to believe in the god of death than ordinary preachers. Whenever a living being believes in the god of death, the fallen angel's spiritual power will increase. When a fallen angel reaches the second rank, it can gather the power of faith. The power of faith could be used to grow the soul of the god of death. Chen Yushi's appearance was also changing. Her skin became fair and tender, and her appearance became more refined, as if she had turned on her level 10 beauty face. Even if one spent millions on medical beauty, they wouldn't be able to reach this level. A pair of curved goat horns arose from the head. Around his waist, a pair of black wings slowly unfolded. The wings were tactile and seemed to be composed of energy, and did not tear through the clothes. Chen Yushi looked at her own reflection on the surface of the sea, horrified at the change in herself. She felt an unspeakably powerful force in her body. The message in her mind mentioned the god of death? Who was the god of death? Chen Yushi looked fiercely at Li Yang. After becoming a transcendent, Chen Yushi could clearly perceive the terrifying sense of oppression on Li Yang. Like a god, like a devil. Could it be that the god of death was Li Yang? A classmate for 3 years in college was actually a god? She, who never believed in ghosts and gods, began to brainstorm. Whenever the god of death's physical body in the human world was too old and easily aroused the suspicion of the authorities, the god of death who mastered the power of hell would retransform into a fetus and be born. When the time was right, the god of death would walk the world again. Chen Yushi was very convinced of this idea of his. Exaggerating Li Yang's image countless times in her inner mind, all negative thoughts about Li Yang were all glorified. The spreading believers of the fallen angels were themselves firm fanatics of the god of death. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang, her legs unnaturally clenched, her heart thumping. No wonder Su Yutong was so afraid of Li Yang, who wouldn't fear a god. This could be a stronger feeling than when a gold-worshipping whore faced the crown prince. The sense of worship and fascination deepened by an unknown number of times. The three views were broken, reorganized, and refreshed. Chen Yushi instinctively fell to her knees. Brother Yang. Ah no. Master. Chen Yushi flushed. She didn't understand why she subconsciously wanted to kneel. Even if she was facing a god, but that god was also a classmate from the university. One would feel embarrassed. The change in mindset from gold-worshipping whore to fanatic believer takes a little time to balance. Li Yang extinguished his cigarette and said, "Quit your job, I will give you a sum of money. I will look for you when I need you." Chen Yushi said seriously. "Your will is my mission." Li Yang waved his hand, signaling Chen Yushi to leave. Li Yang looked at the ocean and calculated his future plans. The successive creation of Su Yutong, Chen Yushi, and other demons made Li Yang's spiritual power strengthen a lot. It was only a little bit short of third-order spiritual power. The spiritual power required for the second to third order is not comparable to the first to second order. I really don't know how many demons need to be created for the 9th rank spiritual power, and what kind of intensity those demons need to reach to be able to do so. Do I have to turn the earth into hell before I can ascend to the divine throne? Godhood, what exactly is it? Just then, an arcane message poured into his mind. Acquired shared spiritual power advancement. Along with obtaining a huge shared spiritual power, a new talent was also obtained. Talent, Soul Upanishad. Soul Upanishad, consuming spiritual energy, one can use the most arcane soul spells. The world in Li Yang's eyes changed. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and with Soul Upanishad, he saw things that were invisible to the naked eye. The sea in front of him was no longer ordinary. This sea was called the Great Western Sea, and at this moment, there was a thick fog that couldn't be melted on the surface of the sea. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and activated part of his demonic power. Demonic fire burned in his eyes, and his deep gaze traveled through thousands of miles to see through the deepest part of that thick fog. In the deepest part of the thick fog, people in 2s and 3s were floating and wandering in the sea. Those people were numb, transparent, with fatal wounds, or soaking water giants' view. The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes jumped. Those are ghosts? This world actually really have ghosts? Li Yang looked complicated, his breathing became heavy and rapid. What kind of secret did this world really have? The authority of the god of death, what exactly is it? The second order can create the undead, the third order can survey ghosts, what about the higher orders? The authority of the god of death is definitely not as simple as a powerful force. What kind of existence is a true god? The corner of Li Yang's mouth slowly sketched out an excited smile. The ghosts in the mist in the depths of the Great Western Sea made him figure out one thing. There was absolutely no one in this world other than himself who could see those things. That piece of mist was unusual even for him. If the higher-ups of this world knew about the existence of that piece of mist, they definitely wouldn't let it go. The scientific research ships, the military-industrial ships, would have long ago blocked that place as a forbidden place. They would even have set up research institutes to study those things. Side by side, one was the only one in this world. The resources of the mundane world are vital to me at the moment. The Devil's Club is the key to helping me climb to the godhood. It's only good to accelerate its development. Take that piece of mist for example. If Li Yang wanted to explore it deeply, he had to at least have a boat of his own. Owning a ship was not something as simple as having a luxury car. The complicated procedures and huge amount of money involved were not something that could be solved with a little bit of money. That said, who had suddenly contributed a large amount of spiritual energy to himself? Rattles? Crow? Zhu Dajuan? Du Yongming? After thinking of many names one after another, Li Yang felt that it was unlikely. This was because the spiritual power acquired in that instant was so huge that it directly broke through his bottleneck. A name appeared in Li Yang's mind. Zhang Shirai, that chimera. In this era where self-media was the dominant windfall, Zhang Shirai was as if she had opened up. I haven't looked for that chimera yet. She might be able to become one of my apostles as well. To make a weapon, one must sharpen its edge. To create the mighty demon club that was envisioned, one must first get the initial work done. For example, the cleaner system, such as the apostles. The cleaner system couldn't just be a group of living dead with empty power, no fear of life and death, and absolute loyalty. They have to have all sorts of talents among them, such as hackers, detectives, and the like. Only in this way could the most thorough removal of demonic traces be accomplished. The current cleaner system was only in its infancy and still needed Su Yutong to cultivate it. The same went for the apostles. As their own advocates, they were not only the elite among demons, but also the best tools to use. The Black Witch who searched for the deepest desires. The immortal vampire. Fallen angels who spread the faith for themselves. And of course, the two special inhuman demons, the Raven and the Black Dog. Zhang Shirai's speed of raising her spiritual power must be the fastest among all demons. In other words, she must have the highest medium rank among demons. Together with her internet influence, she can become my sixth apostle. Chapter 43, Phantom Demon and Innate Phantom Demon Holy Body Female Anchor. Little Stepmother was a rubbing female anchor who claimed to be an innate phantom demon sacred body. She had nearly 1 million fans on the quick voice short video platform, and every time she started broadcasting, nearly 100,000 people watched. It was definitely considered a big anchor. She was able to have such a large fan base in just half a year. In addition to her molded body and being quite good at rubbing it in, it was also inseparable from some small means. The little stepmother was either connected to other anchors or on her way to be connected to other anchors every day. She didn't play PK to win either, but mainly to attract fans. Basically, any anchor of any level, as long as they met her on live streaming, they would all be sucked away by her with certain actions, eyes, facial expressions, and other careful mechanisms, sucking away a large amount of colorful gangster fans. The most vicious thing is that she accidentally met a mysterious hacker online. That hacker was also an old colorful guy. Normally, the hosts were randomly matched, but the little stepmother could directly lock the target she wanted. The hacker helped her write a program that can silently invade the back end of the video, through the wormhole directly to the target anchor to apply for connection. The little stepmother is brushing the fast sound short video. Due to her rubbing female anchors, the platform AI vertically recommended videos were all twerking but shaking rubbing women. A bunch of imbeciles. The little stepmother looked at the amount of followers of those female anchors, her eyes showing disdain. Even if they were all rubbers, in the eyes of the little stepmother, they were all little trash. Fan figures represented everything. The difference between a headliner and a gatekeeper girl. Suddenly, she noticed an ID. Nanhai Jinmiting. Dare to call that name? Let's see what kind of bird you are. The little stepmother clicked on Nanhai Jin Mei Ting's homepage. Most of it was daily life, that is, the body model looked better. In this part of the self-media, the most worthless thing is the appearance. Once the 10th grade beauty face is on, even a dog will have a clear look, and Nanhai Jinmiting is just a little bit of a blow-up body. 800,000 fans? After being shocked, the little stepmother immediately transformed into greed. Who didn't know in their hearts what the fans on both sides liked to see? Whoever rubs it well will be able to grab fans. In the eyes of the little stepmother, South Sea Jean Mei Ting was a big piece of fat meat. She immediately opened the broadcast and prepared for today's link-up session. How about a dance from the stepmother? Am I the only one who wants to see my stepmother's expression dance? The first big brother on the list sent a message, "Dance, brother will give you a big airplane brush." The little stepmother looked at the instant tens of thousands of online viewing, and a touch of smugness appeared in her eyes. As for whether to dance or not? Just kidding, I'm so valuable, why do I say dance? I don't think I'm going to be able to afford to pay for this gift. I can't afford to bring in any goods. Dancing is just an occasional boon to these hungry, brainless fans. The little stepmother whined. We'll start the live link first, brothers have to guard me. Oh. Must. The stepmother army will guard my stepmother. Kill the other anchor. The money has been recharged, just waiting for the PK. The little stepmother opened the program that the hacker had written for herself and pinpointed, Nanhai Jin Mei Ting. Apply for a connection. The heart is also a little apprehensive. When she first got that program, she often used it to connect to big internet celebrities that had been famous for a long time, rubbing off on them and sucking in fans. Over time, the big netizens had blacklisted her. Some people had also reported the little stepmother, suspecting that she had some sort of hacking skills to find them. But it was useless, the platform couldn't detect it, and that hacking skill was really powerful. The little stepmother was afraid that her reputation would scare Nanhai Jinmiting, afraid that Nanhai Jinmiting wouldn't dare to connect with her. Nanhai Jinmiting has agreed to connect with you. The young stepmother first froze, then sneered. You really don't know how to die, even the big netizens don't dare to connect with me, how dare you? The appearance of Nanhai Jin Mei Ting appeared on the computer screen. The live broadcast room that was still very noisy just now fell silent, and there wasn't even a single pop-up screen. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Soon the pop-up screen resumed. There's something about this female anchor across the street, it's too good looking. Real, fake, right? The little stepmother jealousy came up, Chali Chachi said. Sister's beauty face is on too hard, right? Unlike me, I just turned on a filter. Little stepmother's live room instantly flooded with a large number of visitors. She was overjoyed, surely she was the innate charming demon saint body, just showing her face sucked in the opposite fans? What those later visitors said, however, threw her for a loop. Bitch, you dare to scold our Miss Mei Ting? What kind of a thing are you, a rubbing girl? Look at your list of works, vulgar. Vulgar to the core. Open your eyes wide and see what Miss Miet's signature says. No vacation, no face, no cargo. The tourists came and went quickly, one by one, cursing and leaving. The little stepmother was confused. Are the fans of Nanhai Jinmiting so loyal? It looks like we've come up with a masterstroke. The woman's competitive spirit came up. Her expression became flirtatious and her expression management was superb. It was like an orgasm face that could arouse most men's desire. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Sister, do you want to play a PK? South China Sea Jin Meiting live room. Zhang Shi loved to laugh at the opposite side of the little stepmother showing off. All women, all a flow pool of female anchors, who does not know Hua? I admit that you are very live, but... Just this? Zhang Shurai asked generously. How to play? The little stepmother said with confidence. Whoever loses dances. She won't lose. Those big brothers on the list who were begging for her would only spit out gold coins for her like golden toads. Those big brothers of the list were rich, all of them were tycoons from various industries. She said that dancing was also careful. When South Sea Jin Mei Ting lost and started dancing, the little stepmother would reward her fans with a dance to the rhythm of the other party's music. Using her enchanting dance moves to completely defeat the other side and steal away the other side's fans. Zhang Shirai's mouth was tinged with a smile. Fine, play. The two sides' live broadcasts began a drumming and brushing gifts session. The little stepmother is very hard, the live broadcast room is playing powerful music, sitting on a chair, she twisted and danced her body, clamped her voice and shouted begging brother to guard. Looking at Nanhai Jin Mei Ting, again, she did nothing but chat with her fans. The little stepmother sneered. This, Nanhai Jin Mei Ting, really doesn't have any moral skills at all, I really don't know how he has 800,000 fans. Zhang Shurai smacked his lips. This little stepmother does look good, hey. Zhang Shurai searched for a moment and suspiciously looked at the fans in the live broadcast. You guys won't really betray me, should? It won't be. The live broadcast audience swiped up pop-ups. That, Ms. Miette, I'm sorry. Well, I'll guard the opposite wave first. In Zhang Shirai's stunned eyes, most of the viewers in his own live broadcast room ran to his little stepmother. They swiped blue potions, flowers, and energy bars. The smile at the corner of the little stepmother's mouth grew wider and wider. Although Zhang Shirai's fans were quite stingy, the result was good, and they were all captured by themselves. This PK, the result was unsurprising. Zhang Shirai lost, there were almost no gifts. Little stepmother live broadcast room. The little stepmother whined. Thank you, new brothers, for protecting me. The pop-up screen brushed up. Don't beep for a second, quickly let Ms. Mei Ting dance. You're such a jerk. If Kim Mi Ting loses, don't you know to let her take her punishment quickly? Kim Mi Jong. Kim Mi Jong. Ah, finally I get to see Kim Mi Jong dance again. The little stepmother froze for a moment. They purposely made Kim Mi Jong lose to me and then punished Kim Mi Jong for dancing? They were willing to support me because they wanted to see Kim Mi Jong dance. P.S. A hug. I caught a cold from the bubble bath last night and updated late. As it turns out, authors just update honestly and can't just go out. In order to punish the despicable person not to do his job, today the extra shift The first thing I'd like to do is to give you all a kowtow for updating late. Chapter 44. Zhang Shirai cried and laughed. Why are they all 2/5? Saying that, Zhang Shirai opened the music software. When the ambiguous and dense music sounded in the live broadcast room, the little stepmother followed suit and stood up, ready to dance. Zhang Shirai smiled sweetly and winks like a knife. There was a sneer in her eyes. Born with a charming demon's sacred body? Oh, ignorant little anchor, you're afraid that you don't know what you're facing. Wonderful dance. There seems to be a flirtatious and crispy voice whispering in the ears of the visitors of the live broadcast, tweaking the soul. Watch the dancer, tell your heart. Phantom dance, wrapped in a vegetarian waste. Hot dance to the moonlight. Sink deep into the devil squatting, rocking, and swaying again. The eyes are lost, the lips are slightly open. Waves in front, trembling in the back. The ground shakes as she teases her hair. Zhang Shirai lightly moved catstep, seems to be out of the screen. Walked to take the cell phone to watch the live audience in front of the bed. Walked to the audience with a computer to watch live on the table. Bite your lips, watching with deep affection. After the music, the hot dance stopped, the audience is not yet finished. Zhang Shirai offered a flying kiss while sending the audience to the clouds. Zhang Shirai hot dance with pictures. After a short silence, Zhang Shirai and her little stepmother's live broadcast room exploded. It hasn't been that fast since I grew up. Since watching Ms. Mei Ting's live broadcast, her body is getting worse every day. I can't watch it anymore. I can't watch it anymore. I don't have any more stock. The little stepmother was confused. Her carefully set up rubbing action, in front of Nanhai Jean Mei Ting, was just as cute and ridiculous as a 3-year-old child jumping around. No, how are my fans? The little stepmother looked at the live broadcast in shock, the number of her pop-ups was rapidly decreasing. Looking at the audience again. Aside from the administrators, there was no one in the live broadcast room anymore. All of them ran to the Nanhai Jinmiting live broadcast room. Looking at the South Sea Jean Mei Ting live broadcasted yachts, carnivals, and other gifts swiping the screen, the little stepmother was going crazy with anger. Even Big Brother List 1, who craved her the most, was also crazily swiping airplanes in the Nanhai Jean Mei Ting live broadcast room. Disgusting scrub girl. The little stepmother angrily wanted to report it. However, the anchor on the opposite side was dressed normally, just ordinary suspenders and jeans, and there was no inappropriate clothing or other behavior at all. Zhang Shirai threw a wink at the little stepmother. Thank you, sister, for the gift. The little stepmother angrily hung up the phone. The huge fan base was the most precious gift from the little stepmother. Fans weren't as simple as making money for Zhang Shirai, but a constant stream of spiritual power. There wouldn't be any man who could resist her charm. Originally, her spiritual power had reached a bottleneck, and because of the large amount of spiritual power, she was promoted to the 3rd rank. Awakening of new talent, Body of Lust. Body of Lust, 1. When a phantom reaches the 3rd rank, she will have the scent of Canis rose. The scent can arouse the lust of all creatures. Male or female, male or female. Consuming mental energy can expand the scent of a chimera. Body of lust. 2. The voice of a demon carries its own sound. The voice of the demon has its own power of seduction. Consuming spiritual energy can expand the voice of seduction. Zhang Shirai was shocked. Reaching the third stage? Zhang Shirai felt the majestic power in his body, many times more powerful than when he was at the second rank before. The live broadcast audience saw the shocked look on Zhang Shirai's face and thought that Zhang Shirai was shocked that the live broadcast had risen to the top, and their hearts were melting. The third order phantom demon's every move and a casual expression was thrilling and had a powerful killing power. A private message was sent to Zhang Shirai's fast tone number. When will you come to White Mountain City to play? Brother, I have a high segment in White Mountain City, so I'll guarantee you a good time. What do beautiful women usually like? Can I invite you to play on my yacht? Can you add a WeChat $5,200 to buy your micro signal, okay? Sister. Zhang Shirai bristled. She recognized that these people were rich, and also recognized that these people had a good social status in real life. However, one was not willing to troll these bosses with families. She herself was a chimera, not a fox charming woman who destroyed other people's families. One of the private messages caught Zhang Shirai's attention. Beauty, I'm also from Nanhai City, I'm very close to you. You're in the Nanhai Moon Bay apartments, right? Zhang Shirai froze for a moment. How did this person know his address? The message continued over there. Don't be surprised, I am a very powerful hacker. As long as I'm on the internet, there's nothing I don't know. How is it? Great, right? Do you want to meet me? Zhang Shirai was just about to reply when she suddenly felt a demonic aura nearby. She turned around violently to look at the window. A crow appeared there at an unknown time. The crow cocked its head to look at her, its eyes flashing with intelligence, and it grasped a card in its claws. Zhang Shirai hurriedly got off the air and walked over in a panic, at a loss for words. You are. This crow must be related to that being. That one, the terror that shouldn't exist in reality. Li Yang's horrible appearance appeared in his mind. Even if she had advanced to the third rank, Li Yang's oppressive feeling in her impression was still so strong that she couldn't breathe. Crow spoke indifferently. There is no need to be formal, you and I are the same, we are all the Master's chosen apostles. The raven maneuvered its spiritual power and floated the membership card in its claws to Zhang Shirai. Zhang Shirai's beautiful eyes shrunk. The card had a transcendent aura and had writing that had to be seen with demonic power. Apostle Phantom Queen, Zhang Shirai. Nanhai, Green Fenghua upscale apartment, a certain 3-room. Originally, this place was shared by 3 people. Chen Yushi, Zhang Xiaohan, and Song Qianqian. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family, these 3 are all gold-digging whores with not bad looks. Zhang Xiaohan moved out to find her own little rich kid, leaving Chen Yushi and Song Qianqian. Chen Yushi was packing her bags, preparing to move to the large flat that Li Yang had bought for her. At this time, Song Qianqian slammed the door in anger and walked into the living room, taking out a can of beer and gulping it down. Chen Yushi raised her eyebrows. What's wrong with you? Song Qianqian scolded. I met a wannabe hoof during the live broadcast today, sucking all of my fans away. Song Qianqian is a network anchor, ID little stepmother. Chen Yushi comforted. It's okay, you look so pretty, you'll always get your powder back. The beer can in Song Qianqian's hand was contorting as she gritted her teeth. You don't know, my killer pulled the plug on me. It's too hard to raise the powder back up. The killer app in Song Qianqian's mouth was the hacker who could help her accurately connect with the big anchors. Thinking with her feet, she knew that hacker followed that unlucky, Nanhai Jinmiting, and ran away. Chen Yushi came to be interested. What kind of prodigal hoof is that charismatic? I'll take a look. Song Qianqian opened her cell phone and entered the Nanhai Jin Meiting live broadcast. The live broadcast had stopped, and what was in the live room now was a live replay. Chen Yushi felt uncomfortable the moment she saw Zhang Shirai. In hell, a chimera was the plaything of the king of hell, who took the highest honor of climbing into the king of hell's bedchamber. And the fallen angel is the king of hell's fervent believer, who can't wait to give everything he has to the king of hell to plunder. The encounter between the phantom and the fallen angel is like the meeting of the most hateful enemies in the world. P.S. The next chapter is being revised and will be up soon. Chapter 45 Succubus vs. Fallen Angel. When she saw Zhang Shirai dancing hotly, the unpleasant sensation intensified on Chen Yushi's body, and her brows unnaturally furrowed. Disgust, revulsion, nausea, and the odor of vinegar of unknown origin. In hell, fallen angels and chimeras were immortal natural enemies. This elusive natural instinct was perfectly grafted onto the two women with the taking of the lust potion. Look, you think this is a prodigal huff too? Song Chanxian said irritably when she saw Chen Yushi's expression. Chen Yushi asked. She's from the South Sea too? Song Chanxian nodded and opened her cell phone chat interface. I used 100 private photos to get that killer of mine to find out this little huff's address and tell me. Chen Yushi glanced at the cell phone chat interface. It was an address. She silently noted it down. Song Chanxian's face revealed a touch of malice. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. I really want to find someone to tear her face off. Chen Yushi didn't say anything and continued to pack her bags. Song Chanxian stepped forward to help. I really envy you, finding a prince. When will I meet a prince too? Chen Yushi couldn't hear what Song Chanxian was saying, and her mind was constantly filled with Zhang Shirai's flirtatious silhouette. She didn't understand why she was like this. Zhang Shirai's look was like a ghost constantly disturbing herself. Why would I, who turned into a fallen angel, care about her like this? Could it be that she is some special existence to the fallen angel? Chen Yushi had been pondering over this matter. Even after packing her bags, her mind was full of that woman when she drove to the Grand Flat, and she almost had a traffic accident. In the evening, arriving at the longed-for large flat, Chen Yushi did her chores. The toiletries were put in the bathroom, the cosmetics were put in the fitting room, and the bed was made. Don't want to, it's okay, it's all because I'm overthinking it. Chen Yushi opened the red wine and sat in the exquisite bar in the room. This was her dream residence. Red wine, floor-to-ceiling windows, the starry sky, and the night view of the city. She thought she would be happy and enjoy herself, but for some reason, her mind was filled with Zhang Shirai's marvelous dance moves. Chen Yushi shook her head and forced herself not to think about her. Li Yang's appearance came to mind. Chen Yushi felt her heart flutter when she thought of Li Yang. In her fantasy, Li Yang was crossing his legs, holding a glass of red wine, his eyes were cold, the corner of his mouth was playful, and he hooked his finger at her. When Chen Yushi thought of this, she breathed heavily, her face flushed, her legs clenched, and she murmured. Master. Master. In her mind, she continued to fantasize about Li Yang, yawning like a demented girl. Suddenly, the picture changed. Zhang Shirai appeared in the fantasy at an unknown time, dancing in front of Li Yang, causing Li Yang to drool like a pig. Chen Yushi froze, her fantasy shattered. Jealousy had never been so strong. I'm so ingu. Chen Yushi violently shattered his wineglass. Without going to see what was going on with that woman today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep. Why would a woman put herself in such a strange state? Late at night, the rooftop of the apartment building. Zhang Shirai sat on the edge of the rooftop, the height of the scary below. No one usually came here, the rooftop was locked, and the only person in this apartment building who had a way to come up was her who had become a chimera. She sipped her beer and digested what Death's apostle, Raven, had said. Was she an apostle of Death's side from today? She came out of a poor area with poor educational resources, and after getting into a junior college, she realized that she couldn't get a foothold in the metropolis of Nanhai. With her 10th grade beauty and devil body, she barely became a small anchor. Thinking that this life can be a small anchor, mixed rice, find a person who does not mind her birthmark married, is a very perfect ending. Now what? I don't know how many tycoons want to adopt her, casually start broadcasting can earn a lot of money. There were also a few $1 million in her bank card, and although she was still a lot short of repaying the $10 million she owed Li Yang, she was already very, very satisfied. Most importantly, she had gained the power of a transcendent. Without becoming a transcendent, one would never understand the power of the devil's body. Zhang Shirai looked at the traffic and the multitudes downstairs and only felt like she was dreaming. Demon Club. Phantom Demon. Apostle of Death. Zhang Shirai thought back to when he first met the god of death, when he was threatened by him and begged on his knees. His body was tingling with heat. The weird attributes seemed to have been inexplicably aroused. She poured her beer hard, the cold beer could not suppress the throbbing in her body. I thought I was just a minion in the eyes of the one, thought I would be his pawn at best in this life. Unexpectedly, it was a surprise to become his apostle and could accompany him. At this time, Zhang Shirai frowned. She turned her head to look behind her. A woman had appeared there at an unknown time. The woman was beautiful and tall, but she just didn't know why she felt a very uncomfortable aura on her. Demon? Zhang Shurai stood up and faced the woman directly. Without the restraint she had when she saw Raven, she was restraining her hostility. After all, this one in front of her was a demon. She asked in a deep voice. Who are you? Chen Yushi looked at Zhang Shurai, slightly surprised. The one who had made her heart and mind restless turned out to be a demon. No wonder, only a transcendent like a demon would make one's mind uneasy. Normally, these two women who had just become demons, even if they were already apostles of the god of death, would still maintain a minimum of respect when encountering other demons. This was because they would subconsciously think that the other party was a demon as well as a predecessor. A predestined fate between a chimera and a fallen angel, the two female demons were hostile at first sight. Chen Yushi walked towards Zhang Shurai with a graceful catwalk and spoke. I drank some wine tonight and was a bit bored, so I went out to wander and met you. What a coincidence. Wandering to the roof of someone else's building? This nonsense is not even believable to a ghost. Zhang Shurai glanced at Chen Yushi's breasts, the corners of his mouth were mocking as he provocatively puffed out his chest. Yes, seeing you makes me feel like I know you at first sight. I always feel like we are good sisters who knew each other in our past lives. Let's drink together? Chen Yushi's eyes crossed with displeasure. What's the point of drinking? Why don't we spar? Both women had drunk a lot of wine, and the facts proved that even demons might not be good at drinking, and would also play drunk. Zhang Shurai guffawed. Good. Stimulated by alcohol and the sense of arch-enemy, both women surprisingly wanted to fight. After becoming transcendents, they hadn't fought yet and were looking forward to the taste of battle. Both of them were also emboldened by the fact that they both knew that they were apostles of the god of death, and with their masters backing them up, they would definitely not be killed. Zhang Shurai said as her body changed. Goat horns appeared on top of her head, the pupils in her beautiful eyes turned into peach hearts, fluorescent phantom tattoos appeared on her bare belly under her suspenders, and her black phantom peach heart tail popped out from behind her jeans. Chen Yushi's pupils shrunk. Phantom demon? So beautiful, so sexy. Chen Yushi was not willing to show weakness, and her body began to change as well. Curved goat horns poked out from the top of her head, and a pair of black feathered wings unfolded around her waist. Zhang Shurai was stunned by Chen Yushi's fallen angel image and was jealous in her heart. Luckily, Zhang Shurai did not feel any sense of threat from Chen Yushi. After all, Zhang Shurai was a third-order chimera, and Chen Yushi was only a first-order fallen angel. Zhang Shurai felt that he was indeed a supreme genius, and was not the bottom of the heap amongst the rest of the demons. He was worthy of being an apostle that the god of death valued. Zhang Shurai sneered. Sister's demonic body is truly honorable and enchanting. Chen Yushi felt the powerful strength in Zhang Shurai's body. It was stronger than herself. Of course, this was to be expected. Who knew how many demons there were under the heavens, and who knew what level those powerful demons were at? Being a fanatic follower of the god of death wouldn't know what it meant to be afraid. If she didn't fight this chimera today, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well in the future. Chen Yushi responded. Sister's demonic body is also gorgeous. The two of them actually didn't have a word of nonsense and struck out at the same time. Zhang Shurai condensed pink evil desire fire and flung it towards Chen Yushi. The evil lust fire only had an effect on living creatures, and the explosion didn't even leave any burnt traces on the ground. Chen Yushi flapped her wings, dodging the evil desire flame while looking for an opportunity to get close enough to beat up that prodigal hoof. Zhang Shurai had a flirtatious and seductive smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as her spiritual power surged. The roof of the building was filled with the canine rose body odor. Sister, you don't seem to be that strong. Oh, I beat you to tears. You won't look for your master to cry, right? As Zhang Shurai spoke, her spiritual power was consumed and the phantom voice was unleashed. While using transcendent power, she was also expressing her importance in front of death. Chapter 46 Chen Yushi's conception of the death god believers. Dark night, under the full moon, on top of a high-rise apartment. The mesmerizing aroma of canine roses was thick, and there was a seductive female voice that tingled to the bone. Anyone who was here would be consumed by the lust within. Zhang Shurai twisted her brute waist and took catwalks as she stood pavilion in the center of the building's roof. She pinched her crotch and pink flames appeared on the tip of her other finger as she teased. Sister, what's wrong with you? Is it hard? Chen Yushi's face was flushed and her palms were sweating. The power of the phantom demon was universal for both men and women. However, Chen Yushi's eyes weren't just burning with lust, there was also a strong battle intent. If one were to talk about a chimera's natural enemy, the fallen angel counted as one. Fallen angels were fanatics of the god of death, and the more they worshipped the god of death in their hearts, the stronger their wills were. Zhang Shirai's charm ability pushed Chen Yushi's inner worship of the god of death to the peak, and Chen Yushi only felt an infinite will to fight at the moment. Chen Yushi's hands transformed into slender black claws, her wings vibrated and stabbed towards Zhang Shirai. Zhang Shirai was horrified in her eyes. Why, she hadn't been devoured by her own lustful power, why did she still have fighting strength? The fighting power was still so strong? She admitted that her abilities were biased towards assisting, but she was of a higher rank than a fallen angel. It was true that one could not underestimate other demons. Zhang Shirai exclaimed in shock and backed away. A card fell from Zhang Shirai's body. Chen Yushi caught the card and marveled. You are also the master's apostle? Zhang Shirai's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly went to grab it. Give it back. This kind of card that symbolized an apostle's identity would definitely suffer severe punishment if it was lost or taken by someone else. Chen Yushi also didn't dare to keep such a thing and handed the membership card to Zhang Shirai. Only then did Zhang Shirai let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Chen Yushi. Could it be that you are also an apostle? Chen Yushi changed back to her human form and nodded. Since the other party was one of the master's people, they wouldn't dare fight this fight. Zhang Shirai also transformed back into human form and walked back to the edge of the roof, picking up a can of beer and throwing it at Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi opened it without making a fuss and took a sip. This was considered reconciliation between the two. In fact, the two did not have any deep hatred. Chen Yushi sat next to Zhang Shirai and spoke half-heartedly. I'm sorry. She was the one who started the trouble. Zhang Shirai lowered her head. I don't know what's wrong with me, seeing you makes me want to provoke you, I'm at fault too. She turned to look at Chen Yushi and smiled. Maybe you're too pretty, making me jealous. Chen Yushi let out a light laugh. I'm not as big as you. The two female demons dissolved the barrier in a weird way. Chen Yushi said. Actually, I didn't just look for you to fight. I've seen your live stream, so I wanted to ask you for a favor. Originally, I wanted to force you by force, but now it seems like we're all on our own, so there's no need. Zhang Shirai looked at Chen Yushi suspiciously. You've seen me live? Chen Yushi nodded and smiled. Today, you linked up with a female anchor and sucked up her fans. I saw your attractiveness. It was only after meeting you that I realized that you are a chimera, no wonder. Zhang Shirai sipped his beer and asked. What do you want me to help you with? Tell me. If it was something that didn't harm her own interests too much and wouldn't be detrimental to the demon club, she would sell Chen Yushi a face. Chen Yushi's face became grave. I want to spread faith for my master, I want to create a group of devout followers for my master. Zhang Shirai was startled. If it was for the Grim Reaper, then he would have to help no matter what. Zhang Shirai put down his beer and solemnly said. Tell me about your plan. Chen Yushi said. I'm going to create an organization. An organization that consists of mortals who thoroughly believe in the god of death. I need you to help me spread the faith. In this aspect of spreading faith, you have a unique advantage. A large amount of fans, the ability to mesmerize fans and the ability to suck in a large amount of fans, this was the advantage of the South Sea Jin Mei Ting. Zhang Shirai froze for a moment. An organization created by chimeras and fallen angels, made up of mortals, believing in death? An organization that believed in a true god. This kind of thing. It's too exciting. Zhang Shirai looked at Chen Yushi. Will it bring any trouble to the master? Chen Yushi laughed lightly. Master is a god, how can a god not have mortals to believe in? Besides, the power of faith is very important to the master. Zhang Shirai nodded his head as if he understood. The term power of faith was something Zhang Shirai had seen in novels. The reason why gods wanted the world to believe in them was often set up in novels as the gods needed the power of faith. The master was also a god, so there was nothing strange about needing the power of faith. Chen Yushi continued. Moreover, there are some things that are more convenient for mortals to do than for demons to do. In case the believers do things for the demon club and end up being arrested by the security bureau, at most, they will be found out to be nothing more than believers of the god of death. Chen Yushi took a sip of wine and smiled. No magistrate will believe that there really is a god of death in this world. Even less will believe that the believer's behavior is assigned by the devil. Unless the magistrate is mentally ill. Zhang Shirai's breathing became rapid. So it seemed that the organization that the fallen angel was going to create was important to the Demon Club. He had just joined the Devil's Club and had just become an apostle, so he always had to do something to show his ability and value. This was an opportunity. Zhang Shurai looked at Chen Yushi seriously. When this is done, it will definitely be a great achievement. Thank you for knowing that I'm a demon and still being willing to bring me along for this. Chen Yushi smiled. One is to express my apologies to you. The second is that you are well suited to accompany me in spreading my faith. I'm not interested in rewards, I just want to work for my master. As a first step, let's utilize the internet to spread the death belief first, what do you think? Zhang Shurai pondered for a while and shook his head. No, the platform is too strict in its control of spreading beliefs. There are many fans in my fan group that can be developed into believers, it's just that. Fan groups of any kind are regulated by cyber vigilantes. In case I'm discovered, not to mention that I won't be able to do my job as an anchor, the plans for the Believers organization will also be put on hold. Chen Yushi frowned in thought. She had thought about this problem before. Being able to use the internet to spread beliefs in this age of self-media would be quick. If it couldn't be spread directly with the internet, then it would be slower and dumber to have offline as the main focus and online as a supplement. Zhang Shurai suddenly stared wide-eyed. I remembered someone whose abilities might help us. Chen Yushi's eyes also lit up. Zhang Shurai took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat chat interface. Beauty, why don't you say anything? Just pay attention to me. I'll treat you to dinner. I can help you become a big internet celebrity. That person claimed to be a top hacker, and had helped the little stepmother to directly target the big netizens to apply for a connection. Fast Voice short video had several 100 million users, and its network security department was definitely not opposed. That hacker was able to break through so many computer gurus and invade the backend of Fast Voice short video, there was nothing wrong with saying that he was a top hacker. Chapter 47, The 7 Commandments. After Zhang Shurai and Chen Yushi explained what that hacker could do, both women revealed joyful colors. The internet spreading the belief in the god of death, that hacker must have his own insights and ways. Zhang Shurai asked. Are you free tomorrow? Let's both meet this young man. Chen Yushi nodded. No problem, I'm jobless. Zhang Shurai responded in the WeChat chat interface. Sure, I'll look for you tomorrow. There was a second reply over there. True or false, I'll book a hotel. No, I meant to say book a hotel. Zhang Shurai replied with a cute emoji. Go to your house, give me the address. That hacker was so happy that he was going to faint, and hurriedly sent the address to Zhang Shurai. Zhang Shurai retrieved her phone and was in a good mood, opening a can of beer for Chen Yushi. Wish us success, have you thought of a name for the organization? Chen Yushi took the beer and shook her head. Zhang Shurai pondered for a moment. Death God Cult? Isn't it a bit tacky? The Church of the Dead? A bit classless. Chen Yushi was defeated by Zhang Shurai's naming waste and thought for a moment. How about calling it the 7 Commandments Society? Zhang Shurai mumbled. 7 Commandments Society? 7 Commandments? Chen Yushi explained. Buddha said that there are 7 sufferings on earth. Birth, old age, sickness, death, love and separation, grudges and hatred, and not being able to seek. Those who believe in death are far from the 7 sufferings. Similarly, the 7 commandments will have 7 precepts, and those who break them will be punished. Chen Yushi began to speak of the 7 commandments. First commandment, one must believe in the god of death devoutly. Second commandment, one must not call the god of death by his name, but must call our Lord the god of death. The third commandment, one must carry out the instructions of the god of death, the apostles, and the higher-ups of the 7 Commandments Society. Fourth commandment, do not force others to believe in death. The main reason for this commandment is to prevent fanatics from forcing others to believe in the god of death, publicizing the 7 commandments, and causing trouble for the 7 commandments to the point where it ends badly. Similarly, the 7 commandments allow the existence of other faiths and freedom of belief, which can demonstrate the generosity and benevolence of the god of death. Fifth commandment, thou shalt not rape a woman, man, or child. The sixth commandment, you shall not buy or sell prohibited drugs, or traffic in human beings. The fifth and sixth commandments are to prevent some believers from having no scruples when they have faith and incurring the hatred of the magistrates. Secondly, the fifth and sixth commandments should also be the bottom line of humanity. If one cannot do either of these things, then one does not deserve to be a Shinigami believer, and believing in the Shinigami is defiling the Shinigami. Seventh commandment, you must not be cowardly and timid, you must have the courage to explore and fight. After Chen Yushi finished saying the 7 commandments, Zhang Shirai nodded his head straight. Each one of them had other deep meanings besides being normal commandments. It was evident that it was something that had been thought about for a long time, something that the fallen angel had pondered over for a long time. Chen Yushi said, "Alright, I'm off, I'll drive and pick you up tomorrow to find your little friend." Zhang Shirai smiled and nodded, watching Chen Yushi spread her wings and disappear on the roof of the building. After Chen Yushi left, Zhang Shirai's eyes revealed unhappiness. It seemed like she and Chen Yushi just didn't get along, and the thought of Chen Yushi coming up with such a good idea for her master made her jealous and envious. She fiercely poured a can of beer. "Watch, in the 7 commandments, I will definitely play a bigger role than you." In the sky, Chen Yushi landed in an inconspicuous corner, came to the car, unlocked it, and fired it up. Chen Yushi narrowed her eyes. "You're an apostle, I won't fight you, so let's compare contributions, little wave hoof." The 2 female demons bridged the gap in a bizarre way, and began to fight in another bizarre way. No matter how the 2 female demons fought, the ultimate beneficiary was that god of death. Early the next morning, a certain old broken-down house in the old city center. There were 4 or 5 computers connected together in the master bedroom, as well as some electronic devices that could not be named. The flickering light of technology looked out of place in the old and stale decorated house. The main screen was showing a hot dance from South China Sea Golden Mate, and there were paper towels in the trash can that had just been used up. It wasn't hard to tell that this was a tech house. Ma Tao glanced at the time with a black eye. "It's 8 o'clock? I have to hurry and wash up." He wouldn't forget that today, the South Sea Golden Mate was going to visit this place, so he had to prepare properly. While he was halfway through washing his hair, a knock sounded on the door. Ma Tao wiped his hair and opened the door. 2 breathtakingly beautiful beauties appeared. One of them had long lavender hair and was wearing a tight halter and skinny jeans. The hot body was perfectly outlined. The other wore a small striped suit and a very short leather narrow skirt with monogrammed black silk over her legs. The body was tall and small mom sense. Ma Tao swallowed his saliva. These were all extremely beautiful women that were difficult to encounter in reality. One of them was none other than the South Sea Jean Mei Ting in the live broadcast room. "Who is the other beauty?" Ma Tao even said. Come in. Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi walked into the room and surveyed the room, their eyes showing dislike. It didn't matter if you were poor, at least keep it clean, right? Everywhere was covered in a layer of dust. Ma Tao smiled sarcastically. "Feel free to sit," Zhang Shirai said with a smile. "No trouble, I still don't know what your name is, and where did you learn hacking skills? 2 beautiful women here, you do not introduce yourself?" This smile gave Ma Tao a good look. He swallowed his saliva. "My name is Ma Tao, 21 years old and unmarried, teacher of the Hunter Internet Cafe boss lady. My talent is extremely high, 17 years old on." Chen Yushi impatiently interrupted. Okay, there is something to find you to do, give money." Ma Tao froze. A beautiful woman giving away money? There is such a good thing? Zhang Shirai said. "We want to engage in some live broadcasts that won't be discovered by the cyber magistrate, do you have a way?" Ma Tao glanced meaningfully at Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi. So it's because they want to engage in colorful sex. Truly, otaku goddesses and goddesses had all of a sudden turned into meat sellers. The desire in Ma Tao's eyes had diminished. But who made these 2 beauties really beautiful and said they would give money? Ma Tao said. "This is not difficult, I can make a live broadcast platform. The server of this live broadcast platform is not in the country. And there is more than one server, there will be many servers. If a hacker wants to break into the live streaming platform I created, they will enter a maze. You guys wouldn't understand even if I said too much. Unless a hacker much more powerful than me steps in, it's impossible to find you guys and hack the live streaming platform I created. But it's going to take a lot of money, and a lot of time, and I'm afraid you guys can't afford it. I was once approached by the owner of a special live broadcast, and he didn't pay much, so we can only keep him safe for 3 years. Then he was arrested in the 4th year." Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi glanced at each other and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Sure enough, this person had 2 tricks up his sleeve, he hadn't found the wrong person. Chen Yushi quickly asked. How much do you want? Ma Tao glanced at the two women and stretched out a finger.
If you do the best, you need $5 million, not counting the maintenance fee.
Ma Tao gave a bad smile. If you two accompany me for a night, I can waive the website maintenance fee for a year.
Chen Yushi ignored Ma Tao's last sentence. $5 million is okay, and an additional $500,000 a year for your labor.
Ma Tao froze for a moment. He wasn't scared by the high price of $5 million? He really gave it to him? He felt that something was wrong. What exactly are you guys doing live? Chapter 48 Depression.
Chen Yushi hugged her arms and said rather condescendingly, "We are followers of the Seven Commandments Society who believe in the God of Death, and we do live broadcasts to preach the teachings of the God of Death." A seductive smile hung at the corners of Zhang Shirai's mouth, her eyes glowing with a bit of coldness. They were equivalent to clear cards. They thought that there was a high probability that Ma Tao would not agree. After all, pornography and teaching, these two different ways of broadcasting live, were punished differently when caught by the magistrate, with the latter being more serious.
As long as Ma Tao did not agree, they would immediately manifest their demonic bodies. They were sure of Ma Tao. The aura of danger was already brewing in this old, shabby little house. Ma Tao froze, staring blankly at the two women.
The two beauties had a haughty and honorable temperament, while the other had a seductive and charming temperament.
They were actually cultists. He didn't know the origin of the little mom-sense woman, but he knew about the South Sea Golden Mate. Nanhai Jinmiting is a newcomer to the scene. If she wanted to live in style, she could have lived a rich life. Where would she go to the trouble of spending money on the Seven Commandments?
The woman beside Nanhai Jin Mei Ting has an extraordinary demeanor and is definitely a woman from a wealthy family. Must be the same as South Sea Jin Mei Ting, are not worried about food and drink, can enjoy life kind of. The two women who have faith and ideas. Are they also dissatisfied with this world? Ma Tao swallowed his saliva. Are you guys serious? Zhang Shirai leaned forward and exhaled. What, are you doubting our faith? Like a dangerous poisonous rose. After Ma Tao scrutinized the two women, extreme excitement erupted in his eyes. 8 years, 8 whole years. I finally know what I've been waiting for. I am willing to join you and apologize to you for my rudeness just now. Ma Tao was trembling with excitement. He, a tech geek, was pretentious and self-absorbed at the same time. It was actually easy to go work for a big company with his strength, but he just felt that those bosses were cuties. Not worthy of driving him. Now, with such an exciting thing in front of him, he agreed without hesitation. It was Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi's turn to be confused. Is this Ma Tao a douchebag? Ma Tao sat in front of the computer, rambling and talking to himself. If we want to do this kind of live streaming software, then we must have some anchors who are also from the Seven Commandments Society. They can perform their talents normally, and live stream idle chit-chat normally and whatnot. The background style of the entire live streaming software is the culture of the Seven Commandments Society and the Grim Reaper. Our anchors are all believers in the Grim Reaper, and they can't stop talking about the Grim Reaper and the Seven Commandments. Subconsciously changing the visitors and guiding them to believe in the God of Death. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai were filled with incredulity. Without needing to show his demonic body, he just kissed and agreed, and was even more excited than himself and the others. Ma Tao opened a chat room website and showed it to the two girls, Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi, and sincerely said, "Can we let them join us as well? There are a lot of hot girls and handsome guys in here who are perfectly capable of being anchors. As long as you guys pay them wages, it's fine. You guys don't have to care about me, just give me the most basic maintenance fee, I can eat instant noodles." Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi lightly moved their lotus steps and looked towards the chat room website. The entire style was dark-oriented. Most of the avatars of the people inside were expressing blood, melancholy, and pain. The flashing avatars within the chat room from time to time, as well as the occasional real-time updates within the dynamic space, showed that this website was not low in popularity. When I try to rub my edges, I always remember being a kid in a white princess dress and asking my dad if I was pretty. I have flowery arms and legs, I'm not cocky, just incompetent. I was worthless. I learned to pronounce the female voice and finally heard a girl say she loved me. I suddenly started to be able to eat and sleep, no more anorexia, no more insomnia. I thought I was getting better, but it turns out I had it in both directions. I told you so, how can a person like me get better?
This is a depression patient's mutual aid website. Website founder is Ma Tao.
Ma Tao from time to comment on the dynamics of chat friends, with a humorous and witty tone to encourage them, while saying,
"If you give these people a faith, you are giving them a motivation to live. The church is something I hadn't really thought of before, it's something to try. These people worship death, so if they can live to believe in the god of death, they will live. It's kind of a win-win situation, right?"
Chun Yushi and Zhang Shirai stared at Ma Tao's skinny back with mixed feelings in their hearts.
I didn't expect this lewd man to have such a side.
It was also quite good that the initial team relied on Ma Tao to form a successful team, and it also saved a lot of trouble, and they didn't even have to expose their demonic bodies.
Chen Yushi said. As long as it's done well, all of your salaries are fine.
The work of designing the software and finding anchors in the early stages will be left to you.
Ugly words up front, if I'm not satisfied, you'll be quite miserable. Ma Tao hemmed and hawed.
I can also see that you guys are not ordinary people.
How dare I offend you guys? How could those who run this kind of church be ordinary people? Having played on the internet for so long, what haven't I heard or seen before? Ma Tao opened the website's banner.
The original slogan was, "Sickness, suffering, is the anti-depression of this world."
Ma Tao modified it to, "Sickness, suffering, is the anti-addiction of this world.
The 7 Commandments is the external cheat of this world.
Join the 7 Commandments Society and enjoy life on crack." At night, the medicine store.
Li Yang sat at the counter reading a book, holding the book, Crime and Punishment, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai actually moved to collaborate on the idea of founding the death religion and put it into action. The members of the Devil's Club were the upper-class aristocrats.
The followers of the 7 Commandments are from the middle class and below.
When the two organizations combined with each other, there was no telling what kind of sparks would be generated. Li Yang did not doubt the future potential of the 7 Commandments. The fallen angel's compulsion, the phantom demon's seduction, the two abilities collaborated with each other, and the rendering ability was extremely strong.
Also, don't forget that demons were real.
If the so-called miracles were revealed occasionally, the 7 Commandments would be even more invincible.
Li Yang glanced at the shaking bell that was prettily brushing the tablet on a side pony, and shook his head. Look at the people. Phantoms and fallen angels were running churches for themselves. Vampires were organizing demon clubs. Even the crows were able to use their bird minions to act as a bridge of information. And look at this black witch. She was almost considered out of her league.
Shaking Bell seemed to feel something and tilted her little head up, right in front of Li Yang's gaze, and smiled sweetly.
Li Yang, the membership is about to expire, can I recharge for another month? Li Yang's face darkened.
I'll charge you for a month when your spiritual power reaches the 2nd stage. Shaking Bell's smile froze and crumpled all of a sudden.
I just made you a membership card, why are you unloading on the cat? And I just found you someone with the power of desire. Isn't he coming soon?
Li Yang stopped looking at her. Reach the 2nd order and charge for a month. I'll confiscate your tablet if you don't reach the 2nd order. Shaking Bell freaked out.
Li Yang, you asshole. At this time, the wind chime on the door rang. A man in a white shirt limped in. He was covered in alcohol and had a beard that was close to having the words disheveled and mourning imprinted on his face.
Chapter 49, So-Called Chance, So-Called Kindness.
Li Yang glanced at the visitor and asked, "What do you need?"
The man looked at Li Yang for a long time and smiled to himself.
Can't live anymore, are there any drugs for sale? One that can make me die. Li Yang said indifferently. I don't have medicine to kill you here, only medicine to bring you back to life.
Li Yang's slightly profound words made the man's tired eyes glow a little more, and he asked in an uncertain, expectant tone. I dreamed of Nana yesterday, and she told me to come here.
Are you a friend of Nana's? Have you heard of our story? Li Yang closed the book and gazed calmly into the man's eyes. You can tell your story. As Li Yang spoke, he used Soul Upanishad, the 3rd talent of the god of death.
He was currently experimenting with the ability of soul spells as well. His words were low, magnetic, and had a kind of affectionate magic. It was like an old friend who hadn't seen him for many years, like a loved one who had been separated for a long time, making people want to spit out their feelings. Under this magic, the man told his own experience.
The man's name is Chen Wei.
After graduating from junior high school, he became a social loafing gangster.
The gangster looks very elegant, in fact, it is not easy.
He has followed many bosses. The pinnacle of his life was working under the hand of the Southern Navy master as a driver.
Punks look for girls, hooligans look for ladies.
There are many beautiful women under Zhu Dajuan's hand, and Chen Wei has his eye on a launch princess, or prostitute.
Her name is Nana. With a good mouth, let Nana love to death. That girl Chen Wei is really like, several times begged the crazy wolf not to let Nana introduced.
Crazy Wolf does not care about that, but also beat Chen Wei a few times. It is also for love. As a pure love warrior, Chen Wei dared to cross the Crazy Wolf, kneeling in front of the office of Zhu Dajuan half a night. Zhu Dajuan is also a man of nature, on the spot to allow Nana cannot be introduced, the future dividend reduction.
Chen Wei was ecstatic, to Zhu Dajuan kowtowed 3 times, gorgeous to find Nana.
However, Nana has been in the pickup the guest is Zhou Qing.
Chen Wei silly.
All know Zhou Qing crazy, looking for his son's murderer everywhere, and suspected that Zhu Dajuan did it.
At this time to play in Zhu Dajuan field, is not to smash the field to cause trouble?
Zhou Cheng is a total pervert, which he ordered the lady, not in bed for half a month. Chen Wei sent a message to Nana. Nana returned a really good, the last time, from now on is your person. Chen Wei, like a green bastard, beautifully guarded the door of the private room in the Zhou Qing office.
Finally, Nana sent a message.
After you're done, can you take me to eat spicy hot pot?
Chen Wei laughed out.
At this time, the vision was steep. A group of people with knives and guns broke into view. They pulled open the door of the private room, shooting at the pistol inside. Zhou Cheng actually grabbed Nana, who had not yet recovered her strength, as a shield.
Nana died in front of him like this.
Chen Wei went crazy to retaliate. The gang was in a hurry to go, just broke one of Chen Wei's legs, did not want his life. Later, Crazy Wolf said that the gang of killers were the people of the South Sea Snake Master. Zhou Qing has not only been looking for trouble with Zhu Dajuan lately, but he is also messing with the South Sea Snake Master.
Chen Wei asks Crazy Wolf who will be responsible for Nana's death. Crazy Wolf looks at him like a little cutie. Like looking at Chen Wei. Nana owes a lot of money to the company, and it's already Master Jun's grace to not introduce it. Either you go to Zhou Qing, go to Old Snake for justice? They probably don't even know who Nana is. This is the life of you little people. Don't expect me to stand up for you.
Nana died, her body couldn't afford to be cremated and is still in the freezer at the morgue. Chen Wei was devastated, and after leaving Zhu Dajuan's side he relied on continuing to drink large amounts of alcohol at once.
Recently he always dreamed of Nana.
Nana says that if he finds this pharmacy, the owner of the pharmacy will let them meet if he has mercy. Chen Wei thought this was Nana being lonely underground and wanted Chen Wei to go down to keep her company, so that he could come to the pharmacy owner to buy a lethal dose of medicine. In fact, this was nothing more than the Black Witch's black voodoo effect.
But, in the current Chen Wei's opinion, it was not that simple.
This boss gave him a very extraordinary feeling. Chen Wei looked at the boss expectantly, not knowing what he was expecting.
This boss couldn't resurrect Nana, could he? That's how people are, even a straw is a boat when they are in a desperate situation. Li Yang smacked his lips and gently tapped the desktop. What a touching love story. Who would have thought that the dirty you would have such an innocence? Chen Wei froze for a moment. What did you say? Li Yang stared at Chen Wei with a ghostly gaze. The soul Upanishad could enable Li Yang to be able to distinguish between good and evil, and distinguish between people and demons.
Li Yang could see that Chen Wei was not a good person, a vicious villain.
He said, "Why did you drop out of middle school and choose to be a gangster? And how did you become an underground world figure from a gangster? In the end, how did you become Zhu Dajuan's driver?"
There should be no need for me to tell you the process involved. This was not a calculation of Chen Wei's pass through the Soul Upanishad, it was just a guess in conjunction with the Soul Upanishad. It was also guessed about 8 or 9 times.
Chen Wei was dumbfounded. What exactly are you? What he had done over the years was truly unseemly, so how did this boss know about it?
You're vile, stinky, yet have an ambition that doesn't match your status, like a rat in the sewer that wants to eat Wellington steak.
Li Yang turned his words around and continued.
However, your love story did touch me, and this is a story I like very much.
I can give you a chance to meet Nana alive.
Those insulting words distilled important information in Chen Wei's mind.
This man in front of him could help him meet Nana.
Chen Wei felt that he was crazy to step into Li Yang's words.
He excitedly said, What do you want me to do?
Li Yang's gaze was deep, and his voice became even more ethereal under the aegis of the soul Upanishad. First, tell me your desires, the deepest desires of your heart. It was time to harvest the power of desire. Chen Wei's gaze was lax, his eyes lifeless, and he subconsciously said, I want everyone to believe my words, I want my lies to be impeccable. As long as this happens, I'll become a big shot, never have to be bullied again, and Nana won't die. He attributed Nana's death to his own incompetence. Black runes emerged from Li Yang's eyes. Desire power emerged from Chen Wei and was collected into the binocular runes. When Chen Wei saw the abnormality in Li Yang's eyes, he hastily rubbed his eyes and realized to his horror that it was not an illusion. He was in awe of Li Yang and believed even more that Li Yang could resurrect Nana. Li Yang revealed a hint of a smile. Lust and love are both things that are sought after. You would choose to surrender your desires for love. You make me confused about the nature of love and desire, whether they are the same or different. I would call you a saint of love. You've accomplished the first thing, next complete the second thing I said and I'll let you meet Nana. Chen Wei fiercely knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice. You please say it. Li Yang said. Nana was killed by Zhou Cheng. I need to hear about Zhou Cheng's death before I can help you. Chen Wei stood frozen in place. Who was Zhou Cheng? One of the 3 giants of the South Sea Underground, a big shot like Master Jun was all messed up by him. Who was he to kill Zhou Cheng? However, this was the only way to see Nana. Chen Wei's gaze became firm as he solemnly said. Yes. For Nana, he put up a fight. Saying so, he left the medicine store. Rocking Bell, who had been watching the show for a long time, leaned on his face and said. He's just a small person, he can't kill Zhou Cheng. Li Yang opened his book and continued reading, casually responding. I know. Shaking Bell was surprised. If he can't finish your mission, he won't be able to see Nana. Li Yang let out a light laugh. What's it got to do with me? Shaking Bell was dazed. You didn't intend for her to see Nana in the first place? You only wanted to make a deal with him to get the power of desire. Shake Bell gave 2 evil laughs. You're so evil, I like it. Li Yang didn't say anything. Actually, Shaking Bell was not entirely right. Zhou Cheng was Blackwood Sand's man, chopping off Zhou Cheng was the same as chopping off one of Blackwood Sand's hands. Zhou Cheng was on Li Yang's must-kill list. Zhou Cheng is not hard to kill. Crow, Rattlesnake, Blackie, all could do it. The important thing was to use Zhou Cheng as a pawn to feel out Kuroki Misawa's bottom card. To ordinary people, Zhou Cheng was a big shot high above the rest. If Chen Wei wanted to kill Zhou Cheng, he could only do so by outwitting him. If Chen Wei could threaten Zhou Cheng's safety with his wits, it would inevitably force Blackwood Misawa's hand. If Chen Wei kills Zhou Cheng and survives Blackwood Misawa, Li Yang doesn't mind letting him meet Nana's ghost. Li Yang thought Chen Wei was lucky. In this world, how many people begged for a chance, but didn't have one? Even if it was difficult to kill Zhou Cheng and survive, this was a chance to see Nana. Whether or not he could take this opportunity depended on Chen Wei's skills. Chapter 50 Chen Wei. Late at night, Serenity Villa. Li Yang played with 2 membership cards. It read, Apostle Black Emperor, Apostle Hell's 3-headed dog. Of all the current demons, only Raven Black Dragon and Black Dog Blackie didn't have membership cards, and since these 2 weren't human either, they were made last. The title of Black Emperor was an unauthorized title by Rattlesnake. She felt that the name of her little brother was loud, and that being the master would have face. Crow, a guy who was keen on calling himself His Majesty, also liked this title. Li Yang threw the 2 membership cards to Crow and Black Dog. Black mist rose from Crow's body and the devil snake manifested. The devil snake opened its mouth and swallowed the membership cards into its belly for storage. The black dog manifested a dog's head at its neck and swallowed the membership card. They belonged to the same desire potion, and the way of storing the membership card was even the same. Li Yang sat in front of the table and wrote and drew on his notebook. First Apostle, Black Witch. Second Apostle, Black Emperor. Third Apostle, Hell's 3-headed dog. Fourth Apostle, Prince of Blood. Fifth Apostle, Fallen Angel Vane. Sixth Apostle, Phantom Queen. The lineup of apostles is pretty good so far. Each demon has a specific function and each has its own role, able to ensure that the demon club functions properly. Li Yang glanced at Rattle, who was excitedly brushing up on her anime, and continued writing. Except for Black Witch, who has the most important role like a waist, The rest of the apostles are working hard. Black Witch was the key to finding the power of desire. But this one never practiced. The demonic power was weak, and the efficiency of finding the power of desire was ridiculously low.
Li Yang turned over a new page and wrote. Half a portion of Shadow Devil Potion. 1 whole portion of Fraudulent Devil Potion. This is the Desire Potion that I currently have.
After obtaining the third talent, Soul Upanishad, Li Yang could clearly perceive what kind of power the Desire Potion contained. Chen Wei's portion of the Desire Potion belonged to the Fraudulent Devil in Hell. The general framework of the Devil's Club had been completed, and it was time to introduce the members next. When dozens of upper-class powerful figures joined the Devil's Club would also complete its first step of metamorphosis. The Desire Potion was the central thread running through the Devil's Club, and only 1.5 Desire Potion was obviously not enough. Li Yang's brain ached as he looked at the ringing bell in depression. Whether it was looking for someone with the power of desire, or looking for someone suitable to join the Devil's Club, the role of the Black Witch, who could peer into people's hearts, was really indispensable. Rattle suddenly screamed.
Ah! Li Yang! The membership is expiring.
Shaking Bell sat up on her knees from the carpet, folded her hands and smiled curtly.
Li Yang, why don't you fill up your membership for a month first?
I'll work hard, I'll send for. When Shaking Bell was still a cat, the smart one had learned to cuddle and please Li Yang for dried small fish.
This trick was tried and true. Li Yang said mercilessly.
I'll charge you a year's membership if you raise your spiritual power to the second order.
Shaking Bell was bitter with a small face. Please, Zariah is fighting pain, I have to cheer him on.
Li Yang snickered with his arms wrapped around him.
Don't look, Zariah is dead and didn't come back to life later.
Shaker Bell looked at Li Yang incredulously.
Zariah. Dead?
The face was stagnant, and gradually, the big eyes were covered with a layer of water mist. A young girl's heart quietly broke.
The little cat lady pointed at Li Yang with resentment. You're playing for real. Do you know how many things I have secretly done for the Devil's Club? You just dislike my low rank. Rattling Bell got angrier and jumped up in anger. Just watch, I'm definitely the fastest ranker among the apostles. I'm definitely better than that big-breasted chimera you like. You wait for me to grow up, my boobs will be even bigger than hers. The Black Witch obtained her spiritual power by devouring pain. Logically speaking, in this fickle society, Black Witches should advance quickly. That said, hadn't someone who was so sad that she died visited the pharmacy today? Shaking the bell as she said she would, her spiritual power was activated, seeking out Chen Wei's location. Rushing Li Yang with a heavy cold snort, he left the villa and searched towards Chen Wei's location. There are young girls who are crying their hearts out in the villa because they don't have anime to watch, while there are men who are holding the photos of their late girlfriends and swallowing cabbage soup under a bridge hole with poor quality white wine. Chen Wei touched the crumpled photo and tears kept falling. Baby, wait for me, I can definitely resurrect you. How do I kill Zhou Qing? How on earth can I get him killed? There's also that dastardly snake master. These high and mighty higher-ups don't even treat us bottom feeders as human beings. His clothes were dirty and there were fresh bloodstains. Next to him lay a homeless man whose life and death were unknown. The white wine in his hand and the cabbage soup in the broken bowl came from the hands of this old homeless man who was trying to improve his life today. With robbery. Chen Wei angrily drank the last mouthful of white wine. A plan arose in his mind, he wiped his nose and got up. A hand grabbed his pants leg and a weak voice rang out. Young man, call an ambulance for us, I'm in pain. Chen Wei gave the old homeless man a disgusted look. Stomping his foot on the homeless man's face, he limped off into the distance. Li Yang had said that Chen Wei was a vicious villain. The tramp couldn't even make a moan, gasping weakly. Tap, tap, tap. The old tramp heard the sound of small leather shoes walking. Someone was coming. It was the rattlesnake. Her mental power was increasing as she greedily sucked in the tramp's pain. The desire to live made the tramp struggle to open his eyes, and he trembled as he made a cross with his fingers on his chest. Help me, please, help me, God will bless you. She blinked her wide eyes and sneered. If your God would bless you, you wouldn't be here. The hobo's hands froze as he compared crosses. Your God won't bless you, maybe some other God will, you pray for death's mercy. The hobo really listened and kept chanting something like death's mercy.
Rattle took out his tablet and edited a text message. The recipient was Li Yang. This homeless man was on the verge of death, still had no relatives, and his will to live was very strong, a good candidate for the cleaner. The Devil's Club was in the early stages of development. She could help Li Yang grow up. After Rattling Bell did everything, with a bounce, she continued to follow Chen Wei. There was a legend in the West. The black cat was a symbol of the unknown, and anyone who was targeted by a black cat would not live long. Especially that black cat was the black witch that turned into a witch after eating her heart. Jack Bear Arcade, huge cute bear decorative lights on the top floor of the building, colorful neon lights decorated this building into a fairy tale world. Chen Wei limped his way to the third floor, where 2 security guards stopped him. This place is not open to the public. Of course Chen Wei knew what was above the third floor. It was the casino, Master Snake's territory. Jack Bear Arcade was a large casino disguised by an arcade. Chen Wei hung a fawning smile. Brothers, I'm a regular, Old and Mo is my buddy. A security guard was unsympathetic. Don't know what you're talking about, go. Another security guard sneered. Look at your dirty clothes, hurry up and go, don't let me cripple your other leg as well. Chen Wei's face sank. He didn't like people mocking his crippled leg. Chen Wei looked to the golden metal pillar that reflected the silhouette of a man to the side, dirty like a beggar himself. At this moment, a man with red bloodshot eyes and eye boogers hanging from the corners of his eyes walked out from inside. Chen Wei saw with a glance from experience that this was a lousy gambler and followed the lousy gambler without slowing down. Chapter 51, Master Snake. Master Snake was also a little careful when building Jack Bear Arcade. The front street is a snack plaza with a lot of foot traffic. The back street is just a big road, which leans against the back door of another shopping mall. Sandwiched between the mall and the back door of the arcade road, in addition to hustling cabs, few people too. That arcade was also owned by Master Snake. Since Master Snake often did violations himself, or assigned his men who would do so, all the back streets didn't have much surveillance equipment, not even streetlights. Rotten Gambler called as he walked. Damn it, you guys hurry up and sell the house. When I win a bet, I'll build you guys a new house. You tell my dad that if he doesn't sell the house tomorrow, I'll beat him to death. The Rotten Gambler hung up the phone and walked to the side of the road. Lighting a cigarette, he gulped down the smoke while waiting for the car. Brother, your clothes look expensive. Rotten Gambler twisted his head and looked over. It was a man in dirty clothes with hair like a bird's nest. Chen Wei smiled. Brother, how many pounds are you? Rotten Gambler frowned. 150. Chen Wei smiled brightly. Just right, thanks brother. Chen Wei stormed up, and before Rotten Gambler could react, the dagger had already stabbed into Rotten Gambler's throat. Chen Wei was experienced, grabbing the gambler's hair and forcing him to tilt his neck upwards. The blood did not dirty the gambler's clothes. Next, he stripped off the Rotten Gambler's clothes, pried open the sewer lid, and stuffed the Rotten Gambler's body inside. It was almost winter, and the corpse wouldn't smell anytime soon. The Rotten Gambler's family wouldn't call the police so soon. Plus, few people came here, so it would take at least a week for someone to discover the body. Chen Wei felt that a week was enough time. As long as he killed Zhou Cheng and saw Nana, everything would be worth it. He put on Rotten Gambler's clothes to avoid the surveillance area and hunkered down at the back door of the mall to check the loot. There were still $300 in the gambler's clothes, as well as a few chips and a charge card. Those chips and the charge card were the ticket to the casino. The following night, Chen Wei, who hadn't eaten for nearly a day, followed a group of young men from the back door of the mall into the back door of the arcade. Deliberately under the surveillance to appear very intimate, as if they are friends. After entering the arcade, he separated from the group of young people and walked straight to the third floor. The security guard obviously did not recognize Chen Wei. Chen Wei took out the chips and went in smoothly. Inside the casino, the light of the chandelier is soft, and the floor tiles reflect the artistic patterns of the ceiling. Game machines, money-grabbing machines are surrounded by a lot of people. Beautiful lotteries wearing black silk invited the guests to take their seats. Chen Wei sat in the corner, gulping down the casino's free chocolate. At this time, there was a loud noise from outside the door and the screams of the security guards. Several masked men with knives and sticks and sprays barged in, chopping people on sight, robbing money on sight, and not sparing the money in the money-grabbing machines. The gamblers let out screams of terror and cowered under the tables, not daring to move. It's time. Go! A masked man roared. The rest of the masked men retreated in an orderly fashion. The sudden turn of events did not cause Chen Wei to panic. His eyes rolled as he slammed into the last masked man to leave and snatched the sack from the man's hand. The masked man was furious and swung his knife to slash at Chen Wei. Chen Wei was busy blocking with his arm, and refused to let go even after receiving a few knives.
The masked man's boss cursed angrily. "Stop! Quickly go!"
The masked men abandoned the sack of money that Chen Wei had grabbed and withdrew one after another. Chen Wei grabbed the money and retreated to the corner, silently bandaging his wounds. About half an hour later, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup walked in, surrounded by a dozen black-clothed men. The woman was in her 40s, and her charm was still intact. She was wearing girlish little suspenders and super short hot pants.
A mature woman pretending to be young, the drastic sense of contrast deepened the woman's unique charm.
From her bare thighs, back waist, to her shoulders, was a huge tattoo of a black mamba viper. There was a viciousness that could not be erased from her flirtatious eyebrows.
The woman stepped on her high heels, twisted her crotch and walked to Chen Wei, asking, "You're the one who helped me save a little bit of damage?"
Chen Wei's breath caught, pushing the sack over and fiercely kneeling down.
"Master Snake, I want to be with you."
This bewitching mature woman was one of the three giants of the South Sea Underground, Master Snake. Master Snake bent down, revealing a large area of snow-white scenery, and the corners of her mouth pulled out a smile of indescribable meaning.
"Who sent you?" Several black-clothed men understood and surrounded Chen Wei with punches and kicks. Chen Wei screamed and shouted, "I risked my life to rob money from the robbers because I wanted to be with you. I have nothing to do with those robbers."
A cell phone fell out. Snake Master took the phone and looked through it, broadcasting the first number.
Over there came the sound of an elderly woman's wailing and crying. "Son, the house cannot be sold, you do not gamble." Master Snake froze for a moment and hung up. The man in black glanced at Chen Wei and said,
"Check the surveillance and records, this kid is a regular at the casino. He's been gambling here for the past 2 days, it can't be one of theirs." But whether it was the surveillance or the spending records, they had recognized the wrong person. It was because Chen Wei had killed a lousy gambler and snatched the lousy gambler's clothes, chips, and spending cards. Master Snake sat on a high chair, her two beautiful legs folded together. "You're a kid with a ruthless streak, I like it."
"Then you'll follow me." Chen Wei rolled and crawled to Master Snake. "Thank you, Master Snake, for the opportunity. Thank you, Master Snake." Resentment crossed Chen Wei's eyes.
She was the one who had sent someone to assassinate Zhou Qing, leading to Nana's murder. This had a part to play in Nana's death. At this time, the casino manager walked over quickly and ambled over to Master Snake's ear.
"Master, the sheriff is here."
After making such a big commotion, it would be strange if the sheriff didn't come.
Master Snake snorted. "A bunch of punks. Take them to the lounge, I'll make a call."
"Don't open the casino for the next 2 days, give the sheriff's office some face." Master Snake said, took out his cell phone, walked to the manager's office and dialed the number of one of the higher-ups of the sheriff's bureau.
At night, a certain leaping sea view room.
This was Master Snake's residence. The moonlight passed through the window, leaving a bay of brightness in the living room. She didn't turn on the lights and lightly walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of high-level white wine. Both white wine and darkness can give her a sense of security. Master Snake sensed something and suddenly looked at the window.
What person?
On the windowsill, a serene young girl sat with her back against the window.
Her two small white legs were swaying around in a bored manner.
Under the moonlight, the young girl was very holy. Master Snake saw the young girl's appearance and his eyes showed horror. The white wine in his hand slipped and spilled all over the place. She hurriedly knelt down, her green silk scattered, and said in surprise, "Lord Black Witch, why are you free to come here?" Shaking Bell gazed at the moon and said softly, "I met an interesting person today, followed him over here, and thought of coming to sit with you. Are you in a bad mood? Did you encounter something?" Master Snake briefly froze for a moment. The identity of that group of people today had been found out, and the one at the head was Zhou Qing's lackey. Zhou Qing's approach today was too much, disguised as an indication of Zhou Qing's attitude of being immortal with her. She shook her head. "It's all a little thing, don't dare to trouble your lordship." Master Snake pondered for a moment, prayerfully, carefully looking at Rattle.
"My lord, exactly how can I join the Devil's Club?" Shaking Bell hooked a finger at Master Snake. "Come here." Master Snake didn't dare to hesitate,
quickly crawled over. Shaking Bell's foot unceremoniously stepped on the top of Master Snake's head, his tone cold. Since when do you, a waste of space, dare to ask about the club's decisions? Master Snake, the famous female bigwig of the South Sea, acted fearfully in front of Shaking Bell, a little girl. Her right body trembled slightly as she carefully cupped Shaking Bell's small feet. I'm sorry, my lord, I don't dare. Ever since Li Yang had the idea of the Devil's Club, Shaking Bell hadn't worried much about it. She had a small book in which she recorded the names of each and every one of the South Seas that thundered through her ears. They all had a thirst for power and ambition in their hearts. When the time was right, they could be chosen by Li Yang to become a low-level member of the Devil's Club. P.S. Thanks to, careful, for the 1666 reward. One more thing, now is just the opening. The story is definitely not a repeat of bestowing potions and making potions. Now is just a padding, we'll soon enter a new chapter. Chapter 52 Zhou Qing's Crisis. Early the next morning, inside a rented house. 6 tattooed social youths were drunk. There were beer bottles, machetes, toy guns, and cash all over the place. They had robbed the Jack Bear Casino last night, and had never seen so much money in their lives, and were excitedly high all night. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded, and the 6 social youths woke up in unison, looking at the door nervously. The yellow-haired one in the lead fished out a pistol from his arms. In a room full of people, only this pistol was real. He walked slowly to the front door, vigilantly looking through the cat's eye at the situation outside. Seeing the visitor, Yellow Hair breathed a sigh of relief. Yellow Hair opened the door and said with a smile, "Ah Wei, you're here." The visitor was none other than Chen Wei, who had just followed Master Snake, holding a bottle of foreign wine in his hand. Yellow Hair wrapped his arms around Chen Wei's neck and introduced him to the juniors in the room. Grand introduction, this is Brother Wei, grew up with me in open pants. Several of the junior brothers looked at Chen Wei with fiery, worshipful eyes. Their escape route was perfect and they were able to leave the scene with ease. The boss said it was due to the smart, hairy little brother of his. Yellow Hair brought Chen Wei to sit down and continued. Brother Wei has been smart since he was a kid. When we went out together, he told me that brothers can't work under the same big brother. We have to leave each other a way out. He's with the South China Sea Navy, and I'm with the South China Sea Boss Joe. See, he was right. We've robbed a few million this time, and we'll blame it all on Boss Joe. Several juniors flattered attentively. Chen Wei waved his hand smilingly, opened the foreign wine, poured it into a cup and said, "It's all thanks to the brothers. Now I'm working under Master Snake's hand again, and I can blow my ear off about nothing. Master Snake would never think that the casino ransacking was done by us, and would only look for trouble with Boss Joe." Chen Wei poured 6 glasses of wine and distributed them to several people, saying, "This is good wine, congratulations on our first successful order. In the future, we can continue robbing and let Boss Joe and Master Snake take the blame for each other." The several social youths were overjoyed. This came to money too quickly. They eagerly toasted Chen Wei, who replaced the wine with water on the grounds that he would be driving for Master Snake in a while. Yellow Hair took a sip, and he was a bit drunk again after he hadn't sobered up. He poured himself another cup, his eyes were not good and said, "You guys remember, Ah Wei is my brother and your big brother. My brother's woman, your sister-in-law, was killed by Boss Joe. You guys say, what about this matter?" Several social youths were furious and cursed Boss Joe for being inhuman, while at the same time showing their loyalty to Huang Mao and Chen Wei. Chen Wei was moved and patted Huang Mao's shoulder. "Good brother, you've already helped me a lot." Yellow Hair waved his big hand. "What a nasty pretense, we were sworn brothers." Chen Wei poured Huang Mao a full glass of wine. "Then you drink more, you won't suffer on the road later." Yellow Hair froze for a moment. "What road?" At this time, the several juniors have red face, painfully covering the stomach, foaming at the mouth, eyes out of black blood. Yellow Hair suddenly also had a stomach like a knife. He violently looked at the wine bottle, and then unbelievably looked at Chen Wei. "Brother, you." Chen Wei sighed. "There are so many of you, I'm afraid to add to the chaos. I know you are righteous and won't help me kill your little brother. I had to kill all of you. Good brother, I'm going to do something big, so consider yourself a sacrifice for me." Yellow Hair stared at Chen Wei unwillingly and slowly collapsed helplessly. Chen Wei took away Yellow Hair's gun, packed up the money in the house, put it in a sack and hid it under the bed. After doing everything, he straightened his clothes, unlocked the door to the room, and walked out. He didn't know that a black cat had been watching him from the window, greedily sucking the pain from the room. A few days later, Serenity Villa. Li Yang sat on the sofa and looked at the newspaper. Recently, the South China Sea is not peaceful, KTVs, bars, game halls, armed fights constantly. Those in the upper echelons of the South China Sea knew that this was Master Snake declaring war on Zhou Qing. Li Yang knows that the two underground forces are fighting, the cause is just a small horseman to avenge his girlfriend. That little pony boy with his own life-threatening means, constantly provoking, piercing the bottom line of the two leaders, and finally made incompatible. Rattlesnake ran back from outside and jumped onto the sofa, leaning on his arm and smiling. I've been following Chen Wei for a few days now, he's so talented, wherever he passes by there will be delicious pain.
Li Yang nodded. Well, he surprised me, he may not really be able to kill Zhou Qing. Shaking Bell said thoughtfully. If Blackwood Misawa makes a move, the ending may not be the same. Shaking Bell said longingly. If I can meet Nana after killing Zhou Qing, I really don't know how touching the scene will be. After briefly pondering, Li Yang put down the newspaper and stood up. Then I'll help him. He looked out the window and beckoned. The crow flew over and landed on his shoulder. Li Yang's gaze was ghostly. Inform Du Yangming to get ready for work. A chessboard centered on Chen Wei and Zhou Qing unfolded, with Li Yang and Kuroki Misawa at the helm. In fact, Li Yang could not see Kuroki Misawa as an opponent. He was only interested in the person behind Kuroki Misawa. Only when Kuroki Misawa died would the people behind Kuroki Misawa make a move and come to the South China Sea, Li Yang's main battlefield. Vampires could become stronger by sucking blood, and killing suited Du Yangming the most. It was even hoped that Du Yangming would be able to train a group of killers by vampire means, and would be able to establish a killer organization. In the future, the Devil's Club will always have people they want to kill. Night KTV. Inside the luxury box, Zhou Qing grabbed his hair and was filled with anger. Old Snake is really crazy. Does she even let people do business anymore? In the past few days, Master Snake had frantically smashed Zhou Qing's venues, and even used the connections of the Public Security Bureau to sanction the violations in Zhou Qing's venues. The two underground forces were fighting and burning money. Blackwood Misawa asked. You guys are making such a mess, doesn't the South Sea Security Bureau care? Zhou Qing disdainfully said. That has slept with most of the top brass in the South Sea, and is still the mistress of the old director. The Security Bureau is waiting for the two of us to finish the fight and then step in to settle the matter. Now she wants to hurt me 1,000 times, she wants to die with me. Damn, who knows why she's suddenly so crazy? Kuroki Misawa angrily slammed his cup. Bastard! Why did you encounter so much trouble after coming to the South China Sea? Old Snake's interference is seriously affecting the progress of my project. It wasn't that he hadn't been to other countries, other cities. All along he had been unhindered. However, it was on the contrary that he was in conflict with South Sea City. It was as if a pair of large invisible hands were slowly enveloping the sky above him. Old Snake striking at this time can only mean one thing. Old Snake, Zhu Dajuan, Su Yutong, the person behind them was the same person. The person behind them was making a move against himself. Blackwood Misawa didn't understand that the person behind the scenes had so much energy. How could he not find out that he was a member of the God Creation Organization? How could this person be so stupid as to blatantly oppose the God Creation Organization? Kuroki Misawa couldn't understand where the person behind the curtain got the means to stop the ninjas from assassinating Zhu Dajuan and Su Yutong. Kuroki Misawa suddenly remembered Miyamoto Zuojiro. That day, he heard Miyamoto Zuojiro's desperate howl of misery and the chewing sound that gave him the creeps. He stared at Zhou Qing with glazed eyes. The people from the Security Bureau said that your son was killed by a wild beast? Chapter 53 Blackwood Misawa personally. Zhou Qing's face sank. That's right, this kind of bull is coming out of the mouth of the Security Bureau. They haven't found who my son's killer is until now. The murderer is so close to the Security Bureau that I've suspected Old Snake and looked for trouble with him. Kuroki Misawa stood up and paced around the private room. He thought for a moment and said, the people from the Security Bureau might not be lying. There might be someone in the South Sea who can manipulate beasts to kill people. And not just any beast. Kuroki Misawa suspected that Miyamoto Zuojiro was also bitten to death by a wild beast, and that horrible chewing sound had become his nightmare. Zhou Qing frowned, incredulous. How is it possible? How could someone manipulate a wild beast to kill someone? Blackwood Misawa snorted.
There's nothing impossible, at least in the God Creation Organization. There are people who can manipulate beasts to kill, and they are genetically enhanced beasts. Zhou Qing's mouth opened wide in shock.
The God Creation Organization was actually so magical? But why were there such amazing people in the South Sea? Kuroki Misawa let out a deep breath.
I suspect that someone in the South Sea has stolen my teacher's genetic secrets. I will report this matter to my teacher. Thinking about all the things that happened when he came to the South Sea, Kuroki Misawa came to a realization. He suspected that a traitor had come out of the God Creation Organization and was obstructing his research project in the South China Sea. No wonder Miyamoto Zuojiro had told himself to hurry up and leave the South China Sea. It turned out that he recognized that the person behind the scenes was one of the God Creation Organization. Zhou Qing's eyes were filled with resentment. In other words, the person who killed my son has something to do with your internal infighting.
You guys have to be responsible.
Blackwood Misawa instantly appeared in front of Zhou Cheng and grabbed him by the throat. His right arm became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Zhou Cheng, a big man, froze, unable to struggle. Blackwood Misawa's chilled eyes stared at Zhou Cheng in death. I advise you to treat me with respect. Biologically speaking, you should call an evolved person like me a god. Zhou Cheng stifled his red face, and only after a long time did he say, "Spare my life." Blackwood Misawa's arm returned to normal, and he coldly said, "I will personally lead the people to draw out the person behind Old Snake. After I resolve that traitor who was not afraid of death and successfully complete the subject, I will help you unify the underground forces of the South Sea. The prerequisite is that you have to be useful to me and never forget what I am." At night, it was foggy. A commercial BMW was traveling on the cross-sea bridge. Master Snake was on the phone in the back seat. "You guys smashed Zhou Cheng Hawan's venue. I want to see blood. Bring Chen Wei with you, that kid is resourceful." After hanging up the phone, she looked out the window and stared at the scenery. Her eyes were haunted and her thoughts drifted to other places. Hearing about the death of the old director today, Nanhai no longer has an umbrella. Sooner or later, it will be eliminated by Nanhai City. The Devil's Club. Master Snake muttered. After the death of the old director, she will inevitably be divided up by Zhu Dajuan and Zhou Qing madly dividing up the territory, unless there is a new backer. The Devil's Club can't even be said to be a backer anymore. How can it be considered Tarzan Kunlun? At this time, the car suddenly braked sharply, and Master Snake was shaken to the point of dizziness. She angrily said, "What's going on?" The driver stammered. "In front, there's someone in front." Master Snake glanced ahead. A few bald men carrying knives, bats, stopped in front, smiling hideously. The one at the head had a lurid scar from his face to his bald head.
He, Kuroki Misawa's hand, an upper ninja.
Master Snake casually waved his jade hand with exaggerated nails, and several minions in the car drew their knives and pistols, cursing as they stepped out of the car.
Blind? Don't recognize Master Snake's car? What kind of cat or dog dares to hijack the road? Master Snake's face was expressionless as he continued to brood. Boom! There was a loud bang.
Master Snake rounded his beautiful eyes in shock. Only to see a junior brother's entire body flew up and hit the front of the car so hard that the tempered glass shattered and blood flowed out. After a junior brother was shot, he frantically shot. After the bald man dodged left and right, he grabbed his collar and threw the whole person into the sea. Several juniors were all taken care of in a few breaths. Snake Master's heart beat violently, locked the car door, reached under the car seat to feel out the pistol. At that moment, a large rough hand crashed through the glass and choked Master Snake's shoulder in a death grip. The other hand grabbed the door and pushed so hard that Master Snake was yanked away from the car, along with the door in its entirety. Master Snake slumped to the ground, the corners of his eyes twitching. "You guys, what are you guys?" The scarred man grabbed Master Snake's long hair and, sparing her fear, Master Snake didn't dare to reveal half a word about the Black Witch. She struggled and said, "I don't know what you guys are talking about." The scarred man's face turned icy cold, grabbing Master Snake's head and dragging it towards the parapet of the cross-sea bridge to throw it into the sea. Master Snake slapped Scar Man's hand and begged for mercy in terror. "Don't kill me, I have money, I can give you guys money." "Don't do this, what do you want?" "Money or women?" "It's fine if you guys want me." The scarred man suspended Master Snake's plump body outside the parapet, on the ocean, and blandly said, "Last chance, tell me who is behind you. You do it to my satisfaction, I can let you join us." Master Snake's pretty face went white, and her voice trembled slightly. I don't know what you're talking about." The scarred man let out a cold snort from his nostrils and frowned. Sometimes I really don't understand why you mortals are as stupid as pigs and dogs. Just like you don't understand the transcendent power of transcendence like us. At this moment, a young girl's silver bell-like laughter came from the bridge. Cluck cluck cluck. How dare a few little ants call themselves transcendent? Do you guys know what transcendent is? A few bald men looked violently at the pillar tower of the sea-spanning bridge. Only to see a lovely young girl sitting there, her white little legs shaking mischievously. Master Snake shouted in surprise. Lord Black Witch. The breeze blew the young girl's long hair and she smiled sweetly. You old woman is still loyal, that's a plus-o. The scarred man narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, they are also humans who hold the secrets of their genes. But I didn't feel your chi power. Your genetic power is just unimpressive to us. His hand suddenly loosened, and Master Snake screamed and fell. The scarred man smiled provocatively and contained his fingers, his shrill whistle echoing across the sea-crossing bridge. The load-bearing pillars under the cross-sea bridge were filled with shadows, and dozens of bald hulks climbed onto the bridge, blocking it off and surrounding it. The scarred man licked his lips. Capture her and ask which traitor stole the doctor's results. Chapter 54 plus more vampire slaying. Dozens of bald ninjas lowered their bodies towards the pillar tower and surrounded it with small, quick steps. Collectively, a black shadow under the bridge rushed up to the sea-crossing bridge like a big bird, and he was holding the stunned Snake Master in his arms. The black shadow steadily landed on the cross-sea bridge. The man was wearing a black suit, with white bandages wrapped around his exposed parts and scarlet eyes. The scarred man's face was grave. He felt a majestic chi and blood power on the man in the suit. The fourth apostle, prince of the blood race, Du Yangming. As a vampire, how could the power of blood chi be weak? Hungry. Du Yangming looked at the ninjas that were quickly rushing around him, his scarlet eyes blooming with evil greed. He had been fasting for a long time and had never sucked blood until now when he became a vampire. Du Yangming lived in horrible hunger every day. He would rather starve than hurt innocent people. These ninjas in front of him had plenty of chi and blood power and had been ordered by their master to be killed. Then, could enjoy a meal. A pair of bat wings suddenly unfolded behind him, and surging hungry darkness power erupted. The ninjas' steps slowed down as they looked at Du Yangming in horror. What kind of monster is this? With wings? Sucking. Vampire. Legendary, vampire that lives in hell. Du Yangming let out a strange whistle, his wings shook, and he killed towards the ninjas. What was originally a siege turned into a one-sided massacre by Du Yangming. Blood flowed into a river. The color and taste of the blood stimulated the vampire's demonic nature even more. He killed with red eyes. The ninjas ran away screaming. However, the speed and strength that the ninjas were proud of was as ridiculous as a toddler in front of Du Yangming. Vampires were the natural enemies of humans. That scarred-faced ninja breathed in sharply, took out a pill from his pocket and was about to swallow it. Ah! The scarred upper ninja's arm was actually broken by Du Yangming. Du Yangming carefully put the pill into his bosom. This was what the master wanted. He looked at scarred upper endurance sorrowfully. This is called transcendence, can you understand it? Griffin. Scarred Xiangning's three views had been shattered countless times. Genetic warriors were man-made. What was it in front of this legendary creature? Why did such a horrible thing exist in this world? Scar Upper Shinobi's thoughts stopped as the chi and blood he was so proud of was detaching from his body. He felt cold and watched as his blood was being pumped out of his body along his pores and gushing into that vampire. The scarred ninja became a dry corpse. An arcane message surged into Du Yangming's mind. Spiritual power advancement. Spiritual power, second order. Acquired new talent, first embrace. First embrace, consumes spiritual energy, can transform humans into blood servants. Blood servants have no spiritual intelligence, no thinking, and their battle power is the same as that of an ordinary human. When using first embrace, the mental energy consumed is permanent. A blood servant will die when exposed to sunlight. When a vampire reaches the third rank, the blood servant will evolve into a newborn vampire, and you will be their father. Du Yangming was filled with enjoyment and moan in comfort, his scarlet eyes shot out red auras that shot up to the sky. Master Snake covered his chest in horror. In the darkness, in the mist, Du Yangming's figure could not be seen, and those red glowing eyes were exceptionally ominous. Facing a vampire, humans had an instinctive fear.
Is this the Devil's Club?
The Devil's Club is really as the name suggests, in which the members are all demons. Master Snake looked at Du Yangming, her beautiful eyes gradually softened and gradually became infatuated.
This woman is exciting and likes dangerous men. In the future, with this kind of person as a backer behind her, what else does she have to fear in the South China Sea?
Du Yangming suddenly looked at Master Snake and asked,
"You have other plans for this woman?"
Master Snake froze. She clearly felt Du Yangming's murderous aura. Was this to kill and kill?
Master Snake quickly looked at the ringing bell.
Shaking bell on the pillar tower shook her calf.
You can't eat, if the master looks at it, it's a low-level member. Immediately afterward, Rattle revealed an evil smile.
Of course, if master doesn't fancy her, he'll leave it for you to eat. Master Snake hurriedly pointed at the dried corpses and blood all over the bridge and said, "I'll ask my men to clean this place up now. My men are very clean for this kind of thing." At this moment, 2 vans drove from both ends of the bridge. A group of men came down from the vans wearing white raincoats, rain boots, white duck caps and white mask goggles. They looked like forensic scientists and cleaners. The cleaners skillfully took out their tools and cleaned up the bodies and blood on the bridge. It was then that Master Snake realized a problem. After such a long time, not a single car had passed by the cross-sea bridge.
She muttered. When a battle breaks out between transcendents, will there be a high-level control blockade? Actually, it was right to think so. Kuroki Misawa's ninjas didn't care if they killed someone, and it wouldn't be long before they had to return to Higashi Sakura anyway. The demons couldn't be easily exposed.
Su Yutong had long ago used his connections to blockade the bridge across the sea, also giving the apostles time to fight and the cleaners time to clean the bridge. This was the obligation of Su Yutong, the steward of the Demon Club. Outside the cross-sea bridge, a black sedan was parked in a temporary parking space.
Kuroki Misawa looked at the battle on the bridge, his eyes filled with shock. Du Yangming's terrifying stance was deeply imprinted in his mind? Is it really a genetic creation?
Kuroki Misawa was skeptical. Having quit smoking long ago, he trembled and lit a cigarette. He took a hard drag, the stimulation of nicotine calmed him down and he muttered to himself.
The thing hidden in the South China Sea, this isn't human at all. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the car window.
Kuroki Misawa was startled and turned his head to see that it was a young man.
He was wearing a black suit with a black trench coat over it and a round hat on his head. Like a modest scholar, like a refined gentleman.
The young man smiled gently.
That person gave him the feeling, gloomy as if a severe ghost.
Li Yang took out a cigarette from the cigarette case.
Borrow a light.
Kuroki Misawa panicked and fumbled for half a day, took out a lighter, struck the fire, and handed it to Li Yang.
Senior, please use it. Li Yang lit the cigarette. Kuroki Misawa carefully asked. Senior, what exactly are you?
I am interested in the genetic modification of your God-Creator organization.
Li Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and the entire car smoked up.
He looked at Kuroki Misawa with slightly bizarre eyes. Of course, I am also interested in you personally. Kuroki Misawa was considerably more powerful than Miyamoto Zajiro, and would surely be the most powerful undead at the moment.
Kuroki Misawa's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly. Sure enough, were they not genetically modified things? They were truly alien and not human.
Kuroki Misawa's heart was beating furiously, and a sense of life and death crisis that he had never felt before enveloped him. The bottom of his eyes glowed fiercely as he silently said in his mind. I can't die, I have to bring the message back. These foreigners will be the key to the God-making program.
Blackwood Misawa lowered his eyebrows and deliberately showed weakness.
Senior, please spare me, I can talk about the experiment.
Li Yang let out a light laugh.
The fact that your soul has been shaking means that you are lying.
Blackwood Misawa was confused. How could someone be able to see through the soul? Is this teasing me, or do you expect that I won't tell the truth? Blackwood Misawa's eyes were sincere.
Senior, you believe me, Li Yang said to himself. I don't know where your race got the habit of being keen on doing messy experiments in other countries' territories in previous generations.
This flu in the South China Sea has killed many people.
Any more seriousness of this flu, allowing the Xia authorities to focus their attention to the South China Sea, will bring me no small amount of trouble. Blackwood Misawa felt the killing intent that was getting stronger in Li Yang and was filled with anger.
Senior, must you kill my subordinate? Underneath is not made of clay either. Li Yang snorted.
As I said just now, I am interested in you personally. As for the experiment, I can find out even if you die. Kuroki Misawa's evil was born out of fear. Since the battle was unavoidable, then it was a battle. Blackwood Misawa's muscles suddenly bulged high, his body was filled with explosive power. He saw the right time, when Li Yang was not paying attention, his casserole-sized fist smashed towards Li Yang's head. Li Yang lightly opened his thin lips. Soul imprisonment. Kuroki Misawa maintained the movement of swinging his fist, but his entire body couldn't move, as if he had been struck by a fixation spell. Li Yang reached out his hand and pulled out a bag of pills in Kuroki Misawa's arms and stowed it in his pocket. Soul spells Li Yang was not yet able to master proficiently, and after a few moments Kuroki Misawa recovered. Kuroki Misawa's punch was swung out subconsciously. But, the punch felt like it smashed into a bronze wall, and the tiger's mouth was shaken and bled. Blackwood Misawa looked at Li Yang in shock. If the previous Li Yang made Kuroki Misawa feel difficult to defeat, now Li Yang's appearance directly scared him out of his guts, without the courage to resist. Sitting on the passenger side was a skeleton wearing a black trench coat and a round hat. You. Kuroki Misawa couldn't say a complete sentence after half a day of you. The guys who usually always yelled about creating gods had actually lost the ability to organize their words after encountering a real transcendent. Li Yang pulled open the car door. Since you're so keen on transcendence, let's reward you for dying under a transcendent being. Li Yang smoothly took away Kuroki Misawa's lighter, closed the car door and snapped his fingers. Black magic formations appeared inside the car. Two horrible undead hissed and climbed out of the magic formation, like two fierce beasts tearing at the poor sheep. Zuojiro. You're still alive? No. How is it possible? You. Ah. Frightened screams of Kuroki Misawa came from the car. Incantations floated out of Li Yang's mouth as he walked towards the cross-sea bridge. The aura of death was created inside the car and was turning Kuroki Misawa into an undead spirit. Li Yang used Kuroki Misawa's lighter to light a cigarette. A black magic formation floated in the car, and the three terrifying undead disappeared into the magic formation. Several cleaners quickly ran towards the car. The night was getting deeper and deeper, the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the dim streetlights were the only light. The blood and bodies had already been cleaned up by the cleaners. The cleaners came and went quickly. It was eerie, oozing. Master Snake, however, had never felt more secure, for two powerful presences of the Demon Club were on the bridge across the sea. They seemed to be waiting for something. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was extraordinarily clear in the silent night. Someone was coming? Master Snake looked into the depths of the mist, and it was a slender silhouette. Hazily, he could see that he was wearing a black trench coat and a round hat, and the streetlight stretched his shadow. The horrible vampire's face paled and he suddenly fell to his knees towards the front, head bowed, not daring to move. The black witch sitting on the pillar tower shaking her calves also lightly jumped down and respectfully kneeled on one knee. Master Snake was confused. What kind of person had come here? Why were the two demons acting in such awe? Could it be the master that Lord Black Witch mentioned? The chairman of the Demon Club? Master Snake hurriedly followed suit and knelt down, quietly surveying the front, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity, awe, nervousness, and fear. She saw the person clearly, and her pupils contracted violently. The person was a skeleton wearing a black trench coat, a round hat, and black flames in his eyes. A skeleton was walking in. Smoking? The skeleton inhaled a cigarette, the smoke dispersing from the spine under its throat, treacherous, fantastical. Is this the legendary Grim Reaper? The Devil's Club. Devil's Club. The chairman of the board of governors who rules over the demons is the god of death? Snake Master's chilling hair stood straight up, and he hurriedly zipped up the exposed chest, not to be indulged in front of the god. Then her head was close to the ground. Li Yang stopped in his tracks, the fire of his soul swaying in his eyes. He held a cigarette in his mouth and a hoarse voice came out from his throat. How is the progress of the South Sea Demon Club? Du Yang Ming respectfully said. It has been established, just waiting for the master to carry out the first demonic meeting. Shaking Bell also followed with a respectful voice. Master, the members are waiting to be summoned at any time. The meaning of this statement was that recently, her spiritual power had improved quite a bit. It had already locked many people with the power of desire, and had also found quite a few South Sea powerhouses like Master Snake who were eager to join the club. As long as Li Yang selected them, she could create many demons at any time.
Those that Li Yang didn't fancy could also have their memories deleted and wouldn't remember the demon club. Li Yang twisted his head, the soul fire burning in his eyes, looking at Master Snake. Master Snake hurriedly lowered his head even lower. Rattle said appropriately, "She's not bad." Master Snake immediately understood what Shaking Bell meant, her heart thumping wildly as she folded her hands together and said reverently, "I am a loyal follower of Lord Death, and I will build a temple for Lord tomorrow. Please have mercy on the gods and bless your followers. I want to join the Devil's Club." Chapter 56, Zhou Qing's death. Li Yang's mouth exhaled smoke. "I want half of your wealth." Master Snake was ecstatic at his words and couldn't stop kowtowing. I am willing. Many thanks to the gods for their love. Thank you, God, for your blessings." Li Yang stopped looking at Master Snake, turned around, and walked towards the end of the cross-sea bridge. Du Yangming got up, nodded at the ringing bell on the side, spread his wings behind him, and rushed up to the sky. Master Snake hurriedly turned around and knelt in front of Shaking Bell. "Many thanks to Lord Black Witch, many thanks to Lord Black Witch." She knew that if it wasn't for the Black Witch's face, the god of death wouldn't have let herself join the Devil's Club so easily. Shaking Bell ignored Master Snake and trotted to follow Li Yang, bouncing behind him. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the tall and short figures quickly disappeared into the cross-sea bridge. Master Snake breathed a sigh of relief, the whole person paralyzed on the ground. Reaching out, she was covered in cold sweat. Her delicate body trembled for a while before she calmed down, letting out a wild laugh that was unrestrained to the extreme. From now on, her backers were the demons of hell, as well as a god. In the wee hours of the morning, in the lower bay of the South Sea, Infinity KTV. Inside the luxuriously decorated, she pushed the door out and in a short while let a pair of pretty twins wearing JK white silk in. The twins didn't care about the presence of the mature mistress, one on the left and one on the right surrounded Zhou Cheng and whined. Zhou Cheng threw bottles of wine towards the mature beauty woman. "Don't get lost yet." The mature beauty woman's face was green for a while, stepping on her high heels and just about to push the door out. Suddenly, a huge force came, and the mature beauty woman was overturned on the ground. A tattooed youth came in terrified and panicked at Zhou Cheng. "Brother, Old Snake's men are killing their way in." Zhou Cheng stood up violently, his eyes covered in red bloodshot filaments staring at the tattooed youth in death. "What did you say? How was it so unlucky to be caught by Old Snake when he came to check the accounts at the lower bay's venue today? The most frightening thing was that because Blackwood Misawa was following him around, he didn't bring any bodyguards." Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, and the tattooed youth stared horrifiedly with round eyes, bleeding from the corner of his mouth as he fell straight to the ground dead. Ah! Inside the private room, the women let out piercing screams. The long-haired middle-aged man in Chenwei, with 4 or 5 minions, walked in. Each of them held a spray gun in their hands. The long-haired middle-aged man surprised Zhou Cheng by pointing his gun at him. "Ha ha ha ha, what a surprise! Boss Zhou, long time no see." Zhou Cheng frowned. "Pan Long?" Pan Long, the number 1 hitman under Old Snake, and the number 2 of Old Snake's gang of underground forces. Zhou Cheng calmly drank a glass of wine. "Pan Long, if I meet you today, count me out. Draw a path and give it a chance." Pan Long smirked as he held his gun against Zhou Cheng. "What chance do you want? Killing you would be a great honor." Zhou Cheng sneered. "I still don't understand you? I have $10 million here to buy my life." Pan Long's eyes went straight when he heard 10 million, slowly, suspiciously asked. "You would carry $10 million on you?" Zhou Cheng replied. "I came here today to check the accounts, and this KTV happens to have $10 million. Give a life to live, and $10 million is yours." Pan Long hesitated. At this time, behind him, Chen Wei walked out, grinning eerily. "Zhou Cheng, remember me?" Zhou Cheng frowned. "This brother has a strange face, have we met before?" Chen Wei's face grew gloomy. "Sure enough, is a small person like me really no better than a dog in front of you? You killed my girl a month ago, do you still remember?" Zhou Cheng pointed at the mature beauty on the ground and said in a deep voice. "The one on the ground is my horse's son, kill or die as you wish. Also, this pair of twins beside me are the schoolgirls of the dance academy that I've adopted, so I'll send them to you, brother." Chen Wei's face shifted, he didn't expect these big shots to be this ruthless. Pan Long faltered. $10 million, he wanted.
When the time came, just tell Master Snake that he hadn't seen Zhou Qing.
Shen Wei could see what Pan Long was thinking. How could he be willing? He knows through his connections that Zhou Qing is at the venue in Hawan today.
Shen Wei cannot explicitly say that he has connections in the Zhou Qing. The Snake Master can always think that he is the dead bad gambler. It took him a lot of convincing to encourage Master Snake to sweep the lower bay tonight.
Shen Wei must seize every opportunity to kill Zhou Qing. The bodies in the sewers of the Jack Bear Arcade are always found. The bodies of Yellow Hair and his minions in the rental house couldn't be hidden for long. He was running out of time. Shen Wei sneered.
Brother Long, don't be confused, the $10 million for killing Zhou Qing is also yours. I think Master Snake would love to see Zhou Qing's corpse. You're getting both credit and money. Pan Long's eyes lit up as he took out his gun and pointed it at Zhou Qing, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A gunshot coupled with the screams of the women in the room, a generation of lords, Boss Zhou, died so unexplained in his own yard. He didn't know how he died until he died, and he didn't know exactly how his son died until he died.
Fate sometimes likes to taunt mortals so much.
After Pan Long finished off Zhou Qing, he looked at Shen Wei with a complicated expression.
Older brother, you have a really good brain, why don't you go to university? Shen Wei shrugged and laughed. Didn't get into the exam.
Pan Long took out his gun and pointed it at Shen Wei. Then you'll take an exam in your next life.
Shen Wei's face changed drastically. What do you mean, Brother Long? Pan Long laughed. You're too smart. In such a short period of time, you've become Master Snake's inner circle, and you're almost number 3. With Zhou Qing dead, he's afraid that his field will have to be handed over to a smart person like you to take care of. Sooner or later, you'll be riding on my head. So, sorry brother, you have to die. Shen Wei laughed so loudly that he covered his stomach and was about to whip through with laughter, dumbfounding those present. After laughing enough, he looked at Pan Long with pitying eyes. Your plan is very good, and I never doubted your intelligence, but you have a very fatal weakness. Pan Long froze for a moment, looked back at a few of his juniors, pointed at Shen Wei and sneered and laughed. Oh, this is still a middle 2 before dying, I still have a ing weakness. Shen Wei looked serious. You love money too much, you treat money as your own father and mother. Brother Long, you're an iron rooster who doesn't give a dime, so your little brother is living a miserable life. Just after the words, the minions behind Pan Long suddenly pressed Pan Long. Pan Long's face changed drastically. What are you guys doing? These juniors had taken a large sum of money from Shen Wei in the past few days, amounting to several $1 million. Shen Wei wasn't stingy in order to do big things, and used all the money he robbed from Jack Bear Casino to buy people's hearts. Shen Wei took out his gun and pointed it at Pan Long's head. Brother Long, you're really just a punk in my eyes. Pan Long was horrified. Brother Wei, listen to me. In the next second, Shen Wei did not hesitate to pull the trigger. P.S. Tomorrow to go to the hospital for 2 days, but do not stop morale, absolutely guarantee the quality, is the plot rhythm a little slow. Sunday back, the front of the padding basic technology, to enter the big plot. To everyone kowtow to, thank you for your support. Chapter 57, The New Man of the South China Sea. Shen Wei looked at Pan Long's body on the ground and said to a few of his juniors. What should be said and what shouldn't be said, the brothers have it in their hearts. Several junior brothers smiled fawningly. That's for sure, Brother Wei, don't worry, he was killed by Zhou Qing. They were also involved in killing Pan Long, how could they dare to talk too much? Shen Wei nodded and continued. You guys live the way you used to for the next few days, and after this bout, you'll leave the South Sea and take the money to live the way you want to live. A few of the junior brothers showed joy on their faces. Each of them had been given $1 million, and they could find a small place to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Where else would you need to lick blood from the mouth of a knife like now? Shen Wei waved his hand. You guys go. A few of the juniors left in a hurry. Shen Wei sat on the sofa and picked up Zhou Qing's unfinished wine and poured it into his mouth. He smashed the bottle on the table as if venting, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his face. Nana, I've finally avenged you, you can come back to life. Shen Wei knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live much longer. He had killed quite a few people in the past few days, and the security bureau would always find him. Shen Wei looked at the gilded private room and cursed. These people are so damn extravagant, I'm going to be extravagant before I die. Shen Wei pointed at the 2 twin sisters who were so scared that their pretty faces were pale, and said viciously. Accompany me to drink.
The twin sisters trembled in fear and carefully crawled to Chen Wei's side. The two pairs of small white tender hands pinched Chen Wei's shoulders and loosened his legs, pouring a glass of wine for Chen Wei from time to time. Enjoying the serving of the sister flowers, Chen Wei felt a pleasure he had never felt before. This pair of superb twins, a woman that he had never dared to think about before, was actually enjoying it before he died.
He kept pouring himself wine.
How good it would be if he didn't have to die. This kind of human life was exactly what he wanted. After Pan Long's death, he was the number 2 person under Master Snake's hand, and even more so, Master Snake's think tank.
But he killed someone. The security bureau will definitely catch him.
This was when he started to get scared, as if he was tired after his adrenaline hormones had faded. It was Zhou Qing's fault for killing Nana, otherwise how could he die? Chen Wei fiercely looked at the mature beauty on the ground and pointed at her angrily.
You, come drink with me piece by piece.
The mature beauty climbed up and sat limply on Chen Wei's lap, picking up a new glass of wine and drinking it all in one go. The mature beauty could know how to please a man better than the youthful twins. Chen Wei gradually enjoyed this pleasure of being above others, and he retaliated by slapping the mature beauty on her face.
Your husband just died and you accompany your husband's murderer's wine, how nasty.
The mature beauty woman complained mournfully.
A woman like me, who am I not accompanying? Zhou Cheng didn't use me to curry favor with the bigwigs of Nanhai City. Chen Wei came to be interested.
Who are the big shots that Zhou Cheng has to use his wife to curry favor with?
The mature beauty side.
Datai Group Su Yutong's brother, the old director of the Public Security Bureau, Zhu Dajuan of the Emperor Nightclub, and Station Chief Lu of the Hydroelectric Power Station. One by one, names that were like thunder in the South China Sea came out of the mature beauty's mouth. Chen Wei froze for a long time. A strong desire appeared in his eyes.
Who wouldn't want to be a big shot? Unfortunately, one didn't have the chance. He scoffed to himself. In my next life, I'll choose to be a big shot as well.
The mature beauty's eyes were very poisonous. Seeing the change in Chen Wei's eyes, she asked,
"Why the next life? You're so young and so powerful, you can become a dragon in this life." Chen Wei snorted.
"To tell you the truth, I killed someone." The mature beauty's face was grave.
"Who did you kill?"
Chen Wei Revenge also reported, alcohol on the head down, so sexually said that he killed things.
The mature beauty woman cried and laughed. "Wasn't it just a lousy gambler and a bunch of punks?"
Chen Wei narrowed his eyes.
"You have a way to help me get out of the magistrate's sanction?"
The mature beauty wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck, her entire body pressed against Chen Wei's body, coming up to Chen Wei's ear and exhaling like orchids. "I still have my connections over the years, and the lives of a few small people at the bottom of the district are not enough to cause a headache. As long as you let me follow you and guarantee me a rich life, my people are yours, and so are my connections."
Chen Wei froze, staring blankly at the mature beauty. "Really?"
The mature beauty queen smiled charmingly and slowly knelt down, ordering the two extremely talented twins.
"Why don't you still serve the future big brother dragon head properly?"
The two twins didn't hesitate, kneeling in front of Chen Wei along with the mature beauty woman. 1 month later, Nanhai, medicine shop. The old man wearing a heavy coat walked out of the medicine store. He stopped at the entrance and paid his respects towards the inside of the medicine store. If there was an upper class, or someone who loved concerts, they would definitely recognize who this old man was. The musical genius of the South Sea, Mo Mingyu. It was rumored that he was a jungle genius, and that he suffered from severe mania as a result of his mojo pursuit of music. Now, he seemed to have clear eyes and a calm demeanor, definitely not looking like he had a serious psychological or mental illness. A few days ago he dreamed of a cat that guided him here. At the cost of $10,000 and a lifetime of freedom, Mo Mingyu was blessed by the gods, and his depleted inspiration once again gushed forth like a sweet spring. For an artist who is almost paranoid about music, nothing is as precious as a good note. The members recruited by Li Yang's Devil's Club wouldn't just be underground forces, nor would they just be business tycoons. The Devil's Club was going to be all-encompassing, the elites of every industry Li Yang liked, he wanted them all. Inside the medicine store, Shaking Bell bounced down from the attic, plopped down on the counter and looked at Li Yang with a smile.
"Li Yang, I found the person you want, his name is Kong Qianqiu, South Sea Person O."
Li Yang got the evolutionary pill that briefly boosted his power from Kuroki Misawa. The secret of this gene pill couldn't be figured out, so he asked Shaking Bell to find an expert in this area. Shaking Bell handed over the tablet in his hand, on it was Kong Qianqiu's information.
Li Yang suddenly realized, no wonder the name Kong Qianqiu was so familiar. Kong Qianqiu, a famous bioengineering professor, a great expert in the fields of bacteriology and virology.
Nowadays, many of the definitions that high school students have to memorize in their textbooks are defined by Professor Kong.
He also had some connections with Li Yang. This Professor Kong used to be the vice dean of the biology school at Nanhai Medical University. He retired 10 years ago and would occasionally go to Nanhai Medical University to give academic lectures. This kind of academic big shot shouldn't be much of a problem if he came to study gene pills, right?
While pondering, the wind chime at the door rang.
Li Yang looked at the visitor.
The visitor was wearing a black mink coat, with a finger-thick gold chain hanging on his neck, and an emerald trigger on his thumb, and stepping on crocodile shoes. He was close to writing the word rich on his face.
Chapter 58 Chen Wei's Changes. Li Yang nodded slightly and said, "Coming." The visitor nodded. His name was Chen Wei.
After killing Zhou Cheng and Pan Long, he rightfully became the second in command of the underground group led by Master Snake. From being a disheveled gangster at the beginning, he had transformed into a rising underground bigwig in the South Sea, taking care of the turf left behind by Zhou Cheng. Hiddenly, there is the intention to separate from Master Snake.
Chen Wei took a chair and sat down, lighting a cigarette to himself and handing the special cigarette case to Li Yang. "Sir to one?" Li Yang smiled and shook his head. "Not used to smoking."
Chen Wei was different from the first time they met, much more confident. No, I should say it was a lot more conceited, with a lot of pizzazz. Chen Wei casually surveyed the furnishings within the medicine store and said,
"Your place has gotten smaller." Li Yang was not annoyed and sat on the chair in the counter. "It's your heart that has gotten bigger."
Chen Wei inhaled a cigarette and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, falling into memories.
He pursed his lips and said, "In this month, I've changed a lot. I have power, influence, and money. The women who usually don't look at me are pouring in like crazy. My current woman doesn't care either, and even changed her ways to help me find a woman in order to please me. I finally become the man of my dreams." Li Yang did not say anything, choosing to be a quiet listener. Chen Wei looked up at Li Yang.
"I don't doubt that you have the ability to let me meet Nana, so I was wondering what kind of person you really are. Having reached my position, I have heard many rumors of the Xianmen sect. I've heard that there are Taoist priests who can predict the future through the national metaphysical arts. I've heard that in Southeast Asia there are masters who help celebrities raise little ghosts to enhance their qi. I've also heard that in the Northeast, there are disciples who can help visitors avoid bad luck and good fortune.
Are you on the same path as them?" Li Yang was interested in Chen Wei. A horseman became a big brother, how would he change?
Li Yang was not a devil, but it did not stop him from being curious and exploring human nature.
Li Yang honestly said,
"I believe this world has a lot to learn. I don't dare to comment on what kind of skills those people you mentioned actually have.
But I know I'm different from them." Chen Wei's eyes revealed awe. "You are more divine than them. When you first instructed me to kill Zhou Cheng, I was as lucky as a rainbow all the way." "Thank you, sir." Li Yang smiled. "That has nothing to do with me. Now that you killed Zhou Cheng, do you want me to help you meet Nana?"
Chen Wei extinguished his cigarette and stood up, his gaze haunted.
"Sir, I've thought a lot more clearly during this time." Li Yang silently looked at Chen Wei.
Chen Wei solemnly clasped his hands and respectfully said,
"Recently, I have not dared to come to you, it is because I was doubting whether I am qualified. Yesterday I finally figured out that I am already a powerful person in the South Sea."
"Sir, you are someone with great ability. I promise you glory and wealth, please come out and help me, sir."
Li Yang suddenly snorted.
"So, desire and love, you chose desire."
Chen Wei frowned. "As long as I have power and influence, I can get any kind of woman. I want more power, more power. Women, I want the most expensive women too. Stars, noble women, these are what a lord like me should pursue. If you want women, I can give you any kind of women. I have the strength now, you definitely won't be wronged if you follow me."
Poor people want to be rich at first glance. In addition to the demolition of the house, perseverance, means, luck, and guts are indispensable. At one time, Chen Wei had a little means in the air, and it was only because he wanted to resurrect Nana that he had the perseverance and guts. Together with this period of time his luck is really good, finally became the coveted big brother. Once Chen Wei around only KTV, barbecue stalls, small girls, prostitutes.
Now Chen Wei is in and out of high-end places, surrounded by celebrities. Wild boars gnaw on tree roots, and domestic pigs eat fine chaff. Chen Wei slowly do not care about resurrecting Nana. But he cares about Li Yang, cares about this mysterious boss. Li Yang was silent for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I told you, you are a despicable maggot, how can you have love? There was surprise, excitement, and contempt in the laughter. Like a child who had heard a funny fairy tale. He laughed his ass off and pointed at Chen Wei. Did you seek death a month ago because Nana died or because? The laughter came to an abrupt end, and the expression on Li Yang's face disappeared, only the corners of his mouth were outlined with an arc of meaning that was hard to understand. Or is it because of your own intentions? Chen Wei's face changed, his eyebrows furrowed. Li Yang continued. Zhou Qing was having fun with your woman in the private room, and you could only stand guard at the door waiting for them to finish. You hated it in your heart at that time, right? You hated the fact that all men are men, why are you so humble? Old Snake killed your woman, I guess you were really angry at that time. But you weren't angry about Nana's death. You were angry that someone else could kill your men at will. Even if you wanted to take revenge, you could only seek help from other men. You lost face after Crazy Wolf rejected you, didn't you? TSK, you're too facetious. I guess you begged Zhu Dajuan to stop Nana from selling her body because of that little bit of manly face as well, right? Chen Wei's face turned ugly. Being poked through his heart was like a cat that had its tail caught. Chen Wei coldly said. So what, why should Mr. laugh at me? The corner of Li Yang's mouth smiled even more. I laugh at your AQ spirit. You're weak, so weak that you don't dare to face up to your incompetence. That little bit of manly pride was trampled on, so you seek death. Even seeking death also paralyze themselves, telling themselves that it is not because of self-esteem trauma to go to death. You use love as a shield, pretending to be a lover, even fooling yourself. I'll tell you why your desire is, fraudulent demon, and not to resurrect your lover. It was quiet within the medicine store. Chen Wei did not understand the last sentence. However, it did not prevent Chen Wei from having a cold aura flashing from the corner of his eyes and a murderous aura emanating from his body. After a long time Chen Wei spoke. Sir, please also think clearly. I'm afraid that a strange person like you will fall into someone else's hands. If you refuse to follow me, I don't think you'll be able to stop a bullet no matter how capable you are. There was a threatening tone in his voice. He thought of himself as the king of one who invited Jiang Zia to come out and the martyr ancestor who had 3 visits. Li Yang's eyes glittered with excitement. Chen Wei killed the weak, the innocent, and his brothers in an effort to turn into the new big brother of the South China Sea. During this time, Li Yang had seen a wonderful human drama in Chen Wei. Li Yang was satisfied, he grinned. You made me happy, so I'll give you a chance. There is a new director in Nanhai. That director is interested in cleaning up the underground forces. You're a newcomer to the South Sea, so I'm guessing the first person the new director will target is you. Either you take the money you have now and leave Nanhai. Either you kill her and I'll consider hanging out with you. Chen Wei's eyes narrowed. It's a deal. Li Yang smiled. I never lie. Chen Wei left the pharmacy and got into a car. The co-pilot, a mature beauty, daintily hugged Chen Wei's arm. Hubby, where is this? Who's so honorable to let lower bay brother Chen personally meet her? Chen Wei glanced at the pharmacy with scornful eyes and said. An evil feng shui master. Chapter 59 Kong Qianxiu. Shaking Bell asked as he swiped his tablet. Why did you ask him to kill the new chief? Li Yang lit a cigarette. The underground forces have been fighting for so long and so many people have died, someone has to come out and take the blame. When he fails to take a shot at the new director, he'll take the blame for all the murders that happened during this time. Li Yang had a characteristic that I don't know if it counts as a strength. Call him brave, he dared to think and do anything. Call him wimpy, he would do his best to avoid any trouble that he could. Because of the Blackwood Misawa and Li Yang recently led to the South China Sea is not peaceful, many people died because of this. There has to be an unlucky person to show up for the authorities to deliver. Chen Wei would be quite good and reasonable. Killing a chicken must be done with a cattle knife, not calling for the chicken feathers to half stick to the body. Shaking Bell tilted her little head. What if he really killed the new director? Li Yang snorted. When a person reaches the peak of his life, he should lay down his head first.
If he invests rashly, he will lose all the money he earned due to good luck favoring him with his skills.
Chen Wei's luck is over. Killing the new director? Why doesn't he go to heaven?
Chen Wei had suddenly achieved great things and had begun to float.
Shaking Bell nodded plausibly and swiped the tablet with full concentration.
When he saw the highlights, he would also shake his head straight in excitement.
Li Yang curiously came over. What are you looking at? Rattle showed the contents of the tablet. The content of the tablet was about Professor Kong Qianxiu.
Shocked, the well-known professor's private life is chaotic. During hospitalization he had an affair with a trainee nurse. May I ask, are you worthy of the title of professor?
Attached below was a photo of a young nurse being intimate with Kong Qianxiu.
The netizens were outraged, attacking renowned Professor Kong Qianxiu for his indiscretions, as well as angrily spraying the intern nurse for not knowing self-respect and self-love. Shaking Bell blinked her big eyes and asked, "What's this for?" "It's so funny, so much negativity in the flavor,"
Li Yang said expressionlessly.
"This is called Netstorm.
Let's go home." The following evening, the first hospital affiliated to the South Sea Medical University, the inpatient department.
The 85-year-old Kong Qianxiu was lying on the hospital bed with a small table on his lap.
On the small table were messy arithmetic papers. Kong Qianxiu wore a respirator and frowned as he read the information. The middle-aged woman brought the medicine over.
"Dad, don't look, take the medicine and rest." The aged woman's eyes were red and swollen, she had just cried. She was Kong Qianxiu's daughter, Kong Ruyun, her father's heart failure level 3, time was running out. The weak Kong Qianxiu squeezed out a smile.
"Daughter, South China Sea, this virus flu, I always feel abnormal.
Dad has to do something more for the people of the South China Sea when he goes."
Kong Ruyun was anxious. "No, you have to rest." She bent down to pack up the arithmetic paper on the hospital bed.
At this time, a small nurse came over.
The little nurse cried and cried. "I'm sorry, Professor Kong, Auntie Kong.
I graduated from Manhwa Medical University and always heard the legend of Professor Kong.
Professor Kong is my idol. I didn't think asking for an autograph would bring Professor Kong so much trouble."
"What are those netizens thinking? Professor Kong is highly respected. How could he do such a thing with me?"
Kong Qianxiu smiled amiably and wiped the little nurse's tears. "Child, it's all right, Grandpa doesn't blame you.
It's all because there are too many bad people staring at Grandpa, letting you suffer." The little nurse shook her head repeatedly. Kong Ruyun helped Kong Qianxiu lie down and pulled the little nurse's hand to force a smile.
"Don't think so much, girl, let Grandpa rest. Let's go out for a bit and pay my dad's hospital bill." The little nurse didn't dare to disturb and nodded repeatedly. Kong Qianxiu suddenly said, "Yun Yun, bring me my cell phone."
Kong Ruyun was torn for a while, but in the end, nothing was said. Recently, her father didn't know what was wrong with him, but he actually liked to watch webcasts, and sometimes he could only fall asleep by listening to them. She did not approve of her father looking at his phone in this state.
But father was running out of time.
If watching the webcast could give him a good rest, then so be it. As long as it was don't boil your heart and blood to work, whatever. Kong Ruyun mounted the lazy bed stand on the side of the bed, put the cell phone on it, and then pulled the little nurse away.
Kong Qianxiu stared blankly at the ceiling as a tear slid down.
He didn't grieve for the fact that he had been cyber-violated and was late in life. He was only sad for the common people of the South China Sea. This flu was unusual, it might be a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. It was a massacre of death. Kong Qianxiu slowly sighed, laboriously reached out his hand and tapped his cell phone to open the live streaming software with the sickle icon. This live broadcast software was filled with subculture elements, gothic elements, cyberpunk elements. Also, religious colors. The anchors in this software were all followers of a religion called the Seven Commandments Society.
They believe in the god of death. Open the follow and tap into a live room.
In the live broadcast room was a woman in black wearing a mask. Kong Qianxiu was not having any improper thoughts about women, he was so old, he had long since lost that aspect of his mind. The woman in black called herself the fallen angel of the Seven Commandments. Her voice had a magical power that soothed one's mind like a real angel.
"If there really is a god of death, can you give me a little more life so that I can do a little more for the common people?"
Kong Qianxiu listened to her voice, forgetting the pain and slowly emptying himself. It was as if he was in his mother's embrace. The avid fans in the live broadcast room shouted the words "Fallen Angel" on their pop-up screens, while Kong Qianqiu relaxed and fell asleep to the woman in black's warm voice. When Kong Qianqiu woke up again, it was already dark. Fallen Angel's live broadcast had ended, and there were 2 words on the black screen of the live broadcast room. Equality. Whether it was a king or a peerless beauty, or a medical giant like him who had saved countless lives, they were all equal in front of death. He looked to his side. His daughter Kong Ruyan was lying on the edge of the bed sleeping deeply. There were 2 tear tracks on her face.
Kong Qianqiu raised his head and compassionately touched his daughter's head.
If he didn't have to die, his daughter wouldn't have to be so sad. It was all set in stone. Suddenly he saw the cleaner who cleaned his room standing in the center of the ward with his head down, actually falling asleep standing up. Kong Qianqiu smelled something unusual and moved his heavy head, scanning around the room. His cloudy old eyes snapped to attention. On the windowsill, a young girl was bobbing her head to music, her calves swaying casually.
Where did this girl come from? Kong Qianqiu patted his daughter's head, trying to wake her up.
Bizarrely, the daughter, who was originally a light sleeper, could not be woken up in any way.
A strange atmosphere lingered in the room. Kong Qianqiu opened her mouth wide and thought wildly. Am I dreaming, or dying, and that's why I'm seeing the light?
The lights in the ward flickered as if they were broken, and the lights quickly returned, only
became dim.
Out of nowhere, a black figure appeared in the ward. He just appeared so abruptly. Dressed in a black trench coat, he wore a round hat with the brim pressed low, covering most of his face. Kong Qianqiu noticed that most of the light in the room deliberately avoided that person, and a layer of shadow always shrouded that person.
He asked weakly. Who are you? Chapter 60, The Grim Reaper Comes.
I am the ferryman who wanders between hell and earth.
Hello, Professor Kong.
With a light smile on his face, Li Yang looked at the old man on the bed and responded calmly. The old man rounded his eyes in horror.
Was this the god of death?
Soon, the old man released his mind. This matter of death, he had long ago played it out countless times within his heart.
Am I dying?
Kong Qianqiu asked in a deep voice, his old hand reluctantly stroking his daughter's hair. Li Yang did not respond to Kong Qianqiu's question, but walked to the bedside, slightly bent down, and found the rocker of the hospital bed. Probing his hand, he grasped the bed lever and gently shook it. The hospital bed creaked and squeaked, and Kong Qianqiu's back lifted and slowly sat up.
Li Yang looked up. Is this angle okay? Kong Qianqiu froze for a moment.
He had thought about what death looked like, but he hadn't expected death to be this gentle and elegant.
Kong Qianqiu nodded. Thanks.
A haze clouded his eyes.
Mr. Reaper, so am I going to die?
Li Yang straightened his erect body and stood in front of the hospital bed, asking rhetorically.
Do you want to live?
Kong Qianqiu's cloudy old eyes suddenly contracted, his heart beat heavily, and the ECG monitor beside him, its lines rose and fell violently.
What did the god of death mean? Could it be that one could live?
Kong Qianqiu raised his head, his eyes looking at Li Yang.
You came to me, not to take me away, is it?
I still have a lot of work left to do, and my grandson is getting married.
I don't want to die yet. Can I live a little longer?
The tone was full of thirst for life.
Li Yang said. It requires some price. Kong Qianqiu opened his mouth, a layer of haze covering his eyes.
Don't look at him as famous and well known, but he didn't have much money. Over the years, he had sponsored too many poor students who loved biology, and his pension was just enough for him to live on.
What would he have to pay to buy his own life?
It was a god across the street.
An offering? A golden body? Or a temple? Kong Qianqiu lowered his eyebrows. Can I afford to pay the price? Li Yang said. You're lucky you have something I can see. I want your freedom and learning. Kong Qianqiu froze and looked at Li Yang incredulously.
There was once a legend that a merchant exchanged honesty to the gods for a piece of gold, a hero exchanged bravery to the gods for beauty, and a prime minister exchanged loyalty to the gods for the throne. And his greatest value is precisely profound knowledge.
Sure enough, this is the legendary preference of the gods, not ordinary mundane things. Li Yang calmly continued. If you agree, the contract is concluded.
I can pardon your death, and likewise you shall wait for my command at all times. Your life was given by me, so the rest of your time belongs to me.
Be careful what you answer. If you violate our agreement, there will be serious consequences.
After Li Yang finished speaking, he waited quietly.
He was eager to take Kong Qianqiu under his wing, but it also depended on Kong Qianqiu's own choice.
A person living in the future hiding his identity, for many people this was a kind of pressure.
If he was unwilling, Li Yang would not force himself.
After all, this Professor Kong was one of the few people that Li Yang respected.
Kong Qianqiu froze for just a moment. He took off the respirator, coughed violently and said excitedly,
"I want to live, I want to live. My life belongs to you from now on. I will wait for your deployment at any time. I want to stay with my daughter, watch my grandson get married, I'll do anything. I want to continue doing my research, whatever." Li Yang smiled faintly. Kong Qianqiu's pupils contracted violently, and he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life.
Li Yang's body changed.
The body of a demon manifested and appeared in front of Kong Qianqiu in the image of the god of death. Cold, eerie, honorable, and terrifying. It was as if the jadedness just now was an appearance of that godly body. Li Yang stretched out his skeletal palm and stroked it on the top of Kong Qianqiu's head, his voice languid.
"You, then, continue to live." The power of death manifested, and Kong Qianqiu's sickness was disappearing.
The medical instruments detecting his physical condition were showing Kong Qianqiu returning to normal.
Kong Qianqiu looked at his hand incredulously.
He felt that he had become healthier than ever. It was just that his body temperature was lower and his heartbeat was slower than others.
This was the difference between the living dead and normal people. Kong Qianqiu's afterglow glanced at his cell phone.
The words on the black screen of the Fallen Angels live broadcast were constantly changing. Just now, it was equality, but now it had become live to the death. Kong Qianqiu deeply comprehended the meaning of these two words at this moment. He folded his hands and had become a believer of the Seven Commandments Society, Mileage Road.
"Thank you, my Lord Death." Li Yang finished everything and spoke. "My apostle will look for you in a few days."
Seeing that Li Yang had the intention to leave, Kong Qianqiu struggled for a moment and summoned up the courage to say, "My Lord Death, the South China Sea is about to face a terrible flu disaster.
Can you please send down a divine sign so that I can save those innocents?"
After Kong Qianqiu finished speaking, he felt that he had said the wrong thing.
The god of death should really want hell to be more lively. How could he save people?
The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes swayed as a pill appeared in his palm. It was what the cleaners had retrieved from the ninja's corpse.
Li Yang put the pill down and turned away. Shaker jumped down from the window and curiously walked over to the unassuming cleaner in the room.
This cleaner had a very strong negative emotion on him, just like Chen Wei. It was disgusting and delicious.
Just like an authentic piece of stinky tofu.
She blinked her eyes, memorized the cleaner's scent, and hopped up to follow Li Yang.
After Li Yang left, the lights in the room re-brightened.
The cleaner woke up with a jolt and looked around cautiously, afraid that someone would realize that he had been lazy and sleeping. He saw that Kong Qianqiu was watching him, put his heart down and smiled nervously. This old man is very easygoing without the slightest bit of a big scholar's stance, and won't report him for being lazy and sleeping. A few days ago, Mr. Kong also checked his pulse and asked him to get some kidney tonic medicine. The cleaner roughly cleaned down, left the ward. Kong Ruyun woke up quietly, saw his father sitting and was shocked.
"Dad, why are you up? Did someone come by just now?"
She got up and tried to wait for her father to lie down.
"Was it the nurse who came by? I've been getting lazy lately. I didn't even know when someone came."
Kong Qianqiu suddenly grabbed Kong Ruyun's hand.
Kong Ruyun froze. "Dad, you..."
Although his father's hand was cold, it was very strong. Kong Qianqiu smiled kindly, his eyes like torches. Yun, I'm better, I can be discharged from the hospital."
Kong Ruyun's face shifted. Should this not be a flashback?
She hurriedly grabbed Kong Qianqiu's hand and pressed her fingers on the pulse.
Kong Ruyun was a senior student in the Chinese medicine department. Diagnosing the pulse was no big deal.
Although her father's pulse was weak, it was stable and did not look like a patient at all.
Heart disease?
There was no sign of it at all. At best, he had low blood pressure and a low-grade fever.
Has a miracle happened? Kong Ruyun looked at his father incredulously, his eyes gradually reddening. "Dad. This. I'll call Director Lu to come over and check you out." Kong Qianqiu smiled and nodded. His daughter's excitement made his old eyes moist as well.
After his daughter left, he stretched out his hand, and there was a pill lying in his palm. He sniffed it and frowned. What did this pill have to do with the flu in the South Seas? There must be a deep meaning for Lord Death to give this pill to himself. Could it be that the flu had something to do with this? Chapter 61 First Demon Conference. At night, the Emperor Nightclub. Today was the first makeup-themed ball held by Emperor Nightclub. A special ballroom, inviting famous female DJs and internet singers to mobilize the hormones of the entire venue this night. Tonight's theme is Hell Night. The Imperial Nightclub, which was once a membership-based, low-cost 5,000, and only offered services to the middle class and above, has also become a commoner today. Tickets are a mere 180, with 2 free beers, 1 free cocktail, and a free mask. Girls who cosplay as Sadako, Phantom, or Vampire get free admission and 2 free beers. The young men and women in Nanhai all thought that the boss of Emperor Nightclub was crazy, even so generous. The people in Nanhai who have a little bit of status and can inquire about the gossip of the upper-class power elite know that Lu Cheng is dead and Zhu Dajuan has one less strong rival. They thought it was a celebration. Tonight, Hell's Night was filled with flirts, cathartics, sex hunters, and slumpers. They are seeking the polypharmacy of their souls in the midst of all the lights. After the smoky-voiced female DJ gave a cry that lit up the room, the powerful music pushed the ball to a climax, and the different men and women in the ball danced their bodies wildly. Tonight, everyone thinks of themselves as the protagonists. Unbeknownst to these protagonists, several pairs of eyes gazed indifferently at them from above the darkened ceiling. Those people wore expensive evening dresses and masks, carrying red wine and champagne, looking down on those ordinary humans through the dark and transparent special glass floor tiles. They were members of the Demon Club. Originally, they were the ones who had gained quite a high level of achievement in a certain field in the South Seas, and after obtaining demonic power, they had long since ceased to consider themselves as mortals. Today was the first gathering of the members of the South Sea Demon Club. Behind the transparent floor tiles was the main venue for the gathering. The crystal chandeliers emitted a bright and dazzling light, and the soft light shone on the spacious venue, reflecting a golden splendor. Unforgettable classical piano music rippled out from the flexible fingertips of the masked old man in the center of the hall. Some male and female demons danced 2 by 2 to the beautiful piano music. The demon members sympathized with each other while at the same time being wary of each other. They dared not reveal their identities in the mundane world while talking. Dozens of attendants wearing tuxedos, maid outfits, and masks shuttled through the venue to serve the richly dressed guests. These attendants were not ordinary either, they had a strong aura of death on them. The clock struck 12 at midnight. Their faces changed in unison and they stopped their hands. The old man playing piano music on the stage also stopped playing and gracefully gave his curtain call. They walked towards the conference hall in an orderly manner, and these arrogant demons actually had nervous faces. The conference room had a huge oval conference table. At the very front was a set of exaggeratedly large black tables and chairs. The set of tables and chairs were imposing and domineering, as if they were thrones. After landing on the oval table in the conference hall, no one dared to move around, and even more so, no one dared to whisper. 2 beautiful shadows walked in. One exuded a flavor full of temptation, even with a mask on, a glance would make one's heart beat red. One was filled with a cold and noble aura, like an expensive red rose blooming in the darkness, like an angel or a demoness. The demons rose to the 2 women, casting respectful glances. These 2 were the most honored demons in the Demon Club besides Lord Death. 5th Apostle, Fallen Angel Vane. The 6th Apostle, the Phantom Queen. Lord Apostle, the spokesperson of the Supreme God of Death. The 2 apostles stood on either side of the black table, standing in quiet silence. A disturbing and oppressive aura came from the door. The demons got serious. Rumor had it that the Devil's Club was a transcendent organization stationed by hell on earth, and that the Lord God of Death held it in high regard. Whenever a new demon club opened, Lord Death would preside over the first meeting. After that, it was the 6 apostles who took turns presiding over it. An upright figure walked in through the door. The man wore a white suit with a bright red rose in his side breast pocket. Wearing a white round hat, his face had a white bizarre smiley face mask. In fact, Li Yang doesn't need to wear a mask, who would dare to check him with a human face on top? It wasn't like no one had seen him before. The important thing was that Li Yang himself respected the rules of the Demon Club. The demons felt a sense of oppression that made them unable to breathe and a strong pressure on that white figure. They sent worshipful and awe-inspiring looks and bowed in unison. Li Yang nodded and signaled the crowd to sit down, lowered his voice and slowly spoke. There are several newcomers who are fortunate enough to have seen the heavenly Tao and have the qualifications to become members of the Devil Club. Tonight, the first meeting of the South Sea Devil Club is also to give you newcomers a lecture on the rules. With these words, everyone in the arena was complacent. They were all newcomers, but they thought that most of the people in the arena were old men of the Devil Club. The lucky ones who got to see the heavenly Tao, didn't that mean themselves? It was true that he himself was the son of luck who was chosen by fate. It was the feeling of an ordinary person who won the lottery and mixed into the party of those rich and powerful people who had fought for half their lives. Li Yang said. The night of the full moon in every month is the membership day of the Demon Club. Except for intermediate level demons and above, or low level demons on missions who can choose not to attend, the rest of the demons must attend. The crowd of members nodded slightly, and also solved the doubts in their hearts. No wonder there were only a few dozen participating members. It turned out that a lot of powerful demons, or those who had missions in mind, did not attend the meeting. At the same time, they also secretly resolved that they would definitely attend the meeting if they became intermediate level demons. Even if they were in the middle of a mission, they would try to come to the meeting. This was because they were all newcomers as far as the transcendent world was concerned, and had an urgent desire for knowledge in the transcendent. Next is the second rule I say to the newcomers. Li Yang's hand pressed on the table and said, your demonic bodies must not be freely exposed to the eyes of mortals and must not disturb the order of the mortal world. If you cause panic amongst living beings, you will no longer be qualified for membership. The hearts of all the members were clinched, and they all understood the seriousness of the matter. No longer having membership qualifications and knowing the secrets of the Demon Club, the end could be imagined. Cleaners cleaned up more than just demon traces, they could also clean up demons. Li Yang sat on the domineering giant chair. Two female apostles on the left and right poured coffee for Li Yang. Only this kind of existence would have chimeras and fallen angels serving meekly. Li Yang continued. Next, you guys can ask the questions you want to ask. The scene was silent. They actually all had a huge question. Whether there were angels in the world, whether there were immortal cultivators, whether there were demons. They wanted to ask what the transcendental world was, exactly. But no one wanted to speak first. These are businessmen, big factory executives, underground bigwigs with a lot of heart. They knew that the first person to ask the question would be telling all the members that they were a newcomer. Finally, the old man playing the piano at the venue stood up, bowed respectfully at Li Yang and spoke. I dare to ask my Lord Death to explain what is the way of heaven. The members of the crowd secretly praised that old man for being a warrior. This old man had sort of asked that question that everyone wanted to ask. To ordinary people, the heavenly Tao is the law of the underworld, and the heavenly Tao is the way of heaven. Those who follow the heavenly way will prosper, and those who go against the way will die. But for the gods, what is the way of heaven? Isn't this a disguised way of asking about the transcendent world? Chapter 62. What is the heavenly Tao? Li Yang slowly opened his mouth amidst the crowd's expectant gazes. When I was very young, there was a tree outside the window. The many members sat upright and listened to the story of death in the transcendent world. Death's childhood, when was that? 1,000 years ago? Or 10,000 years ago? Or even further back? No one dared to think about it in detail, nor could they imagine it. Li Yang fell into reminiscence. Someone once asked me if that tree would get in my way and if I should pull it out. I loved that tree, so the tree stayed. That tree grew well, with a huge lush canopy. My upstairs neighbors told me that the tree had grown too big and was blocking the sunlight from their house. They talked to me about the possibility of cutting it down. After all, that tree was of no use to me. I actually couldn't bear to part with it, but it really had no value to me. So the tree fell in front of me. The crowd's brows furrowed in deep thought. What kind of divine object was a tree that could grow in front of death's door? What kind of existence was a neighbor who could consult with the god of death? Li Yang raised his head, his deep eyes as quiet as the bottom of a lake. When that tree fell, I finally understood what is called destiny. The goodness of a thought back then allowed that tree to survive for many years. That was its luck. But as soon as that tree dared to grow to block the sunlight from my neighbors, dared to rise above that class, it would surely be uprooted. That was its fate. I'm thinking, wouldn't it be better if it didn't grow so big, but that would be changing the fate of heaven. It's a pity that it's just a tree. How could it know about heaven's destiny? Li Yang was just calmly recounting the story of what had happened, but in the ears of the many members, it was like heavenly thunder exploding down in the fields, deafening. They were thinking about it. They were thinking of a divine tree in hell. That divine tree grew stronger and stronger due to Death's one good thought, offending the other gods.
So the gods pressured Death to destroy the divine tree.
The gods treated Death with respect because Death used the word discuss, and gods do not care to lie. In the end, the god tree collapsed. No one would think Death was heartless. The tree was useless to Death, and there was no need to make a fuss over the gods over a tree.
This is the way of heaven.
The weak and the strong are honored. While the members lamented the divine tree, they also seemed to understand the situation of themselves and others.
How were they not a thought of the god of Death?
The Devil's Club gathered many deviants born from the goodwill of the god of Death.
Ordinary people to them were divine trees that didn't know the number of destiny.
The divine tree doesn't know the number of destiny.
Do they themselves know their own destiny? Do they not transcend that class? Are they now going to have become transcendent, having transcended the mundane class?
Either they make the god of Death find them useful, or they grow so much that neighbor of the god of Death doesn't dare to cut them down. The world of the transcendentals really wasn't that simple.
Li Yang got up. The meeting ends here.
The members woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly got up, respectfully owing their bodies.
The mind was still pondering.
Growing to the point where the Reaper's neighbors didn't dare to cut down. It might be possible in the future if the martial arts fortune prospered, but it was absolutely impossible to do so at the moment. Then it would only be possible to make the god of Death feel that they had value.
How can one make the Shinigami feel they have value?
It is said that the apostle adults will occasionally release some missions, and those who complete them can be promoted to intermediate level demons. Then work hard to strengthen themselves, complete the tasks, and ascend to the legendary position of Great Demon.
In the early hours of the morning, the mid-level villa. The atmosphere in the villa was a bit strange today. Crow stayed quietly at home and didn't go around collecting minions, Rattle didn't brush up on his dramas, and even the hellish three-headed dog that loved to sleep was outside the house blankly staring at the moon. Li Yang felt puzzled and touched Rattle's head. Didn't I charge you a membership? What? Naruto Ninja saw the grand finale?
Shaking Bell raised her little head.
Li Yang, that big tree you said was cut down today, is it the poplar tree outside the window of your old home?
Li Yang's old home in the suburbs of the old broken small building, living in the first floor, that house was sold in the year of his junior year. At that time had already picked up the Rattles from her early childhood home, she had an impression of that poplar tree.
Li Yang nodded.
Shaking Bell was silent and slowly said, God-making organization. This concept and technology far beyond the times of the product, unfortunately meant Li Yang should not exist in reality.
Nanhai City, a rented house in the northern district. Diao Haifan was the cleaner in Kong Qianqiu's hospital room.
When Kong Qianqiu's illness wasn't so serious, he even took his pulse for him.
He drank all the cola in the bottle, wiped his hands on the noodle soup, and excitedly posted a few photos on the internet.
The photos showed Kong Qianqiu lying on a hospital bed wearing a ventilator. His daughter, Kong Ruyun, bent down to gather the information on Kong Qianqiu's lap, while Kong Qianqiu himself was struggling to touch the cheek of the little nurse with his hand. The photo scene originally showed Kong Ruyun not wanting Kong Qianqiu to work and forcing him to rest. Kong Qianqiu is comforting the crying little nurse not to care about the net storm. The picture was normal, but it was different when Diao Haifan added two captions.
Shocked.
Little nurse throws herself at renowned professor, indescribable in hospital room.
Ethical perversion.
After the beastly professor finishes with the little nurse, his own daughter cleans up the battlefield.
What's wrong with the world? What's wrong with the world? Are all the scantily clad nurses like this? Please restore social clarity.
The post blew up within half an hour.
So exciting?
This little nurse is really shameless. Normal, if you have money, no matter how old you are, there are beautiful nurses who will throw themselves at you.
Hey, rich people are really happy.
Diao Haifan looked at his own post. Heat is getting higher and higher, mouth are going to smile crooked.
Chapter 63 Diao Haifan.
Diao Haifan picked up a cigarette with satisfaction and exhaled smoke comfortably after lighting it. At this time, the computer received a private message. Diao Haifan clicked to view it. It was from someone with the ID Cat Demon King.
Cat Demon King. Do you like making yellow rumors that much?
Diao Haifan snorted coldly and replied with contempt.
You're not a flower protector, are you? Boiling goat, Xianjiang isn't moving, you push it. Cat Demon King. Making up disgusting things out of thin air, don't you think you're disgusting? Diao Haifan frowned. How did this Cat Demon King speak without dirty words? It dawned on him. Oh, you're a female, that's weird. You're a burnt chicken too, aren't you? Maintaining kindred spirits here? He. Cat demon. She went through all the trouble to get into the South Sea Medical University, and immediately survived her internship to stay in the hospital. Why did she do this? Diao Haifan snorted and replied. Forget about burning cups of gas, he. Cat demon. Since you like to make yellow rumors so much, let's curse you for speaking in reality with the same attitude as you speak on the internet. Diao Haifan almost lost his breath from laughing. I've seen one who cursed a household account to ascend to heaven, but I've never seen one who cursed someone so gently. TSK, young little squirt ah. He replied. He, little beaker, your cursing doesn't stick out at all, he. Early the next morning, Diao Haifan went to work refreshed, came to the workroom to change his clothes, took his cleaning tools and went to clean the stairwell first. Good morning. The aunt, who was also a cleaner, greeted Diao Haifan with a smile. Diao Haifan just wanted to return a morning, but there is a force that makes his mouth that morning cannot be said. He ghostly said. Good morning, old beaker. The cleaning lady froze. What did you say? What's a beaker? Do you want a cup? I'll go get it for you. Diao Haifan sneered. Beaker, did you just finish your morning exercises in a good mood? The cleaning lady smiled back. Well nah, lately it's been morning exercises. Let's not talk about it, I'm going to clean the next floor. Diao Haifan only came to his senses after the cleaning lady left. He covered his mouth incredulously. What was wrong with himself? Luckily, the big mom didn't know what beakers and morning exercises meant. He hurriedly lit a cigarette for himself to suppress the shock. Must have jerked off too much last night, I wouldn't dare to jerk off that much tonight. Diao Haifan walked back to the cleaning room. The supervisor had been waiting for him for a long time. The supervisor had a smile on his lips and patted Diao Haifan on the shoulder. Good boy, recent performance is good. I told you to take charge of Elder Kong's ward, right? Elder Kong was discharged from the hospital and appreciated you highly. The higher-ups are happy and have decided to promote you to assistant supervisor. Kong Qianxiu was able to recover from such a serious illness, and this medical miracle made Nanhai Medical University come out of the woodwork hard. Hospital leaders decided to give all the doctors and nurses in charge of Kong Qianxiu reward. Even Diao Haifan, this contract cleaner, also did not fall. Diao Haifan was overjoyed. True or false, brother, you do not fool me. The supervisor pretended to be dissatisfied. There can be false? This with me to the administrative department to meet the leadership. You'll have to treat me tonight. The cleaners at Nanhai Medical University were under the responsibility of the administration department. The two of them came to the administration department and knocked on the door to go in. The director of the administration department was a 30-year-old woman. The director looked respectful. Director Zhao, this is Comrade Diao Haifan. Director Zhao looked at Diao Haifan and said kindly. Please sit down, let's talk. Diao Haifan sat down cautiously, inwardly surprised and nervous. Diao Haifan was surprised and nervous. He became the deputy supervisor of the cleaners, and his salary will surely go up by a large margin, and he will probably be given an independent dormitory. You can bring your girlfriend to the South China Sea to live. Director Zhao crossed his fingers and said. I'm ashamed to say that I'm very busy with all my work, so I don't have much time to care about the grassroots comrades. May I ask what you have in your life? There was a force in the underworld that affected Diao Haifan's brain. He interrupted Director Zhao. Busy? Busy sending cannons to the hospital leaders, right? Director Zhao frowned. What did you say? Diao Haifan looked at Director Zhao lewdly. I said that you became the office director at such a young age, you must have relied on selling your sex, right? Director Zhao said angrily. Comrade Diao Haifan, please watch your words. I, Zhou, graduated with a master's degree, and I earned everything I have. Diao Haifan drifted off. Ah yes, hard work, every night in the hospital leader's room, right? Director Zhao's face turned white with anger. I don't even have a boyfriend for the sake of my work, you have to be responsible for what you say. Diao Haifan smiled cheekily. How can you not have a boyfriend? All the men in the hospital are your boyfriends, beaker. The supervisor was dumbfounded throughout. Is Diao Haifan crazy? The supervisor looked at Diao Haifan angrily. Did you come here after drinking? Diao Haifan glanced at the supervisor disdainfully. You haven't slept with this much either, right, boiling goat? How is it, moist? Director Zhao was shaking with anger, his trembling fingertips pointing at the door. Get out! The director was like an amnesty, grabbed Diao Haifan's collar and hurried out of the office door. Diao Haifan's brain regained clarity only after he reached the corridor. He opened his mouth wide in shock. What had he just said? Diao Haifan stammered an explanation. Supervisor, I'm sorry, The supervisor glared viciously at Diao Haifan. You deliberately messed with me, didn't you? You're done, you're fired, pack up and get out. Diao Haifan being fired in this situation was already good enough. Rumor mongering is punishable by jail. Diao Haifan pulled his suitcase out of the workroom in a state of dismay, thinking of going to the stairwell to smoke a cigarette before leaving. He smoked the cigarette and scratched his hair painfully as tears fell down his face. How did this happen? Smoking in the stairwell, the tired-faced woman handed over tissues and spoke warmly. Who's sick at home? You have to be strong, little brother. We can't afford to be the patient's family. Diao Haifan wanted to explain that he was not a patient's family. However, the power of the underworld affects Diao Haifan's brain. Diao Haifan said viciously. Women still smoke, at a glance you are not a good thing. Women like you haven't had a lot of snogs with people, right? When are you going to try it with me? The woman screamed. What did you say? Hubby. There are hooligans molesting me. Outside the stairwell, the woman's husband hears his daughter-in-law's screams and rushes in angrily and beats Diao Haifan severely. Diao Haifan forced lie while being beaten. A bus, a minotaur, Diao Haifan ran out of the hospital with a swollen face and nose, and covered his mouth in horror on the main street. What is wrong with himself? Could it be that cat demon's curse came true? No, it can't be like this. He was aggravated to death. Chapter 64 New Director. He covered his mouth in death, didn't dare to say a word along the way, and froze on foot to the door of the rental house. Diao Haifan's forum account is on the computer. He wants to log into the forum account to find Cat Demon King and ask what is going on. Just opened the door into the house, smelled the smell of food, as well as the sound of frying in the kitchen. Diao Haifan walked to the kitchen in wonder and was surprised to see the figure of a woman in the kitchen. It was his estranged girlfriend Rong Rong. Rong Rong smiled sweetly. Why are you off work so early? I wanted to secretly surprise you after cooking a big meal. Are you happy, honey? I came to see you. Diao Haifan's nose was sore and he wanted to hug his girlfriend for comfort. Anyone who encountered such an evil thing would have to break down. However, a force in the underworld affected Diao Haifan's brain. Diao Haifan twisted his mouth and said, I came back early, you were very lost, right? Are you waiting for the adulterer again? You want to indescribably seek excitement in my room, right? Was I recognized? Oh. Rong Rong opened her mouth and looked at Diao Haifan incredulously. Honey, what did you say? Tears flowed out of Diao Haifan's eyes, but he still maintained a resentful look. Beaker, don't think I don't know how lonely you've been in these years of estrangement. How many people you've been played by, loose yet? Rong Rong couldn't stop her tears. Okay, you don't have a house and no savings. I fell out with my family for you. That's how you think of me, right? Break up. Diao Haifan wanted to stay, but Rong Rong decisively shook off his hand and resolutely walked out of the rental house. Ah! Diao Haifan hissed in pain. Diao Haifan dried his tears and opened the forum. Cat Demon's avatar lit up while sending a private chat. Little brother, did you have a good day today? Diao Haifan was enraged. Drafting, what did you do to me? Cat Demon King. Cursing me? Are you stupid? Diao Haifan was like being splashed with a pot of cold water and immediately came to his senses. This cat Demon King opposite him was an evil monster. A demon. It was the devil. How could one dare to talk to a demon like that? Diao Haifan cried. Auntie, please take away the avatar. Cat Demon King. Dream on. The cat Demon King was none other than Shaking Bell. Ever since she saw Master Kong being cyber-violated, she had researched brand new ways of creating pain and absorbing it. Because of the curse's karma, all those pains created because of Diao Haifan became Shaking Bell's spiritual power.
For example, Diao Haifen's supervisor, Director Zhao of the hospital's administrative department, the woman who comforted Diao Haifan, the woman's husband.
And Diao Haifen's girlfriend, Rong Rong.
Anger, aggression, these were all forms of pain. Of course, Diao Haifen's pain would also give Rattle a mental boost.
Diao Haifan was a mobile pain maker from now on, so how could Shaking Bell take back the curse?
It wasn't like she was a holy mother who helped mortals to be good by punishing them. Didn't she just say it? She is a big devil, the villain kind. Diao Haifan begged several times, but Rocking Bell only replied with the word he.
He was desperate.
Under fear and despair, extreme anger exploded in Diao Haifen's heart, and he typed.
Thing, grass draft, I'll call the police to arrest you monster. The ringing bell finally stopped replying to hip hip hip. Curse aggravated. Diao Haifan angrily grunted and walked out of the house. He was going to call the police to catch this evil guy, this kind of monster the sheriff must be interested in. Stopping at the door, he took a towel and stuffed it into his mouth, put on a mask and opened the door to leave. Nanhai, North District Magistrate's Office.
Diao Haifan stood in the hall. The solemn and majestic atmosphere gave him a sense of security in his heart. A receptionist young lady approached, hanging a gentle smile.
Sir, may I help you?
Diao Haifan didn't dare to breathe for a moment. He could feel himself wanting to say something foul, but luckily the towel in his mouth prevented him from speaking. He breathed a sigh of relief.
But how can you communicate if you can't talk? The receptionist lady wondered. Sir, what's wrong with you? Are you reporting a crime?
Diao Haifan gestured with both hands, and the receptionist young lady immediately brought a pen and paper.
You can write it down.
Diao Haifan secretly praised the receptionist's sister clever, took the pen and paper to write down their own encounter, but the power of the underworld affects him. He wrote a few words on the pen and paper in a daze.
You really burn in a sheriff's uniform. You didn't sell a lot of meat to become a sheriff, did you?
The receptionist lady blushed red and held back her anger.
Do you have anything else? We are all very busy.
Diao Haifen's face showed despair, his two hands gesturing wildly. The receptionist was skeptical as she handed out the pen and paper again.
Diao Haifan wrote. Am I wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? He. The receptionist lady was completely enraged and pointed at Diao Haifan. You go out now. If you make any more trouble, you'll be arrested for obstruction.
Diao Haifan was in a hurry, and in his haste, he even knelt down and grabbed the receptionist's sister, tears flowing continuously.
The receptionist was confused. This is mental illness?
At this time, a handsome man came in through the door. He was wearing a security uniform and a cloak, and the security number on his chest was 001. He was followed by a magistrate wearing glasses.
That was his vigilante secretary.
The man frowned at the receptionist lady.
What's going on here?
Receptionist Missy hurriedly explained.
Chief, this man is mentally ill.
This man is the new director of the security bureau, named Xiaoyi. Because of the beast-killing incident and bird riot incident in the North District, Chief Chow had often come to the North District Security Bureau to investigate in the past 2 days.
Xiaoyi glanced at the words on the paper and then looked at Diao Haifan. He squatted down, his eagle-like eyes scrutinizing Diao Haifan. He frowned. Mental illness? Not quite like it. But how could a mental illness dare to insult a magistrate in the security bureau?
The receptionist lady said.
This is a mental illness. I'll call Castle Peak Hospital. Xiaoyi reaches out and removes Diao Haifan's mask. The receptionist lady's eyes showed shock. Why did this person have a towel stuffed in his mouth? Did someone force you to do this? Xiaoyi removed the towel from Diao Haifan's mouth. Diao Haifan said viciously. Director? So young? You didn't sleep your way up from sleeping with rich women, did you? The receptionist lady was stunned. How dare this person treat the director like this?
Xiaoyi's eyes were gloomy as he roughly fumbled for his cell phone in Diao Haifan's arms to check it out. There was a picture of Kong Qinshu in the phone, the very one that was being rumored about.
Xiaoyi's face became even more ugly and said,
Send him to the mental hospital for a checkup first, keep an eye on him, and call me if you have any news.
The sheriff's secretary behind him said, Yes, Chief.
After saying that, Xiaoyi got up and said to the receptionist lady,
Wei Ming is the magistrate who brought up the demon recovery, right?
Tell him to come to the conference room.
Chapter 65 Xiaoyi. The conference room of the North District Security Office.
Chow sat in the main seat with his legs crossed, puzzlement hanging on his face.
Why was that sober-eyed man talking like he was out of control? Is he mentally ill? Not really.
But Chow thought it was unusual. He was a senior student at the School of Law and Order of the Imperial University of Political Science and Law, the school's man of the hour. His thesis on how to leave Xia safely after robbing a bank was a sensation at the Imperial Public Security Bureau. Even the Law and Order Law added 2 articles because of it. Tisk, TSK, fierce beasts kill people, birds riot, and men who can't control their expression. A cynical smile appeared at the corner of Chow Yi's mouth.
Interesting.
The door was knocked on, and Wei Ming, who had initially proposed the demon recovery anomalous event, walked in. Wei Ming froze for a moment when he saw Chow Yi.
Brother Yi, the new director is you? Wei Ming knew Chow Yi before.
Chow Yi and his own sister, Wei Na, were both high achievers from the Imperial University of Politics and Law.
Chow Yi lightly laughed.
After your sister married into a wealthy family, we rarely contacted each other. Sit.
Wei Ming hurriedly sat down.
Chow Yi said with a wry smile.
Director Lu said that the report he proposed on demon recovery was your thought process? Wei Ming smiled awkwardly.
We were not asked to say something. I really don't know what to say.
Chow Yi shook his head.
The case of the manticore killing has not raised any eyebrows up to now. After looking at the files, only your suggestion of demon recovery is the most reliable.
Wei Ming froze. You believe it's a demon recovery? Chow Yi let out a light laugh. Tell me, why do you think it's a demon recovery? Wei Ming began the explanation.
What with the revival of the aura and the demons starting to reactivate and such, it was all a plot scene in novels.
Chow Yi listened attentively until Wei Ming finished, then he got up and said. Quite demonic, I'll leave first, give my regards to your sister for me. Wei Ming asked. Didn't you guys have a good relationship back then? Was there a conflict? Chow Yi snorted. Didn't your sister marry into the Lu family? I don't really like those assholes in the upper echelons of society.
Wei Ming was startled and pointed at the surveillance.
Brother, watch what you say. Chow Yi glanced at the camera. I'm afraid of that?
Late at night, in an upscale apartment.
Chow Yi is naked, lying on the bed with his laptop. Unusual event. Unusual event. Chow Yi kept muttering these words.
He trusted his intuition. His intuition had helped him solve many big cases, which was why he was able to rise all the way to the top. Bizarrely, his intuition told him that the South Sea was the place where the unusual event that Wei Ming was talking about had occurred. While he was deep in thought, a pair of white, cool and smooth arms encircled Chow Yi's waist. The mature beauty lying on the bed stuck to Chow Yi's back and pouted, whining. Director Chow, why are you still working so late? People have slept for a while. This mature beauty is precisely Chen Wei's current horse, the deceased Zhou Qing's survivor. Chow Yi put down his laptop and dragged the mature beauty into his arms with a bad smile. The mature beauty woman gazed at Chow Yi's handsome face in fascination.
Very handsome, very powerful man, great. Chow Yi asked. Beauty, do you think Chen Wei has any unusual behavior lately besides killing me? The mature beauty thought about it. He went to a pharmacy outside of Apricot Flower Hutong in the Northern District the other day. Said that the owner was an evil feng shui master. Chow Yi's eyes stared. The Northern District, Apricot Flower Hutong, was the very place where the beast-killing incident had occurred. Zhou Qing's son died there.
Chen Wei had killed Zhou Cheng again.
Could the two be connected?
The mature beauty daintily drew circles on Chow Yi's chest.
Director Chow, I've told you everything, how should you reward me? Chow Yi smiled colorfully. Then I'll reward you properly.
After an hour-long intense double-teaming, the beautiful woman fell asleep with fulfillment, while Chow Yi lay on the side with his arm around her, half asleep and half awake.
The time came to 3 in the morning.
The ringtone of the old song "I Am Like a Snowflake Coming from the Sky" woke up Chow Yi and Mei Mei. Chow Yi picked up the phone and after listening to the report from the other end of the phone, he said,
Start making arrests on Chen Wei.
Saying so, he hangs up the phone.
The beautiful woman looked at Chow Yi in a daze. You made a move on Chen Wei tonight? How? Why didn't you discuss it with me? Sleeping herself on one side and arresting her husband on the other? When did he give the order? Chow Yi got up and received a glass of water for the beautiful woman. The opportunity will not come again.
The beautiful woman drank the water, put the glass aside, and grabbed Qiao Yi's hand.
I have nothing left but you must be good to me.
After saying that, the beautiful woman felt a dizzy spell in her head and shook and fell on the bed.
What's wrong with me?
Qiao Yi said while dressing.
Nothing, just a lethal dose of sleeping medicine.
The beautiful woman looked at Qiao Yi's back as she dressed in horror.
You're going to kill me?
Don't kill me, I can still help you with many things. Qiao Yi finished dressing, turned around, and tenderly caressed the beautiful woman's cheek.
You've already done a lot for me.
It's a pity that we're just dewy-eyed lovers.
So, good night, baby, I'm going to get busy.
The voice was soft, as if he was telling his sleeping wife that he was going to work late. As the drug took hold, the beautiful woman closed her eyes and made no sound. Qiao Yi skillfully cleaned off his fingerprints, broken hair, and other traces in the beautiful woman's house. At that moment, the phone rang again.
Qiao Yi picked up the phone.
A voice came from over there.
Director, yes, I'm sorry. Chen Wei ran away.
Qiao Yi hung up the phone without saying a word and frowned.
Where can it go?
After pondering for a while, Qiao Yi's mouth sketched out a smile.
The evil feng shui master, right?
Qiao Yi went downstairs, avoided the surveillance area, found his car and drove it to that pharmacy in the northern district.
Nanhai, North District.
Chen Wei panicked and ran to Apricot Street, leaning against a utility pole and looking around warily. The black mink coat he was wearing had burn marks and blood.
Where was the gray look of the domineering spirit that was going to subdue Li Yang some time ago?
Seeing no pursuers, Chen Wei continued to run.
He saw the dimly lit medicine store. Not closed? Great.
Chen Wei felt a sense of security in his heart and hurriedly broke through the door.
Sir, save me. Sure, the master is resting, don't wake him up.
Shaking Bell sat on the counter shaking her calves, one hand stroking a large black dog, one hand making a silencing gesture to Chen Wei.
Chen Wei panicked. I want to see Mr.
The big black dog jumped to the ground and blocked the door. Chen Wei had an ominous feeling in his heart.
Shaking Bell looked at Chen Wei regretfully.
You're my favorite toy, unfortunately, you have to fulfill the mission of the backstabber.
Chapter 66 Attack of the Odd Man. An inexplicable sense of crisis surrounded Chen Wei.
He had also seen a lot of blood during this period of time, so how could he not distinguish the terrifying killing aura on the young girl that did not match her age? Chen Wei turned his head and was about to run. At this moment, the black dog that was blocking the door stood up, growing in size. The image of the three-headed dog from hell appeared in front of Chen Wei. Chen Wei's eyes were terrified and filled with deadly pallor as he stared at the rattling bell in a daze.
Is this the path of a gentleman? He wasn't Mr. Feng Shui. No wonder he was able to help himself see Nana.
Shaking Bell drew a magic formation in the air, and the power of the curse arose.
She said,
Given that you helped the master a lot by mistake, the master instructed me not to kill you, but just tamper with your memories.
The power of the curse pierced into Chen Wei's body. Chen Wei's memories shattered into glass shards and reassembled into new ones.
In a trance, he seemed to see a sweet girl in the center of the glass. It was Nana.
If he had chosen to resurrect Nana and take all the money and go far away with Nana, how good would that be? Chen Wei fainted.
Little Black, the three-headed dog from hell, turned into an unusual black dog-like appearance, lying on the ground and spitting out his tongue.
Rattles picked up the phone and dialed the sheriff's office alarm number.
The wind chimes outside the door and Qiao Yi, wearing a sheriff's uniform, pushed his way in.
Shaking Bell froze for a moment.
Your sheriff's office is so efficient, your people came before I finished my call. She smiled sweetly and pointed at the fainted Chen Wei. That man broke into my store, luckily my dog scared him unconscious.
The corner of Qiao Yi's eye twitched, really? The underground faucet ran into the fortune teller's pharmacy and then was fainted by the dog? Qiao Yi asked with an unchanged expression.
Where is your lord? Footsteps came from the stairs and Qiao Yi looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze.
That person was young. It looked like an ordinary person.
But the aura was strange. It was eerie, yet it had a sense of honor. It was like a layer of fog that made it hard to see. Qiao Yi's face did not change and he smiled.
Hello, Security Bureau. Thank you for helping us catch the fugitive. Li Yang glanced at Qiao Yi indifferently. What an honor.
Saying that, he sat down at the counter and put a few books into the small backpack of the rattlesnake.
Li Yang frowned. After arresting someone, you're still not leaving? Chowie spoke apologetically.
Excuse me, I'll send the banner and medals. Saying this, he carried Chen Wei out the door and got into his car.
Chowie frowned. He had seen many criminals and could smell their putrid odor from afar.
This drugstore owner didn't look like a criminal, although he had an aura of danger. He was also able to face fugitives and magistrates without changing his face. He was more convinced that Chen Wei had been knocked out by the drugstore owner than that he had been knocked out by the dog's fright.
Was he really a black and white feng shui master like the famous feng shui master Little White Dragon in Harbor City?
Chowie glanced back at the drugstore.
There's even such a character in the South China Sea?
He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Chen Wei has been captured, mission over. At this moment, a mournful scream came from the other end of the phone, and intense gunfire followed.
Chowie narrowed his eyes. What's going on at the scene?
It took a while for a startled voice to come from the other end.
Leader, there is a monster, now killed. 10 minutes ago, the South China Sea, the Lower Bay. Outside Infinity KTV was surrounded by security vehicles.
The vigilantes broke into the KTV and seized everything.
Some people were squatting in the corners as the vigilantes checked everyone's ID cards.
There were many onlookers, but they were outside the cordon. Some of the magistrates who were pulling the cordon and maintaining order noticed an unusual black-robed man walking towards the inside of the cordon. The man was shrouded in a black robe and was tall.
The magistrates are on the case, idlers leave.
The magistrate warily touched the gun on his back waist and issued a warning to the man.
The black-robed man, instead of being afraid, accelerated and ran.
The magistrates took out stun batons, blast shields, and other things to stop the black-robed man.
However, everything was in vain.
The black-robed man was ridiculously strong, and in a few strokes, he broke up the sheriff's formation. In the midst of pulling, someone pulled away the black robe of the black-robed man. A creepy scene appeared. The man's eyes were red and his body was covered in stitches.
Upon closer inspection, the suture patches didn't even belong to the same person.
This person was actually the flesh of an unknown number of people sewn together. Some of the magistrates fired their guns in fear.
But the monster wasn't afraid of bullets.
Only black pus and blood flowed out, not affecting its movements in the least.
The magistrates strafed it, and the monster broke through the hail of bullets, searching for something in the Infinity KTV.
Finally, the monster came to an inconspicuous room, smashed the wall and grabbed a safe. The sheriff's people were dumbfounded.
Smashing the wall with one punch and picking up a safe with his bare hands? What kind of monster is this?
The marshal sniper at a distance finally received the order to fire.
One shot pierced through the monster's heart and one shot blew out the monster's head.
The monster's actions then stopped and it fell heavily to the ground. The military officer brigadier kicked the monster's body to make sure that the monster was dead before he said,
"Get someone to open the safe."
The deciphering experts arrived quickly and opened the safe a few minutes later. There was no cash inside, only a small bag containing a few small pills. The military captain put on white gloves and picked up the small bag.
"Give it to the physical evidence section for lab testing."
In the northern suburb of Nanhai, the Green Sanatorium. In the basement, there was a hidden laboratory with red lights flashing and alarm bells blaring.
Several tall freaks covered in stitches hissed and destroyed everything in the vicinity. Some of the freaks charged into the gaping hole in the titanium door.
They were stuck there and no one could get out. Several foreign researchers in white coats hid under office desks, holding intercom and roaring hysterically.
"Guards! Guards! Block all exits! We can't let these experiments get out."
A monstrous man rushed into the office, spotted several researchers, and angrily swung a giant fist. The bald gringo in the lead hurriedly took out several small pills from his arms and threw them out. The monster pounced on the small pills like crazy. The smell of the small pills caught the attention of the rest of the monsters.
The monsters swarmed towards the office and the foreign researchers despaired.
It was at this moment that the sound of a guitar came, and powerful metal music resounded through the lab. The weirdos froze and looked toward the metal door.
There stood a hot black leather girl.
She had a few strands of burgundy hair in her long black hair.
Pierced earrings, a tongue stud, and a lip ring. Tight leather pants accentuated her hot body.
The black leather hottie chewed gum and played her guitar with cool eyes. The weirdos covered their ears in pain and fell to their knees wailing at the sound of the guitar. One of the freaks couldn't take it anymore and roared with rage as he charged at Black Skin Hottie. The black-skinned hottie lifted her round and slender thigh and kicked it so hard that the weirdo directly flew backwards tens of meters away. The weirdos were completely quiet. The black leather hottie spoke in English. Roll back to the cage. The weirdos obediently returned to the cage and sat quietly. The loaded guards rushed in and reclosed the cage. The bald researcher trotted over to the dark-skinned hottie and spoke hesitantly. Lord Lilith, there's still a test subject running. Lilith looked coldly at the researcher. You're only telling me after it's all been captured by the summer magistrate. The bald researcher's face changed drastically and cold sweat flowed out. It was all an accident. P.S. Because of the accelerated padding, the protagonist has made very few appearances. The padding is almost over, so bear with me a little longer. Chapter 67, Lilith. P.S. Happy 4th of July, brothers. Once again, I wish you all a happy holiday and good health and good luck to your parents. The main article begins. In the underground research room, the guards and researchers cleaned up the mess. The bald researcher respectfully invited Lilith to take a seat on the office couch, and he himself poured Lilith a cup of coffee. The bald researcher stood aside, looking at Lilith with awe in his eyes. This was Dr. Leon King's adopted volunteer daughter and Dr. Leon's most powerful weapon. She had special organs in her body that normal humans didn't have, and was the most powerful evolver in the God Creation Organization, Dr. Leon's most successful technological product. Lilith sipped her coffee and said quietly. It may not necessarily be a bad thing for one of the test subjects to run away. The bald researcher was confused. The test subject ran out and was also shot by the Security Bureau. Wouldn't this expose the God Creation Organization's genetic experiments? Lilith said. Didn't Kuroki Misawa say that there are people in the South China Sea conducting genetic experiments as well? Large feline creatures killing people and birds rioting, the two information intelligence had long been known to Lilith. Lilith, who had seen the greatness of the field of science and technology, would not think it was a demonic revival like that otaku Wei Ming. In her opinion, it was some sort of genetic experiment. Lilith said. The experiment in the South China Sea is going to be delayed for a long time because of that loser Kuroki Misawa. I'm afraid that the flu caused by the experiment will soon be noticed by the Xia authorities. Why don't we let the organization that conducts genetic experiments hidden in the South China Sea fight for us for a while and cover up the authorities' sight? The bald researcher came to a realization and hurriedly asked. What should we do? Lilith smiled wryly. Stupid, first let the South Sea Security Bureau focus on that organization. That stupid organization has already had 2 genetic experiments discovered by the authorities. Anything bizarre that happens next in the South China Sea will be pinned on that organization. Like today, for example, the experiment escaped and was shot down by the Security Bureau. Do you think they'll think it's the same organization that did this and the urban beast killings and bird riots? The bald researcher understood. The test subjects escaped today and dumped the blame on another gene technology organization. In disguise, it would make the sheriff's department pay more attention to the other genetic research organization. The Security Bureau looked for and investigated the other gene research organization. Not only did it divert the attention of the South Sea Security Bureau, it would also use the South Sea Security Bureau to eliminate the other genetic research organization. This was a handful of borrowed knives. The God Creation Organization could hide safely in the South Sea Green Sanatorium, a secluded place, until the experiment was over. The bald researcher looked at Lilith admiringly and asked, What are we going to do in the first step? Lilith pondered for a moment and said, The Xia people are superstitious, and demonic revivals are at their peak of fervor. First, use the internet to expand on tonight's weirdo attack on the sheriff incident. Steer this matter towards the descent of evil demons. Then, the urban beast murder case, and the bird riots, and other special events will naturally be dug up and exposed. Lilith thought about it and suddenly said, I think the sheriff's department will close down public opinion. Didn't we have a failed test subject appear a few days ago? Wait for the sheriff's bureau to cover up internet public opinion and then release it. When a human life is lost, it's bound to trigger public anger. The public will demand the truth from the sheriff's department. The provoked and pressured Security Bureau will do their best to find our real rivals in the South China Sea and go on a crusade. We can watch them dog eat dog. South China Sea Security Bureau. Chow Yi was reviewing the information at his desk, his brows deeply furrowed. Chen Wei had resisted everything? It was clearly a messy fight between the 3 underground giants. Why did he fight it all off by himself? Originally, Xiao Yi wanted to use Chen Wei's confession as a breakthrough to sweep away all the underground forces in the South China Sea.
Xiao Yi muttered. Why did he do that? He didn't mention anything about the drugstore? The drugstore owner, Li Yang's figure surfaced in Xiao Yi's mind.
Xiao Yi suddenly understood something and muttered incredulously.
He went to the pharmacy in the end. Did the pharmacy owner say something to him? He didn't dare to tell the truth. Doesn't he want to make up for his sins? This boss is not simple. Xiao Yi took out another piece of information about Li Yang.
The information shows that Li Yang was born, his parents died in a car accident, and his grandmother passed away from a serious illness.
Until he graduated from Nanhai Medical University and opened a medicine store. A very ordinary life and a very lonely life. Xiao Yi scoffed at the profile. Is it possible? A young man created from such an ordinary life would have that kind of temperament, would have that kind of eyes? Besides, with 2 dead parents and no relatives, wasn't this meant to make it impossible to find out his real life? Yes, Xiao Yi thinks the information is fake. Fake information is unbelievable to ordinary people. But Xiao Yi has actually seen this kind of operation. There are princelings in the imperial capital who faked their own deaths after committing crimes, changed all their information, changed their faces, and got rid of their shells. So this information about Li Yang was fake, but one piece of information was real. The man whose real name might be Li Yang was definitely a giant who could call the shots. Mr. Feng Shui?
If it was a Feng Shui gentleman, it was also a Wenhua Qian Jin, but Feng Shui gentleman.
At this time, the knock on the door sounded. Xiao Yi did not look up. Enter.
The sheriff's secretary came in, holding a piece of information and handing it to Xiao Yi.
Bureau Chow, this is the information from the autopsy of that monster last night.
The monster's origin was unknown, and the first time it appeared in the surveillance field of view was on a suburban highway. That didn't mean anything. It wasn't like the entire suburb of Nanhai could be searched. There weren't that many police forces.
Xiao Yi opened the file bag and took out the test report. His pupils suddenly contracted. The information showed that 28 different human DNA information had been extracted from that weirdo. That means that the weirdo was pieced together from 28 people. How could this be possible? The sheriff's secretary hesitated for a moment and said, "There's one more thing that I think is quite important, would you look at it?"
The magistrate's secretary took out his cell phone in Xiao Yi's puzzled eyes and opened the short video app and handed it to Xiao Yi.
It was the video of the strange man attacking the sheriff. The video was clear, and it looked like it was taken by a nearby onlooker. There were a lot of likes and comments. What kind of monster is this? It didn't die even after taking so many shots. Aura revival? Is this an aura revival? Where are the immortal cultivators? Aren't they coming to take care of it? If they don't come, I'll be dead. Can't the authorities finally stop the mysterious events? The demons are coming, the demons are coming. I want to awaken. I want to awaken. Where's the system? Where's my system? I'm a traveler from the future world aura is reviving, demons are descending, Vimi 50, I'll tell you the story of the future. The corner of Xiao Yi's eye twitched. Notify the publicity section to lower the heat of these videos. This is at most some sort of incomprehensible technological stream of crime, and it has a hammer to do with aura revival. The secretary of the sheriff's department said. There are too many original videos, and the marketing numbers have come to join in the fun. I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely quell it in a short period of time. The secretary of the sheriff's department pondered for a long time and hesitantly spoke. By the way, there is someone in the South Sea who might be able to help you. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes at the secretary and asked. Who? The secretary of Law and Order said. Zhu Dajuan from Dajuan Culture and Media Company Limited. Zhu Dajuan was the leader of the media industry in the South China Sea. As long as he gave the word, all those marketing numbers would have to disappear. Those marketing numbers that used half-truths and half-false information to gain popularity were the hardest to deal with. As long as those marketing numbers didn't do anything else, the heat would die down very quickly. Chapter 68 Breeding Transcendent Program. Xiao Yi let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, the figure of Li Yang kept floating in his mind. He always felt that Li Yang wasn't ordinary. He thought that Li Yang could already influence the inner workings of the security bureau. Fortunately, it was himself who was paranoid. The Secretary of Law and Order continued. You know, the South China Sea is very special, and the city values the economy more. Sometimes these big brother's tactics will work better than the authorities restraining them. It's no problem to use the power of the Security Bureau to fix the marketing numbers. If Zhu Dajuan and the Security Bureau were to jointly rectify the situation, the efficiency would be very high. It wouldn't take half a day to end this farce. Chow Yi nodded and asked again. Didn't we find the little pill at the Infinity KTV last night? That weirdo was the magistrate who attacked for the little pills. Have the ingredients of the small pills been tested? The sheriff's secretary shook his head. Our technology didn't test it out, so far we can be sure that it's not a prohibited type of hallucinogenic drug. I'm sure with the capabilities of the technical department it will test out, it'll just take longer. The secretary of the Security Bureau made another suggestion. Director, Professor Kong Qianxiu is still in the South China Sea. Should we let him help to see what the ingredients of this pill are? Chow Yi shook his head. The old man is recovering from a serious illness, let him recuperate well and live in peace in his old age. Don't trouble the older generation with the troubles of our generation. Chow Yi had a lot of respect for Kong Qianxiu. Yesterday, that Diao Haifan who created the yellow rumor about Elder Kong was diagnosed with a serious mental illness and has been admitted to a mental hospital. Strangely enough, Chow Yi's judgment told him that Diao Haifan was definitely not mentally ill. But how did the hospital confirm the diagnosis? Chow Yi gets a headache. Are the higher-ups messing with him? It seems like the director of the South China Sea Security Bureau is a fat job, but the water here is too deep. Going to the capital for help? Forget it. Nanhai is not like other cities. If the director of the Nanhai Security Bureau asks for help from the imperial capital right after taking office, he can't afford to lose face. Chow Yi waved his hand, signaling his secretary to go down. The computer received an email from Lu Cheng, the head of the North District Security Bureau. He should have come in person to report on the attack on the police officer in the North District. Chow Yi was too annoyed, so he didn't ask him to come. Chow Yi clicked on the email message. The general meaning is that Lu Cheng asked if the large cat murder incident, bird riot incident, weirdo attack on magistrate incident, can be dealt with in parallel. Chow Yi snorted. How did Lu Cheng become this director? Monster attack on magistrate incident, and the previous two incidents were definitely not committed by the same person. The way to judge it is simple. Large feline murder incident, hardly many people knew about it, and the public thought it was an ordinary murder. The bird riot incident was a little bit more heated, but because there was no blood involved, this incident was only a blip on the internet. These two incidents were only rumored within the sheriff's department. The freak attack on sheriff incident was different. After just one night, it was all over the internet, and the sheriff's office was outraged internally, and the higher-ups were furious. This was clearly provoking the sheriff's bureau. Chow Yi shook his head. Why did you do this? Is this telling me that there are two different mysterious organizations in the South China Sea? That these two organizations are currently fighting? So is it a delusional attempt to use this piece to provoke the Security Bureau's hatred towards those behind the first two incidents? This really seemed like such a good crude tactic to Chow Yi. A smile appeared on Chow Yi's lips. Having struck out with a purpose, it would be easy to catch the tail. So there are two mysterious groups of guys in the South Sea, TSK, digging out these two groups of people will be a great achievement. Chow Yi even dispelled the idea of asking the Imperial Capital General Bureau for help. The excellent old criminal investigator wasn't afraid of his opponents making a mess, he was afraid of his opponents being a shrinking violet. First solve the matter of public opinion, the magistrate is not good to be Chow Yi picked up the phone and dialed a number. Zhu Dajuan's low voice rang out, "Who is it?" Chow Yi was a man who didn't stick to the small stuff, and had worked with the bigwigs of the underground world not once or twice. Chow Yi leaned back in his office chair and said, "I'm Chow Yi, meet me." The tone was majestic, with an unrefusable commanding tone. Nanhai, Devil's Club, top floor. In the chairman's office, Li Yang leaned against the back of his chair and looked at the night view of the South China Sea outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Zhu Dajuan was kneeling behind Li Yang, reporting on Chow Yi's visit to him. Li Yang was silent for a long time, seemingly in thought. Zhu Dajuan couldn't help but ask. "Master, the weirdo attacking the magistrate that is buzzing on the internet, is it the work of a demon? Should we help him call off the marketing number?" Li Yang was in deep thought. Was this the God Creation Organization making a move against him?
Oh, what a stupid tactic. I just don't know if Chowie can see it. Li Yang's hoarse voice rang out. That's not what the demons did, so just cooperate with him. Zhu Dajuan's tiger's body shook at his words. No wonder, if it was the acts of the demons, the cleaner would have stepped in to clean up the demon traces. On his low-slung face, his eyes flashed with horror, wild hope, and excitement. If it wasn't the work of demons, that meant that other transcendent beings had appeared. Death has appeared, other transcendent beings have appeared, could. The aura revival that the internet said was really starting. Zhu Dajuan felt that the rolling flood of the era was coming, the era belonging to the transcendence was coming. And he, Zhu Dajuan, not only had considerable resources in the secular world, he was also backed by the behemoth that was the Devil's Club, and he had even become a devil himself. Zhu Dajuan trembled with excitement, as if he was a businessman standing on the windfall of dividends. Zhu Dajuan looked at the back of the person sitting in the boss's chair and gathered enough courage to ask. Master, the aura recovery. Is it really going to start? Li Yang's eyes stared slightly. Aura recovery? The aura recovery was a buzz in just a day's time. In fact, most people still felt that it was a stunt. It would be good if there was really an aura recovery. No, I should say it would be good if there was a demonic revival. The more demons there are, the stronger the Reaper is. After reaching the 3rd rank in terms of equilibrium, advancing to the 4th rank required quite a huge amount of spiritual energy. Relying on the spiritual energy currently shared by these demons, one didn't know how long it would take to advance. If everyone in the world was granted to become a demon, then how rapidly should one's spiritual power grow? It wouldn't take many years for himself to ascend to the divine throne, would it? Unfortunately, this was impossible. This world didn't have that many desire potions. Suddenly, Li Yang had a flash of light in his head. There was no need for the whole world to become demons. If some people had very weak demonic power, then they could provide themselves with spiritual power. They didn't need to be very strong, and there was a world of difference compared to the battle power of the proper demon members. But they were able to cultivate spiritual power and share it to themselves. It was like a group of transcendence that one kept. As for how to implement this, it was difficult. Breeding transcendence and having ordinary people tinted with weak demonic power wasn't as simple as having them drink a tiny bit of desire potion. First, the bred transcendence must never know about the potion of desire, the Devil's Club, or their own existence. Secondly, using a single drop of desire potion to create a breeder is a bit of a waste. We need to find a way to dilute the potion of desire. It needs to be diluted to the point where the keeper can't possess demonic traits, only has weak combat power, and can cultivate spiritual power. The corner of Li Yang's mouth drew a curve. He had a thought that might be feasible, but it would take a lot of trial and error. Facing Zhu Dajuan's question, Li Yang slowly opened his mouth. Ah, Dajuan, remember the tree I mentioned in the meeting? Zhu Dajuan froze for a moment. Was that a divine tree that didn't know the fate of heaven? Zhu Dajuan said. Master, Xiao Jun remembers. Li Yang continued. Knowing what you shouldn't know, that's not knowing the fate of heaven. Zhu Dajuan looked at Li Yang's back in horror, his heart chilling. P.S. Finally the padding is finished. Next the main text begins. The transcendent era belonging to the Devil's Club is coming. Chapter 69 Creating Transcendent Plants. On the following day, mid-level's villa. Li Yang sat in the courtyard, looking at a sapling in front of him with a grave expression. It was a peach tree sapling, just bought. This peach tree sapling was the first and crucial step in implementing the plan. He was going to create a transcendental plant that could share spiritual energy. This transcendental plant was like the heavenly treasures in immortal cultivation novels. Like in the novels, the kind that greatly increases one's power after eating it, or becoming qualified to cultivate and having spiritual roots. Li Yang would pour desire potion on the peach tree, so that when the peach tree's fruits or leaves were devoured, they would not only gain spiritual power, but also be tainted with a hint of demonic aura. This means that humans who eat the leaves or peaches will be able to cultivate, but they will be weak. Weak enough to not be able to manifest a demonic body, or even only be able to use a little bit of their supernatural abilities. They wouldn't know that what was in their body was demonic energy and would only think that they were lucky awakened, immortal cultivators. It didn't matter to Li Yang. As long as they were demons, they would provide Li Yang with spiritual power, even if they were demons. Li Yang thought about whether to pour the desire potion into the water source and make the whole city become demons, but quickly vetoed it. That way the desire potion would be diluted too many times, and drinking that kind of thing, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to feel what spiritual power was. The first thing to do at the moment was to transform the nature of the plant, so that the plant could gain the power of the plant itself after being eaten. This was not difficult for Li Yang. In terms of sharing spiritual power, no one knew more than Li Yang. Li Yang was receiving spiritual energy shared by different demons every day. He could follow the path to transform the plant. After devouring the plants, he could obtain spiritual power by devouring spiritual flowers and immortal grasses, just like in novels. The novels should call this kind of spiritual power spiritual power.
The hard part was in the second point: how to make plants possess spiritual power. This involved the common sense of a transcendentalist. In order to have spiritual power, there must be a spiritual sea that holds the spiritual power. The sea of spirit is in turn inseparably related to the soul. The stronger the soul, the wider the sea of spirit would be. The reason why mortals could draw on spiritual energy after becoming demons was precisely because their souls had become strong, naturally opening up the sea of spirit. But how difficult was it to create such a spiritual tree? It was equivalent to creating a transcendent creature out of thin air. To be a transcendent creature, one must have a sea of spirit, and the prerequisite for having a sea of spirit must be a soul. He wasn't the creator, so how could he give a plant a soul out of thin air and make it open up a sea of spirit? Everything needs to be tried. Let's first transform the peach tree to be able to share its own power. Li Yang stretched out his hand to the peach tree sapling as he began his first transformation. The power of death and spiritual power surged out from his palm. The two very different forces transformed the essence of the peach tree sapling. The peach tree sapling changed. The sapling was covered in extreme blackness, and there were dots of energy fluctuations swirling around. Success?
Li Yang looked at the sapling in surprise. The soul fire of his eyes manifested, observing the energy contained in the sapling. After observing, the leaves that would grow from the peach tree in the future would be tainted with the chi of death. After eating the leaves, it made the dying person turn into a living dead person. This kind of living dead person had to rely on the peach tree leaves frequently to renew their lives, and it was far inferior to Li Yang's pure power of death. However, due to the lack of spiritual support, Li Yang needed to frequently infuse the peach tree sapling with the power of death in order to maintain the aura of death within its body.
Li Yang was still satisfied. At least the first step was successful.
By devouring the leaves of the tree, he would be able to obtain the power of death in the leaves. If the peach tree had spiritual power, devouring the peach tree leaves would also gain spiritual power.
Li Yang started the second step of transformation,
trying to make the peach tree sapling have spiritual power. If this step of remodeling was successful, not only would it be able to create a group of transcendents other than demons, it would also have other ways of obtaining spiritual power. He once again reached out his hand, and pure spiritual energy surged into the peach tree sapling, hoping that it would be able to retain some of its spiritual energy. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried, the spiritual energy flowed through the peach tree sapling like water. The peach tree sapling was not tainted with a single bit of spiritual energy.
Li Yang's spiritual energy was almost depleted.
He looked at the peach tree sapling unwillingly.
If this tree couldn't hold spiritual energy, it was a chicken rib. Li Yang frowned. How can I make a peach tree have a spiritual sea? In Li Yang's perspective, a bizarre scene appeared. The peach tree sapling imprisoned hundreds of souls, and after those hundreds of souls were imprisoned within the peach tree sapling, they let out a mournful wail that was creepy. The soul fire jumped Li Yang's eyes as he took out the small black bottle from his arms. It contained the desire potion, the complete, fraudulent demon, desire potion. The fraudulent demon, desire potion was all poured into the roots of the sapling. The dense demonic power prompted the peach tree sapling to grow. The peach tree sapling grew at a speed visible to the naked eye until it grew to 9 meters tall, far exceeding the height of a normal peach tree. Hideous barbs surfaced on the twisted trunk, as if twisted demonic claws, reaching out to the dark sky. A bizarre face surfaced on the tree. Terrifying, evil, and disturbing to the senses. The imprisoned souls fell silent. A complete and utter alien appeared. The devil's tree with 1 mind and 100 souls was born. At the same time, an arcane message appeared within the demon tree's mind. Fraudulent demon. Awaken talent, compulsion. Fraud demon understands human nature, its language has a strong ability to compel.
Gaining access to the deepest secrets of humanity, the fraud demon acquires mental power.
Awakened talent, concealment.
Fraud demon specializes in hiding, and can hide from public view in various ways, and has the ability to move quickly to hide from the world. This devil's tree was indeed an anomaly. Having just been born, it was already of the second rank, awakening 2 talents.
Master.
Due to the fraudulent magic potion, the devil's tree was even able to speak despite not having a mouth. Like 100 voices of men, women, and children spoke in unison. It was treacherous, absurd, and made one feel uncomfortable.
Chapter 70. The Seventh Apostle.
The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes pulsed violently. He saw through the soul essence of the demon tree, which was 100 unjust souls entangled with each other. At the same time, he also knew another trait of the demon tree. Under the transformation of the soul of Upanishad in the chi of death, the fruit of the demon tree contained spiritual power. Mortals who ate the fruit would be able to prop open the sea of spirit and could cultivate spiritual power.
Success.
This soul spell that Li Yang had transformed the peach tree sapling didn't work on animals or humans. It could only be used on creatures that had life but no soul. Even so, Li Yang had exhausted his spiritual energy while his soul was greatly damaged. The damage to the soul was irreversible for normal people, but not for Li Yang. Fallen angels could use the power of faith to strengthen the souls of the dead, and now the 7 commandments would develop just fine.
Li Yang asked. How do you feel now?
The demon tree replied.
Hungry. Hungry.
Luckily, there is rich in chi here.
It can relieve my hunger.
The devil's tree spoke with strange breaks, like it wasn't very good at talking. Li Yang had already remodeled the peach tree sapling before he came. It could absorb yin chi and give birth to leaves that possessed the power of death. I didn't expect this transformation to continue.
This was an unexpected blessing. Properly created transcendental creatures.
Li Yang had thought that he would have to experiment many times and waste many desire potions to succeed once.
He didn't expect to succeed with just one fraudulent magic potion. He felt that he was really lucky.
Then again, a god, even if it was a very weak god of death that hadn't really grasped divine power, it was still a god.
How can a god have bad luck?
The more Li Yang looked at this peach tree, the more he liked it, just like looking at his own son. After all, this was the first transcendent creature he had created.
The devil's tree clearly sensed Li Yang's fondness for himself and said, Please master, give me a name. Li Yang thought for a moment.
Earthly Essence Tree. He was in naming waste.
The name of the human benevolent tree was based on the characteristics of the devil's tree.
This tree could compel humans and feed on their inner secrets, as if exploring the truth of their inner world.
Wasn't the human world made up of human intelligence as a large unit?
The devil's tree shook its leaves.
Thank you, master, for the name. Li Yang said.
I have 6 apostles, so you are my 7th.
Li Yang snapped his fingers. A huge black magic formation appeared.
2 hideous and vicious undead appeared in front of it.
Li Yang gave an order.
You guard the Earthly Essence Tree. The Earthly Essence Tree had consumed one of Li Yang's desire potions and damaged the soul. This transcendent creature that was so hard to create had to be protected properly. The 2 undead knelt down and slowly disappeared into the ground, hiding underground to secretly guard the Earthly Essence Tree.
Li Yang turned away with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The next day, evening. An aged figure sneaked to the graveyard.
He had white hair and a white beard, and if he wasn't wearing the uniform of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, he would be somewhat immortal. That's right, he was the psychotic who had told Meng Meng's fortune that she had seen a god after the female anchor, Meng Meng, had hit a ghost. The old man looked around, saw no one in the 4 directions, lying on the ground with maggots like careful wriggling. Finally crawled all the way out of the cemetery, pulled his legs and accelerated into the forest. The old man sat down on the ground panting, grinning wildly.
Ahahahahahaha. A mere mental hospital wants to lock me up? Fellow Taoist Diao Haifan, I'm sorry. His name was Mo Yulin, an old Taoist monk who had gone mad from cultivating immortality. After being tricked into the psychiatric hospital by the director of the street office, the old Taoist monk didn't want to escape all the time. Finally, he seized the opportunity. There was a cute little girl with a mouth full of yellow jokes. He was locked in a room with him. The old Taoist priest fooled him that he could kill demons and that cute little guy. He really believed him. So, with the help of Cutie Diao Haifan's help, the old magician escaped from the mental hospital.
The old magician rested for a moment to read his own fortune. Hiss. T-escape, 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 T-escape. Let the old Taoist see where the old Taoist's destiny lies. The old Taoist continued to pinch his fingers, his eyes firmly looking to the east as he took a solid step. Immediately afterward, his left foot stepped on his right foot, and he fell hard on the ground and fainted. When he woke up again, it was already dark. The old Taoist monk rubbed the large bag on his head. Hiss, how did a demon assassinate old Taoist me? The old Taoist got up and bumped into something tall head-on. He raised his head and his mouth grew wide. Was there this thing before he fainted? It was a tall tree with a twisted trunk bearing hideous barbs, as if clawing at the sky. The tree of human nature spoke. Mo, Lin. The voice had a strong compelling magic, as if it was the closest relative. The old Taoist's pupils suddenly contracted, looking at the earthly essence tree incredulously. The tree spoke? The earthly essence tree continued to make sounds in the same rhythm as before. Mo, Lin. The old Taoist's eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and extreme excitement hung on his face. Immortal cultivation is real, immortal cultivation is real, immortal cultivation is real. I told you that immortal cultivation is real. They said I was mentally ill. I knew I wasn't mentally ill. Human being tree. Mo, Lin. The old Taoist slammed to his knees and shouted at the top of his lungs. Disciple Mo Lin, greetings to Senior Tree Immortal. Regular people would definitely panic at the sight of such a treacherous tree, but Mo Lin was different. He was a guy who had cultivated immortality to the point of going insane. Technically he wasn't considered mentally ill, Dio Hafen's type was. Mo Lin just has a different worldview than normal people, and he solidly believes that there are immortals in this world. The tree of human nature. Do you want to cultivate immortality? The old Taoist's nose and tears came down together as he looked at the earthly essence tree with eyes full of thirst. I want to. I want to. I want to do it even in my dreams. The earthly essence tree. Then exchange that for your secret. The old Taoist monk bowed heavily. Disciple dare not hide. I have done a lot of bad things in my life. On the body of the human essence tree, hundreds of faces revealed their greed in unison. It loved human secrets the most, especially evil, dirty ones. The old Taoist priest said. When I was a child, I liked to peep at little flower next door taking a bath. The 100 or so faces of the human nature tree revealed dismay. And? The old Taoist priest continued. When I was young, I climbed the wall to peek at little flower's clothes. The 100-odd faces of the human origin tree frowned. The old Taoist monk wasn't finished. A few years before being imprisoned stole small flower's clothes, so fragrant. From childhood, I liked a girl until she was old. I don't know if this is another kind of infatuation. Treacherous power rose from the old Taoist priest and was absorbed by the hundreds of faces on the earthly tree. Those hundreds of faces revealed a look of satisfaction in unison. The twisted tree trunk sprouted an eerie green aura, and several large peaches were born on it. The brightly colored and enticing peaches grew on the hideous trunk, appearing very otherworldly and contrasting. The human nature tree pondered for a moment. I like your secret very much. Chapter 71 The First Cultivator. The ground squirmed, and two undead crawled out as the old Taoist looked on in horror. One undead was tall and thin, with a mouth that grinned up to its ears, ribs piercing out of its flesh, a hunched back, and arms above its knees. One undead was as majestic as a silverback gorilla, with bone spurs protruding high in its back and limbs facing the ground. The two undead quickly climbed up the peach tree, picked a peach, and delivered it to the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist held the peach and looked at the horrible undead breathing rapidly. Peach tree, two undead. This configuration reminded him of a pair in hell. There was a record in the Shanhaijing. There is a big peach tree on Dushua Mountain, out of the coils of 3,000 miles, and its branches ask for the east gate called the Ghost Gate. For 10,000 ghosts in and out of the place, the door has two gods and men. One is called Shentan, the other is called Yubi. The great peach tree corresponds to the peach tree, the two gods correspond to the two humanoid spirits, and the Ghost Gate corresponds to the graveyard. It's all working. The old Taoist immediately bowed and cried in agitation. I thought that I would never be able to cultivate immortality again. I didn't expect that I would finally see the fate of immortality in my old age. A fairy. Immortal.
When he lifted his head again, the divine tree was gone, and so were the two immortals. The old Taoist looked up to the sky and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Master Taoist, I have cultivated immortality. The old Taoist held the peach and swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites. After the peach was swallowed, the old Taoist felt his brain clear for a while. An ineffable power entered his body. This was actually a large amount of spiritual power contained within the peaches of the earthly essence tree. Under the impact of a large amount of spiritual power, it forced to rush through the old Taoist's spiritual sea. Of course, this level of spiritual power was insignificant to the demons, but to the old Taoist priest it was an oceanic amount. The old Taoist stared round in horror. This is enlightenment. The old Taoist priest hurriedly meditated. The Shenmen books he had once read were quickly recalled. Skillfully, he meditated and meditated. Just like that, the old Taoist fell asleep again. It wasn't until noon the following day that the old Taoist woke up. The old Taoist priest opened his eyes and his essence light exploded. He felt light and airy, and his entire body was transformed. The old Taoist choked and shouted angrily. 3 flavors true flame. Nothing happened. The old Taoist was confused, and then he suddenly said, "It must be that my realm is not enough to use such a powerful spell." The old Taoist thought about it, pinched his hand, and shouted angrily, "Royal wind spell." After saying that, the old Taoist priest quickly ran. Sprinting like the wind, he was even able to leap between the trees like an ape. As he ran furiously, he let out a wild whistle that was so free that it was unbridled. "Master Taoist, I've realized. Master Tao, I've realized it." There was a funeral procession out at the graveyard, and many people saw the scene of the old Taoist priest jumping between the trees and opened their mouths wide in horror. What was that just now? Was it a ghost? How can there be a ghost in broad daylight? He calls himself Master Tao, which master of the way is he? In addition to the funeral procession, a sparrow with a gleam of intelligence in its eyes recorded everything about the old Taoist priest and fluttered its wings to leave the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city. Afternoon, South China Sea, mid-level villa. The afternoon time was quiet and the sun was just right. Li Yang was sitting in the courtyard with various flowers and plants around him. After he had succeeded in creating the earthly essence tree, he was researching on making more spiritual flowers and immortal plants. He was transforming a daffodil into having the ability to share spiritual energy. When they had a spiritual sea and sucked up a considerable amount of spiritual energy before being devoured by themselves, wouldn't they be able to directly enhance their spiritual energy? These so-called spiritual flowers and fairy herbs could also be used to reward the members of the Demon Club. Li Yang snapped his fingers. A black magic array appeared and a soul floated inside. These souls that had wandered the world for too long were no longer intelligent or thinking. Technically speaking, it was an empty spirit body. That spirit body floated into a pot of daffodils. Li Yang carefully transplanted the daffodil into the flowerbed while dropping a drop of desire potion. The daffodil changed and bloomed even more colorfully. Due to just one drop of desire potion, the daffodil flower did not produce a spirit. If the spiritual power reached a certain level, the daffodil should possess human consciousness. Only, whether the consciousness of a daffodil flower was the same as that of a spirit, that was unknown. Li Yang suddenly had an idea. The legendary 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnation, was it this path? Creatures die and their souls lose their memories to become spirit bodies. Entering hell, the god of death recasts the spirit body back to earth. In the next life the spirit beings could be people, flowers, plants, or beasts. The more time passed, the more Li Yang realized that his ability was like a weakened version of Yama, the king of the underworld. Li Yang stood up and immediately felt a headache. Creating a new transcendence still consumed soul power after all. Soul power could be much harder to come by than spirit power. Many demons couldn't fathom what soul power looked like, and soul power was a special energy that only this death god could use. Li Yang sat down on the steps and lit a cigarette. The crow flew over and narrated the old Taoist priest's situation today in Li Yang's ear. Li Yang was slightly surprised. He mastered transcendent power so quickly? There were many kinds of transcendental powers. Being able to call the wind and rain is considered transcendental power, being able to summon fire is considered transcendental power, and being able to travel thousands of miles in a day is considered transcendental power. The old Taoist's ability to run on the tip of a tree like an ape at such an old age was also considered transcendental power.
No matter how strong or weak the ability is, as long as the ability is beyond the mundane, it is considered transcendental power. The old Taoist priest and the demons are incomparable. The demons took a whole desire potion, or a portion of a desire potion. The old Taoist had only taken a fruit from the earthly essence tree. And the earthly benevolent tree had only poured in a pair of desire potions. A single fruit of the earthly essence tree was equal to a desire potion that had been diluted countless times, just enough to reopen the sea of spirit kind of thing. The potion that the human being tree takes is fraudulent demon, so its fruit is also just about the power of fraudulent demon. For example, speed, strength, and compulsion. If the earthly benevolent tree developed any rare and strange powers on its own, then it could also share them with others according to its heart. If one wanted to obtain a larger amount of demonic power and spiritual power through the earthly essence tree, the only way to do so was to eat the earthly essence tree.
Devouring the earthly essence tree was impossible. The earthly essence tree could compel, hide from the world, and was guarded by 2 undead spirits. Unless a powerful demon, no one can touch the earthly essence tree. Li Yang muttered. This person is indeed a genius in some ways, his enlightenment is very high. It looks like the shared spiritual power that I obtained just now came from him. Although it's very little, it's still a success. The earthly essence tree was created by Li Yang. Of course Li Yang knew what kind of abilities the fruit of the earthly essence tree had. Those who ate the fruit of the earthly essence tree couldn't even beat the living dead in terms of combat power. Some people even need to realize for a long time before they can understand the use of spiritual power and can run on the tip of the tree like the old Taoist priest. When these people knew the use of spiritual power and gained it through meditation or something like that, Li Yang would also gain shared spiritual power. In the future, when there were more people like the old Taoist priest, or even universal transcendence, Li Yang felt that he would soon ascend to the throne of God. Li Yang looked at the clouds flowing in the sky and murmured. Old Taoist doesn't know about the existence of the Devil's Club, nor does he know about my existence. He just saw the earthly benevolent tree, and the earthly benevolent thought is something that can disappear at any time and can't be captured by anyone. So even if the outside is messed up by the earthly benevolent tree, no one will know that I did it. Oh, maybe in the future, someone will still call the earthly benevolence tree the enlightenment tree. Chapter 72, My Lord Death Walks With You. A smile hung at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. It would be good to have more people like him. The old Taoist could constantly provide Li Yang with spiritual power, even if it was very little, but it couldn't be helped by the large amount in the future. Even if the old Taoist was under key observation by the authorities, even if he was sliced up, no one would find Li Yang. Stirring up the outside, and Li Yang himself was the biggest beneficiary. Li Yang sighed slightly. This is the true Go Dao. It's just a pity that creating a transcendent creature consumes soul power that overwhelms me. Chen Yushi should be almost at the 2nd rank as well. When she reaches the 2nd rank, she'll be able to use the power of faith to strengthen my soul. Green Sanatorium, Underground Research Room. Lilith sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, and standing respectfully in front of her was the owner of the Green Sanatorium, an old man who was past his prime. That old man's body had long since failed, and he was able to live this long with the help of the God Creation Organization. Lilith muttered to herself. I didn't expect the South Sea authorities to quell the weirdo attack on Magistrate incident so quickly. She let out a light laugh. Good thing too, when I play this trump card and people die in the South Sea, the people should be outraged, right? The old man chuckled. That's natural. At that time, the populace will demand justice from the South Sea Security Bureau and demand that the beginning and end of these mysterious events be publicized. At that time, the top will put pressure on the South Sea Security Bureau. Hey, the South Sea Security Bureau will vent their anger on that other genetic experiment organization. Lilith leaned on her head. Then let that failed experiment out. Let me think of the appropriate place to repel it. You're from Xia, do you have any good suggestions? The old man thought for a moment and replied. The old city, those unruly people living in the stinking gutter like to cause trouble the most. The corner of Lilith's mouth arched. Old Town then. South Sea, Old Town. Ma Tao was living a rich life after earning some money from the 7 Commandments Society. He lived on the top floor and bought the downstairs floor as well, but of course it was just a down payment. The top floor was used exclusively for maintaining the operation of the 7 Commandments Society's webcasting software, and with the recent purchase of a number of machines, the living space was too small. Also, for the sake of convenience, that room downstairs became the living area.
Ma Tao also made a girlfriend this month, is a few years ago in the Hunter Internet Cafe when the internet addict teenager, playing the game to recognize.
Girlfriend is the South China Sea University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Air Art Performance Department of the Department of Flowers. She graduated from the South China Sea Airlines as a flight attendant.
Don't look at Ma Tao like this, girlfriend Wu see you in college when Ma Tao chasing hard. Ma Tao sometimes do not know why he is a beggar will have a school flower to chase. He does not want to delay people, after joining the 7 Commandments as a puppet godfather, more afraid of implicating others. The name of the 7 Commandments Society's Godmaster is nice and dangerous. However, when a beautiful woman who had been chasing you for 5 years and had been held up by you for 5 years, stood at your doorstep in tears and said that she had no place to go, what would you do? She doesn't even mind that your house is dirty and poor. Ma Tao in the end in that cold rainy night soft heart, let Wu see you into the door to avoid. This avoidance is a month, is half a girlfriend.
Ma Tao never let Wu see you on the 2nd floor, because the 2nd floor has all his secrets.
The online backstage maintenance of the 7 Commandments Society, as well as the enshrinement of a statue of the God of Death. At 12 o'clock midnight, Ma Tao worshipped in front of the statue of the God of Death on the 2nd floor as usual. This God of Death idol 7 Commandments Society upper level sold at a very expensive price. In fact, there were only 2 people in the upper echelon of the 7 Commandments Society, Chen Yushi and Zhang Shurai. Even Ma Tao, the nominal godmaster, had to spend money to buy the idol. After Ma Tao burned 2 incense sticks, he came down from upstairs. Wu Siyu held up the bowl of soup dumplings in her hand and said with a smile,
"Tired, come have a snack." Ma Tao sat on the bench. "Aren't you curious about what I'm busy with every day?"
Wu Siyu shook her head.
"I know you're busy with big things. I won't ask."
Ma Tao froze and looked at Wu Siyu warily.
"What big thing do you think I'm busy with?"
At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
"I'll go open the door."
Wu Siyu jogged to the door.
Ma Tao suddenly shouted, "Look through the cat's eye to see who's outside."
The 7 Commandments Society's webcasting platform was against the law, and he was cautious.
He was afraid of suddenly being taken away for tea. Wu Siyu stood in the doorway and gave a plausible "oh."
She looked through the cat's eye and wondered.
"Ha! No one is there." Ma Tao frowned.
Knock, knock, knock.
The knock on the door sounded again.
Wu Siyu covered her mouth and backed away, her face full of panic.
"There's still no one outside, it can't be a ghost."
Ma Tao got up, quickly walked upstairs, opened his computer and checked the hidden camera installed at the door. His face gradually changed. From nervousness to doubt, from doubt to shock, followed by utter horror.
Outside the door was a monster. That thing looked like a human.
The body was slender, naked, hairless, and its dead gray skin was full of folds. It had no eyes, no ears.
No wonder you could only hear the knocking, but you couldn't see anyone.
It turned out that the monster was crawling and walking, and it was gently banging on the door with one of its heads.
This. I just became religious and I've encountered a paranormal event?
Ma Tao wanted to escape from the top floor when he suddenly stopped in his tracks.
See you. Ma Tao hurriedly ran downstairs.
At this time, the monster outside the door seemed to be furious, and the crashing sound violently rose. Wu Siyu covered her small mouth and kept retreating, already scared silly.
Boom! The entire door was smashed away. The monster rushed into the house.
Wu Siyu was so scared that her legs went limp and she didn't know how to dodge at all. Ma Tao grabbed the cell phone beside him in a hurry and threw it out. The cell phone missed the monster and fell into the bedroom. The monster heard the sound and hissed as it rushed into the bedroom. The monster's voice was like an airy sound that came out of his throat. Ma Tao grabbed Wu Siyu's hand.
"Go!" He wanted to run out with Wu Siyu, but the monster heard the sound and quickly crashed into the doorway. Ma Tao dodged with Wu Siyu in his arms and rolled under the dining table in the process.
He covered Wu Siyu's mouth in death.
Ma Tao realized that the monster was blind and could only identify its prey through sound. The monster turned its head blankly, its ears crouching on the ground, followed by its head looking in the direction of the dining table, walking step by step. Ma Tao secretly said, "It's over."
Wu Siyu suddenly opened Ma Tao's hand and violently scurried out of the dining table, catching Ma Tao off guard. She flashed a sweet smile at Ma Tao under the dining table.
"You're a hero, you've secretly saved many people, I want to secretly save you once off."
Ma Tao froze. Someone had said this to him before, and that was a few years ago when he started his own depression support website. He had saved many depressed people who wanted to commit suicide and brought sunshine to many depressed people. There was a girl who said the exact same thing. But he had heard this kind of words too much and never cared. Wu Siyu was that girl? Why didn't she tell herself? The monster hissed and lunged towards Wu Siyu. Ma Tao's eyes glazed over as he roared and lifted the table. Yu-ing charged at me. It was too late, he had already seen the monster's claws touch Wu Siyu. It was as if time was slowing down. The movement of the monster's claws into the back of Wu Siyu's head was slowing down. Wu Siyu's smile was slowing down, and he saw a tear in a trance. He himself was also slowing down, with only his thoughts flying. At that moment, the creature was uncontrollably grabbed by something and fell to the side. Time and thoughts returned to normal. People were like this in times of extreme fear. Ma Tao violently hugged Wu Siyu and looked at the front of his eyes in horror. Several people appeared so abruptly. They were wearing white raincoats, stepping on white rain boots, white duck-tongued hats, and masks. The men, strangely dressed and powerful, grabbed the monster and pressed and rubbed it. The monster knocked one man away and the rest all pounced on him. In less than a few minutes, the monster's head was snapped by the white-clad men's necks. They skillfully cleaned up the monster's corpse. Ma Tao was horrified to find that one of the white-clothed men had been stabbed through the stomach, but continued to work as if nothing had happened. Cleaners had no sense of pain and could use the power of death to repair their bodies after being injured. Thanks, you guys are. After this change, Ma Tao couldn't even speak properly. The cleaners didn't speak, they just packed up the monster's body and evacuated in an orderly manner. One of the cleaners walking at the end turned around and gestured a special hand signal to Ma Tao. Bishop Ma, my Lord Death watches over you and blesses you, the great gods are walking with us. Chapter 73, Below Hell or Above Earth. After the cleaners left, only a mess was left in the house. Ma Tao was frozen, slow to return to his senses. He didn't know that as the sect leader of the 7 commandments, the most important talent of the 7 commandments, the cleaners would secretly keep him safe. Wu Siyu was stunned, and it was a long time before he looked at Ma Tao. Those white-robed people called him sect master? What exactly is his identity? Ma Tao, who had spent time together, became mysterious to Wu Siyu. People who were mysterious and had a high status would often capture a girl's heart more easily. Especially, Wu Siyu was already in love with Ma Tao. A conscious hero turned into a material powerhouse. Wu Siyu looked at Ma Tao. What are they? The tone was horrified, but there was more admiration in her eyes. Ma Tao did not slow down for a long time and said in a dull voice. Yes, it's the cleaners. It turns out that the cleaner really exists. The doctrinal stories are all true. In the 7 Commandments society that worshipped the god of death, there was a book of the god of death's doctrinal book that recorded the stories of the god of death since its birth. Of course, most of them were false mythological stories fabricated by Qing Yushi, and there were half-truths with a bit of truth. For example, according to the legend, the god of death had 12 powerful apostles. For example, the legend said that the god of death had established the Devil's Club to suppress the evil demons of hell and the evils of earth at the intersection of hell and earth. For example, legend has it that the god of death has a special troupe of non-human and non-demonic people who specialize in cleaning up the demons that plague the earth. Ma Tao's eyes shifted from dullness to shock and ecstasy. Cleaners. Those must be the cleaners. A demon that escaped from hell appeared to cause trouble, and the cleaners hidden on earth struck. Ma Tao's heart was beating so hard that his entire face was congested with blood from excitement. He swallowed hard and stared at his hands dead in the face. This is the truth of this world. This is the secret of this world. I knew that I shouldn't be an ordinary person, I was born different from others. So, this is my mission. He knew that he was just a puppet of the 7 Commandments Society, and the upper echelons had never met anyone. There were only 2 from Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai. However, this also filled him with a sense of destiny. He was originally a geek. Ma Tao took a deep breath and looked at Wu Siyu. Today's matter must be kept quiet. Ma Tao was not willing to say more. Wu Siyu naturally would not ask more, nodded her head obediently, and looked at Ma Tao with increasingly worshipful eyes. At night, the mid-level villa. Du Yangming brought the corpse of the monster that attacked Ma Tao to the courtyard. He had brought the corpse from the south suburban manor. The Grim Reaper wanted to take a look at this thing, but the Grim Reaper was not able to walk around at will, and he, the apostle, would have to assume the role of an errand boy. Li Yang observed the monster corpse. Both eyes burned with pitch-black soul fire. Du Yongming became even more respectful at the sight. After a long time, Li Yang's face revealed a look of admiration. Good means. This monster was a human, just fused with the genes of a dog and a bat, and had the same strength and speed as those ninjas that surpassed mortals. Outright technology and ruthless work. He was becoming more and more interested in the monster's creator, the Dr. Leon King of the God-making organization. Creating the superhuman with the power of a mortal, this was indeed a genius. Even if he and the God creation organization had been on opposite sides, it didn't stop him from praising his opponent. Rising to respect his opponent was itself respecting himself. Li Yang stretched out his hand and the power of death erupted, forming several channels of pitch-black colored energy that surrounded the monster. The monster's silent body unexpectedly convulsed. The power of death surged into the monster's body. The monster was transforming into a more powerful undead. After a moment, the monster's body changed. The slim body became huge, and bony horns sprouted from its head, giving it a bit of an alien flavor. After the monster turned into an undead, it respectfully knelt down in front of Li Yang. Du Yongming looked at the undead in horror. That undead's battle power was almost equal to his. God knows how many of these undead there were under the Reaper. Li Yang snapped his fingers and a black magic formation appeared underneath the monster undead. The monster's body gradually disappeared into the magic formation. Li Yang looked at Du Yongming and spoke. You've been doing very well lately. Du Yongming hurriedly knelt down on the ground. I am willing to go through fire and water for my master. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling that Du Yongming could leave. Du Yongming stood still, his eyes shifting as if he had something to say. Li Yang glanced at him. Something else? Du Yongming gritted his teeth. There is one thing, please. Request Master God's grace. Li Yang glanced at Du Yongming in surprise. Had he gone astray? Du Yongming, an honest man, also wanted to make a request? It didn't matter, Li Yang was in a good mood lately and he opened his mouth. Speak. Du Yongming swallowed the saliva stuck in his throat and said nervously. Master, there is a pair of sisters among the cleaners. They are very devout to their master's faith and work very hard. They are still at the age of studying. Is it possible to let them go to school? If anything goes wrong, Du Yongming is willing to die for his sins. The pair of sisters he was talking about were Lu Yuan and Lu Mengmeng. The sisters had been weak and sickly since childhood. The older sister, Lu Yuan, sold her body in the flower and willow alleys of the old city in order for her sister to study. This pair of sisters deeply shocked Du Yongming, who was a teacher. Although the sisters were no longer sick and did not have to live in a humble way, Du Yongming could see the sisters' desire to study. Li Yang was silent for a while. Du Yongming reminded Li Yang. The cleaners had a nearly infinite lifespan, and it would be too bad if they were just a bunch of special humans empty of brute strength and speed. Having an unlimited lifespan was equal to having unlimited hours of learning. They could learn computers, medicine, forensics, detection and counter-detection and fighting arts. Sooner or later, they would become all-powerful masters. Is it better for a group of masters to be in charge of cleaning demon traces or a group of reckless people to be in charge of cleaning demon traces? Li Yang asked. What is the name of that pair of sisters? Du Yongming hurriedly said. Lu Yuan, Lu Mengmeng. Li Yang had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yuan, Meng, and Yuan Meng. Looks like their parents have good expectations for them. Then go and study. Remember what you should and shouldn't do. Du Yongming's face showed surprise as he said repeatedly. I understand, Master. I thank God's grace on their behalf. After Du Yongming left, a young girl's voice resounded from the roof. Why did you let those two girls go to school? It won't cause you any trouble, but these two cleaners basically can't be used for the past 2 years. What a pity. Li Yang didn't need to look to know that it was Shaking Bell. What Shaking Bell said made sense. If one simply wanted the cleaners to learn some skills, it was entirely possible to find some famous masters to tune them up. There was no need to waste time by going to school. Li Yang looked at the bright moon in the sky and slowly stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab that moon in his hand. Do you think that moon is above the earth, or below the hell? Shaking Bell froze for a moment. What do you mean? Chapter 70 for the background of Nanhai Green Nursing Home. A mocking, derisive, and disdainful look appeared on Li Yang's face. After all this time, haven't you noticed a pattern? Shaking Bell furrowed her brows and tried to think hard. Li Yang didn't give her a chance to think deeply and said to himself, "Powerful people with deep sins beg me for favors. The humble who are not at fault beg me for pardon. Don't you find it ironic? In other words, the wicked beg for God's grace and the good beg for God's forgiveness." Zhu Dajuan and the other streams they wished to gain power from Li Yang, only Lu Yuan they only wished to live well. Shaking Bell's frown deepened. Isn't this God? Isn't a God supposed to stand tall and then casually bully mortals and collect offerings? Because of this you've gone soft? Li Yang shook his head and snorted. I'm just a mortal with the name of a God. Soft-hearted? Sort of. Those rare and precious things, I think they are more appreciated than gold and silver. It was actually just 2 cleaners, not much more than 2 more of them, not less than 2 less of them. If it was 2 demons, Li Yang would have to drain them of their value whatever he said. Of course, if it was multiple cleaners, Li Yang would never allow it, he was not in the business of charity. If it was just 2, he allowed himself to show mercy once in a while. He also wanted to see the look of the poor people getting what they wanted. Shaker shook his head. You don't look like a god at all compared to those gods in books who send down natural disasters at the drop of a hat. Li Yang snorted. I can grasp their life and death. I have the power of their fear. I also have the reward that they want to get even if they fight to the death, that's enough. The vanity of a god? I don't need that useless thing. Rattlesnake was stunned. Could it be that this was what a god should be like? Wanting to become a god without being delusional about it first? Shaking Bell shook off her head. What did it matter to the kitten what a god was like? A week later, the South Sea Security Bureau. Chow was looking at the recent case information in the director's office, his brows furrowed. Why didn't that mysterious organization strike again? Chow muttered. Why? By all rights, they should have struck again after I quelled the internet rumors. That's the only way they can give me a headache. But just this incident seems to have ended just like that? The fact that nothing happened was heavenly good news for some conservatives, but it would only be more stressful for Chow. He wanted to capture that group of people. If those people didn't make a move, there was no way for him to find out what was broken. Chow sighed. This city in the South Sea doesn't have an ally either. After saying this, a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. That medicine store owner. That feng shui master who most likely had real talent and killed in black and white. Chow narrowed his eyes. He should always know something. Although that pharmacy owner was not very old, he always gave Chow the feeling that he had been coiled in the South Sea for many years and knew the winds and grasses of the city like a poisonous snake. And a strange thing had happened to him recently. He dreamt that his dead master always told him to go to that pharmacy and turn around, there is the key to solving the case there. He wasn't a superstitious person, but his master was very important to him and his faith. He stood up, changed into civilian clothes, and walked out of the Nanhai Security Bureau. Nanhai, medicine store. Li Yang sat at the bar reading a book. That book, Crime and Punishment, was almost finished. Rattling Bell, who was swiping his tablet beside him, said, Li Yang, the membership is expiring again. I've gotten you that man with a strong desire today. You have to recharge my membership. Li Yang glanced at Rattle. Let's talk about it when your spiritual power reaches the 2nd stage. That man with a strong desire was none other than Chow. The first time I saw him, I sensed that he was unusual. Li Yang purposely asked Shaking Bell to lead him to the medicine store. Since he was a high-ranking official of the Security Bureau, he had to maximize his benefits and couldn't treat ordinary people the same. After 10 minutes or so, the wind chime at the door rang. Chow walked in, smiling. Boss, business is booming. Li Yang glanced at him. Thanks. Chow was holding a brocade banner in his hand. Chow unfolded the banner and it read, Brave Citizen. Li Yang's cold attitude made Chow a little embarrassed. He shook the banner in his hand. Where do I put it? Li Yang said. Shake the bell and hang it up. Shaking Bell put down the tablet, took the banner, and left with a bounce. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. You have something else? Chow was also a self-made friend. He moved over a chair, a familiar smile spreading on his face. That Chen Wei who was arrested a few days ago said that you're a feng shui master?
Li Yang looked at Chowie with amusement. Sort of. Li Yang knew that Chowie was swindling himself. Chen Wei couldn't have too many memories about himself.
Xiao Yi's claim that he was a feng shui gentleman mostly came from the confessions of people close to Chen Wei.
Li Yang's smile caused an undetectable flash of surprise to pass through Xiao Yi's eyes.
Xiao Yi didn't feel embarrassed that his mind was being read, and said with a smile,
"Can you please tell me a fortune for me, sir?"
Li Yang put down his book and said rather directly, "You want to know where the person behind the strange man attacking the magistrate that has been making a lot of noise in the South China Sea lately is hiding, right?"
Chowie was no longer calm as he shrunk his pupils in horror. "Is there no cover-up at all anymore?" he asked in a deep voice. "What do you know?" Li Yang looked straight into Xiao Yi's eyes.
"I'll tell you the clues, do you dare to investigate?"
Xiao Yi snorted. "Is there anything in the South China Sea that I don't dare to investigate? I'm afraid you still don't know who I am."
Li Yang took out a card that acted as a bookmark from the book and handed it to Xiao Yi, then continued to read the book, not caring about Xiao Yi's reaction. Xiao Yi looked at the card and frowned deeply.
Nanhai Green Sanatorium?
He had heard of this sanatorium, one of the top sanatoriums in Xia, and it had ties with various circles in Xia.
Could it be that the person behind the scenes was in the sanatorium?
Or was the sanatorium originally the territory of the person behind the curtain?
Xiao Yi nodded and solemnly said, "Thank you for the clue."
He didn't feel that someone of Li Yang's status would fool himself with something like this. Likewise, he felt that Li Yang's identity was becoming more and more mysterious.
Was there really nothing in the South Sea that could be hidden from his eyes? In fact, the South Sea Green Sanatorium was a speculation of Li Yang's, but it was not far from the truth.
Because Li Yang had searched all over the South China Sea in order to find the experimental base left behind by Kuroki Misawa.
The Devil's Club's current strength was enough to turn over the South China Sea.
Currently there were only 3 places in the entire South China Sea that hadn't been searched: the Nanhai Security Bureau, the Nanhai Municipal Authority Office Building, and the Nanhai Green Sanatorium. Of these, the only one that was suspicious was the Nanhai Green Sanatorium.
Before Xiao Yi left, Li Yang reopened the book and spoke. "If you encounter problems, you can still look for me."
Xiao Yi looked deeply at Li Yang and turned to leave. He didn't believe that there was any problem that he, the director of the Security Bureau, couldn't solve.
At night, the Nanhai Security Bureau.
Xiao Yi had already sent his special agents to live in the Nanhai Green Sanatorium to collect evidence. He sat alone in his office, looking at his computer desktop, pondering over something. At that moment, the phone rang.
Xiao Yi glanced at the phone and picked it up. "Which one?"
On the other end was an old man's voice.
"Isn't Director Chow's control a bit wide? The Nanhai Green Sanatorium is a place for people to recuperate. What are you sending people to investigate?"
A hint of a smile hung at the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth. Although it was surprising that he was found out just after he had sent someone there, this phone call in the end showed that there was something wrong with that sanatorium, didn't it? Without uttering a word, Xiao Yi hung up the phone. At that moment, the phone rang again. Xiao Yi frowned at the caller ID.
"Director of the South Sea Discipline Inspection Bureau?"
Xiao Yi picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Old Wuwa, why are you free to call? I haven't had time to pay you a visit since I first arrived." There was silence over there for a while, and a middle-aged man's voice came out.
"Director Chow, is it out of order for you to deploy magistrates to visit the South Sea Green Sanatorium without authorization?"
Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes.
"Director Wu,
I approved the note myself. I'll take the blame for any problems. If the Nanhai Green Sanatorium is really the base camp of the person behind the scenes, then Xiao Yi will be promoted and get rich. If not, then Xiao Yi is afraid to be taken as a typical by the Discipline Inspection Bureau." And the fact that Director Wu had even come to the phone meant that the South Sea Green Sanatorium really couldn't help but be investigated.
Director Wu was silent for a moment.
"I hope you have the bearing to bear the mistakes."
Xiao Yi didn't say anything and hung up the phone.
He is this character, will not give face to anyone.
At this time, the phone rang again. Xiao Yi sneered.
"The owner of the South Sea Green Sanatorium is very powerful. Let me see who this is again."
Xiao Yi picked up the phone for a moment, his smile froze, he stood up and picked up the phone. "Comrade Mayor, what are the instructions?" Chapter 75 Terrorizing Bald Eagle.
The mayor's tone was calm and approachable, but the thick threatening undertone made Xiao Yi's face look increasingly ugly. After hanging up the phone, his brain buzzed. Chow Yi thought of the South China Sea Green Sanatorium deep roots, but I did not expect in the South China Sea upper leadership are not involved. His eyes were filled with disgust.
South China Sea Green Sanatorium in the end is a thing. South China Sea upper leadership in the end, and what dirt. The more this happens, the more I want to see what secrets the South Sea has.
That looked like a righteous magistrate who had been humiliated, but it wasn't.
There is a saying in the law and order system.
Living bodhisattvas are common in the security system, but Chow Yi is the only one who was a living Hades. When he was still a small magistrate, he liked to use kidnapping, intimidation, and even more despicable villainous means to achieve his goals and solve cases. The word justice messenger never had anything to do with him. The reason why he was so angry was because there were two types of people he hated the most in his life.
One was evil people like Chen Wei.
One is the fat pigs who shelter the wicked. Those assholes bully the lower class people as if they were mole crickets.
Chow Yi is the child of an ant.
He took advantage of wine and color, but only not the word greed, so he was the poorest director of the security bureau.
At that moment, the phone rang again.
Chow Yi glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone.
Hello?
A young man's voice came from the other end.
Dear Chow, I think there's definitely something wrong with the South Sea Green Sanatorium.
I've just stayed here for a day, and I feel like there are a lot of people staring at me.
But don't worry, I've avoided all surveillance.
As you know, I'm very good at my specialized classes in school. That magistrate was the special agent that Chow Yi had sent into the South Sea Green Sanatorium.
Chow Yi frowned.
The background of the South Sea Green nursing home was very deep, and this magistrate might be in danger if he continued his investigation. He wanted to ask the magistrate to come back, but the words reached his mouth and he swallowed them.
A new plan formed in his mind. Chow Yi asked solemnly.
The leaders gave orders not to allow us to investigate the Green Sanatorium. Continuing to investigate may affect your career.
Little Lu, are you afraid? The magistrate's voice tensed up. I'm not afraid, I just find it a bit exciting. Chow Yi gave a hum. I'm optimistic about you, Xiao Lu, you didn't let me down.
Then investigate boldly, don't be so formal in your movements, I'll take the pressure from above.
After the green retreat matter is over, I'll count you the first credit.
We'll make those guys who don't respect order pay. The magistrate said excitedly.
Yes. South Sea Green Sanatorium, Dean's office.
Lilith crossed her legs and fiddled with the guitar resting on her thigh.
Is that magistrate crazy? Knowing that we're onto him, he's still so reckless?
Sheriff Lu had already used the restroom to go to the wrong floor 3 times and entered the wrong office 5 times. Lilith wanted him to settle down, almost explicitly telling him to stop looking around. We're watching you. Pointing to a sneaky figure on the monitor, Lilith continued.
Is he a graduate of the police academy this year? Is that what Chow Yi sent to check us out?
The nursing home director said. His identity has already been found out, he is indeed a recent graduate of the East Sea Police Academy. His surname is Lu, and he is the youngest master of the Lu family in the imperial capital.
Lilith froze for a moment. The imperial capital Lu family? Rich second generation?
The sanatorium director said.
Well, the money to recuperate at the sanatorium is self-funded. I guess he became a magistrate to experience life.
Staying at the South Sea Green Sanatorium for so many days could be half a year's salary for an ordinary person.
Lilith seemed to understand.
Chow Yi sent such a rookie to investigate the sanatorium because he is certain that we don't dare to touch him.
The sanatorium director let out a laugh. Actually, it doesn't matter if we kill him. When the organization finishes all the experiments, what is the Lu family?
Lilith shook her head, her right hand propped up on her cheek, her long hair falling softly to the side. If we don't kill him, he might really crash out if he's so rampant. But if we kill him, we'll fall into Chow Yi's trap. We'll be retaliated against by the security bureau and the Lu family, giving Chow Yi a reason to investigate the sanatorium.
Chow Yi's a young conspiracy. Then it would be better to. Lilith's eyes shot out a cold light.
Why don't we start at the source and assassinate Chow Yi? With him dead, naturally no one will continue to investigate the South Sea Green Sanatorium. This was how the last director of the security bureau died. The ninja who killed the old director at the time was now an undead spirit guarding the earthly benevolent tree.
The sanatorium director nodded. Okay, I'll get right on it. The subject ended immediately.
After it was over, he left the South Sea to follow Lilith to the God Creation Organization. Even if another director died in the South Sea, it would have nothing to do with him even if the imperial capital was angered.
Nanhai, Western District, a small detached villa.
Chowie was lying naked on the bed, holding a sleeping woman in his arms. There were slight whip wounds and candle burns on the woman's body, with obvious traces of having just fought. His last name was Chow, and coincidentally, he also had the ambition of a prime minister, and was quite fond of the woman.
Newt.
Suddenly, an eagle whistle resounded through the dark night.
Chow Yi's eyes snapped open and his eyes quickly looked out the window.
Outside the window, a ridiculously large white-headed eagle hovered over the sky in front of the villa.
Chow Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Are you kidding?
There was actually a person lying behind that bald eagle. The bald eagle locked onto the villa and swooped down before opening a pair of giant claws and crashing towards the villa's large floor-to-ceiling windows. Chow Yi could see that the man behind the bald eagle was short, a foreign midget.
The bald eagle was too fast to react.
Chow Yi hurriedly grabbed the quilt and covered himself and the woman to prevent the glass ballast from scratching his body.
Boom!
The glass shattered all over the place and the loud noise woke up the woman. The woman screamed and fainted when she saw a huge bald eagle just catatonic, staring intently at her. The foreign midget jumped down from the bald eagle, holding his arms and glancing at the woman before looking at Chow Yi with a sardonic smile.
Does Director Chow also like this kind of tune? Looks like we're in the same boat.
It's a pity that you're going to die today, or else we could exchange ideas with each other. Chow Yi slowly put on his pants and said without hesitation.
It doesn't matter, let's go back to the station and talk.
The foreign midget froze for a moment and snorted.
Director Chow is not clear about the situation, right?
Chow Yi put on his pants, his face with hindsight, and looked at the foreign midget with a smirk. If you had killed me as soon as you came in, I would have been dead through and through, but you're full of crap. Just after the words, the bedrooms were roughly pushed open. A team of loaded military officials aimed their blackened guns at the foreign midget. Dozens of sniper rifles' collimated red lines were fixed at the foreign midget's head and heart area.
The foreign midget looked at Chow Yi incredulously. You ambushed me? A smirk crossed the corner of Chow Yi's mouth. My greatest characteristic is that I never underestimate my opponents. I believe that you are capable of killing a director of the Security Bureau. I also believe that you are capable of finding me. But you guys obviously underestimated me.
The foreign midget stared dead at the woman on the bed.
Your subordinates are downstairs and you're doing your business upstairs? Chow Yi's face didn't look the least bit embarrassed. If he didn't, how would he make the other party let his guard down?
Of course, the woman also found this exciting. Chow Yi's face gradually turned cold.
I advise you not to move. As long as you dare to move a little bit, or let that thing beside you move a feather, you will immediately be beaten into a sieve. Chapter 76 Crow vs. Bald Eagle.
The foreign gnome secretly cried out that he was careless. Originally, he thought he was winning, so he had no defense at all. He enjoyed the feeling of being above ordinary people, enjoying the shock, fear, and pleading of his victims before they died.
Shouldn't have pretended, flipped the car.
The foreign dwarf's brain raced. Currently, his advantage was that the other party did not know his own abilities, did not know what he and this mutated white-headed eagle could do, and there was a blind spot of information. As long as he stabilized the opposite side and made them let their guard down, he had the ability to flip the game. The foreign gnome smiled sarcastically and raised his hand.
Take it easy.
All types of firearms simultaneously spewed out their tongues of fire. It was deafening, as if countless thunderbolts were exploding in the large bedroom of the small villa.
The foreign midget was dumbfounded, and the only thought he had before he died was, is it that decisive to shoot?
Chow Yi had said that if he dared to make a move, he would beat the foreign midget into a sieve. It wasn't a threat, it was an order.
Raising your hand was considered moving.
The foreign midget's head exploded and his body had even more numerous holes.
With its master dead, the uncontrolled bald eagle was frightened and flew towards the outside of the villa with a cry. Chase! The military captain pointed at the white-headed eagle and roared angrily. Chow Yi said angrily. Chase what? Check the CCTV in the vicinity of the green nursing home for me. Check all the surveillance cameras in that area. I don't believe such a big guy can appear in the city out of nowhere. Don't leave any traces. He used his body as bait, that is, he waited for the South Sea Green Sanatorium to strike, that is, he wanted to look for the enemy's momentary break. Yes.
The military brigadier stood at attention and saluted with a solemn expression. Director Chow had sacrificed too much today, and Director Chow's girlfriends had also sacrificed quite a lot. However, they were very understanding and didn't dare to eavesdrop and peek at a bit of what they shouldn't see or hear. That monster broke into the villa monitoring range before they dared to act. South China Sea, North District, in the middle of a mountain forest. Countless birds stood motionless on the branches. It was hard to imagine that so many different kinds of birds were so quiet without a sound. Their eyes glowed with a ghostly green aura. If someone were to mistakenly enter this place, they were afraid that they would be left with a considerable shadow in their hearts. This scene was too bizarre. Those birds tilted their heads and stared straight at the tallest tree. There was quite a luxurious large bird's nest on the tree, and the crow scrutinized the birds as well as the mountains and forests like an emperor. It was as if he was looking at his own people and admiring his own kingdom. Suddenly, the crow felt something in its heart and looked violently towards the western part of the South China Sea. It let out a long whistle and flew towards the Western District. South Sea, Western District, Starfish Square. Even if it was already midnight, the place was still packed with people. Hawkers who set up stalls to sell handicrafts and pushed food carts to sell fried skewers surrounded the periphery of the plaza, making it a snack street. A new property had been developed in this neighborhood, and the developer had opened a commercial show in Starfish Plaza in order to publicize it. On the stage appeared a number of small singers, Netflix. The purpose that made the crowd endure sleepiness to stay here was the grand finale of the commercial show. The newcomer of the live broadcasting room, the big internet celebrity with millions of fans, the otaku girl goddess, Nanhai Jean Mei-ting was going to attend this commercial show. In order to see Nanhai Jean Mei-ting's song of glass wiping, the colorful batch didn't mind staying up through the night. As the familiar glass wiping music plays, the whole audience cheers as the night finally reaches its climax. Zhang Shirai dressed up as a seductress and showed off her body on stage. The atmosphere of the scene was ambiguous, as if the whole world had turned pink. They turned on their cell phone cameras and excitedly filmed Zhang Sai's dance moves. At this time, one of the fat geeks realized that the camera had misplaced something strange. He frowned as the sky portion of the shot zoomed in. The fat otaku blinked his eyes. What is this, an eagle in the South China Sea? On the cell phone screen, the small dot in the sky zoomed in on a white-headed eagle swooping towards here. Newt. A terrifying cry of a new cry overpowered the glass wiping music. The audience looked to the sky in unison. It was an eagle? The audience held their interest in photographing the bald eagle. Soon they couldn't stop laughing and looked horrified. That bald eagle was a bit too big. Monster! Staring dumbfounded at the behemoth, an audience member let out a piercing scream. Spreading its wings with a stage-sized white-headed eagle deep in its sharp talons, it grabbed towards the large rabbit-shaped balloon in the square. It thought it was prey. Boom! The balloon exploded and the bald eagle looked at the audience in annoyance, as if it had been deceived by these tiny humans. Now! The scene panicked. Demon! What is this thing? Is it true what the internet said about the Aura revival? The audience ran in all directions, and there was even a stampede. The security guards who maintained order were the first to run. The sheriff's officer in the patrol car of the security bureau was named Wei Ming, and he was fearfully calling for backup. Wei Ming wanted to stay in the car honestly and wait for support from headquarters, but he saw something he couldn't do nothing about. A little girl had gotten separated from her family and was standing and crying at a loss for words. The white-headed eagle seemed to have locked onto the little girl, and there was a strong greed in its eyes. Grass! Wei Ming's eyes glowed fiercely as he dropped the security vehicle and rushed towards the little girl. The bald eagle had already reached the sky above the little girl, and Wei Ming protected the little girl under his body. The terrifying airflow pressed on Wei Ming's head, and he felt that the white-headed eagle's claws were already at the back of his head. Wei Ming closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the pain to come. Newt! Right at this moment, a louder and more terrifying cry came from not far away. Newt! After the white-headed eagle's thunder-like roar came from Wei Ming's ears, a bigger air current almost blew him over. The white-headed eagle flew into the sky. Wei Ming raised his head in confusion. Were there still monsters? The terrifying bald eagle went to fight with that monster? Only to see that the bald eagle was tangling with something that was too small for Wei Ming to see. Wei Ming took out his night vision goggles and immediately saw something that shook him for 10,000 years. What was entangled with the terrifying bald eagle and saved his life was actually a crow. The tiny crow appeared to be fighting with the bald eagle, chasing after it. Under a closer look, that crow even pressed the white-headed eagle to fight. This
demon?
A real demon has revived. Wei Ming swallowed the saliva stuck in his throat with difficulty, his eyes full of unbelief.
The plot of the urban high martial arts in the novel was perfectly replicated in reality?
That crow was scratched off a feather by the white-headed eagle, and the crow moved to real fire, full of endless anger. If it was a bird, it should be under the control of the Black Dragon Emperor of the Great Black Empire. A mere white-necked bird, how dare you tear my dragon robe?
Black demonic snakes slowly emerged from the crow's body. Fancy.
Hiss.
The bird chirped horrifyingly and the demonic snake whistled wildly.
The white-headed eagle's eyes revealed humanized awe and fled in the opposite direction in terror. The crow transformed into a black mist and chased the bald eagle like crazy, disappearing from public view.
A farce ends.
There is one more chapter, counting the 4th of July Extra Ha Brothers.
Chapter 77 Taoism Exchange Conference.
Zhang Shirai looked at the crows and white-headed eagles that had disappeared from the sky with a grave expression.
She murmured. The one who was entangled with that monster was the Black Dragon Emperor?
Zhang Shirai had seen the crow before. Even though they were both apostles, Zhang Shirai knew deep down that she was no match for Crow. Raven had been an apostle for an unknown number of years. In her eyes, tonight, the white-headed eagle monster was wreaking havoc on the earth, and the apostle Black Dragon Emperor stepped in to save the mortals.
Recently, demonic activities have been frequent, and those strange and weird things have become more frequent. Could it be that the gates of hell open? So those messy things ran out? The Devil's Club is suppressing the evil demons that are plaguing the earth? Is there really going to be some big change in this world?
Zhang Shirai pondered, a sense of crisis and celebration in her heart. She was glad that she had met the god of death before the change on earth and became the god of death's apostle with a promising future. Suddenly, she felt a gaze.
Following the gaze, it was Wei Ming's tightly furrowed brow.
That little magistrate was looking at her thoughtfully, with a scrutinizing intent. Zhang Shirai's calmness was a stark contrast compared to the messy crowd around her. She threw a provocative wink at Wei Ming and turned to leave the stage. The following day, early morning.
Nanhai Authority Office Building.
Chow Yi, dressed in his security uniform, was standing in the mayor's office like a grandson with his head down in punishment. The mayor paced around the office in annoyance, pointing at his cell phone and yelling at Chow Yi.
Look at it. Look at this. This is the Nanhai city under your jurisdiction? Is this how you became the director of the Nanhai Security Bureau?
In the cell phone video, there was a scene of a giant bald eagle making a mess and tangling with a crow. Originally, the crows were not clearly photographed, but the magic snakes on the crows were too obvious in the night sky.
The comments section was quite hilarious. I told you the aura was reviving. Demons and monsters are coming out, this world has become unrecognizable to me. Don't a few rumors, the officials have all said that this is a game special effect. It's just hype from the developers, just take a look. Not the game video, I was there yesterday, too damn scary ah. Oh, I was there too, I was also eaten by the bald eagle.cs. Chow Yi smiled sarcastically. Mr. Mayor, isn't public opinion controlled quite well? Most citizens now think it's a game promotional video.
The mayor sat back in his office chair and rubbed his head. If the imperial capital was alarmed and a picket group came down, I'm afraid that all the over here would be blown out of proportion.
The mayor sighed. Tell me what you think.
If we don't calm the public opinion completely, the imperial capital should be held accountable.
Doubt flickered across Chow Yi's face. Just calming public opinion? Doesn't the mayor want to solve the case?
The mayor seems to be somewhat involved with those monsters. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile.
I think this is a high-tech genetic experiment.
And I suspect that the originator of this is in the South China Sea Green Sanatorium.
As long as I'm allowed to search the South Sea Green Sanatorium, I'll be able to solve the case quickly. Once the case is solved, I will naturally be accountable to the imperial capital. The South Sea Green Sanatorium seemed like some sort of taboo, and the mayor's face was out of place when he heard the word. His eyes dodged to hide his unnaturalness and said, South Sea Green Sanatorium is not as simple as you think. Forget it, you go out first. Chow Yi saluted and left.
The mayor took out a cell phone from a drawer and loaded a calling card from a book. The mayor dialed the only number in the calling card.
What are you guys up to?
I can't help you guys if you keep this up.
Don't turn me into your enemy.
The old voice of the nursing home director came over the line.
Leader, last night was an accident. I promise there won't be a next time. The mayor grunted coldly.
First you kill someone with a beast downtown, then you let that freak attack the sheriff. And last night you had 2 weird birds fighting in a place with so many people.
You guys are giving me eye candy one after another. Are you really not afraid of a trip to the South China Sea from the imperial capital?
There was silence over there for a while before saying,
there's another genetic evolution organization in the South China Sea, and there are some things that we didn't do.
The mayor said in annoyance. I don't listen to explanations, and there's no need to tell such lies to deceive me.
I'm warning you, this is the last time.
After saying that, the mayor hung up the phone. Pulling the cell phone card off and snapping it, he took the paper and wrapped it up and walked to the bathroom inside his office and flushed it down the toilet. After some thought, he picked up his office landline and dialed a number. Come to my office. A few moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit knocked on the door and walked into the office. He was the director of the propaganda department. The mayor said seriously. Recently, the aura resurgence has been making a lot of noise. The impact is very bad. You guys have to take more trouble.
The director of the propaganda department pushed up his glasses and said, don't worry, leader, the aura revival is simply ridiculous. Last night was just a relatively large bald eagle intruding into the downtown area.
That strange crow, I think it's also a phenomenon that science can explain.
Many animal experts are interested in that crow and the bald eagle. Now I've already had multiple experts broadcast live to popularize animal-related knowledge. The mayor nodded, satisfied that the propaganda department was doing its job.
The director of the propaganda department continued. There's one more thing that I want to get approval from the leadership.
The mayor's tone eased. Director Zhang, please speak.
The director of the propaganda section said.
The recent ridiculous aura revival has been far too exaggerated. That's why I contacted a few well-known Taoist temples in China.
I want to invite some masters to come to the South Sea and organize a Taoist exchange conference.
The mayor frowned. A Taoist exchange conference?
The director of the propaganda section smiled. In the hearts of the common people, Taoism is the most mysterious, the closest to the immortals. I want to ask the Taoist masters to popularize the history of Taoism, as well as Taoist philosophy. Tell the common people not to be superstitious and to believe in science.
This will be very important to help quell the fallacy of aura resuscitation.
Having the Taoist masters with the highest seniority and deepest cultivation in the country tell the common people to revere science would indeed be helpful in combating feudal superstition.
The mayor nodded. Then let's do it as you said. Where is the location going to be chosen?
The director of the propaganda section said.
Taiping Mountain.
There was a Taoist temple on Taiping Mountain, which was built by an old man who had spent his entire life in the late stages of secondary illness. The old man also gave that Taoist temple a name called Shushan and called himself the master of Shushan.
However, Shushan Taoist temple has no relevant qualification, and the Taoist temple is an unauthorized building.
After the death of the old man, his only disciple traveled, the city took back the Taoist temple. The matter of accepting the Taoist temple, it is the propaganda section director Zhang secretly lead, and in the form of a lease contracted to a rich businessman.
He received a lot of favorable fees in the head.
In the past few days, the old man's disciple came back to the bureau every day, cursing this and that, disguised as the director of Zhang's ancestor greetings all over the place. Director Zhang chose Taiping Mountain to organize the Taoist exchange conference as also considered his careful eyes.
Shushan is not orthodox, at best it is an unauthorized building.
Secondly, placing the Taoism conference on Taiping Mountain was the best publicity for Taiping Mountain. In the future, Taiping Mountain can be a place of fame. Not only does the propaganda department have a political achievement, the rich businessman who contracted Taiping Mountain will also give himself no small benefit. Chapter 78: The Taoist Priest Who Had His Home Stolen.
Nanhai, Taiping Mountain. The little Taoist priest appeared at the entrance of the toll office.
He wore a green-colored Taoist coat, stepped on cloth shoes, and exposed his ankles. His long hair was tied casually behind his head, and a few strands of messy hair fell casually on both sides of his cheeks. On his face was the lethargy of sleeplessness, and the whole person had the feeling of diffidence. His name was Zhang Shui, the only disciple of the Shushan Taoist temple. Zhang Shui looked at the plaque on the tall stone door, which read, "Clear Wind View." As for the famous stone engraved with the Shushan Taoist temple, it was actually thrown in the corner like trash.
Zhang Shui walked towards the Taoist temple with an ugly face. Hey. Stop, I'm talking about you, that Taoist priest.
The doorman stopped him, looking up and down at Zhang Shui suspiciously. Don't think that just because you're a Taoist priest you can enter the Taoist temple, you have to buy a ticket. Zhang Shui held back his anger.
I am the second-generation master of Mount Shu. I grew up here, this is my home.
The doorman remembered who it was. The boss had mentioned that when he encountered this little Taoist, he would just drive him away and not let him cause trouble. There's going to be a Taoist exchange conference in Qingfengguan in the next few days. This Taoist meeting is very grand and the authorities are taking it very seriously. The boss has been putting his heart and soul into the Taoist convention lately, hardly sleeping at all. In order for the Taoist convention to be held at Qingfengguan on Taiping Mountain, the boss did not know how many red packets he had slipped to Director Zhang of the authorities' propaganda department.
Because this Taoism conference would be the best publicity for Qingfengguan. After the Taoist Congress, Qingfengguan would become a famous guan in the world.
Therefore, such an unexpected situation like Zhang Shui could not be allowed to occur. Outside the door, he walked into the security booth and took out a plastic stick, pointing it at Zhang Shui angrily.
I take it as something. This is Qingfengguan, not some Shushan. That what Shushan is an unauthorized building. Hurry up and go.
Zhang Shui laughed in exasperation, pointing at the high-hanging Qingfengguan plaque and said, "This was originally a barren mountain. Why didn't you guys say that it was an unauthorized building when my master worked his ass off to clear the land here?"
My master spent his whole life building this place into a Taoist temple in Mount Shushan, and you're just going to take it back as unauthorized construction?
Every blade of grass and every tree here is my master's work.
Are you being unreasonable? Unauthorized building? Fine.
Tear down the illegal structures.
What's the point of keeping them? What's the point of selling tickets here? The doorman sneered.
Why don't you call the police? There were more and more onlookers, pointing at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was so angry that his face turned into a pig's liver color, pointing at the door plaque and cursing.
I still have to buy a ticket to go ing home. These ing dogs. Is Lei Zhu in? Blow up all these assholes.
You guys are forcing the monks to swear.
Zhang Shui couldn't be blamed for this.
He practiced here with his master since he was a child, and when he was 16, he died of illness. Zhang Shui traveled around the summer country with his master's last wish, visiting famous temples. Who knows, after 2 years of hard work to return to Shushan Taoist Temple, home let someone steal. I don't know if there is a king's law, anyway, he felt that there is no heavenly justice.
South China Sea Green Sanatorium.
Lord Lilith, the mayor isn't too willing to be on our side at the moment either. I've called him several times now and he's not answering. Dean sat in his office chair, frowning.
Lilith lay back on the couch and snorted. Who the hell is he to turn against us?
Since he can't be used for us, we don't need to care about his death or life.
Dean froze for a moment. What are your plans? Lilith sat up from the couch. Isn't the South Seas going to start a dowsing convention in a week's time? Use this Taoist convention to make a big deal out of it. Dean squared his shoulders. What do you mean? Lilith said.
The sheriff's department has been watching us too closely lately, and it's too much of a disruption to the experiment's progress. If the sheriff's department doesn't mess up, the experiment can be completed in 3 weeks at the most. I want to use this Dao conference to lure the Imperial investigation team to the South Sea. If the investigation team comes to the South China Sea, it won't be able to hide the dirty things that have happened in the South China Sea over the years. The entire Nanhai authority system will be affected and shaken. I think Mr. Mayor's case alone is enough to keep the whole Nanhai busy for a month. The sheriff's department won't have time to watch us either, and I'll be able to return to my duties in 3 weeks when the experiment is complete. The dean's face was a bit unnatural, and he said reluctantly. If that happens, the dealings between the Green Sanatorium and the upper echelons will definitely be unearthed. The Green Sanatorium would be finished, oddly reluctant to give up. Lilith laughed. You'll have to go back with me sooner or later, there's no need to be heartbroken about this place. Citadel is a lot more fun than here. Dean's face looked better then, even with excitement. He would be a credit to the God-making organization and would be on the tip of the world's pyramid. Lilith thoughtfully continued. Tell Tsuchimikado Xiaoyu to get ready and have a good time letting loose at the Dao Exchange Conference in a week's time. I think he'll be happy to stomp on those Xia Kingdom Taoists and promote the culture of the East Sakura Kingdom.
At night, Nanhai, North District, mid-level villa.
A 10-meter-tall strange tree appeared in the courtyard of the villa at some point. The strange tree was full of brightly colored and attractive peaches.
There were hundreds of weird human faces on the tree. Terrifying, bizarre, and evil.
This was the seventh apostle, the earthly benevolent tree. Shaking Bell sat on a tree branch, looking at the peaches and drooling, her big eyes looking down at the hundreds of human faces on the earthly benevolent tree from time to time, saying,
"So many human faces, which one is yours anyway?"
As he said this, his little hand sneaked out to pick a peach. The 100 mouths on the human face tree spoke at the same time.
"Technically speaking, none of these human faces belong to me, I'm just a tree."
As Rattleshake's little hand touched the peach, the earthly essence tree shook so violently that Rattleshake fell to the ground in a heap. Shaking Bell rubbed her butt and glared at the earthly essence tree.
The earthly essence tree faintly said,
"You were born earlier than me, but we are both the Master's apostles, you should respect me."
Shaking Bell frowned.
"I'll just take one,"
the human origin tree said,
"in exchange for a secret."
Shaking Bell grunted angrily. "You're so petty."
As he spoke, Li Yang walked out of the villa, ignoring Shaking Bell's gluttonous behavior, and asked the earthly essence tree,
"How many people ate your peaches?"
The earthly benevolent tree said in a respectful voice,
"Back to my master, you told me to be more restrained and not to draw too much attention, so there are only 98 of them."
Li Yang nodded.
He had a concern.
Li Yang wasn't sure what kind of attitude the authorities had towards transcendence, so he was slightly more restrained. Actually, getting 98 transcendence in half a month could no longer be considered low profile.
Li Yang asked, "How many of them have comprehended the use of spiritual power?" The human essence tree replied, 18.
Those 18 can use spiritual power to stimulate their own organs and inspire their body's potential. 6 of them have been able to influence the air with their spiritual power. Li Yang was quite satisfied with this situation. It showed that they were already able to enhance their spiritual power through meditation while providing themselves with spiritual power. Those people's psychic abilities were very weak and couldn't be compared to demons if they were compared to demons. Demons didn't need spiritual energy to stimulate their own organs, and their own human bodies had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people.
Chapter 79, Enlightenment under the Bodhi.
The human being tree continued.
"There's one I'm more concerned about.
His name is Mo Yulin, and according to the humans, his mental state is not very good."
Li Yang was slightly surprised. "After eating your fruit, he even has a mental illness?" Spiritual power had many wonderful uses.
For example, using spiritual power to heal oneself and stimulate one's potential. One of the most notable was the repair of the brain, making it clear.
After all, the location of the Sea of Spirit was in the brain. The human essence tree sighed. His obsession with cultivating immortality is too deep.
It is also because of this obsession that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, coupled with a simple mind, that he was able to achieve what he has now.
Li Yang casually sat on the ground and lit a cigarette. Is he any different?
The 100 human faces of the human being tree had a look of appreciation. Not only has he pioneered a faster way of meditation, he is also able to draw his spiritual energy out of his body and do things that normal people cannot do.
A smile appeared on Li Yang's face. Very good indeed. The human essence tree was created by him, and those transcendents were created by the human essence tree.
There was an emotion of pride after seeing that his grandchildren had excelled. The earthly origin tree continued. His strongest point is that he actually simulated the way my fruits share the path of spiritual power. He called this way of rushing open the Sea of Spirit as Daigo, and called the Sea of Spirit as the foundation-building cyclone. Now, he has successfully helped a disciple build his foundation by helping him open up his spiritual sea.
Li Yang's fingers that were holding the cigarette froze.
He had created an essence of the earthly essence tree sharing spiritual energy. Sharing spiritual power was difficult. Li Yang was able to simulate the sharing of spiritual power because he was receiving spiritual power shared from different demons every day. He was familiar with the way of the path of sharing spiritual energy.
Moreover, his third talent, Soul Upanishad, had a deeper understanding of the Sea of Spirit. That old lunatic had even realized the way of sharing spiritual energy? Li Yang couldn't help but marvel in admiration as well. He is indeed a genius. The human essence tree said. When Emoyulin's spiritual power keeps advancing, according to his character, he might start a sect. The authorities might suppress him. Should I help him? The human benevolent tree had acquired the secrets of many people, and it was even fused from the souls of 100 people. It was more like a human than a human and knew the rules of the human world well. It knew that deviants were to be slammed in the human world. Li Yang pondered. He wanted to know what kind of attitude the authorities really held towards transcendence. Based on that attitude, so he could make his next move. Li Yang's afterglow saw something, and he glanced at Rattle's tablet. Shaking Bell was swiping through a video with great interest. In the video, it was a small Taoist priest who was cursing at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. There was a faint power of desire in that little Taoist priest. Although it was weak, it was also a proper power of desire. Li Yang picked up the tablet and glanced at the comments section. Good Lord, the Taoist master went out to the mountains to travel in the clouds and his home was stolen. Haha, also please ask the God of Thunder to come out and split the developer to death, he is reading too many novels, right? The aura is reviving, be careful what you say. Goddamn aura recovery, upstairs ZZ. Li Yang probably knew the cause and effect, the corner of his mouth showed a smile. Taoism conference, the little Taoist who was stolen from his home. He had a very good idea to determine the attitude of the authorities towards the transcendentalists. Li Yang got up, his figure blurred and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the lush canopy of the earthly benevolence tree. Take you to a place. The god of death stood on his body, and the 100 human faces of the earthly essence tree revealed a look of fear and trepidation. Honor the Lord's command. South China Sea, at the foot of Taiping Mountain. Zhang Shui looked at the Taoist temple on top of the mountain, his face showing sadness. That was his home, and his master's grave was also up there. Now, even if he wanted to buy a ticket to see his master, those gate guards would not agree. He knelt on the ground, tears sliding down his face. Apprentice is unfilial. Master. I'm sorry, I can't keep your foundation. Zhang Shui kowtowed so heavily that snot flowed into his mouth. When he looked up again, a 10-meter-tall tree unexpectedly appeared in front of him. There were 100 human faces on the body of the tree, and the branches of the tree were hideous like claws grasping at the sky. He was scared, sitting on the ground, 2 legs stirring, body moving backward, sternly said. Where are the demons and monsters? The 100 or so human faces of the human benevolence tree spoke. Zhang, Xiao, B. Zhang Shui was a Taoist priest after all, and under his master's inculcation, his mental qualities towards demons and devils were quite a bit stronger than ordinary people. He calmed his mind. Who are you? The 100 faces of the earthly essence tree were expressionless, and when he opened his mouth again, he used his compulsion ability. My name is the earthly essence tree Bodhi. Zhang Shui froze for a moment. Bodhi? It was rumored that Buddha had attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and thus Bodhi had the meaning of great wisdom and epiphany. Could it be that this strange tree had something to do with the legendary Bodhi tree? Zhang Shui quirked his lips. Tree demon, or no, senior tree immortal, do you have something for poor Tao? The human essence tree said. Ignorant mortals disrespecting the Tao and the Tao of the ascetic practitioners has caused this honored one to be enraged. I happen to see that you have excellent spiritual roots, so I would like to come and enlighten you, hoping that you will promote the Tao. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up. He plopped down and knelt in front of the earthly essence tree. I beg Senior Tree Immortal to teach me to cultivate immortality. The earthly essence tree said. If you wish to cultivate the truth, you must first break the demons in your heart. Tell this ancestor, what is your deepest secret? The earthly essence tree said, and the power of compulsion surged into Zhang Shui's body. After a mortal trusted the earthly essence tree, it was the time for the earthly essence tree to plunder the secrets of the human heart. Guilt appeared on Zhang Shui's face. The poor Taoist has been a monk since he was young, and he has lived an open and honest life. The only thing I can't apologize to is Poverty Road's master and parents. The poor Taoist ran away from home when he was 7 years old and met his master. I lied to my master that I was an orphan, so I was brought up to the mountain by my master. I've been traveling for the past 2 years and I've been back home. My parents are fine and my sister is taking care of me. Sister does not like me, this long time no-show brother, so poor road again back to Shushan. How could I have imagined that my master's foundation would be destroyed? Strange power emerged from Zhang Shui's body and surged down the roots of the tree into the earthly essence tree.
A contented smile appeared on the 100 faces of the earthly essence tree. With a few of your heart demons broken, this honored one will help you build your foundation first. In Zhang Xiaoyi's horrified eyes, 2 horrifying undead crawled out from the ground, climbed up the earthly essence tree and picked a peach and delivered it to Zhang Xiaoyi. Looking at the dainty peach in his hand, Zhang Xiaoyi somehow associated it with the Queen Mother's peach tree. Zhang Xiaoyi ate the peach in 3 or 2 bites, and a large amount of spiritual energy that did not belong to him rushed through his spiritual sea. He suddenly felt relaxed and his ears were bright. This was the legendary foundation establishment. He hurriedly bowed. Many thanks, Senior. The human essence tree continued. Your heart demon has not yet been completely broken. Next, this elder will help you break all of your heart demons. Tell me, what are your desires? The human benevolent tree's voice changed, turning into another person's voice. It was hoarse, low, and magnetic, like a demon whispering. Zhang Xiaoyi did not care about the change in the earthly essence tree's voice. He said, Poor Taoist wants to cultivate the Tao. Chapter 80 The Taoist Priest with High Magic Power. On Zhang Xiaoyi's body, the thick power of desire drifted towards the earthly essence tree, converging in the desire magic jar at Li Yang, who was hidden in the canopy of the tree. Li Yang poured the potion in the desire magic jar down the body of the earthly essence tree, leaving only a small portion behind. Arcane information poured into the earthly benevolent tree's mind. Hell Warlock. Acquired new talent, Fire Magic Spell. Fire spell, consume spiritual energy to summon and manipulate transcendent flames. New talent, Water Spell. Water spell, consume mental energy to summon and manipulate transcendent water. Due to the fact that the earthly essence tree was second ranked, after devouring the Hell Warlock's desire potion, it immediately gained 2 talents. Devouring multiple copies of the desire potion was something that only the earthly benevolent tree could currently do in the world. Ordinary people could only swallow a whole portion of desire potion. A whole portion is a jar. This jar can be multiple desire potion, but the amount cannot be more. To use an analogy, a person can swallow a quarter of a charmed demon desire potion, a quarter of a shadow demon desire potion, a quarter of a fallen angel desire potion, and a quarter of a black witch desire potion. This belongs to a whole portion. The strength of the human soul is limited. If it exceeds this amount, the soul will burst, and those with strong souls will go off the deep end. The human essence tree was an anomaly. It possessed 100 souls, and its soul strength was terrifyingly strong. Theoretically speaking, the earthly essence tree could devour 100 copies of the desire potion. After Li Yang realized that the desire potion in his hand was a Hell Warlock, he immediately decided to bestow this desire potion to the earthly essence tree. The fruit of the earthly essence tree could in the future create some transcendence that possessed a tiny bit of Hell Warlock power. Some people would use weak water elemental power, or fire elemental power, wind elemental power, etc. after eating the fruit of the earthly essence tree. The earthly benevolent tree, which was explicitly designed to usher in the transcendent era, should have the ability to create colorful transcendence. Aura recovery, a large number of human achievements transcendental, a steady stream of spiritual power for Li Yang. This ability of the earthly essence tree has an important role. The earthly essence tree solemnly said, The demon of the heart is broken, this honored one will help you to epiphany the Tao of heaven and earth. After the earthly essence tree finished speaking, Li Yang turned a small portion of the desire potion in the jar into several raindrops, which fell on Zhang Xiaoyi while the night was still young. Zhang Xiaoyi bathed in the sweet rain as his body underwent changes. The black pupils in his eyes disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes completely white. Tao arcs of electricity flickered in his eyes. In the center of his eyebrows, a bright red scale emerged. This was part of the demonic body belonging to the Hell Warlock. An arcane message appeared in Zhang Xiaoyi's mind. Awaken talent, Thunder Law Spell. Thunder spell, consume mental energy to summon and manipulate transcendent thunder. Zhang Xiaoyi stared at his hands in a daze. After eating the immortal peach earlier, his own brain had some extra strange energy in the underworld. He could feel the presence of that power, but did not know how to use it. Zhang Xiaoyi tried to mobilize the energy in his brain to use the Thunder Law incantation. The arcs of electricity entangled in his fingers were particularly conspicuous in the dark night. It crackled like white snakes twining around. Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with shock. This. The legendary spiritual power that condenses the Golden Dan is not in the Dantian, but in the brain. It turns out that the legendary spiritual power, mana, is called spiritual power. I can use spells now. I'd become a true cultivator. His throat shrugged as he looked incredulously at the earthly essence tree and muttered.
Poor Taoist, this is an epiphany. The epiphany under the Buddha Bodhi tree is not a legend. It is true. You are the legendary enlightenment tree. The poor Taoist has had an epiphany.
Zhang Xiaoyi took the extraordinary ability brought about by the desire potion as an epiphany, as the legendary enlightenment. He violently knocked his head on the ground and shouted. Disciple Zhang Xiaoyi, I thank Grandmaster Bodhi for his enlightenment. From now on, I will promote the Tao, punish the evil and promote the good, and I will live up to Ancestor Bodhi's grace of granting creation. When Zhang Xiaoyi raised his head again, the earthly essence tree had already disappeared. His eyes filled with tears, he cried out in pain towards the location of the Shushan Taoist temple.
Master! Disciple has realized the way. I have realized the way.
Master, the legends are all true, the legends are all true. The tree of enlightenment is real, the heavenly court, the earthly palace, may also be real.
You wait for me, Master.
When I've accomplished my cultivation, I'll take a trip to the Yellow Springs and bring you back to earth. After shouting, Zhang Xiaoyi made a deep bow towards the location of the Shushan Taoist temple. He got up, and his eyes flashed with electricity, revealing a hint of determination.
Now, let the disciple go and snatch my Mount Shu back.
A week later, Taiping Mountain. The authorities had publicized today's Tao Exchange conference very well. Not only did a TV station come to interview, some small live broadcasting companies also came to record their programs.
Hello everyone, I'm Lele, welcome to my program O.
Lele smiled sweetly at the camera. Lele was the anchor of Dajuan Culture Media Limited, and for an event like the Tao Exchange Conference, there was no reason for Zhu Dajuan's company not to come and join in the fun. The anchor woman was still the same as before, the cameraman had changed. Last time she met a ghost in the cemetery live broadcast, the photographer has been carrying a bucket to run away. The reason Lele insisted on live broadcasting the Taoism Exchange Conference also had something to do with the last time she met a ghost. She firmly believed that since there were ghosts, there must be Taoist priests who caught ghosts. The Taoism Exchange Conference gathered the world's famous celestial masters, so they would definitely be able to find powerful Taoist masters. What was going on that night, she really wanted to know.
Lele kept her smile.
The theme of our live broadcast today is finding a true heavenly master. As we all know, the fortune-telling Taoist priests we usually see on the runway are all fake tricks that cheat people. Let's come to the Taoism Exchange Conference today to see if we can find a master with real skills. After a bunch of introductions, Lele led the photographer into the Qingfeng Taoist Temple. Today Qingfeng Taoist Temple has activities, as long as the Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes, into the Taoist Temple to visit free of charge, but also expresses the convergence of the world's Taoist law theme of the event.
In addition to the tourists, there are Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes.
Lele had never seen such Taoist priests in his life. After a while, an old grandpa wearing a purple Taoist robe came with the help of two disciples. The purple-robed old Taoist smiled and arched his hand at Lele.
Is it Dajuan Media, right? I'm the 32nd generation head of Qingfeng Taoist number emptiness.
Seriously, it was possible to not give face to the South Sea television station, but it was absolutely impossible to not give face to Grand Army Media. Everyone knew who the boss behind Grand Army Media was.
Lele wondered. Hello Master Emptiness, I'm Lele. Isn't the Qingfeng a noob one? Why has it been passed down for more than 30 generations? Chapter 81 Believe in Science. Taoist Emptiness stroked his beard and said.
The poor Taoist and a group of disciples originally practiced in the deep mountains, but the Taoist temple was dilapidated and no longer suitable for cultivation. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang, the general manager of the White Sea Group, Mr. Zhang, is a good person and has found such a Taoist temple for the poor Taoist and his disciples. I, Qingfeng sect, will definitely live up to the kindness of great kindness Zhang and cultivate well to relieve the world of their worries. Not only did he publicize a way for himself, he also didn't forget to help his boss, Mr. Zhang of the White Sea Group, with a wave of publicity.
Lele's eyes lit up. You and the Taoist masters were once all mountain masters?
Then the Qingfeng sect disciples must be highly skilled. The purple-robed Taoist smiled proudly. My Qingfeng sect is also known as the Qingfeng sword sect.
My ancestors passed down the Qingfeng sword technique, which is unique. Jinhe, Jinqing, Shou.
The two Taoist priests beside the purple-robed Taoist priest saluted the sect leader with their swords, and bowed to Lele and the camera as they walked out into the open and began to display their sword techniques.
From time to time, the surrounding onlookers erupted into hoots and hollers of approval, and applause rose and fell. Lei was a bit bored watching. She couldn't tell if the swordsmanship was unique or not, but she knew for sure that she couldn't beat a hooligan with a machete. What Lei was looking for was a master who could cut down demons and remove devils, not these fancy fists. After patiently watching, Lei applauded with high emotion. Great, empty void Taoist master, we still want to continue to stroll around and admire the Qingfeng Taoist temple. Wandering for a long time, along the way interviewed a lot of Taoist priests, most of them are fake Taoist priests who came to the Taoist temple after graduating from undergraduate school. There were just too few with an authentic Taoist lineage. Sister Lei, forget it, let's just do a normal interview. The company didn't give us the task of finding a real master or anything. The photographer politely advised. He personally didn't believe that there was any master who could fly through the air and understand yin and yang. The photographer had also heard rumors about Lei creating fake horror videos for the sake of heat and causing a photographer to leave his job. He didn't want to accompany Lei in this and lose his job. Lei ignored the photographer and fixed her eyes on a short distance away. There was a long-bearded old man wearing a simple Taoist robe and holding a broom. He was slowly sweeping the fallen leaves. Lei breathed heavily. That old Taoist monk was immortal and the movement of sweeping the leaves was not the slightest bit abnormal. But, the way is simple, back to basics Senior. Lei hurriedly walked quickly towards the front, and the photographer didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly followed. Lei held back her excitement, afraid of disturbing the high man, and stopped a few meters in front of the old Taoist priest, politely. She asked. May I ask this Taoist priest, are you an old senior who has been practicing Taoist purification for many years? The old Taoist priest turned back, gently stroked his white beard, and stared at Lei with eyes full of the wisdom of a man who had grown old and matured into a savant, glittering as if with a divine light. The cameraman gruffly picked up the camera, the lens did not dare to have the slightest deviation. Perhaps this is really the master Lei's sister is looking for. The old Taoist once again stroked his beard, smilingly said. I've come to Taiping Mountain for half a month, responsible for cleaning the courtyard. The treatment is quite good, 4,000 a month, but also food and shelter. Girl, the plastic bottle in your hand is still ore? Lei foolishly handed out the bottle in her hand. Feeling that his eyes are full of light as looking at the bottle in his hand? The old Taoist monk happily took the bottle and left, leaving Lei and the photographer in the wind. The photographer depressedly said. Sister Lei, really forget it. Let's just complete the live broadcast mission honestly. Where in the world would a master demon subduer come from? This camera of mine is truly heavy. Right in the middle of the cameraman's spat, a melodious flute sound came from nowhere. The music of 1,000 years old turned 100 times and turned into the curves of seawater. The sound of the flute was clear, mournful, and had an indescribable out-of-this-world flavor. Lei looked around and ran towards a path. The owner of this flute was definitely not simple. The photographer almost cursed, but who made him new? He swung his mouth and cursed, huffing and puffing as he ran after Lei. The path was hard to follow, winding and twisting. When he came to the end of the path, it was the cliffs of Pacific Mountain. Under the straight pine tree a young man was young. That flute sound was played by him. The scene was beautiful in Lei's eyes. Cliff, pine tree, young man, flute sound. The young man was wearing a Taoist green coat, looking full of aura, and that head of hair was tied up, adding a few points of ancient charm. One word, immortal. A few moments of disdain bubbled up in the photographer's eyes. This is not a Taoist priest at all, it's a flamboyant cosplayer who relies on a few points of face value. It was just a cosplayer who was using the Taoism Exchange Conference to pose for a photo at Taiping Mountain. The photographer could have photographed many cosplayers, how could he not understand? Who's a Taoist priest who can be this handsome? You think you're Su Chongqing? He glanced at Lei's agitated face and couldn't help but despise Lei's intelligence in his heart. Lei softly said. Hello, excuse me. The sound of the flute stopped and the teenager twisted his head. Ha! That face was handsome, it just always felt as if he couldn't wake up from sleep. Lei blushed and asked. Hello young Taoist master. Do you know where in Taiping Mountain there is a senior with high magic power? Zhang Xiaoyi hung his flute back on his waist and stretched lazily. He stepped on his cloth shoes and walked to the edge of the cliff, in front of the parapet. As the mountain wind blew by, the teenager's long hair fluttered up casually with an indescribable diffidence.
Zhang Xiaoyi turned back and said in an educational tone.
What magical power, senior? We have to believe in science.
The slightly educational tone caused Lei to give a lost "oh."
Was it true that the Taoist Exchange Conference didn't have any masters who knew about yin and yang? Was there really no way to explain what happened that night?
Lei sneaked a glance at Zhang Xiaoyi, really handsome.
In fact, it was quite good to be disappointed in the workplace and happy in love. She whispered. Little Taoist master, I'm here for an interview, can I interview you?
Zhang Xiaoyi turned his back to Lei and waved his hand.
No, there's something else, let's go.
Saying so, he rolled over the guardrail and jumped off the cliff.
Lei's eyes snapped round. Jumped? Jumped off the cliff? Just watery jumped off?
Then, Lei let out a piercing scream. The photographer was also confused, and he rushed to the parapet. This cliff was a full 1,000 meters, jumping off was definitely 10 deaths without a life. How can you be so desperate to jump off? Even if he wanted to call the police to save people, it was too late.
The collection.
A thunderbolt flashed. Only to see a figure rise up from under the cliff to meet the sky along with the thunderlight. The photographer sat on the ground in fear. That figure was none other than the little Taoist from earlier. The little Taoist priest glanced at the photographer indifferently, the thunderlight rose again, and the little Taoist priest followed the thunderlight straight into the distance. The 4 words "believe in science" seemed to still be echoing here. Lei pointed in the direction where the little Taoist priest disappeared and was half speechless.
This is a real fairy. The aura recovery that was spreading all over the internet definitely had a claim. Real cultivators had appeared.
Finally, she snapped back to her senses.
Did you film it?
The photographer grimaced bitterly. I thought he was a cosplayer, coming to the Taoist Law Conference to rub traffic and pose.
I didn't take a picture.
Lei glared hatefully at the photographer and climbed up. The picture quality of my accompanying camera is bad, so I definitely can't get a clear picture of the face. It must have gone to the Tao Exchange Conference, let's go quickly.
Chapter 82 Ninja appears.
The Tao Exchange Conference was held at the Sanqing Palace. Outside of the Sanqing Palace, after the efforts of the staff, the appropriate facilities had already been set up.
Even with a large number of tourists observing the ceremony, it didn't seem crowded at all.
The media in Nanhai City had already occupied the best positions to record this blessed spectacle. Several immortal and Taoist celebrities, led by Taoist Emptiness, settled at the main entrance of the Sanqing Palace. The theme of this occasion is known to all, breaking down feudal superstitions and rumors of aura revival. In this context, all the great Taoist sects came together and inevitably competed on the same stage for a while. At the beginning of the conference, the disciples of each sect definitely wanted to show their faces, and they staged stage competitions. 7 Injuries Fist, Taijiquan, Longhua Fist, Fuwu Fist, Xiangong Fist, it was quite lively. The audience watched with great interest. They knew that this was the time when this kind of convention was interesting.
There was not much energy in the aftermath.
Those celebrities theorized with each other, speaking some obscure words that the common people didn't understand. Those profound words could only be understood by scholars and enthusiasts who had some attainments in Taoism.
Halfway through the match, there was a commotion in the crowd.
Only to see a small Taoist priest, shuffling his cloth shoes, walk through the crowd and step by step onto the stage.
I'll go, is this also a Taoist priest? So handsome. It's just a cosplayer, clowning around here. It's a pity, why did a good-looking guy become a monk?
Zhang Xiaoyi was already handsome, and his 10 years of cultivation had given him an unearthly image. Together with his innate laziness, and the confident temperament after becoming a transcendent, it only made the crowd think of one word.
Zen. This strand of transcendental immortal aura compared to the rest of the disciples of the Taoist sect, a heaven and a earth. It was no wonder that the crowd caused the crowd to riot. On the main seat in front of the 3 pristine palaces, Taoist Emptiness stroked his beard, a look of surprise on his face. Whose late generation is this, truly blessed? The tone of voice carried a sense of relief, as if it was the appreciation and affection that everyone famous had for their juniors. In fact, Taoist Emptiness only thought that Zhang Xiaoyi looked good, and if he became a publicity ambassador, he would definitely make Qingfengguan's incense flourish.
In the end, this Qingfengguan is still a profitable business Taoist temple. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the 3 big words, Sanqing Palace, his eyes revealed gloom. This was originally the Hall of the Human Emperor.
The Shushan Taoist temple was different from the usual Taoist temple.
The Shushan Taoist temple honored the three pristine ones, as well as the human emperor. Rumor has it that in ancient times, the ancient Yangshao people moved into Shu, and later people called them the Shushan clan. A woman from the Shushan clan married the Yellow Emperor and gave birth to his son, Jiang Song.
Silkworm's son, Fish Eater, founded the ancient state of Shu.
Later, when demons plagued the world, a descendant of the Shushan clan Taoist named Taiching Jinwen held the demon-suppressing sword and founded the Shushan sect.
To the disciples of Mount Shu, the human emperor is the ancestor.
The unauthorized demolition of the Hall of the Human Emperor and the removal of the three emperors' venerable statues is a great disrespect to the disciples of Mount Shushan. Although the Shushan Taoist temple and the legendary Shushan sect were two different things, but the middle-aged master had always referred to himself as a Shushan disciple. Zhang Xiaoyi naturally also suffered a lot of inculcation and considered himself a Shushan disciple.
A Taoist master saluted and asked, "Who is the Taoist friend? What sect did you learn from?"
Zhang Xiaoyi made a bow and said aloud, "The second-generation master of the Shushan Taoist temple, Zhang Xiaoyi, Taoist name Zhenghua." Under the tutelage of the first-generation master of Shushan Taoist temple, Bai Yuzhenjin. There were only two people in the Shushan Taoist temple in 2 generations. The master was the first-generation master, and there was nothing wrong with himself being the second-generation master.
The Taoist master was confused. "I'm afraid this isn't a mess?" The crowd was again in a commotion. Shushan Taoist temple? Isn't this something from a legendary story?
Late stage of bourgeoisie this person? The bag is trying to rub traffic, shameless.
Good familiar this is not the short video of the Taoist priest who was stolen home? Come to think of it. The middle-aged Taoist who shouted "Lei Zhu, come out and blast these bastards to death," right? It's going to be hot.
I'll definitely buy something when he goes live with his goods. They had just felt that Zhang Xiaoyi was immortal, like a little god.
Now what? This Tao assembly was here to have too much fun today. At the main seat, Taoist Emptiness' face turned ugly.
He remembered who this sellable little Taoist was. He couldn't let him continue to make trouble. This was a bad influence on the reputation of Qingfengguan. After thinking about it, he stood up and said in a neutral tone, "Although I don't know what Shushan is, but today, my Qingfengguan gathers the world's Taoism. Since little friend is also a generation of master, why don't we ask little friend to take a seat, and later on, we will discuss the Tao together."
The audience's favorability towards Taoist Emptiness immediately rose.
Obviously, he was a troublemaker, but he was still able to calmly invite the troublemaker to discuss the Tao. This was the master's temperament. I don't know how humiliating it must be for that little Taoist priest to not know anything when he exchanges Taoist teachings later on. There were still many spectators who were going to leave, feeling that there would be fun to watch the exchange of Tao methods in a while, and they stopped to wait.
A small smile appeared on Taoist Emptiness' face. He did understand hype.
Zhang Xiaoyi did not care about the gossip of those people and walked to the front of the Sanqing Palace with his head held high. There was a newly added pair of seats at the end, and Zhang Xiaoyi frankly sat down. Taoist Emptiness smilingly stroked his beard and said aloud, "The poor Taoist announces that the Taoist Exchange Conference is now open." The words did not finish, the changes rose steeply. Only to see the center of the martial arts stage appeared a crack and rustling sound. A black shadow actually broke out from the martial arts stage. He was wearing black night clothes, his face was covered, and his forehead had a forehead protector. On his waist was a shuriken, a bituminous sword.
It was completely the image of a Higashi Sakura ninja. What the hell? Is this magic? A Toho Sakura ninja has appeared at the Tao assembly? Everyone was dumbfounded.
This was an open-air martial arts arena, in full view of everyone. There were no special effects.
How did someone just break out of the ground in the center of the martial arts arena like that?
The Taoists in the martial arts arena retreated one after another. The grandmasters on the chairs had shocked faces.
This is the Earth Escape technique? How is it possible? They couldn't figure out what the situation was.
The whole place exploded in 3 different ways. The ninja clasped his arms and looked at the group of Taoist priests with contempt, speaking in an unskilled Xia dialect.
A martial arts competition? It's not over yet. Fight me.
The crowd of Taoist priests looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them dried up and stepped forward.
What they knew was martial arts, and this man directly engaged in an earth escape technique? We're boxers, you play ninjutsu, how else can we fight with descending strikes? The ninja sneered.
A little carving skills let you fear me? Oh, and claiming that the earth escape technique is something from your Taoist school.
It's clearly mine, East Sakura ninja, and you're nothing but rats who stole my East Sakura culture. An irascible middle-aged Taoist master couldn't help himself and walked onto the martial arts stage with a sword. Bestow teachings. He didn't believe that this man really knew the earth escape technique, he bet that this man was putting on a show. The middle-aged Taoist master stabbed with his sword, only to see the ninja figure suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged Taoist master's pupils suddenly contracted. Stealth? When the ninja reappeared, he was already behind the middle-aged Taoist priest and kicked him in the back. The middle-aged Taoist master fell off the martial arts stage in a mess. The audience rubbed their eyes incredulously. Chapter 83 Thunder Spell. Evasion? Invisibility? Has the aura really revived? Something from the legend just appeared in reality? Aura has really recovered? However, in the next scene, the ninja's behavior angered the audience. The sneer in the ninja's eyes was about to flow out of his eyes as he snorted. You don't even know stealth? Don't you Taoist sects know about the strange gates, the 5 elements and the great recluse? In fact, those stories are merely stolen from our culture, right? Ha! The Taoists who deceive the world and steal culture from the Xia kingdom. These words directly ignited the anger in the room. Are you up? Does the Tao Assembly have any seniors or senior people to clean up this dog? A small projectile country, how dare you insult my great Xia? Lord Lilith said that things must be a big deal. The more brainless the better, the more reckless the better. This was exactly what he wanted. Becoming a genetic evolver and possessing power that surpassed mortals, yet having to hide his strength and hide his identity, it was just too hard to bear. Utilizing a strong power and stepping on other people's heads, that was cool. That ninja laughed wildly on the stage. The aura recovery was fake, but the genetic evolution was real. It was ridiculous that these stupid Xia people were still living in feudal superstitions. After the ninja had laughed enough, he grabbed a bitterness in his hand and shot it towards the door plaque of the 3 pristine palaces. The bitterless carried a sound of breaking air, and exploded with a boom on the front face of the 3 pure palaces. The door plaque of the 3 pristine palaces shook and crashed down. The faces of the masters on the chairs were shocked and furious, and the spectators stared in horror. The Tao Exchange Conference gathered the world's most famous viewpoints. At this time being smashed down by a foreigner, especially in East Sakura, the Sanqing Gate plaque, that would be a great shame. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the end of the seating area and caught the door plaque with 2 steady hands, gently placing it on the ground. The master's eyes stared. Good hands. The audience looked over, and it was none other than Zhang Xiaoyi, the self-proclaimed second-generation master of the Shushan Taoist temple, the True Fruit. The audience's eyes lit up when they saw Zhang Xiaoyi's figure. He claimed to be the sect master of Mount Shu. What if he was really an expert? A disciple of Mount Shu wouldn't be unable to defeat a mere ninja, right? Even if they couldn't do it, it wouldn't be so bad that they would lose the face of the Xia Kingdom's world Taoist sect. The ninja narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Zhang Xiaoyi. The blood chi was weak, not a genetically modified evolver at all. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was gloomy. Master Dao has been in a depressed mood these past few days, you're bumping into a gun. Ancestor Bodhi had said that he wanted Zhang Xiaoyi to promote the Dao. Now, there was even an East Sakura man slapping the face of the Taoist sect in front of him. In the past, when he encountered ninjas, he must have been as terrified and helpless as everyone else. Now that Master Dao was enlightened under the Bodhi tree, he still cared about a mere ninja? The ninja shook his head. Rubbish. Saying so, he hooked his hand provocatively at Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi made a seal in his hands, his eyes icy cold. Insulting the Dao, his heart should be executed. The pupils of Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes with electric light flowing. There was red phosphorus flickering in the center of his eyebrows, like the legendary Top Danshin. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xiaoyi condensed a ball of lightning in his hand, which made noise. 5 Thunder Positive Technique. Palm Thunder. Zhang Xiaoyi shouted angrily, and thunderbolts exploded. The speed was too fast for the ninja to react. He stared round in horror, and could only watch as several thunderbolts rushed straight to his face without being able to do anything to react. The ninja didn't even let out a scream, and directly fell to the ground, with a burning smell on his body. The whole place was silent, with only the wind of the mountains rattling. The tourists were excited and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi in awe. What was that just now?
Thunder spells that were only found in movies and novels. Immortal cultivator. This was an immortal cultivator. There were actually immortal cultivators in Xia. For any person in the summer country, immortal cultivators were definitely quite the fan. Countless flashbulbs flashed, capturing the shocking scene. The celebrity masters were still looking like former senior masters earlier. At this moment, they were so excited that their hands shook and a few beards were pulled out. Immortal cultivation was real. How could they, who had been practicing hard for several years, not have fantasized about riding on clouds? Shushan, what kind of sect is it? Can I ask for Taoist advice? Taoist Master Emptiness mouth grew wide and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He remembered how he came to have this Taoist temple. He had occupied the dojo of an immortal cultivator? The legend of Mount Shu was surprisingly true. Nanhai Development Zone, Detai Group, President's Office. Su Yutong's computer desk was set up with documents. She, who never liked to use two minds at once, was actually playing the live stream of the Tao Exchange conference on her computer. After becoming a transcendent, there was a hunger for knowledge of the transcendent world. She was very interested in this mundane Tao Exchange conference. At this moment, she was looking at the live broadcast screen in shock. The screen was fixed on the image of Zhang Xiaoyi releasing the palm lightning and hitting the ninja. South China Sea, Platinum Paradise Nightclub. Due to Emperor Nightclub's contribution to Devil's Club, Platinum Paradise Nightclub was his new home base. At noon, Zhu Dajuan and his second-in-command, Crazy Wolf, were eating hot pot in a luxurious office. On the projector was the live broadcast of the Tao Exchange conference. Zhu Dajuan's pupils suddenly contracted and he stood up violently, knocking over the bowl of sauce in his hand. He looked at the big screen incredulously. Immortal cultivators. Are the transcendents going to make their cards clear? Crazy Wolf frowned and twisted his head to see a shocking scene. A young Taoist roared palm thunder. Immediately afterward, lightning erupted from its hands, scorching a ninja with electricity. For large words appeared in Mad Wolf's mind. Mythic era. South Sea Green Sanatorium, Dean's office. Lilith looked at the live feed incredulously. She turned her head to look at the stupefied Dean on the side. What is this? The Dean swallowed hard. Immortal cultivators, the legend is true. Lilith slammed the table. What the hell is an immortal cultivator? The Dean's face was ugly. Legend has it that immortal cultivators can become gods after hard training. Lilith stared dead at the computer screen. Impossible. Impossible. Without genetic evolution, how can there be gods? If there are gods in this world, why are we still making them? I know, it's the electric eel gene, it must be the electric eel gene. There can't be a god, he's also genetically evolved, there's no way he's an immortal cultivator. The Dean said bitterly. Lord Lilith, I suggest we leave the South Sea immediately. Lilith said in disbelief. Why? The Dean sighed. If the ninja withdrew after causing a mess at the Tao conference, we could use some means to get the imperial capital to investigate the mayor and could buy time for the experiment. But with the ninjas dead and an immortal cultivator showing up, I bet the imperial capital is in a hurry right now. The mayor's dirty laundry is not worth mentioning in front of the investigation team, because the team doesn't even look at it. That ninja set us on fire. Nanhai Security Bureau, Director's Office. In front of the water dispenser, Xiaoyi was fixated on the action of catching water, and the water flow had already spread to the floor without him noticing. His eyes were unblinking as he watched the TV that looked like a metaphysical movie screen. But this is not a movie. This was the Taoism Exchange Conference organized by the City Council at great expense. The purpose was to dispel the rumors of feudal superstition and aura recovery. But now, a Taoist priest is using magic spells in public? Are there really any transcendents in the South China Sea besides those crazy people who are engaged in genetic experiments? At this moment, the phone rang. Boom! The water cup fell to the ground, splashing down. Xiaoyi's face once again, this was actually a call from the imperial capital. He immediately picked up the phone and stood upright. Please instruct the leader. Hanging up the phone a moment later, Xiaoyi dialed another number and solemnly said, all military officers head to Taiping Mountain. Chapter 84 Emergency Meeting of the Authorities. Imperial Capital and Authority Agency Office Building. Led by the Director General of Xia's General Administration of Public Security, many authorities' departmental agency staff members, Xiaoyi participated in the conference room by video link. The conference room was quiet, the footage about the immortal cultivator's lightning-killing ninjas was clearly displayed on the big screen.
Xiaoyi held his head high.
Report leader. After testing, there is no high-tech breakage at the scene. The ninja's body has been sent to the imperial capital. Zhang Xiaoyi, the suspected immortal cultivator, has taken up residence at the Taoist temple, under the care of the magistrate and under secret surveillance. The tourists present have been pacified, and public opinion is now stable.
Please instruct the leadership.
The sheriff's department claimed to the public that the ninjas and the immortal cultivator were publicity for the Taoist Congress and for Taiping Mountain.
It was all high-tech special effects.
There were just a few accidents, and the person playing the ninja was injured and has been rushed to the hospital.
Follow-up news will be announced on the official website of the Security Bureau.
The Director General of the General Administration Bureau was an old man with a very high level of essence and righteousness, named He Jinghua. Sitting on the first seat, Minister, he said. We have to grasp the attitude towards the immortal cultivator and pacify him.
Network regulation can be stepped up, not letting his face appear on the internet.
Also, the investigation team has already traveled to the South China Sea, prepare for a working reception.
Xiaoyi saluted again.
Yes.
He Lao looked around the crowd and said.
All say what you think. A man in a suit and glasses got up and said. According to the video, that Taoist priest didn't have any instruments in his hands, yet he was able to release direct electricity.
Leader, I am a firm dialectical materialist, but
seeing is believing, and I have to suspect that there really are occult wonders in this world.
A middle-aged woman picked up the dossier and said.
Since the 1st of September this year, unusual events have often occurred in the South China Sea. Large felines killing people, bird riots in the South Sea Forest Park.
Weirdos attacking magistrates, giant bald eagles killing bizarre crows.
And now there's the incident of immortal cultivators killing ninjas with lightning.
These are just the incidents on the surface. Secretly, I don't know how many more similar incidents are happening in the South Sea.
Elder, he frowned in contemplation. Following this information, one could surmise that there must be a side to this world that they didn't know about.
Immortal cultivators? Demons? What were they going to do? Would they jeopardize the Xia kingdom? Did any of those transcendents side with the Xia authorities? He frowned. Shushan, what's going on? Does anyone know?
A long-prepared history expert rose and said. Leader, Shu Mountain is a surname from the ancient times. Legend has it that the descendant of Mount Shushan, Tai Ching-Zhenwen, started the Mount Shushan sect after he achieved enlightenment and became immortal. The disciples of Mount Shushan take it as their duty to eliminate demons and uphold the righteous path. As for how it really works, a lot of things before the founding of the country can no longer be verified.
He Lao's face looked better.
At least he knew that there were forces amongst the transcendents that defended the Xia state.
After a long time, Elder, he sighed.
It turns out that there have always been unknown undercurrents in the Xia kingdom.
The authorities were actually unaware of it. Let's not talk about whether the demons and immortal cultivators are real or not.
Those weird people suddenly showed up in the South China Sea, and weird things suddenly erupted in the South China Sea.
Alas!
Something must have happened in the South China Sea, but we don't know anything about it.
Comrades, this is terrible.
The crowd was silent.
Is it horrible?
Of course it was horrible, creepy.
It's a happy family, the parents go to work, the children go to school, live an ordinary life.
But two poisonous snakes live in that same home. Hidden in the couch, on the beams, in the cellar. One day, the two vipers fight and make a mess, and that's when this family realizes that there are these two horrible things in their home.
And you, as the master of the house, didn't buy any snake-proof items, not even a knife to kill the snakes.
Xiaoyi, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said.
Leader, this could be a great change in heaven and earth, a revival of aura. Everyone looked at Xiaoyi in the video in unison.
If in the past, if Xiaoyi, who was the director of the Public Security Bureau, had spoken such feudalistic and superstitious remarks, he would definitely have been warned by the system once.
Now, the crowd only wanted to hear what the director of the South Sea Security Bureau had to say. He Lao said in a deep voice.
Tell us carefully.
Xiaoyi said.
In the beginning, a magistrate from the Nanhai North District Security Bureau Wei Ming had proposed this concept.
Once upon a time, there were demons on the blue planet, and for some reason they fell asleep.
Due to mankind's increasing destruction of nature in recent years, it led to certain situations that we didn't know about.
After the demons awoke, a series of things happened that could not be explained by common sense. This situation is called aura revival. Events that are contrary to common sense due to aura revival are called abnormal events. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. For supernatural events, there were supernatural ways to explain them. The magistrate named Wei Ming was reasonable, just not scientific.
Elder, he murmured the word demon and narrowed his eyes as he asked.
Then how does Shushan explain it? That little Taoist is only 20 years old, could he also be a sleeping demon?
Chowie smiled sarcastically. I don't know about that. I can call Wei Ming to the Nanhai City Bureau and wait for the investigation team to question him. He Lao was just about to say something when his secretary walked over and handed He Lao a document. It was the report of the ninja's body inspection. The ninja had died in the South China Sea at noon, and the inspection report from the imperial capital had come out in the evening, showing the importance the authorities attached to this. Those specialized terms He Lao couldn't understand. He flipped to the last page. He Lao looked at the results of the report and frowned. This ninja actually has mole genes, glass octopus genes, and bacterial cloaks and other messy things in his body. What kind of monster is this? Moles had the ability to quickly dig holes in the ground. The glass octopus gene allows the ninja's body to reach transparency. The ninja's nightsuit is just as high-tech, absorbing light and making most of the ninja's body invisible. The ninja's ninjutsu was all enhanced versions of evolved gene effects. When Chowie heard this, he immediately got up and said, There is something to report to the leaders. I suspect that there is some sort of genetic experimentation at the South Sea Green Sanatorium. When the Shushan immortal cultivators didn't appear, I thought that all those unusual events were all the work of the Genetic Experiment Organization. Elder, he looked straight into Chowie's eyes. Have you checked?
What's the result? Chowie said. Because of some resistance, there was a delay in getting at the Green Sanatorium. He Lao put down the report. Boldly investigate.
Chowie, you're my student, I'm confident in your abilities. If you spill the beans, I'll cover for you.
Chowie stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Nighttime, 8 o'clock.
The mayor of Nanhai, with a group of leaders, greets the investigation team at the authorities' office building. The clerk in executive attire suddenly received a phone call. After returning from the call, he walked up to the mayor and whispered, Leader, the investigation team went directly to the security bureau.
The mayor froze for a moment. Went directly to the sheriff's department? There was no intention of coming to the agency building?
The mayor looked at the sky outside, very cloudy, very heavy.
After the last fall rain in the South China Sea, it was going to be winter.
The cold temperature was like the mayor's heart.
It's over.
The mayor's face was ashen.
Chapter 85. The pharmacy owner is an immortal cultivator? South China Sea Security Bureau.
A middle-aged woman in a black suit led several men in black suits to the conference room under the guidance of Chowie. Chowie spoke of a document and handed it to the middle-aged woman's eyes. Team Leader Zhuang, this is the information of the Nanhai Green Nursing Home, as well as the transaction records of the Nanhai Green Charity Association. The middle-aged woman gave Chowie a surprised look. He had received a mission when he arrived in the South Sea to check if the Green Sanatorium had any interests with the upper echelons of the South Sea.
Director Chow was done checking? Taking on the Disciplinary Inspection Bureau's job as well? The middle-aged woman examined the information. Every line is alarming.
The Nanhai Green Charity Association is a charitable organization that raises money to treat some of the patients at the Nanhai Green Sanatorium.
However, the South China Sea Green Sanatorium was originally an aristocratic sanatorium, so how could the people living in it need donations for treatment?
Looking at the fundraising records of the Green Charity Association, the names were unbelievable.
Mayor of Nanhai, Huang Qiuming. Director of the Nanhai Disciplinary Bureau, Wu Gung. Director of Nanhai Highway, LV Fengming. Dajuan Cultural Media, Zhu Dajuan. Chairman of Tianhai Group. And so on.
Each and every one of them are rich businessmen and authorities.
The middle-aged woman immediately figured out the way.
The Green Charity Association's money was donated by the South China Sea's powerful and wealthy. The Charity Association used this money to buy some Cordyceps sinensis, Sichuan shellfish, and other hard currency medicinal herbs. Some of the big shots who were convalescing in sanatoriums would receive these herbs that could be cashed in on a turnaround. These medicinal herbs are purchased by the Green Nursing Homes charity funds and given to those big shots for free.
What exactly is the meaning of this can be imagined.
This list was handed in, and the South Seas are going to change blood.
I'm afraid there will be some other people implicated.
The middle-aged woman glanced meaningfully at Chowie. Director Chow is really a godly man, and he is also really
doesn't stick to the smallest detail.
Chowie pretended not to understand the middle-aged woman connoted himself to cross the line, smilingly said.
It's all for the South China Sea, it's nothing.
The Martial Arts Brigade and the District Security Office are working on a joint case tonight, and have already traveled to the Green Nursing Home. We can put this matter to rest for a while and focus on the matter of the Shushan immortals.
Chowie was also unassuming towards the investigation team.
He was content with his current state and didn't care if he could go to the next level. Furthermore, the director of the South Sea Security Bureau was considered a figurehead as far as Xiao was concerned. The middle-aged woman appreciated Chowie somewhat instead.
Living Yama Chao Yi's name is true to his name, and he really doesn't give face to anyone.
The middle-aged woman straightened up.
Where are the immortal cultivators?
Chowie said. Still in Taiping Mountain, no restriction of freedom, just covert surveillance. I think he is waiting for us.
The middle-aged woman got up.
It's still early, go to Taiping Mountain.
Chowie froze for a moment. Aren't you going to eat?
The middle-aged woman smiled and said.
Director Chow is so dedicated, how can we slack off? Just then, Chow Yi's phone rang.
Chowie picked up the phone and a panicked voice came from there.
Director, there's been an explosion at the Green Nursing Home. Monsters. Many monsters ran out. Chowie hung up the phone and said to the middle-aged woman without moving.
I'll have Wei Ming take you to Taiping Mountain, I have some business to attend to.
The middle-aged woman was familiar with the name Wei Ming.
According to Elder He, this was the first magistrate to come up with the concept of aura recovery.
The following morning,
Chowie sat in the breakfast store with a gloomy face.
From time to time, vigilante cars drove by on the street, causing the breakfast store owner to always mutter, "What happened, so many patrol cars today?"
When Chowie heard this, his face became even more ugly. Those bastards from the Green Sanatorium didn't know what they heard, and the South China Sea Green Sanatorium had a series of explosions. When the magistrate arrived at the Green Sanatorium, all that was left of the most luxurious sanatorium in Xiao was fire.
Countless monsters ran out of the sanatorium and fought fiercely with the magistrates. Many people had died, and even more monsters had escaped from the magistrate's siege, and many of them might have strayed into Nanhai City. The entire South Sea City's magistrates and military officials were in a state of intense combat.
I don't know how the investigation team is doing, after all, the people sent from above. Chowie called the investigation team, but the investigation team's cell phone had been turned off.
He thought about it and called Wei Ming.
Wei Ming spoke in a small voice and stammered, obviously unwilling to disclose last night's conversation with the immortal cultivator.
Chowie understood that Wei Ming had signed a confidentiality agreement. It was also possible that it was a violation for him to even answer the phone right now.
Last night's conversation between the investigation team and the immortal cultivator had already been included in the red-headed confidentiality.
Thinking about the investigation team gave him more of a headache.
The investigation team was still in the South China Sea, and with such a big mess in the South China Sea, he was afraid that he was giving himself an eyeful. Suddenly, he thought of a person. The owner of that pharmacy had said to himself, for the matter of the South China Sea Green Sanatorium, out of the question can also go to him.
Nanhai Medicine Store. Chowie glanced at the open door in surprise.
For some reason, he always felt that the mysterious boss was waiting for him. Chowie pushed the door in and Li Yang was sitting at the counter reading a book. This time, he wasn't reading Crime and Punishment, he was holding a book, Lake Walden.
Chowie smiled and said, "Business is booming, boss." Li Yang went straight to the point. "For the Green Sanatorium?" Chowie was stunned. "What do you know? Is he really waiting for me?" Li Yang did not smile and said blandly, "I can help you."
Chowie said in a deep voice.
"Do you know what I'm up against this time?"
It was a bunch of monsters. If this boss could handle it, Chowie had to wonder about the boss's identity.
Either he was the person behind the Green Retreat, or he was also a transcendent. Li Yang turned over a new page of Walden Lake and lightly said,
"Just a bunch of no-good mongrels." Saying that those genetically fused monsters were bastards was quite apt. Chow Yi breathed heavily. He finally understood that a great villain like Chen Wei would be so jealous of this boss. He also finally understood why this boss was not a powerful person in the South Sea, yet he knew the South Sea like the back of his hand and knew all the secrets. An evil feng shui master? That's right. This boss, too, is an immortal cultivator. Chow Yi asked tentatively. Does Mr. know about the Shushan immortal cultivator? There was more respect between the words. Li Yang closed the book and slowly said. A descendant of Shushan? He is not bad. A flash of horror crossed Chow Yi's eyes. There was a sense of gratification in this store owner's tone. It was as if a senior was appreciating a junior. Could it be that this man in front of him was not only an immortal cultivator, but also the best among immortal cultivators? Chow Yi looked even more respectful. Please sir, for the sake of the beings in the South Sea, help me once. Li Yang glanced at Chow Yi. The beings of the South Sea, what does it have to do with me? Chow Yi was speechless. Why should he ask others to care about the deaths and lives of ordinary people? This transcendent man probably stopped treating himself as an ordinary human a long time ago, didn't he? He seemed like that Holy Mother himself. He rolled his eyes and spoke again. Please sir, for the sake of the South Sea Security Bureau, help me once. Li Yang revealed a smirk. That's still a bit interesting, but I still have conditions. Li Yang used the word also. Not only did he want the control of the South Sea Security Bureau, he also had other demands. For Chow Yi, it didn't matter who was the real boss of the South Sea Security Bureau. If the monster caused chaos in the South China Sea, he, the director, could not absolve himself of the blame and would definitely be kicked out of the security system. Chow Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said. Please speak, sir. Li Yang's gaze was ghostly. I want to know the dynamics of the investigation team. You actually know about the investigation team? Chow Yi felt quite stupid just after saying this. How could Li Yang, such an immortal cultivator who had been entrenched in the South Sea for many years, not know that the investigation team had come to the South Sea? All the same, Chow Yi figured it out. What the store owner wanted to know was the attitude of the authorities towards the Transcendents, or maybe it wasn't that simple. Chow Yi struggled internally for a while. Prying and divulging the investigation team's whereabouts or decisions was a fence-dweller's sin. Chow Yi sighed softly, relieved. If you have to ask for something, you have to be aware of the price you have to pay. He felt a wave of powerlessness. Even if he was the director of the South Sea Security Bureau, was he like a mortal in front of an immortal cultivator? Chow Yi nodded in agreement. Good. Li Yang stared at Chow Yi, and the increasingly dense power of desire made Li Yang show a hint of a smile. Within a day, there won't be any monsters in the South Sea. Chapter 86 Special Department, Security Administration. Wei Ming had never thought in his life that he would be able to fly on a special airplane once. This was the special airplane of the investigation team. He looked at Zhang Xiaoyi, Master Zhang, who was resting with his eyes closed on the side, with some longing. This one was a serious immortal cultivator. Even the investigation team didn't dare to treat him with disrespect. Even the investigation team had soft-pedaled him for a long time in order to coax him to make a trip to the imperial capital. Later, the leader of the team pulled out the safety of the world's lives. Only then will the descendant of Shushan persuade to go to the imperial capital to see a big man. This is the person who really has the ability. Unlike himself, he just got high on his mouth and was listed as one of the abnormal characters. Aura revival? I really just made it up myself. Is there such a good thing after reading too many novels? I could see the imperial capital's desire for knowledge about aura revival, immortal cultivators, and so on. A trip to the imperial capital by yourself? The imperial capital is really hungry. If that big shot dares to see himself, Wei Ming will dare to let that big shot know what it means to waste time. The plane landed and the black commercial car was already waiting at the airport, picking up the crowd and driving directly to the imperial capital's General Security Bureau. Wei Ming was quite excited. He probably guessed who he was going to meet. Sure enough, that director of the General Security Directorate, who often appeared on TV, pushed the door in. Wei Ming stood up, nervous to the point of shaking, and stammered. Elder He, hello, I'm Wei Ming. Elder He had an air of unruffled authority all over him, and after taking his seat he waved his hand and said, Comrade Little Wei doesn't need to be formal, there are some things I want to ask you. Wei Ming saw such a big leader for the first time and felt his mouth dry.
"He old man you command." He Lao smiled and said. "How much do you know about the recovery of aura? How much do you know about immortal cultivators?" Wei Ming smiled bitterly.
Leader, actually that's all my wild guesses.
Elder, he frowned. Wild guesses? Really? He Lao said after a long time. Haphazard guesses. Old man would like to hear about it haphazardly. Half an hour later, inside the conference room.
Elder, he came to the other conference room, the doorway. In his head, he pondered over the words Wei Ming had said.
That kid didn't look like he was lying.
The odds were that it was really made up.
He felt a toothache. He Lao organized his thoughts and pushed the door in.
Several black-clothed men with slightly bulging waists stood in various corners of the conference room.
Immortal cultivator Zhang Xiaoyi dozed off straight in his chair.
The head of the investigation team, Zhuang Yu, sat in front of Zhang Xiaoyi and was in charge of reception.
Elder, he waved his hand at several black-clothed men. Xiao Zhuang stays, the rest of you go out. The people in black looked at each other with difficulty written on their faces. This powerful immortal cultivator didn't know if he was a foe or a friend, so he was just going to be alone with the leaders? Wouldn't there be a problem? Zhang Xiaoyi gave the men in black a derisive look. Is this your hospitality? Afraid of me? Then I'll leave?
Zhang Xiaoyi had been a monk since he was young, and his master was an old man with advanced middle-age disease, so he didn't have any secular hierarchical concepts at all.
No matter how big the official was, it wouldn't give him the slightest bit of pressure.
The head of the investigation team, that middle-aged woman's face went cold.
Didn't you guys hear what the leader said?
Seeing the leader's anger, the black-clothed people walked out, and gave Zhang Xiaoyi a wary look when they were at the door.
Team leader Zhuang smiled apologetically. Master Zhang, don't be offended, this is also their job.
Elder, he sighed. Shushan Mountain's gate was occupied and turned into Qingfengguan, and it suffered so much. Complaining about it with no way to retaliate even without using transcendent means, it is evident that Grandmaster is a chivalrous person. After so many years of hiding in the secular world, Master exposed his identity to kill the East Sakura ninja because he was defending the face of the Taoist sect. I can see that the Grandmaster is a loyal and righteous man. For the sake of personal matters, he is unwilling to fight, but for the sake of the face of the Summer Kingdom, he will use thunderous means.
A disciple of Mount Shu, his name is true, I admire him.
Zhang Xiaoyi was stunned.
Is that what he thought? In fact, this passage was an exaggeration of what old man he was saying.
The Shushan Taoist temple was originally an unauthorized building, the qualification land license didn't come down, and it wasn't even too much to forcefully demolish it. Just the South China Sea propaganda director and the rich mountain covet Shushan Taoist temple, easy to take the qualification in Shushan Taoist temple into the Qingfeng view, this is the problem of the authorities.
He Lao gave a thumbs up.
Each Shushan disciple takes the maintenance of peace and quiet in the world as their own responsibility. What Master Zhang has done looks like a Shushan disciple.
Anyone likes to be patted on the back.
But it also depends on who is being patted. When this kind of big shot suddenly gave a hi-hat, it was bound to be no good.
Zhang Xiaoyi asked vigilantly.
What is your business? There is no harm in being straightforward.
Elder, his face turned serious. Since this is the case, I will be straightforward. I hope that Master Zhang will come out for the sake of the world's people and be the advisor for the abnormal events in Xia.
Zhang Xiaoyi frowned.
Anomalous events?
Elder, he gave a wink, and team leader Zhuang took out a document and handed it to Zhang Xiaoyi.
Master, take a look at this.
On the document were recent strange events in the South China Sea, such as urban feline killings, bird riots, giant bald eagles fighting crows, and so on. The more Zhang Xiaoyi looked at it, the more alarmed he became.
Was this the legendary demon?
It turned out that it wasn't just himself who had encountered bizarre things, but bizarre things were happening all the time. There were some incidents that he had brushed up on the internet, but the authorities' announcement said that they were game promotional videos, so he didn't care.
It seemed like those so-called rumors were all true. Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. Master said that Shushan disciples took it as their duty to maintain peace in the world. Now that demons were running rampant, did he care or not?
At one time, he was not capable of this, but now he was a real immortal cultivator.
He Lao paid attention to Zhang Xiaoyi's expression.
He was the highest figure in the security system, and his ability to recognize micro-expressions was at its peak.
An imperceptible smile crossed Elder He's eyes as he said. Master Zhang can serve as an unusual advisor in the law and order system.
Although there is no real power, the official is at the deputy hall level, with all the benefits. Secondly, Qingfengguan will be changed to Shushan Taoist Temple, and the qualification land license will be handed over to Master Zhang. Master Zhang can widely recruit disciples, need all matters, as long as legal and reasonable, the authorities to help. He Lao's words could be described as moral and emotional, favor and threat at the same time. According to the historian, Shushan disciples took it as their duty to maintain peace in the world, and used this as a reason to make Zhang Xiui work for the authorities. This was considered a kind of moral kidnapping.
Secondly, Zhang Xiui was given many favors.
Whether it was the title of deputy department or the authorities supporting Shushan, it was all lure.
It also told Zhang Xiui in a sideways manner that the Xia kingdom was still the Xia kingdom of the authorities, and Shushan still could not develop without the support of the authorities.
For immortal cultivators, the policy adopted by the authorities was edict. What elder he said, Zhang Xiui really had no reason to refuse. 3 words had already moved Zhang Xiui's heart. The official title Zhang Xiui didn't care, whether or not Shushan was honorable was what he wanted, that was his master's volunteer. But he hesitated because he hadn't had his epiphany for long and didn't know much about the abnormal events generically. Elder he, however, couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiui was thinking.
Could it be that his sincerity was still not enough?
For the sake of this immortal cultivator being able to join the authorities, He Lao was prepared to put in some extra effort. With regards to the unusual incident, the authorities have decided after research that they intend to open a special department.
Zhang Xiui questioned. Special department?
Elder he gleamed.
Yes, a special department, the Security Administration. Chapter 87, Heavenly Treasures. He Lao said.
The Security Administration is the first official special department in the Xia Kingdom to deal with abnormal events. In the future, it will also be the first official immortal cultivator organization in the Summer Country.
Lao Fu was precisely the first director of the Security Administration.
Zhang Xiui was stunned.
Leader, is this something I can listen to? This kind of confidential matter was just told to himself? This was forcing himself to defect to the official side? He Lao waved his hand and said sincerely.
I won't hide it from what Master Zhang said, the anomalous event only happened recently. The authorities are also confused about it and need the help of a great talent like Master Zhang. Although the concept of abnormal events is vague, the authorities know that certain things are extremely important to immortal cultivators. Elder he said, sitting up straight, his attitude becoming quite confident, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth.
Does Master Zhang know about heavenly materials?
Zhang Xiui's face changed.
Heavenly materials and earthly treasures?
Of course he knew what heavenly materials and earthly treasures were.
Wasn't Grandmaster Bodhi's enlightenment fruit a heavenly treasure? How could the authorities know about heavenly treasures as well?
It seemed that the authorities had been studying things in the world of immortal cultivation for some time, only that they hadn't opened up and publicized them to the public. Zhang Xiui looked at Elder He with a grave expression. The authorities were in the end the authorities, terrifying as they were.
He Lao's cloudy old eyes observed Zhang Xiui's facial expression.
Through decades of criminal investigation experience, he knew that he had played this card right.
This kid Wei Ming was something.
He really didn't know what the heavenly material treasure was, and these 4 words were heard from Wei Ming's mouth.
Half an hour ago, He Lao talked to Wei Ming.
Originally, He Lao thought that Wei Ming was also a person from the world of immortal cultivation, or because of some opportunity to peer into the world of immortal cultivation.
The result? After some inquiries, the aura recovery and whatnot was really something Wei Ming made up. Elder he was a little disappointed.
Next, the target was placed on Zhang Xiui. He wanted to negotiate with the immortal cultivator, he had to know something about the immortal cultivation world. So he casually asked Wei Ming what he thought was the most important to an immortal cultivator. Wei Ming replied, heavenly materials and treasures. Elder he continued. In the future, the Security Bureau will put a lot of energy into the world of immortal cultivation and do its best to find heavenly materials and treasures. The Summer Country is vast and diverse, so I guess if you go looking, you'll definitely find them. Master Zhang, become a special advisor of the Security Administration, and those heavenly materials and treasures will be shared with you as well. The seductive nature of these words could be imagined to Zhang Xiui, an immortal cultivator who had just had an epiphany. He originally only wanted to talk to the authorities about the conditions, get back the Shushan Taoist Temple, and ask for a series of qualifications. Zhang Xiui hadn't even thought of joining the officials. Now that the official had said so, what else could he say? Was there any reason to refuse? Zhang Xiaoyi hesitated for a while and said, I also just had an epiphany not long ago, and I don't know the world of immortal cultivation that well. If the official doesn't mind, I'm willing to be this advisor. The word epiphany was clearly captured into his mind by Elder He. Did becoming an immortal cultivator require an epiphany? Elder He did not move and rejoiced. That would be great. He stood up and solemnly extended his hand to Zhang Xiaoyi. The Security Administration welcomes Master Sang's joining. Zhang Xiaoyi and Elder He shook hands before Elder He threw out that question. Master Zhang, I wonder what epiphany you just mentioned. Zhang Xiaoyi, who was already an official, couldn't hide everything. For Ancestor Bodhi, he was still thinking of hiding something, unwilling to reveal everything. Zhang Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and said, I don't know if I'll cause a certain being to be displeased if I tell this matter. I can only say that my epiphany was related to an ancient tree. Elder He nodded his head and said, Elder He understands, it's already very late, I'll send someone to send Master Zhang to rest. Tomorrow, Master Zhang will be sent back to the South Sea, and someone will take care of the qualifications of the Shushan Daoist temple. I also hope that Master Zhang will keep the matter of the Security Administration a secret for now. After saying goodbye, Zhuangyu sent Zhang Xiaoyi away. Elder He sat in the conference room and pondered. An epiphany? An ancient tree? That tree's origin might be displeased by a certain being when it was told? What exactly does this mean? He Lao took out his phone and dialed a number. An emergency meeting will be held at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Candidates for the Security Administration must be there. After searching for a while, he added, have Wei Ming attend as well. South China Sea, night. Chao Yi drove his big jeep around Nanhai City haphazardly. The mysterious boss of the store said that the monsters would be cleared in a day, and he had been apprehensive for the whole day with a skeptical mind. All day the sheriff's office had no calls about monsters hurting people. This was good news. The surprise was horrified. That store owner had so much energy in South Sea City? He must have his own forces, but he, the director of the Nanhai Security Bureau, didn't know anything about it. Under the upset, he drove through the wind, but also wanted to personally patrol in the South China Sea City. It was late at night, and there was no one on this road, only 2 rows of dim streetlights. There was a tall silhouette in the center of the main road. Wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, stepping on 12 centimeters of height, her body was hot. A head of long straight black hair draped behind her head, leaving a strand of long burgundy hair in front of her forehead. It's a foreigner black woman and holding a guitar. Chao Yi frowned and sounded the horn. The foreign woman was unmoved, her fingers on the guitar. Years of criminal investigation had sent alarm bells ringing in Chao Yi's head. As the dark-skinned hottie played the first note, Chao Yi hurriedly jerked the steering wheel. The ear-piercing sonic boom made the car's glass shatter, and even the streetlights blew up a lot. Chao Yi felt even more dizzy, and the car crashed into the street. He struggled to push open the car door, staggered out of the car, and crouched on the side of the road to dry heave. What the is this? The black-skinned hottie stepped on her hateful heights and staggered over to him, speaking in skillful Xia dialect. Chao Yi, Chief Chao. You've been fighting against a beast time and time again, aren't you afraid of being bitten to death? Chao Yi realized that the woman in front of him was the person behind the South Sea Green Sanatorium. He braced himself and fished out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at the woman, pulling a small smile. Bite me? Forget it, I like mature women. I wouldn't get off on a woman like you even biting me for nothing, let alone getting off on it. Lilith frowned, she clearly didn't understand Chao Yi's dirty joke. Chao Yi didn't need her to understand either, pulling the trigger, bang bang 2 shots. Lilith's body moved instantly, almost appearing as a stump, skillfully dodging the shots. A cold smile hung at the corner of Lilith's mouth. Going against me, there is no good end, no matter if it's in the summer country or the American citizen country. Lilith's hand was placed on her guitar and she was about to play the next note when she saw Chao Yi's face looking behind her in surprise. Tap tap tap. The sound of disorganized footsteps also came from behind them. Lilith twisted her head, slightly startled. Only to see a group of strange people in white raincoats encircling this way. Some of them jumped onto the street lamps like apes jumping, like a group of ancient martial arts experts. They were silent, not uttering a single word. In the center of the road, there was a tall woman in a black suit. She was holding a lady's cigarette in her fingertips, and her face was covered with a silver, half-covered witch's mask.
The Black Queen, Su Yutong.
Chapter 88, Extra Shift, the Black Queen who manipulates the Black Augur Dragon.
The last monster in the South Sea, the cleanup mission begins.
The woman flicked her cigarette-clipped hand and gave the order. The white-clothed monsters pounced towards Lilith.
Lilith's battle spirit was overpowering, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. You guys are my opponents in the South China Sea, aren't you? Good, just before I leave the Summer Kingdom, I'll finish with you.
Lilith played the heavy metal music that was killing her. The guitar in her hands was a technological product of the god-making creatures. Lilith could directly attack a creature's internal organs and brain through air vibrations. However, the music that made Chowie cover his ears and want to die couldn't stop those white-clad monsters. Lilith looked incredulously at the pouncing cleaners and stopped playing music, using her guitar as a weapon to smash the cleaners. One by one, the cleaners were sent flying, badly injured. Lilith was like a burly northeastern tiger showing its claws and teeth in a pack of wolves. However, the cleaners had no regard for their injuries and were defiant. Lilith was horrified to find that one of the cleaners had his head cracked open, yet he was still able to fight as if nothing had happened. Only a few cleaners who had their spines broken by themselves lost their mobility.
How was this possible? Anyone who knew biology knew that these things were more like monsters when compared to genetic creations. Enough. Su Yutong, who was silent and smoking, suddenly snapped.
She had been the ruthless queen in general, indifferently watching the battle. The cleaners stopped and began to withdraw with some of their companions who had broken their spines. Su Yutong finished the last puff of her cigarette and exhaled thick smoke.
Look at you, second stage?
God-making creatures can be noticed by their masters, so they really do have a bit of a reputation. Lilith, who had an invincible stance, and Chowie, who was paralyzed on the ground, had near simultaneous pupil contractions.
Chowie was thinking. Is her master that store owner? Sure enough, he possessed incredible power in the South Sea. No wonder Chen Wei was so jealous of him. Is this his backbone to clean up the South Sea monsters in one day?
Lilith narrowed her eyes at Su Yutong. They really knew about the God Creation Organization and had been fighting with it openly and secretly.
Blackwood Misawa died in their hands. Could it be that master was in Xia, similar to the head of the God Creator Organization? Also, what is the meaning of the Second Order?
Lilith held her head high and said, "The power of the blood chi in your body is not as strong as your men. You are not a strong person, and you will die here. I will bring your corpse to greet your master."
The corner of Su Yutong's mouth pulled out a sneer.
She flicked the ashes of her cigarette, cocked her orchid finger to hold the cigarette butt, and raised it to her chest. As soon as her fingers loosened, the cigarette naturally fell.
Shadows surged on the ground.
Half of the black python's head actually poked out from the shadows, tilting its head and opening its bloody mouth, swallowing the cigarette butt into its stomach. Lilith looked at Su Yutong incredulously.
You, what are you? This was definitely not genetic technology.
Su Yutong raised her slender finger, and the shadow in the ground gradually expanded, like a deep black pool. The head of the black python, along with its huge body, rushed out of the black pool.
It was a giant thing that was almost 10 meters. A super-sized python. This was Su Yutong's talent. Shadow puppetry, consumes spiritual energy, can manipulate shadows.
The stronger the mental power, the stronger the puppet art. She is an extremely mentally tough talent, otherwise it would be impossible for her to have founded the Datai group at such a young age. This kind of person would have achieved a lot in all walks of life, just like cultivation. Her power originated from the shadow demon. Although she couldn't be like Zhu Dajuan, who possessed the super cultivation means of being able to increase her spiritual power just by devouring shadows, she also had a set of her own cultivation methods. Under hard work, Su Yutong had already reached the second stage. Since there were no more desire potions to take, being unable to awaken a new talent could not hinder Su Yutong's transcendent power from increasing. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the shadow puppetry. In order to manipulate a more powerful puppet, she used quite a few contacts and spent a high price to purchase the Amazonian great boa. This monster that was almost 10 meters long and weighed 250 kilograms was the best even among boas. After refining the shadow of the Amazonian big boa into a puppet, the valuable big snake died, and Su Yutong also possessed a powerful shadow puppet.
The Amazon boa was so strong that it was even deified by a group of ignoramuses on the internet. Those ignorant people often said, A snake becomes a boa becomes a boa becomes a jiao, and a jiao becomes a dragon.
This is pure nonsense. Snake, python, boa, that is not a species.
Many people think that the boa is also something legendary, but in fact it is a creature that lives in the Amazon River. The speculation on the internet about the boa also sidesteps the terror of the boa.
Especially the Mori boa that became a shadow puppet, its attack and movement speed reached a point that was impossible for a realistic Mori boa to reach, making up for the only drawback of a realistic Mori boa. Su Yutong waved her hand again, and the shadow black boa charged at Lilith like lightning. Lilith was also a second rank in Su Yutong's opinion, but there was a gap amongst the second ranks. A second rank among demons was definitely not comparable to a genetic creation like Lilith.
Lilith's eyes gradually filled with blood.
She controlled the organs in her body and brought her power to its peak. With adrenaline hormones, everything was slowing down in Lilith's eyes.
Lilith rushed up with her big guitar and crashed into the shadow black boa as if it were a big train.
Lilith stormed back, her face filled with fear. If it was an ordinary evolved person, they wouldn't be able to walk more than a single move in the hands of the shadow black boa.
What in the world was this thing? A boa?
But the color of a boa is definitely not as black as ink, much less drilling out from the ground.
Could it be that this is the legendary Jialong of the Xia kingdom?
Lilith breathed in sharply.
This news must be told to father.
Lilith aimed at Su Yutong, who was standing still, and the battle plan formed in her head. She played heavy metal music with vigor, and the air vibrations caused the shadow black boa to slightly stop its stance. Then, Lilith once again rushed towards the shadow black boa, which opened its bloody mouth. Lilith's waist twisted violently, actually stepping on the shadow black boa's head and skimming over it, picking up the big guitar and swinging it towards Su Yutong's head.
Su Yutong let out a light laugh, and the hand that was naturally hanging by her leg opened its 5 fingers.
In the middle of the ground, an arm poked out, black palm open, interlocking with Su Yutong's 5 fingers. That was Su Yutong's own shadow.
The black shadow climbed onto Su Yutong. Su Yutong and the shadow merged into one.
She grabbed Lilith's big guitar with one hand and kicked out with her long, slender legs.
Air popping sounds rang out. Lilith sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was actually kicked tens of meters away.
She climbed up, glanced at Su Yutong with palpitations, twisted her head and ran. Su Yutong did not choose to chase after her.
The master had instructed that a lesson would be good, no lives should be hurt.
There was no point in her dying, living could still be a pawn.
Chowie looked at Su Yutong in a daze.
So fierce.
This is also that pharmacy owner's henchman? She called that drugstore owner master? A subordinate of the drugstore owner can manipulate the black scaly dragon? In other words, a woman who can even manipulate a ing dragon is that boss's maid? How powerful does that boss have to be? Chapter 89, Let the World Roll. Imperial Capital, General Administration of Public Security Building.
Elder He took a sip of tea and gave everyone time to digest before speaking.
Master Zhang in the video mentioned that cultivating immortality requires an epiphany. And epiphany is related to an ancient tree. What exactly is that tree? If any of you have a thought, you can tell us.
This touched on the field of biology, and the biologist stood up and said, the oldest known tree in the world is the foxtail pine in the White Mountains of Homefernia, said to be 5,000 years old. There's also the Pando Forest in Utah, which shares an underground root system and is over 10,000 years old.
Elder He said smilingly, I don't think foreign trees will give our family cultivator an epiphany.
The history professor raised his hand and pushed up his glasses and said,
since they are immortal cultivators, they can't be compared to ordinary trees.
Professor History's words caused everyone to secretly nod their heads.
It was so true.
The history professor continued.
There is a record in the classic of mountains and seas that there is a heavenly ladder tree named Jianmu.
Myths and legends say that the tree can make a heavenly ladder up to heaven and earth for the ancient gods to freely travel between heaven and earth.
Could the tree that the immortal cultivators are talking about be this tree? He Lao pondered and asked. What does epiphany have to do with building a tree?
The historian was speechless.
A tree could cause an epiphany? This was too unbelievable.
Everyone here all bowed their heads in thought. At this time, Elder He looked towards Wei Ming, who was sitting at the end of the table, pondering, and said with a smile,
Comrade Wei Ming, do you have something to say?
Wei Ming winced, red-faced, and smiled sarcastically.
You guys just talk, I don't know anything.
Elder he shook his head.
That's not right, let's brainstorm.
Besides, immortal cultivators have not yet appeared, and you put forward the concept of aura recovery. You're very forward-looking. Furthermore, you also told me about the heavenly treasures mentioned in the negotiation with the immortal cultivators.
I think your musings are important, tell me about it.
The crowd listened to Elder He's words and focused on Wei Ming, looking him up and down with astonishment in their eyes.
This young man was actually capable of this? With so many people from the academia waiting to hear his high opinion, Wei Ming's heart surged.
There was a voice in his mind at the moment.
Wei Ming, are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life or a hero for even a moment?
Wei Ming decisively chose the latter.
It was fine to be humiliated, but the pussy at this time had to be loaded.
He was going to use the immortal cultivation novel trope that he had been chasing for more than a decade to teach all the great scholars what it meant to be a cultivation-wide learning.
Wei Ming stood up and said in a loud voice, I think that tree is the enlightenment tree.
All of them looked at Wei Ming in surprise.
An enlightenment tree? It's called an enlightenment tree because it can enlighten the Tao? So simple and crude?
Elder he frowned.
Isn't this argument a bit far-fetched, you first?
Before he finished speaking, the history professor slapped his head.
The enlightenment tree. You mean the Bodhi tree?
Wei Ming froze.
This old man had also read similar immortal cultivation novels?
The crowd looked at Wei Ming again, all feeling that this kid was not simple. The history professor explained. Rumor has it that Siddhartha Gautama became enlightened under the Bodhi tree before he died. Thus, in many texts, the Bodhi tree is also known as the tree of enlightenment.
Could it be that the immortal cultivator had his epiphany under the Bodhi tree? Wei Ming nodded and smiled at the history professor.
That's right. And I think that the Bodhi tree is definitely needed to achieve enlightenment and enter the path of immortal cultivation. As long as you have an epiphany, you can be worlds apart from the mundane, and you can use to have great power. Or one can swallow heavenly treasures and build a foundation to become an immortal.
That's how it's written in the novel anyway.
The historian, with a good heart, asked for advice.
Comrade Wei Ming, what about foundation building?
Wei Ming began to talk about the assumptions he had summarized from the immortal cultivation novels, and didn't dare to go too far off the mark. The crowd whispered to each other. Elder he looked at Wei Ming. The more this kid looked, the more he looked like that.
Talent
The security administration needed such a forward-looking expert. At the same time, this person is also a blessing. After some more conceptualization and discussion of the security administration, the security administration's primary mission guideline was to search for heavenly treasures. Elder he finally finalized these candidates as members of the security authority. Elder he rose, his face serious, and spoke. Gentlemen, I declare that the security administration is officially established. From now on everyone is a comrade in arms, so keep it a secret. The crowd's complexion lingered as they rose, a sense of mission rising from their hearts. After taking their seats again, the crowd already had a different kind of camaraderie with each other, a bond that belonged to comrades in arms. Wei Ming, who felt all the respected seniors releasing their goodwill towards him, only felt an open future and an incomparable pride. He was the second generation in his sister's mouth, and only managed to work at the Nanhai Security Bureau after his sister forced him to study and then to ask for connections. Now with these comrades in arms, he thought that he could be much more powerful than that high school student's sister.
He Lao looked at Wei Ming and said smilingly, Comrade Wei Ming, you work in the South China Sea, what do you think of the South China Sea? Ever suspected that there is anyone in the South Sea who might be an abnormal human? Or know of some other abnormal events that we don't know about?
Abnormal humans included immortal cultivators, monsters created by the God Creation Organization, and anything else transcendent.
Everyone looked at Wei Ming with a grave expression.
It was difficult to start everything. It was easy to go from 1 to 10, the hard part was going from 0 to 1.
The opening is important for the study of abnormal events and abnormal characters. Wei Ming thought deeply. A scene emerged in his mind. The giant white-headed eagle was fighting the crow demonic beast in the sky. The common people in the square fled in terror. A gorgeous woman stood on the stage, calmly looking at the sky without a hint of panic, even winking provocatively at him. His face was grave and he raised his head. I suggest that a female anchor be strictly monitored.
Her network ID is named Nanhai Jean Mei Ting.
South China Sea, mid-level villa.
In the courtyard, Li Yang carefully tended the transcendental plant that he had created, a daffodil. That daffodil plant was peculiar, as if it had human emotions. When Li Yang stroked it, it would shyly wiggle its body. Rattlesnake didn't know what there was to see in a flower plant, and she felt that this master was a bit out of his element. She licked her little tiger teeth and with a devilish posture, she said. Chowie said that the officials created a special department for transcendent events. If they find out about the Demon Club, will it be dangerous for us? For the purpose of world domination, should I go and get all the people in the special department killed? Chowie didn't know the information about that special department or even what it was called. There were two reasons why he deduced that the official authorities had already set up the special department. First, after the immortal cultivator Zhang Xiaoyi returned to the South Sea, the authorities had quickly applied for the land license as well as the qualification of the Taoist temple in Shushan. It indicated that Zhang Xiaoyi had been recruited by the authorities. Second, Magistrate Wei Ming's file was transferred to the imperial capital with such high authority that even he had no right to ask questions. All signs pointed to one thing. After the investigation team returned to the imperial capital, the officials quickly set up a special department for transcendent events. Li Yang glanced at the rattles. Ruling the world? What kind of bad taste is that? Shaking Bell's eyes lit up. She loved it when Li Yang had evil ambitions. Li Yang got up, patted the dirt on his body and said, "The official establishment of a special department, I shouldn't suppress it, I should even support it." Shaking Bell froze for a moment. Not rebel? And help the official? What kind of reasoning was this? How could the kitten understand Li Yang's mind? He wanted more people to worship transcendent powers and could become transcendents. He even hoped that transcendents would fight amongst themselves. The more sects there were amongst the transcendents, the more ferociously they fought, the more they could roll. Having been a bull and horse for many years, Li Yang knew one thing. As long as there were enough rolls, the transcendent world could develop. To draw an analogy. In the laughing pride of the wanderer, the sunflower treasure tree is the ultimate divine power. The heroes of the rivers and lakes are in constant strife over the sunflower treasure tree. If there is a son of the sunflower treasure dictionary printed 10,000 copies, announced the rivers and lakes. As a member of the Jianghu community, would you practice it or not? Practice? You have to commit suicide. Do not practice? Then you are even worse. Your enemies, your friends, are all practicing this divine skill. You'll be eliminated, you'll become the lowest class of martial artists. This is the true meaning of the role. The bad thing about roles is that ordinary people don't get the real benefits. The good thing about role is that society in a sense thrives. When the whole world rolled up and the whole world revered transcendence, Li Yang would be able to quickly become a god. Chapter 90 Surveillance of Zhang Shurai. 3 days later, Nanhai, an apartment. Thank you, good brother, for sending me the Emperor Set Mua. Brother can order a dance. Oh. Zhang Shurai was broadcasting live as usual. Playing quietly, playing charm, passionate hot dance. Showed the characteristics of a rubbing dance anchor woman to the fullest. Looking at the background more and more gifs, Zhang Shurai charmingly threw a wink. I do not know how many viewers sent to the peak. Zhang Shurai was quite short of money recently. What she didn't know was that her own live room, her own location, had been monitored. Zhang Shurai is being closely investigated by the Security Administration. Nanhai, Peach Crystal Hotel. 2 men were watching Zhang Shurai's live broadcast. One was Wei Ming and the other was Liang Yu, a well-known detective in the industry. The Security Administration's mission to investigate Zhang Shurai was being carried out by Wei Ming and Liang Yu as a team. In addition to their open identities, they could secretly mobilize all local magistrates. Although the Security Administration was cultivating a group of fighters who could perform special tasks, it was more convenient to be able to flexibly utilize the local magistrates. Wei Ming looked at Zhang Shurai, who was twisting her waist and swinging her hips, and then looked at Liang Yu, who was engrossed in watching the live broadcast, and felt embarrassed. Whose normal man would watch a rubbing dance with another man? Wei Ming dryly coughed twice. Brother Yu, do you think I'm overthinking it? Zhang Shurai is not an abnormal character? Liang Yu shook his head. Your intuition at that time was good. Through these few days of observation, Zhang Shurai is indeed not simple. Wei Ming hurriedly asked for advice. What makes it so? Everyone was the same, watching the live broadcast every day and checking Zhang Shurai's background connections. How could Liang Yu tell that Zhang Shurai was not ordinary? He knew that in order to mix in the Security Administration, his skills must be genuine.
Relying on the blowing powerful will not go long. These people in the security bureau are all talented.
Among them, except for one of the men who had served as a special military officer captain, none of them could fight. The security bureau doesn't need reckless people, it needs knowledgeable people, and people who are sharp as a tack. These people included history professors from major universities, physics doctors from scientific research institutes, world-traveling biologists, insightful senior detectives, and so on. There was only Wei Ming, a little punk. Who made elder he nonetheless say that he was a member of the blessed general. Because of Wei Ming's few assumptions, the security administration had a basic understanding of the transcendental world and a countermeasure for future changes. Most of all, it was because of the heavenly treasures Wei Ming spoke of that he was able to fool an immortal cultivator into becoming an advisor to the security administration. This was considered to be a first-rate achievement in the security administration. Wei Ming didn't want to be a little punk who blew his awesome, so he had to learn more from his comrades. Those comrades, on the other hand, were the elites in the Security Administration Bureau.
Liang Yu said seriously.
In the past 3 days, I jacked it 8 times and you jacked it 15 times.
Wei Ming was filled with shock and looked at Liang Yu incredulously. Not buddy, you. Liang Yu said seriously. This frequency is not normal for me.
The corner of Wei Ming's eyes twitched.
Not buddy.
Liang Yu turned his head to continue watching the live stream and said,
I think it's the same for you.
Wei Ming furrowed his brows, thinking carefully about what Liang Yu meant, and half suddenly realized.
You are saying that Zhang Shirai knows some sort of transcendental charm technique. Men can't pull themselves out of this kind of charm. She uses this extraordinary charm to tempt men to give her gifts?
Liang Yu raised his eyebrows.
Transcendent charm art? It makes sense, you really are a talent.
I just said that our frequency is not normal, and you actually summarized so much.
Wei Ming continued the association. If Zhang Shirai is really a transcendent, then where did she get this power from?
She definitely won't admit it when asked face to face. It would be great if we could discover her abnormal behavior.
Liang Yu said.
She will make a trip tomorrow, we can follow her, there might be something.
Wei Ming froze for a moment. How do you know she's going on a long trip? Liang Yu said. Just now the live broadcast said so. I went to the restroom and took my phone away.
Liang Yu took a few paper towels and went to the toilet, where the glass wiping dance music rang out.
Wei Ming blinked his eyes.
In the live broadcast room, Zhang Shirai said that he would go for a medical checkup tomorrow and might be hospitalized for a few days to adjust.
This is normal for the anchor how is it out of town?
Wei Ming took out his own cell phone and opened Zhang Shirai's live broadcast.
This woman is too beautiful and charming to say. Could it be Fox Demon? After 5 minutes, Liang Yu came out from the toilet, his face ugly.
This Zhang Shirai needs to be investigated and arrested immediately.
Wei Ming froze for a moment. For what? Liang Yu grimaced. Just by watching her live broadcast for 3 days, her body is getting worse by the day. What if in reality? God knows how many people she has victimized. She's definitely not a good person, she's an evil demon.
Wei Ming was speechless.
You're fast yourself and you're still relying on others? He said sullenly. Dude, how did you surmise this again?
Liang Yu scrutinized Zhang Shirai in the live broadcast with his stern triangular eyes. If a person possesses the ability to make a man drunk, he must be a villain who is full of evil and has blood on his hands.
Wei Ming couldn't make sense of it in 2 feet. It doesn't have to be, does it? Can't she be a proper anchor?
Liang Yu looked at Wei Ming with a naive look.
If you've been a detective, you would know how many kinds of evils are hidden in the world. If there really is a Spider-Man, Hulk, and Superman, do you think they're all heroes who maintain the world?
No, they wouldn't. They just use their powers for their own personal gain.
Don't look at me like that, it's not that I'm narrow-minded, human nature is like that.
Liang Yu ignored Wei Ming's shock and grimaced as he watched the live broadcast. Zhang Shirai's ability is so evil that she can control men as male dogs in heat.
She is an abnormal figure that was not detected before the establishment of the security administration.
God knows how many harmful things she has done over the years.
There might even be an interest group behind it. Wei Ming felt that Liang Yu's words were not right. Human nature was inherently evil? He didn't feel so. Who made him a well-known detective? Wei Ming asked. What should we do?
Liang Yu smiled grimly.
Isn't she going on a trip? Detection is my strong point. Fighting transcendence must be fun. The following day,
Wei Ming and Liang Yu, disguised as travelers in a nondescript second-hand car, stood guard outside Zhang Shirai's apartment.
a beautiful woman appeared.
She had light makeup painted on her face, and was wearing an ordinary punching bag, jeans, and was holding a traveling gift in her hand.
Standing in front of the apartment waiting for someone. Wei Ming scared. There are so many beautiful women in this apartment.
This girl is no worse than Zhang Shirai. Liang Yu looked at Wei Ming with eyes of an idiot. She is Zhang Shirai.
Ha? This is Zhang Shirai? Wei Ming's eyes dropped.
It was unimaginable to imagine that this was a person compared to the flirtatious and enchanting image in the live broadcast. Liang Yu was face blind. He never looked at faces when distinguishing people, he looked at temperament. Zhang Shirai's mind-blowing and swaying temperament was the most unique characteristic. A large box-type truck drove here. Zhang Shirai waved at the truck and got into the car with her traveling gift. Liang Yu had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth.
How's that? I told you she's going out of town today, right? Let's see what she's hiding behind. P.S. Originally 3 chapters were posted yesterday. VIP 62, 63, 64. But 62, 63 was reviewed, leaving only VIP 64 chapter, Let the World Roll. Luckily, the first 2 chapters are a different story, so it doesn't delay the next reading. It's okay, continue to follow the plot, those 2 chapters one slowly inserted in the backstory. It's irritating. It's also okay, Ivan, my good friend Shinshin, put the review editor crickets dead. Chapter 91, Contrasting Holy Mother Zhang Shirai. Nanhai, a small supermarket outside the Tianhe building materials market.
Zhang Shirai walked out with 2 bottles of water, twisting her small waist towards the big truck. She took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the driver, smiling.
Brother Sean, here.
The driver of the van was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The name was Hong Shan. He was short and stocky, a man who worked in the physical industry all year round.
Hong Shan took the water and said smilingly, "Thanks, sister, almost all bought, right? Get on the car, if you hurry, you can arrive at 7 in the evening."
At this time, Zhang Shirai's cell phone rang. Zhang Shirai picked up the phone and stepped aside to whisper.
"Congratulations, Yushi, you've finally advanced."
"Yushi, I'll be done with things the day after tomorrow at the latest. You can go ahead and help the master, I'll try to return as early as possible." Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai were considered to have nothing to talk about after this period of time together. Throwing out the fact that the 2 of them secretly had a bit of rivalry in order to compete with Li Yang for favor, they were already a pair of bosom buddies.
Half plastic kind.
As a pair of partners, it was important to understand each other. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai's abilities, both sides more or less understand some. Chen Yushi's ability to condense the power of faith after her advancement to help Li Yang strengthen his soul was an important piece of information that Zhang Shirai was also aware of. Zhang Shirai hung up the phone and got into the big van. After the van left the building materials market, a used Santana sneaked up and followed it.
Inside the used Santana,
Wei Ming was still reminiscing about Zhang Shirai's overwhelmingly sweet smile when she gave water to the driver of the big van. It was not the same as the flirty and sexy one from the live broadcast, it was pure.
He brought himself into it. If he was a big truck driver and could drink the water sent by that kind of beauty, how good it would be. It would be even better if it was water that the beauty had drunk. Liang Yu glanced at Wei Ming derisively. Enchanted by her? Don't be fooled by a woman's appearance.
Wei Ming was slightly offended by Liang Yu interrupting his mirth. I do think that Zhang Shirai might just like to show off on the surface and is still an ordinary girl on the inside.
She's a female anchor. Where is there a dancing female anchor these days that doesn't rub off on her? Liang Yu sneered. This kind of woman is not a good thing.
I've seen many contrasting whores who switch between innocence and sexiness at will. You can't even count the fish in their fish pond. Don't expect a certain woman to have a wandering surface and a pure heart. There are plenty of women who are pure on the outside, but are on the inside. A woman like Zhang Shirai, moreover, didn't know how many stupid men would be willing to throw away their wives and children for her and dump their family's money.
Transcendents like her don't lack money. Seducing men and enjoying snapping is the fun.
Saying that, Liang Yu glanced meaningfully at Wei Ming.
Guess, did that big truck driver sleep with her? It's just a Thai wannabe.
Wei Ming had a chill in his heart. What was said made sense. How could a woman who rubbed herself so much in the live room that it made people's noses bleed be a pure woman? The words evil, lecherous surfaced in Wei Ming's mind.
Liang Yu no longer pulled these with Wei Ming. He concentrated on driving.
As a famous detective, tracking this kind of thing was child's play for him. It was just too physically demanding and he had to pay full attention.
Liang Yu said.
Have you checked what I asked you to check? Wei Ming's cell phone rang at just the right time. It was a text message.
Wei Ming looked at his phone with an odd expression. Zhang Shirai bought 500 marching quilts and 500 mattresses.
Wei Ming continued to flip through his phone and said. Pork, chicken, beef and mutton, rice, flour, grain and oil. Wei Ming looked incredulously at the large truck in front of him.
Why is she buying so many living supplies? What is she going to do?
Wei Ming was checking Zhang Shirai's spending records today. Due to the fact that Zhang Shirai didn't use online payments and only used cash, in order to find out what she had bought, he could only send the sheriffs to verify on the spot.
Liang Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Doing anything is possible. For example, secretly train a group of combatants. Wei Ming was stunned.
Then don't we need to call for backup?
Liang Yu searched for a moment.
Feel free to call the local sheriff.
The car drove until evening.
After getting off the highway, the cars on the road became thinner and thinner. This was no longer the South China Sea, but a mountainous area some distance away. The night was getting thicker and Wei Ming was getting more and more panicked.
Secretly training a group of combatants? This kind of place was very likely Won't they really be in danger?
Liang Yu said in a deep voice. There are no more vehicles or shelters for us to hide here. The other party has already spotted our headlights.
We're going to be discovered. Wei Ming asked. What then? Drive back?
Safety first.
Liang Yu said.
They have already found us. If we leave rashly we will cause them to kill us. Follow first. The big truck drove down the mountain road into a mountain village and stopped at the village entrance.
From a distance, there were people over there.
Wei Ming's heart was in his throat as he fished out his matching gun from his arms and turned on the safety. The car came to the entrance of the village unhurriedly.
The scene in front of him made Wei Ming's jaw drop.
The roadside at the entrance of the village was a hillside, and on the hillside was a simple building. The entire village was dimly lit, with only the lights on the old mansion-like building. Looking closely, the wooden plaque on the iron gate had a few large words written on it.
Sure A.I. Hope Primary School.
The driver, Huang Shan, the old man and the women were busy, joyfully carrying living materials from inside the van. A group of yellow-faced children's clusters Zhang Shirai, welcomed Zhang Shirai toward the school. The sound of children's laughter, women's playfulness, and the sound of the old people urging them to do so, appeared to be a different kind of peace in the night. Wei Ming and Liang Yu looked at each other in dismay. Zhang Shirai bought these things for the children in the poor mountainous areas?
An old man in an old Chinese mountain suit, dressed fairly decently, walked towards Wei Ming and the other's car.
He knocked on the door and said enthusiastically,
Hello guys, I'm the village chief here. Are you friends of Mr. Zhang?
Teacher Zhang said that he brought 2 other friends with him this time, driving gray cars.
As expected, Zhang Shirai had already noticed them.
Liang Yu was the first to react and said smilingly,
Yes.
The village chief hurriedly pulled open the car door.
It's so late, quickly go up and eat, it's already prepared.
The mountain road is not good, the car can't go up. Liang Yu and Wei Ming got out of the car, and the village head personally pulled them towards the hillside, sighing as they walked. It's going to be winter. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's financial assistance, the children can go to school in winter.
Wei Ming queried.
Without Zhang Shi.
Without Mr. Zhang, can't the children go to school in winter?
The school is right at the entrance of the village, isn't it? And you don't have to drive up the mountain, and you won't encounter heavy snowfalls that block the mountains. The village headman said.
The two of you do not know. Yulu village is the best village in the neighborhood. Children from all 8 villages go to school here.
In the summer, it's fine, each of them takes some potatoes from home, and the school helps to process them into vegetables. In the evening, they could walk home from class.
In winter, it's too cold and the roads are not easy to walk. If you want to attend classes, you have to stay at school. With so many children, food and lodging are problems.
The village said and sighed again. It's hard, the strong men in the village work outside and come back only once a year for the spring festival. There are only women and us old men who are full for nothing left to guard these children. Wei Ming went up the hill and stood in front of the school looking down. The entire village was dark, obviously without electricity or with bad power. It was hard to imagine that this was the village with the best conditions in the neighborhood. It was also hard to imagine that there would be such a group of children in this day and age.
Shouldn't all elementary school students nowadays be living a life where they wake up drinking milk tea and playing King of Glory when they are bored?
Liang Yu suddenly asked.
Did Mr. Zhang say what he does and where he gets the money to buy these things?
The village chief froze for a moment.
Aren't you all Mr. Zhang's colleagues who teach in the city?
Liang Yu was silent. The village and the children didn't know that Zhang Shirai's money was earned from rubbing dances, did they? He felt that his face hurt, beaten by himself. In the daytime, he still said that Zhang Shirai was a lecherous, and at night, he knew that people had been subsidizing poor schools.
Such a person was a big evil beaker, so what was he himself? Even people's schools are named after Zhang Shirai.
Contrary Bitch had seen it before, but it was the first time that Contrary Madonna had met it.
Two colleagues, why don't you come in? It's dinner time soon.
A gentle voice rang out at the school entrance, causing Liang Yu and Wei Ming to shiver in unison. They slowly turned around, and the beautiful woman who made any man's mouth dry was currently holding her arms and coldly staring at them.
P.S. I don't dare to post 2 chapters together. The last chapter was censored okay, if the first chapter was blocked too troublesome. Chapter 92, Strengthening the Soul. The school's cafeteria was also very simple, just 2 private rooms. 1 private room for cooking and 1 private room for eating. Most students took their meals and ate them in their classes. There were only 4 tables in the cafeteria. There was a table for the old men who helped with the work, a table for the women, and a table where a few children sat. Zhang Shirai, Wei Ming, Liang Yu, and the village head and a few old village teachers sat at one table. Wei Ming sat beside Zhang Shirai on the left and right. The fragrant and charming beauty was beside them. These 2 people were like sitting on pins and needles, not daring to have a little ripple in their hearts. They knew that this woman was a dangerous transcendent, the kind that could kill them both at the drop of a hat. Liang Yu cursed himself for his misjudgment. If Zhang Shirai was doing unseemly deeds today, he could threaten Zhang Shirai with his official identity and then shelter himself to leave safely. However, Zhang Shirai was doing a good deed, and the fact that she and others were following her was a sign that she and others were not doing the right thing, and it was very likely that she would be annoyed. The current situation could be even more dangerous than sitting in a group of criminals. An older woman said to Zhang Shirai with a smile on her face. These 2 are new faces, don't you want to introduce them, Teacher Zhang?
Zhang Shirai glanced at the 2 people and said in a cold voice.
Aren't you 2 going to introduce yourself?
Wei Ming's eyes looked at the nose, and the nose looked at the heart.
The brain was frantically thinking about countermeasures.
The identity of the person who went out to the throne was all given by himself. The question is what identity to give yourself now that can be skillfully embarrassed.
There must be a way.
While Wei Ming was pondering on countermeasures, Liang Yu put down his chopsticks and said without any hesitation.
We're working in an official capacity. Wei Ming looked at Liang Yu incredulously, admitting it so graciously.
He surreptitiously surveyed Zhang Shirai and saw a dangerous killing intent clearly brewing in her eyes. The village chief's expression became serious.
So it's the leader who has come, may I ask if there are any instructions from above?
Don't take a village official for an official, the village chief also has an official status.
Liang Yu continued.
Mr. Zhang invited us here, and before we came, we said that it's not easy for our Yulu village. Looking at it today, it is indeed true.
Does our village still not have electricity?
The whole room was quiet, even the children's table did not have the sound of chopsticks. They looked at Liang Yu expectantly, expecting something.
Even Zhang Shirai slightly side-eyed.
Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The power supply problem, I'll solve it. I swear on my official hat that I will go back and definitely electrify Yulu village.
If not, let me die. The entire crowd unconsciously let out a gasp. Surprise was on everyone's face. The killing intent in the corner of Zhang Shirai's eyes tightened a bit.
The village chief excitedly held Liang Yu's hand. Leader, the words are serious.
It's serious. It's good that the top still remembers Yulu village.
Liang Yu glanced at Zhang Shirai.
Is it serious?
These words were meant for Zhang Shirai. If he did not fulfill his promise, he would willingly be sanded down by Zhang Shirai.
Can you save your life for Yulu village to get electricity? Zhang Shirai got up.
I'm full, the two of you are also full, right? Take the two of you to the dormitory. Liang Yu and Wei Ming put down their chopsticks like good babies. Okay. Out the door. Zhang Shurai glanced behind him. The people in the cafeteria were merrily discussing, longing for what it would look like after the electricity was turned on. All the way to the dormitory entrance, Zhang Shurai stopped and asked, "Who exactly are the two of you?" Liang Yu took out his credentials. Security Administration, Liang Yu. Zhang Shurai frowned. Security Administration Bureau? Liang Yu nodded. A special department that specializes in abnormal events. Zhang Shurai was greatly shocked in his heart. So there had always been this kind of department in the official sector? Sure enough, he still knew too little about this world. Without reaching a certain level, one could not see the unknown side of this world. If in the past, she was still that small anchor who relied on photo cheating to get by, how could she possibly imagine that this world was this amazing? Of course, she couldn't have imagined that the world wasn't that magical originally. The world suddenly became interesting simply because her master wanted to make the world interesting. Zhang Shurai said. So what do you two mean by following me? Liang Yu said. Suspecting that you are an abnormal character and conducting a special investigation. Zhang Shurai snorted and a pink flame appeared on her white fingertips. And then? And what can be done? A trace of undetectable horror crossed Liang Yu's eyes. Just admit it so graciously? Knowing that he was an official special agency personnel, he was so bland? There was even disdain in his tone. Could it be that Zhang Shurai's background could already arm wrestle with the authorities? Liang Yu pondered for a moment and said, The authorities respect transcendence. I hope you will express your goodwill to the one behind you for the authorities. Liang Yu was certain that there was definitely a very powerful fellow behind Zhang Shurai. So powerful that he did not bother to get involved with the officials. Much more powerful than Shushan. Zhang Shurai walked towards the dormitory. It's good for you all to leave tomorrow and not observe me too much. It is even better for you all not to attempt to investigate the existence behind me. This is for the good of the authorities. This is my goodwill towards you all, and for the sake of you helping Lu village get electricity. Zhang Shurai's words were like a muffled thunderbolt, leaving Liang Yu and Wei Ming frozen in place like they were struck by lightning. Listening to her tone, the official forces of the summer country were nothing in the eyes of the person behind Zhang Shurai? Could it be that it was a force composed of transcendence? Had they been living in such a world? Late at night, South China Sea, mid-level villa. The red small car stopped at the entrance of the villa. A big wave beauty got out of the car. Wraparound skirt, monogrammed black silk, high heels, full of little mom sensations. Chen Yushi walked into the gate of the villa and saw Xiao Hei sitting in the courtyard. Apostle Hell's three-headed dog. She nodded at Xiao Hei, who didn't respond and was looking at a daffodil in a daze, drooling. Chen Yushi cast her gaze suspiciously, her pretty face revealing horror. A flower in the master's courtyard had a strong transcendent power? Even, she could feel the fluctuation of the soul in that daffodil flower. Chen Yushi pressed down the shock in her heart and walked towards the main hall. She had come here to strengthen her master's soul with the power of faith. During this period, the master would be especially weak and must be in the safest place. Now, it seemed that the master's villa was the safest place. Seeing Chen Yushi coming, Li Yang put down the book, sat up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Chen Yushi hurriedly followed. Rocking Bell waited in the bedroom for a long time. Chen Yushi respectfully said, Master, strengthening your soul will cause you to fall into a deep sleep. There must not be any accidents this night. Chen Yushi thought for a moment and then instructed. During the process of your soul becoming strong, you will have a nightmare. You will dream of your greatest fear, which is the deepest darkness within you. You must not sink in the nightmare, or the slumber will become very long. When you wake up, your soul power will become strong. In the future, the power of faith of the Seven Commandments Society will automate as your soul power. She observed Li Yang's expression after she finished speaking and realized that it was full of concern. Yes, how could the master, as the king of hell, not know these details? Li Yang looked to one side at the ringing bell. In a moment, you'll come with me to the dream. The Black Witch's sorcery had the ability to enter dreams. Regarding the taboo of strengthening the soul, he, the god of death, knew it better than anyone else. Shaking Bell could help him in the dream. Chapter 93 Li Yang's Nightmare. Inside the bedroom.
A rich demonic power emanated from Chen Yushi.
Her appearance changed. Spiral bull horns protruded from the top of her head, and a pair of wings sprouted from her waist.
The entire person took on a sense of nobility.
Jealousy grew in Shaking Bell's eyes as she looked at Chen Yushi in her fallen angel stance.
How come it's so big?
Chen Yushi recited an incantation and a black hexagram spell formation appeared out of nowhere. Milky white power surged out of the hexagram spell formation and entered Li Yang's forehead. Strong drowsiness hit Li Yang and he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep.
Ring ring ring.
The bell for the end of the lunch break rang, while a sharp pain struck, waking up Li Yang.
Li Yang looked up at everything in front of him. Blackboard, desks, students. This was in a classroom?
He twisted his head and looked at the boy beside him who smashed his head with a dictionary.
The boy cursed angrily. What are you muttering about when you're magical for 1 noon? Li Yang froze. Qi Xinhong?
Qi Xinhong's anger was still fresh. Lust magic pot, devil's club, god of death, you're sick in the middle, right? You've been chanting for a whole noon, don't let people take a lunch break.
Li Yang looked at his hands blankly. Chen Yushi said that he would have a nightmare, and now he was in a dream?
If one had unpleasant memories, it was only this period.
There had been a major illness that had left Li Yang with vague memories of many things, including his high school years. Subconsciously, Li Yang knew that the high school era was the dimmest 3 years of his life. Go Qi Xinhong, go A voice came from the doorway. Zhang Ping in a basketball uniform walked into the classroom.
He was a sports student who had to participate in a competition recently and had just finished training at noon.
Qi Xinhong cursed and got up. Damn, didn't sleep well for a noon, bad luck. Zhang Ping came over. What's wrong with me, brother Hang?
Qi Xinhong pointed to Li Yang, rambling to tell Zhang Ping about Li Yang's dreaming at noon.
Zhang Ping smiled. It's not that simple, wouldn't it be nice to relieve your anger? Qi Xinhong rolled up his sleeves. Fine, beat him up.
Zhang Ping waved his hand, took out a photo from his desk and waved it in front of Li Yang as if showing off.
Li Yang froze.
The kindly old man in the photo was his grandmother.
Memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave.
His parents died in an accident, and his grandmother brought him up. His family was poor, and his grandmother only left behind such a photo after she passed away. In addition to his grandmother's portrait, the only thing left in his house was this picture of his grandmother, and the one she was holding in her arms was his young self.
Li Yang looked at Zhang Peng's action to understand something and subconsciously said, "Give it to me." Zhang Peng smiled and said,
"Other people as goddesses are school flowers, your goddess is an old girl, amusing me."
"Buddy, correct your fetish line."
Zhang Peng pressed the lighter and the fire engulfed the photo. The only photo of grandma and him together was so gone. He reached out to grab the photo and was greeted by Zhang Peng's fist.
Zhang Peng hands, Qi Xinhong also dragged Li Yang's hair to beat.
At this time, Li Yang was just a soft sheep in high school, not the chairman of the board of directors of the Devil's Club, not to mention the god of death who mastered the entire South China Sea. The fists on the body hurt, but the pain was not more than a heart injury. It felt like someone stabbed you, and after you sewed up the wound, that person tore your wound in the same way.
Li Yang returned the favor.
Zhang Peng and Qi Xinhong were stunned.
How could they not imagine that Li Yang would dare to fight back? Damn you! Zhang Peng's curse words choked in his throat.
Zhang Peng and Qi Xinhong saw the shade of coldness in Li Yang's eyes. Those eyes actually made him fearful.
Could this be the eyes of someone who had killed someone? How could Li Yang have such terrifying eyes? Was this still the same Li Yang? Both of them subconsciously backed away.
The students were watching the fun, and Zhang Peng and Qi Xinhong felt humiliated. At this moment, an angry voice came from outside the window.
What's going on?
It was class teacher Sun Lin, a 35-year-old woman who still didn't have a boyfriend. Her stern eyes scanned the class, and when she saw Li Yang, a touch of disgust appeared in her eyes.
Li Yang, come to my office. Inside the office,
Sun Lin sat on a chair and cursed at Li Yang.
Li Yang couldn't hear what she was saying.
The mind was muddled. The Devil's Club, the Devil's Jar of Desire, these things were being forgotten, as if that was only a dream.
I believe that many people had this feeling.
Obviously having a dream that should be etched in one's mind, but after waking up everything in the dream is being quickly forgotten.
Sun Lin took the lesson plan and slammed it hard on Li Yang. Asked you and you're still distracted. Do you know you're wrong? Fighting. How dare you? Li Yang was pulled back to his senses.
The woman in front of him was so impressive that he could never forget it. When his grandmother was seriously ill, he had just started high school and wanted to study hard to make her happy. At that time there was no row seat, he sat in the front row, listening carefully to the grades are very good. Sun Lin said to him that day, "You go to the back row, sit between Qi Xinhang and Zhang Peng."
The reason was that Li Yang was very honest and would only study sullenly.
Zhang Peng and Qi Xinhang always talked in class and wanted Li Yang, who wasn't a talker, to separate the pair of troublemakers. She didn't care if Li Yang's study slipped because of this, she just wanted the leader to inspect the classroom and see that the whole class was quiet without being deducted points.
So instead of talking in class, Zhang Peng and Qi Xinhang switched to bullying Li Yang. Li Yang said, "They were the ones who hit me first."
Sun Lin held her arms and sneered.
"Why did they hit you? A slap is not a slap in the face, understand? Why don't you look for the reason in yourself?" In fact, Sun Lin just don't dare to find Zhang Peng and Qi Xinhang two pricks trouble.
Even if you say it, you can't listen to it, and they still have money at home, so they don't dare to mess with them too much.
Li Yang snorted and looked at her like a little cutie. Like looking at Sun Lin. "You a people's teacher, shouldn't you be a materialist? A slap in the face? How did this materialistic words come out of your mouth?"
Sun Lin was enraged.
"Scram! Call your grandmother to come to school." Li Yang was silent at the mention of her grandmother.
She hadn't realized that her grandmother had died. It was so stupid of herself at that moment. When the teacher called the parents, the ill-healthy grandmother would literally come to school with hobbling steps to admit her fault. Both herself and her grandmother were observing order and following the old-fashioned tradition of honoring teachers.
Orderly?
There's no point in following order with a straight face.
Do those who make the rules follow order? Do people like Qi Xinhang and Zhang Peng, who give gifts to Sun Lin and are good at being rollers, follow order?
They're kind of people who exploit the order of the empty space, often better than those who follow the order of life. Seeing that Li Yang didn't say anything, Sun Lin thought that she had taken Li Yang's hand and let out a cold snort from her nostrils. "It's fine if you don't call your parents, you are not allowed to fight in the future, and you are not allowed to fight back even if you are beaten. You are a member of the class, you have to contribute to the order of the class. Understand?" Li Yang teasingly looked at Sun Lin. "In front of the class order, you are like in heat." Sun Lin was completely enraged while Li Yang's head was getting dizzy. Chapter 94, Li Yang's Desire. Ring ring ring. The wake-up bell rang. When he woke up again, Li Yang was already in the dormitory. He felt that he had forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. Vaguely, he seemed to remember a dream that consisted of arguing with a teacher and scolding him quite badly.
Luckily, it was a dream. Li Yang rubbed his eyes, and two words on his palm made him frown. Dang Shun. I sleepwalked? Something's not right. Li Yang had never done anything meaningless since he was a child.
The words on his palm must be reminding him of something. Li Yang took the ballpoint pen next to his pillow and re-diagrammed the word Dangshan, fearing that he would forget. He trusted himself unconditionally.
Li Yang, today is the application for bursary speech, have you written it yet? Roommate Big Crooked asked.
His name was Wang Shuzheng, and he was nicknamed so because he was crippled due to a childhood illness.
Li Yang said. Wrote it. The Crooked breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that you wouldn't be willing to fight for the sake of face. Your health is not good, and you are the only one in the family. If you can't get this scholarship, I'm afraid you won't even have money for food. Big Crooked thought about it and added. The bursary will definitely be yours, no one in the class is worse off than you.
He spoke without thinking, but he was still a very good person, and was Li Yang's iron son in high school.
Li Yang smiled. Big Crooked suddenly said. It feels like you're a little different? Li Yang looked at Big Crooked suspiciously. Big Crooked scratched his head and said. It's just that the first few days were particularly abnormal, but fortunately now it's back to its former self. I'm afraid that after our grandmother left, the blow to you was too great and you went psychotic. Li Yang pondered.
He had always felt that he had forgotten something very important. Forgetting a dream he had at some point, a very long dream.
Everything in the dream was getting blurry.
In his head, he only remembered that his family's cat had turned into a little girl. And wondering if it was time for him to get a girlfriend. Third period in the morning, classroom. Those who want to apply for a bursary have to speak at the podium. The students with the most votes, plus a letter of recommendation from the class teacher, are eligible for the bursary. It's not much, just $1,000. But it's enough to cover Li Yang's food expenses for 3 months. If he lasts until summer vacation, he can go to work to earn next semester's living expenses. Li Yang walked to the podium. At that time, Li Yang was inferior and not good at speaking. But in order to complete his studies and fulfill his grandmother's long-cherished dream of becoming a doctor, Li Yang showed his unwillingness to mention his scars to the students he spends time with. His parents are both dead, and his grandmother, who lives on low income, collects junk to pay for his education. He was malnourished and suffered from vertigo and a serious stomach problem. Now that his grandmother is gone, he has no money for food. Speaking, he became more immersed in what should be an unreal nightmare, deeply playing the role he once played. At the end of his speech, Li Yang looked at his classmates with timid eyes, awkwardly pulled out a far-fetched smile, and said curtly, "I hope my classmates will give me a vote, and I hope my teacher will recommend me." He felt that he had no problem, the bursary thing was supposed to be fair. I didn't expect that after he finished speaking, Zhang Peng and Shi Xinhong couldn't hold back and were the first to burst out laughing. The classmates followed suit and laughed, their eyes full of sarcasm. "Your grandmother died? Your family is old and poor? Seriously, Li Yang, you're the most outrageous among these people." Outrageous is outrageous, just not creative. Li Yang was dumbfounded at what to do, and walked back to his seat under the teacher's urging. Zhang Peng walked up to the podium in a big way. Said how difficult he was, how hard his family suffered. Li Yang's mouth grew wide. Zhang Peng's family is not very rich? Doesn't his father drive a Mercedes-Benz? Finally, Zhang Peng coyly took out a poor family certificate. Li Yang was shocked. Zhang Peng returned to his seat and whispered to Li Yang, "80% of the class will vote for me. I told them that as long as I get this $1,000, I'll treat them to a burger. Hey, the burger costs $200, and I still have $800 left." As expected, Zhang Peng had the most votes in the class. Li Yang looked at the poor family certificate in Zhang Peng's hand out of his mind. It turns out that fair benefits are also given to those who are prepared. Li Yang looked blearily at the teacher. This $1,000 is a night of dashing for Zhang Peng, and it is the sky for himself. He didn't need the teacher to favor himself or anything, he only hoped that the teacher remembered that Zhang Peng's family was rich and could give himself a fair deal. Who knows, Zhang Peng gave the teacher a "you and I understand" smile, and the teacher's son Lin also cried and laughed and gave him a blank look. Li Yang knew what this exchange meant. Zhang Peng whispered, "I'm also on good terms with my teacher." Li Yang looked at Zhang Peng incredulously. He understood that the so-called fairness also required a relationship, there had to be a person. His head was dizzy and his heart was beating fast, it was a feeling of despair. Suddenly, Li Yang's afterglow saw something. A young girl was sitting on the windowsill, shaking her calves. He opened his mouth wide in shock. How come the teacher and classmates couldn't see her? The young girl beamed in dissatisfaction. "Li Yang, you bad egg. Do you know how much I paid to enter the dream of this god of yours? It was so close that you were about to sink in your dream. As expected, not everyone can be a god. If it wasn't for the fact that you kept a mind and marked yourself, you might have had to fall into a long sleep." Li Yang's head hurt and felt like it was going to explode. He covered his head and saw the 2 words Dangshin in the palm of his hand. Memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled and his temperament changed. Li Yang indifferently looked at the podium. The teacher had just finished writing Zhang Peng's recommendation letter and was preparing to report it to the registrar's office. Li Yang muttered, "School is really a place that teaches people to grow, it has taught me a lot." Rattlesnake smirked. "No wonder your temperament changed so much after you graduated from high school, so you have such a story. I prefer the changed you, like a wolf cub, than the little lamb you are." Li Yang stood up, about to walk out of this nightmare. Teacher's son Lin frowned. "Who told you to get up?" Li Yang shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. "I got very sick in my senior year of high school and forgot a lot of things." Li Yang looked down at Zhang Peng and said quietly, "Almost forgot about you too, you wait for me to find you." Zhang Peng was surprised. "What are you mad about?" Li Yang snapped his fingers. Magic formations appeared in all corners of the classroom. Uncountable undead wailed and burrowed out from the magic formations. These were the monsters in the underground laboratory of the Green Sanatorium. After the monsters were cleaned up, Li Yang didn't waste them and transformed them all into undead. Terrified screams came out from the classroom. Zheng Peng's face was filled with horror and Sun Lin was paralyzed with despair. The eyes they looked at Li Yang were filled with fear and disbelief. They knew that this was Li Yang's doing. Changes occurred on Li Yang's body. The school uniform disappeared, turning into a proper black suit and a black trench coat. He lowered the round hat on his head and walked out of the classroom. Waking up again, Li Yang appeared in the Serenity Villa. He felt comfortable like never before. It was just like the first time his spiritual power reached the second stage. The soul power became strong and was able to absorb the power of faith on its own, which was the first step in ascending to God. Fallen angel Chen Yushi knelt down in style. "Congratulations, master." Li Yang glanced at the rocking bell on the floor who was sleeping due to her exertion, picked her up and placed her on the bed, covering her with a quilt. Li Yang suddenly realized something. Black runes emerged from his eyes and he examined himself. At this moment, there was actually a strong power of desire in himself. Chapter 95 Nodding Flowers and Plants. Li Yang took out the desire magic jar, and rich desire power surged out from his body. The black mist converged in the desire magic jar and gradually liquefied into a desire potion. Li Yang looked at the potion in his hand and muttered, "This is my desire?" A nightmare opened the dusty memories, and the desire belonging to Li Yang was stimulated. What to do with this desire potion? He would not bestow this desire potion as a reward to others. Through this period of experimentation, he found that the desire potion can only be maximized if the desirer himself drinks it. Drinking one's own desire by oneself was far stronger than drinking someone else's. Of course, the desire potion in which one became a death god could not be counted. That death god desire potion was the most powerful desire potion after being strengthened by the desire magic jar and the black runes in his eyes. Then I'll drink it myself? Li Yang thought and shook his head. His own current soul power was already very strong, but he still couldn't withstand the power of 2 portions of the desire potion. Drinking this jar of desire potion, he would become very strong. At the same time, he would also lose his mind and become a slave to his desires, turning into a demon without a mind. What about keeping it and drinking it later when his soul becomes stronger? But Li Yang felt that this desire potion was a bit of a waste to just leave it to eat dust. He thought about it and came up with a way to dispose of this desire potion. Li Yang's thoughts moved and a tremor ran through the courtyard. Terrifying spiritual power fluctuations erupted outside. Chen Yushi's face changed and she flew out from the window, guarding the courtyard vigilantly. Only a 10-meter tall tree appeared in the courtyard. The body of the tree was hundreds of human faces, and its branches were hideous like demonic claws. 7th Apostle Earthly Benevolent Tree, Bodhi. Chen Yushi looked at this large tree with a horrifying appearance with a grave expression. This is a demon that has almost reached the 4th rank. She could feel a very powerful force within the earthly essence tree, far more powerful than her. Li Yang slowly walked out from the inner door of the villa at this moment. Don't be nervous, it's called Bodhi, my apostle. Chen Yushi understood and opened her wings, gracefully owing slightly in greeting. The hundreds of mouths of the human essence tree spoke in unison. Master, please command. Li Yang took out the desire magic jar and poured the desire potion into the roots of the earthly essence tree. The body of the earthly essence tree trembled, and its 100 faces were filled with terror. This is. Cannot. This is the master's power, how dare I get my hands on it? Hundreds of fearful, trembling voices mixed together. Li Yang said quietly. It's not for you to use. Help me find a guy suitable for it to nurture this power. One day in the future when I need it, I will take it back. Only then did the human essence tree relax. In the crown of the tree at the highest point, black energy converged and a peach was born. That peach was bright red all over, selling itself quite tantalizingly, and you couldn't move away from it after one look. It was enough to make any creature go crazy over it. That was the fruit generated by Li Yang's desire potion. The human essence tree felt the power emanating from that peach in the canopy, and 100 pairs of eyes revealed horror. This is the master's heart demon. Li Yang said. It takes a creature with a pure heart to devour this power. After digesting this information, the human essence tree solemnly said. As commanded. I will find a suitable host for my master's heart demon. Wait for master to pick this power that originally belongs to you. The heart demon that the human essence tree spoke of was Li Yang's desire potion. It would find a suitable carrier for the heart demon, allowing the heart demon to become stronger as the carrier became stronger. When Li Yang needed the heart demon, it would retrieve it at the right time. It was also considered a reserve energy. Of course, Li Yang's heart demon power wouldn't be that simple. It was late at night, and the earthly essence tree in Shen Yushi had already left. The crows had run off somewhere to collect minions, the black dog was lying in the courtyard napping, and the rattles were sleeping soundly. After teasing some daffodils on the courtyard steps, Li Yang looked towards the distant mountains and forests with a deep gaze. Going to try it. Li Yang muttered. He snapped his fingers and a hexagram pattern appeared on the ground. An undead giant slowly emerged from the hexagram pattern and knelt on the ground. Li Yang stepped on the undead giant's outstretched hand and stood on the undead giant's shoulder. The undead giant rushed towards the mountain road and climbed up the mountainside like an ape. This was much faster than driving a car. Afraid of surveillance detection? The undead giant knew how to avoid surveillance under Li Yang's command. Furthermore, after the official upper echelon of the South China Sea was shuffled because of the Green Sanatorium, the only actual owner now was the Devil's Club. In this part of the South China Sea, Li Yang says black is black and white is white. South China Sea, small black mountain. Li Yang welcomed the moonlight, strolling in the forest path covered with fallen leaves. The wind is gentle, and the leaves creak underfoot. It was very quiet and peaceful. Li Yang looked towards a mountain wall. There was a man sitting under the stone wall, his head and legs were covered in blood, sitting dumbfounded. It was a hiker who had lost his footing and fallen off a cliff, still wearing his hiking clothes before he died. Li Yang walked over and followed the man's dull gaze. It was a small plant, a newborn grass. That little grass was as pitiful as the man. The stone wall blocked the light, the grass could grow out from the moss-covered surroundings, one had to marvel at the tenacity of life. It was just a pity that it was late fall, and the little grass wouldn't live long. Trying to crawl out of the darkness and dampness, only those few days of sunlight? Li Yang finished surveying up the man and said, "Don't look at it, you two are just as pitiful, so you might as well fulfill each other. This grass makes you a carrier again, you let this grass live." The man's soul looked at Li Yang blankly as if it understood. Li Yang snapped his fingers, and the man's soul turned into a blue fluorescent light and slowly entered the grass. There was no wind, but the grass swayed a bit, and its color became more crystalline. With good luck, you can give birth to a spirit. With bad luck and being eaten, your luck, your efforts, are all someone else's graft. Li Yang straightened up and strolled towards the distance. With a strong soul, Li Yang could create more flowers and plants that had spiritual power and could share it. All this night, Li Yang practiced how to harness the power of his soul. He spent this night wandering in the mountains and forests around Nanhai City. A wildflower and grass, under Li Yang's enlightenment, detached from the most basic reactive characteristics of plants and gradually evolved to possess the stimulus sensibility of lower animals. They were still flowers and grasses, but their spiritual level already possessed the sensibility of ordinary animals. When they cultivate their spiritual power to a certain level, they will have the sensibility and psychology of higher animals, such as apes and monkeys. After further hard cultivation, they will eventually possess the unique consciousness of human beings. At that time, I don't know what humans will call them. Grass demon, or flower fairy? If someone ate these grass demons and flower fairies, they would also inherit their spiritual power. This was because when Li Yang created the transcendent flowers and plants, he gave them an essence to share their spiritual power. Whether these flowers and plants were alive or eaten, Li Yang had always been the one who earned the most. Whoever shared spiritual energy to themselves wasn't sharing it? He didn't care if it was a flower or a person. Chapter 96, The First Demon Among Men. White Mountain City, Changbai Mountain, dry rice basin. Squeak squeak. Squeak. Zhao Yong, who had broken his leg, was woken up by the noisy squeaking. He barely opened his tired eyes and struggled to see what was in front of him. It was a small furry golden monkey, just a little bigger than a fist. Zhao Yong was a mountain walker who had come to dry rice pot to pick mountain ginseng. He got lost in the mountains and got separated from his companions. Exhaustion and hunger caused him to suffer from low blood pressure and he fainted deep in the mountains. It's late fall and the temperature is the same as winter, except there's less snow. He would starve, thirst and freeze to death if he continued like this. If only I could break that monkey's neck, I could drink blood to quench my thirst and have a bite of monkey meat. Zhao Yong struggled to reach out and try to grab that monkey. He consumed his energy when he moved, and his head was dizzy. Thirsty, thirsty, thirsty. Zhao Yong moaned feebly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little golden monkeys squeaked anxiously when they saw Zhao Yong like this and ran away in panic. Zhao Yong mumbled unconsciously. Don't go, let me eat. It's. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yong felt a coolness on his lips. Sweet. This was. Fruit juice? Zhao Yong swallowed with a big gulp and finally had the strength to open his eyes. He saw the little golden monkey standing on his chest, holding unknown fruits in both hands and squeezing the juice towards his mouth. This little golden monkey saved me? Zhao Yong couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be because this stupid monkey thought of himself as a kindred spirit? There was scientific proof that some monkeys were prone to not being able to distinguish between humans and their own kind. Zhao Yong felt better, but he still wanted to raise his arm to grab the little golden monkey and eat it, but he was really powerless and his arm weighed like 1,000 pounds. At this time, the little monkey held up a very large ginseng. Zhao Yong's eyes lit up. This ginseng is old and can be sold for a good price. Don't! What are you doing, you stupid monkey? Zhao Yong watched as the little golden monkey chewed on the old ginseng. The little golden silk monkey spat out the chewed old ginseng in its palm and fed it into Zhao Yong's mouth. Under the nourishment of the old ginseng, Zhao Yong quickly recovered his essence. He had some strength and looked at the little golden silky monkey incredulously. You're a demon? The little golden monkey clapped its hands happily. Zhao Yong murmured in a small voice. Can't be a demon would have eaten me long ago, this monkey is really psychic. Zhao Yong asked. Can you take me down the mountain? The little golden monkey looked at Zhao Yong blankly. Can't understand? Zhao Yong expressed himself handily. The little golden snub-nosed monkey seemed to understand and ran 2 steps forward, looking back at Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong hurriedly followed. He didn't find the way down the mountain, but Zhao Yong found his companions. The companions had created a campsite and were roasting and eating sweet potatoes. Zhao Yong called out to his companions, who looked at him in surprise. A man stood up with his pants. Thought you were done, how did you find your way back? Zhao Yong smiled. It's a long story, followed the stupid monkey all the way, it brought me here. The little golden monkey tilted its head proudly. The eyes of all the men on the campground got greedy. At the dry rice bowl, meat that added protein was important. The man licked his lips. Some are the best guides when they get lost in the old woods. A lot of hunters get out of the old forest by following the stupid road deer that come down the mountain looking for food. You're lucky, Yong. Now it's time for the stupid monkeys to make the most of themselves. The little golden monkey felt bad and squeaked and wowed as it hid behind Zhao Yong's pants leg. The man looked at Zhao Yong warily. You won't let us eat it because the monkey saved your life, will you? Zhao Yong's mouth hung in a smile. Eating is fine, $300 per person. The man frowned. Really good at taking advantage of the fire, okay, I'll transfer the money to you down the mountain. Zhao Yong was satisfied and bent down to carry the small golden monkey. Give. The little golden silk monkey ate the pain and wailed, its little hand constantly slapping Zhao Yong's hand. The mountain walkers swallowed their saliva, imagining the freshness of the monkey. At this moment, a weird gust of wind blew. The mountain walkers were so mesmerized by the wind that they couldn't open their eyes and covered their eyes. The little golden monkey saw the right moment and bit on Zhao Yong's hand. Zhao Yong screamed miserably and let go of his hand, and the little golden monkey fled in a hurry. In the evening, the light of the slanting sun was gradually covered by the mountain, and the setting sun left a dim yellow color. Snowflakes drifted in the sky, and this early winter snow was finally falling. Soon, the entire forest was covered with a thick layer of white snow. The little golden monkey shrank in the snow, its 2 little hands hugging together, the whole tiny mass. Its stomach was very hungry, and in shock, it looked around aggressively. It didn't know where there was fruit to eat. At this time, a very large peach tree appeared in front of it quite suddenly. The little golden monkey was startled and wanted to run away. But it stopped dead in its tracks. The little golden monkey saw that there were many big, delicious peaches on the tree. The little golden monkey tilted its head blearily and swallowed its saliva. A sigh came from nowhere and a big peach fell from the branch. The little golden monkey hugged it and feasted on it.
Hundreds of faces slowly emerged from the peach tree, and the earthly benevolent tree spoke. Spirit is spirit, just a little naive. The little golden monkey raised its eyelids and looked at the big peach tree warily. Carefully hid the big peach that was almost as big as it was behind it. The human nature tree angrily rebuked. Not with you. The little golden monkey ate half of it with confidence and boldness, taking the other half and sending it towards the mouth of one of the 100 faces on the peach tree. The peach tree rejoiced. Still have the heart to eat it yourself. The little golden monkey smiled with joy and finished the other half in one big bite. He couldn't get enough of the peaches on the branches of the peach tree. The peach tree's 100 pairs of eyes stared at the little golden monkey for a while. You are sort of simple-minded compared to humans. Well, strictly speaking, the purest creature I've ever seen. Might as well give you a creation. In the canopy, a bright red peach fell. The little golden monkey scratched its head in embarrassment and grabbed the bright red peach and ate it. Huge spiritual energy rushed through the little golden silk monkey's spiritual sea. Arcane information surged into the little golden silk monkey's brain. Vengeful Knight. A powerful killing warrior under the banner of the god of death. If justice is not served, the fire of vengeance from hell is noble. Awakening talent, Vengeful Fire. Vengeful Flame. Each time you burn a villain's soul, the strength of the vengeful flame increases. The more the fire of vengeance rages, the more powerful the Knight of Vengeance becomes. The little golden monkey's eyes gradually took on a different light, spinning around. It was like a little elf that had awakened its spirituality. The little golden monkey scratched its head and knelt in front of the peach tree in a tiny ball. Thank you, old grandpa, for the peaches. Many people have eaten the peaches from the earthly essence tree. They all kneeled and bowed to the earthly tree, thanking it for the grace of creation. At that time, the earthly benevolent tree remembered one of its master's words. They are not worshipping me, they are kneeling and bowing to their own desires. The earthly essence tree knew this well. Only this little monkey was genuinely thanking himself. This caused the earthly essence tree to have a different kind of sentiment growing in its heart. The earthly essence tree said, "You can call master." The little golden monkey kowtowed again. "Thank you, master, I still want to eat. P.S. I wonder if that's how Bodhi Laozu felt when he saw the Monkey King." Chapter 97 Heart of the Ape, Knight of Vengeance. The human essence tree was rare and generous, and a peach fell from its trunk in front of the little golden monkey. The little golden silk monkey cupped it and took a big bite, his ears twitching as he listened to his master speak. The tree of human nature said, "My name is Bodhi." The little golden snub-nosed monkey froze. "And what about me, master?" The human being tree thought for a moment. "What you have on you is the heart demon of a god. You will be called Li Heart Ape. They call me the Tree of Enlightenment, and master has given you a Taoist name as well. You're strangely lacking in heart, so let's call you Heartless." The little golden monkey scratched his head. "My name is Li Xinjuan, Heartless. Is it because what that god left in me was a heart demon? Then, without the heart demon, is he also lacking heart eyes?" The human essence tree blew out its beard and eyes. "Ridiculous." The little golden monkey shivered in fear. The human essence tree somehow felt that the little golden monkey had a bit of truth in what he said. Is a god without a heart demon also missing a part of its heart? The human essence tree's tone eased. "Why don't you eat?" The little golden monkey put half a peach aside, rubbed his little hands together, and smiled coyly. "I can't eat anymore." The human essence tree said, "The power in your body has a very strong origin. If anyone asks, absolutely do not say anything." The little golden monkey solemnly nodded its head, its tiny body kneeling down and bowing. When it looked up again, the earthly essence tree had disappeared. The little golden silk monkey had tears in its eyes. "Thank you, master, for saving me from evil people, giving me food, and helping me to open my spiritual wisdom." It earnestly bowed toward the place where the earthly essence tree had disappeared. The little golden monkey held half a peach alone in the dry rice bowl, walking aimlessly. This little monkey was born with some spirituality, and its intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary monkeys. After opening its spiritual wisdom, the little golden silk monkey knew how to think even better. It pondered a question. Who was it? Where did it come from? Where was it going? And what was the meaning of existing in this world? Thinking about it, it didn't know where it had gone. A surprised voice rang out. "Isn't that the monkey?" The little golden monkey looked up in panic.
In front of him was a camp, which had a fire. An old horse was collapsed in the camp, tied up in 5 pieces, and several people were holding knives to slaughter the horse to feed their hunger. Zhao Yong held the knife and looked greedily at the little golden monkey. He wouldn't mind an extra meal of meat.
A few men laughed evilly and walked towards the little golden monkey.
The little golden snub-nosed monkey tried to escape. Zhao Yong was experienced in blocking behind the little golden snub-nosed monkey.
Kara Kiri.
The little golden snub-nosed monkey was so anxious that it forgot to speak. Zhao Yong took his bayonet and stabbed towards the little golden silk monkey. Zhao Yong's face that looked like an evil ghost was infinitely enlarged in the eyes of the little golden snub-nosed monkey.
So ugly.
The little golden silk monkey quieted down and some sort of instinctive reaction appeared.
Its body trembled and its eyes emitted flames.
Immediately afterward, its entire body caught on fire, like a small ball of fire. A low voice resounded in the little golden monkey's mind. When sin is not judged, the fire of vengeance from hell is noble.
Who's talking?
The little monkey screamed in terror.
In the next second, Zhao Yong's body burned.
Horrified by the sudden turn of events, he rolled all over the ground, trying to extinguish the fire with snow. However, this hellfire was not a mundane flame and could not be extinguished by mundane snow.
Even the snow burned.
The little monkey looked at his hand incredulously. Immediately afterward, a few more heart-rending screams came from the snow, and the camp quickly went up in flames. The little golden monkey walked to the center of the camp and looked at the old horse waiting to die. Its big black eyes flashed with complexity.
It reluctantly brought the half-peach in its hand to the old horse's mouth. Master can be kind, its old man's fruit should be given to those who need it more.
The old horse opened its mouth and ate the fruit as a large amount of spiritual energy impacted open the old horse's spiritual sea. The little golden monkey untied the rope binding the old horse, took out a few horsetail hairs from the old horse's tail and twisted them into a thin rope. When the old horse finished the peaches, the little golden silk monkey picked up the peach kernel, threaded the thin rope of horsetail through the kernel, and hung it around his neck.
It was a reminder of the master.
When the little golden snub-nosed monkey wanted to go, the old horse followed. This makes the lonely little golden snub-nosed monkey feel a lot better in its heart, and it tilts its head.
Why don't we make friends?
The old horse tilted his head. Yelp. The little golden monkey clapped its hands and laughed, touching the old horse's leg as its spiritual energy surged out. The old horse's body burned with flames, like an undead warhorse from hell. Every generation of vengeful knights had their own mounts, and this old horse happened to become little golden silky monkey's battle partner. The little golden snub-nosed monkey climbed onto the old horse's back, grasped the mane, and shouted freely.
Giddy up.
Yelp.
Ah, my name is Li Heart Monkey. Heartless Taoist. I'm a teacher of the Bodhi Tree of Enlightenment. South China Sea, mid-level villa. Li Yang sat on the sofa with his chin and watched TV. The reporter lady said to the camera,
I really conduct this interview with great reverence.
She rubbed her chest and took an exaggerated deep breath, saying,
I really never thought I'd be interviewing Dr. Leon King one day.
You may not be familiar with the name Dr. Leon King, but you must know Leon Antibiotics.
It was invented by Dr. Leon King during his college days and won several awards.
Today Dr. Leon King is opening his company's Asian-based business in South Sea City, and supposedly a brand new technology. Let's ask Dr. Leon King what exactly he's going to bring us.
A bald, white-bearded, skinny old man in a white coat appeared in the screen, smiling amiably. This was the legendary figure of Blue Star, Leon King, the head of the God-making organization. Dr. Leon King was fluent in 6 languages, and spoke Xia Mandarin fluently. I'm ashamed that I apologize for a scientific researcher.
Miss Reporter asked. Why? Dr. Leon King said as he displayed the divine emblem jewelry around his neck. Because, I betrayed science. Today I am a God follower. The reporter looked at Leon King in surprise. That wasn't in the script. Dr. Leon King carefully put away the divine emblem, shook his head and sighed. The more I study life sciences, the more scared I get.
I have discovered a horrible truth. Dr. Leon King gazed at the camera and solemnly said,
I think that humans may have been designed. The reporter lady was completely dumbfounded. It was a big taboo to speak about this kind of stuff on a live channel in Xia. Was Dr. Leon King crazy? Dr. Leon King continued. Our life sciences have been able to design life.
Just a short time ago, we designed the hemizygous mycorrhizal fungus whose entire genetic material and chromosomes are all human designs.
We've rewritten the program inside. We can design life, so could someone be designing us?
Dr. Leon King spread his hands, helpless. Our senses of sight, hearing, smell, could all be simulated neural signals. Electrical signals, chemical signals, or quantum signals.
Dr. Leon King looked at the reporter lady and asked, "What do I look like to you, beautiful?"
Finally, there was an interactive session, and Miss Reporter breathed a sigh of relief. She had been unable to interject just now, which was dangerous for her career.
Miss Reporter hurriedly and playfully said, "You look like a handsome little old man to me." Dr. Leon King shook his head.
That's because the resolution of your eyes is only 70 microns. You can only see light, but not my bones, my internal organs.
Dr. Leon King took off his glasses and said, "If our eyes were ultraviolet, then we could see more.
Like, for example, I can see that you have metal in your clavicle and that your blood is overloaded with sugar.
I think you have broken bones and are diabetic." Chapter 98 Experiments in Wraiths.
The reporter lady's eyes were filled with shock.
What kind of high technology is Dr. Leon King demonstrating? Dr. Leon King put his glasses back on and said seriously,
"I can see all this because I reprogrammed my life data.
This is all still very rudimentary, I think. What if it was a higher level of life technology? Could it allow us to see souls? Could all the legends be true? Is it possible that our inability to perceive the world of mythology is not enough for our level of life?"
Dr. Leon King tapped his bald head with his fingers and said, "What we see is what the brain wants us to see, and we are prisoners of the brain.
I have to wonder if there really are gods in this world.
I think they have exaggerated, near-perfect lives.
Because humans are what they designed them to be, including the brain."
The reporter lady, fascinated by what she was hearing, asked,
"Do you think that there really are gods in this world? Is that why you joined the Church of God?"
Dr. Leon King smiled wryly. No, I joined the Church of God because I wanted to be an undercover agent, so that God would just let down his guard." He pulled off the divine emblem on his chest and casually threw it behind him, saying,
"The gods designed us, and I think it's a disgrace to humanity. We have souls of our own, why should a god design us? I am angry, embarrassed, and saddened. We want to replace the high and mighty gods and let humans be their own masters."
The reporter lady looked at Dr. Leon, who was talking to the psychotic, with two eyes full of panic.
"Is this thing even on the air?" Just then, Dr. Leon suddenly laughed out.
He took out his business card and solemnly said, "What I said earlier was just a joke. I was just recounting my original intention of creating the God Creation Organization.
When we master the mysteries of life, we can deal with all diseases. We can reprogram our own life. The God-making organization is working towards this." After listening to Leon King's words, the reporter lady understood. This doctor was not crazy, nor was he really becoming a deist. He was using this contrasting way to tell about the abilities of the God-making organization and advertise the technology of the God-making organization. It's simple and it works. The so-called God is just a gimmick for his hype. She had to explain it for the viewers, lest some of them really believe that there were any gods in the world. The reporter lady laughed. "Scared me to death, I really thought you were going to preach feudal superstition here," she explained to the camera. Dr. Leon King is really a scientist with a sense of humor,
taking a metaphysical approach to explain to us the goals of the technology of the God-making organization. But the reporter lady handed the microphone to the doctor and asked, "So you don't really think there is a God in the world, right?" Dr. Leon King smirked. "That's for sure, I'm a solid materialist.
If there really is a God in the world, that's fine."
His face gaped up, his eyes filled with wariness as he stared at the camera. "If there really is a God that stands tall and fools mankind, then let me design a God to repay the gods for their arrogance."
"Miss Reporter, there are still a few questions I would like you to answer." Li Yang watched Leon Jin's interview with a growing smile at the corner of his mouth. Was that last sentence a letter of war to himself?
Leon might not believe that there was a God in the South China Sea, but he definitely believed that there was a supernatural existence in the South China Sea.
Rattlesnake looked at the TV with displeasure. How dare this damn old man make a big deal out of it? She looked at Li Yang again in disbelief. "Your men are all cuties." "What? Why did you let this old man come to the South China Sea to cause trouble? Li Yang laughed lightly. If he doesn't come, how can we catch him in a jar? The order Li Yang gave Su Yutong that day was drive Lilith away and not to kill her. Li Yang was letting Lilith be a carrier pigeon to pass on the shenanigans of the South China Sea to Lian Jin. If not, how could Lian King come to the South Sea himself? The magical metropolis of the South Sea was Li Yang's home turf. The official top brass of the South China Sea had been reshuffled because of the incident at the Green Sanatorium. After the big blood change, the official administrators who had risen to the top had a severed relationship with the Devil's Club. Some of them were members of the Devil's Club, and some were subordinates of Devil's Club members. For example, the director of the Nanhai Cultural Management Bureau was supported by Zhu Dajuan. For example, the director of the Nanhai Business District Administration was supported by Su Yutong. After obtaining transcendent powers, members of the Devil's Club knew how to take their power to the next level with the Devil's Club's vast network of resources. Those leaders have never seen the faces of the members of the Devil's Club, but they also fear the members of the Devil's Club. Li Yang looked at Dr. Leon, who was talking eloquently on the TV, and his eyes revealed a touch of greed. God-making technology, he wanted it more and more. The South China Sea Angel Harbor Hospital was a privately run hospital. The -1 to -2 floors of the hospital's underground were originally for storing medicines. The -3rd floor was a parking lot. Because the board of directors decided to enter the field of bioengineering and pharmaceutical research, the third underground floor was transformed into a laboratory. The laboratory spent a lot of money: office area, test area, reagent area, staff living area, everything. The third floor test area. A python with tubes all over its body was coiled in a fixed area, spitting its snake letters and looking around vigilantly. Vampire Du Yongming, dressed in a black suit, stood outside the special glass with his hands behind his back, his brows locked as he nervously watched the experimental process. Kong Qianqiu walked over with a tablet, looking solemn. Test subject 001, vital signs are good, start the first experiment. The two white lab coat researchers gave an OK gesture and maneuvered in front of the precision instrument. After entering the commands, various colored liquids were pumped down the tube into the python. The python hissed uneasily, and its body surface became dull, with some scales falling off. Immediately afterward, cracks appeared on the python's body surface, gradually tearing, actually molting. However, this kind of molting was clearly beyond the natural range. The python that was several times larger than before burst its former skin. The original 3-meter-long python had turned into a 6-meter-long python. Kong Qianqiu clenched his fists in excitement. Sure enough, my data can't be wrong, it worked on the first try. The monster corpses from the South China Sea Green Sanatorium, coupled with the gene evolution pills that Li Yang had brought from Kuroki Misawa, allowed Kong Qianqiu to quickly understand the technology of the God Creation Organization. After all, these two things were the best data to report. Kong Qianqiu was worthy of being a well-known biology, immunology, and bacteriology master in China. There was quite a remarkable breakthrough in just a few months. Du Yongming let out a sigh of relief. Professor Kong did a great job, hard work. Kong Qianqiu said smilingly. Lord Apostle is overpraising. Being able to carry out a passionate endeavor with impunity is a gift to me. Du Yongming still had a lot of respect for Professor Kong, far more valued than Zhu Dajuan, Su Yutong, and the others. He nodded at Kong Qianqiu. Professor Kong rest. Kong Qianqiu once again owed his head, and the two assistants followed. Only Du Yongming was left in the test area, and he suddenly knelt down. Master. Li Yang walked out of the darkness, ignoring Du Yongming, and walked straight into the side of the python. When the originally violent python saw Li Yang, it immediately became as docile as a small earthworm, with its head hanging down on the ground, not daring to move. Li Yang extended his hand towards the python. Huge spiritual energy surged out, pouring into the python's body and rushing through the sea of spirit. The python's breath was becoming powerful, its eyes became scarlet, and after breathing deeply, it even opened its mouth to bite towards Li Yang. Because of the ability to use spiritual power, the speed of the python was extremely fast. Before his mouth touched Li Yang, the soul spell attack from Li Yang had already pierced into the python's mind, and the python instantly fainted. Li Yang frowned. Indeed, without human consciousness, even if one opens up a spiritual sea, is it still a monster without reason? This feeling was like a person who drank 2 desire potions and couldn't withstand the power of the desire potion going off the deep end. Du Yongming respectfully said.
Even if it's a monster, it's still much more powerful than those things from the God creation organization. Those technological products merely enhance the power of the physical body. The monster you created can slowly comprehend the mysteries of spiritual power.
Li Yang rubbed his chin. What should this kind of monster be called?
The word wraith was quite apt. Chapter 99, The Great Compassionate Temple.
Du Yangming looked at Li Yang with eyes full of awe.
Outsiders looked at the scene, but insiders looked at the doorway. This kind of ability to open up a spiritual sea for a beast was definitely not an ability that a mortal should have. Even if he, Du Yangming, became a higher-ranked great demon, he would definitely not be able to do this. This kind of precise, esoteric means of utilizing spiritual power, I'm afraid that only a god could do it.
It's just a pity.
This monster is a product of science and technology, with a brutal and violent character, and after opening up the spiritual sea, it is even reduced to a crazy beast with great power.
If an ordinary animal opens up the sea of spirit, maybe it can still be a little better, maybe it can still be humane.
This monster seems to be powerful, but there is no role, released will also harm people.
Li Yang looked at the monster with a smile in his eyes.
There is no waste in this world, only operators who can't use it. Du Yangming suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said,
Master, the place you asked me to seek has been found. Li Yang had asked Du Yangming to look for a few large tombs.
Du Yangming was a vampire and had an extraordinarily keen inspiration for tombs that were old. In fact, Li Yang, as the god of death, had a much more sensitive sense of the aura of death than Du Yangming, but he just didn't want to waste time doing such trivial things.
Du Yangming took out a document from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Li Yang.
The drawings in the document labeled the locations of several tombs.
Li Yang took the document and muttered.
It's time to test the results of this period of time.
It's time to have a level in the game of aura recovery.
It's been stuck at the 3rd level for a long time, the transcendents need to roll up. In the evening, the setting sun passed through the window pane and hit the desk. The soft, dim light covered the side of Li Yang's face, who was writing carefully in his notebook as if he was an intellectual writer. A very harmonious picture. Only, the content on Li Yang's notebook was somewhat appalling.
Ancient ruins recovery.
Ancient relics have spirit plants and mysterious implements.
Those are the chances of becoming a transcendent. In the relics, electronic devices and firearms are all out of order.
This is difficult, but spending some time to set up a prohibition will work, and the earthly essence tree can do it. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. In the relics there is more than just the chance to become a transcendent, there are also vicious magical beasts.
Li Yang wrote here, and the lab's small transcendent python appeared in his mind. Kong Qianqiu would create a large number of powerful beasts, which Li Yang would then open up to the sea of spirit.
This kind of magical beast was completely different from the monsters of the God Creation Organization, and its power could only be discovered after a real fight.
Li Yang continued to write. The ancient relics will be the catalyst that inspires the rise of the transcendents.
Certain of the transcendents who enter the relics will obtain the treasures in the relics and increase their cultivation greatly.
The distance between transcendents can be widened in this way.
As long as there is a gap, there will be competition. Li Yang paused his pen, the corner of his mouth pulling up a curve.
I think it's not just the transcendents and the officials who are interested in the relics, the God Creation Organization will also rush into the relics, right?
After the God Creation Organization landed in the South China Sea, both Li Yang and Lian Jin were at peace. The two people who were in the same situation actually wanted to eat each other, and both were waiting for the other to make a move. Whoever strikes first falls short.
Li Yang shot, the veil of mystery will be broken. Lian King made a move, will be countered by Li Yang, the head of the ground.
Lian King confidently waited for Li Yang's plotting and scheming, but Li Yang generously displayed his yang plotting.
Does this relic you God-making organization want to go? Is there any reason why the God Creation Organization, which was attempting to excavate the secrets of the transcendent, should not go? Where is a good choice for the address of the first relic? Li Yang searched through Du Yangming's documents.
In some ways, Li Yang was a rather lazy person. One who could achieve multiple purposes through one thing would definitely not go for two. Catalyzing the growth of the transcendence and luring the God Creation Organization out, these were two purposes. In the end, Li Yang she used this relic to fabricate a story. Letting people around the world speculate, and after reasoning, being convinced of the truth of the story.
The worldview of the transcendent world would be dictated by Li Yang alone.
If he wanted the world to help him ascend to godhood, the first thing Li Yang would do was to do the law for me alone. The Transcendents would never understand until they died that their destiny had long been manipulated, and they had always been captives. Li Yang searched the map for a while, and his eyes rested on 3 words. Deci de Bay Temple. The Deci de Bay Temple located in Lejia City had a history. Originally, there was a village under the Deci de Bay Temple, but during the years of the Great Famine, some people contracted the plague and it became an uninhabited village. Later, a monk went to Deci de Bay Temple, but it was located in the middle of nowhere and there was not much incense in the temple. Legend has it that countless evil spirits and demons have been suppressed under the temple. Coincidentally, the report given by Du Yangming clearly stated that there was an ancient tomb under the mountain behind the Deci Great Compassion Temple. The fact that the Deci de Bay Temple suppressed evil spirits and demons seems to be a lie spread by the owner of the tomb. He wanted to use the rumors of demons to keep the tomb from being harassed by grave robbers. He was probably a Buddhist, otherwise he wouldn't have built a temple in front of the tomb. Li Yang analyzed it while reading the report. The Deci de Bay Temple was zoned for a local real estate development project, and it wouldn't be long before it was demolished. Your tomb is going to be discovered anyway, so why don't you help me out? It must be interesting to wake up the evil demons under the temple during the demolition of the temple. Li Yang closed his notebook and continued to think. In novels or games, there will be a final reward in the relics. What should be the reward? Let me think. There's no rush, transporting a large number of magical beasts into the ancient tomb will also take a little time. Likewise, this world's current transcendence needs to continue fermenting for a while. Late at night, South China Sea, Western District. A drunken Shaoyi was wandering the streets and alleys. After the big blood change in the upper echelons of the Nanhai officialdom, Shaoyi became negative. He had an intuition that the upper echelons of the Nanhai officials nowadays had an odd connection with each other. Maybe this kind of connection the upper echelons of the South Sea officials themselves have not realized, but Shaoyi just can feel it. He also had a good feeling that the upper echelons of the South Sea officials were more or less related to the members of the Devil's Club. Shaoyi just felt that the city lacked a lot of fun. He could stop being a lion, but he definitely didn't want to be a mole. After so many years of struggle, he was powerless to realize that the high position of director of the South Sea Security Bureau seemed to count for nothing. He was still a small grasshopper in the end, unable to control his own destiny. Efforts seemed to have lost their meaning. Shaoyi leaned against the streetlight in front of the alley and stared at the skyscrapers in the distance. Help! Don't! Help! A woman's scream came from one of the alleys. Shaoyi shuddered and immediately woke up. The reason for trying to climb up the ladder of progress was the unwillingness to be a mole. The reason for being a magistrate was that one couldn't stand to see evil people playing rough. Chapter 100 The First Transcendent Crime Incident. Shaoyi habitually touched his back waist. The sidearm wasn't with him. It didn't matter, against ordinary punks, Shaoyi could use no hands. He could cripple someone with his feet. He followed the sound and ran towards some alley. The alley was dark, with only the dimming streetlights giving the place some light. 2 men were laughing and tearing a woman's clothes. The woman was wearing a work uniform and looked like a white-collar worker who worked late. Big brother, I'll give you money, don't be like this, okay, let me go. The female white-collar worker grasped the hem of her skirt hard and screamed in panic. The man's hands were not honest, smiling. What kind of good woman can be strolling around the street in the middle of the night? Still wearing black silk, not just want to give men to see? The white-collar woman cried and cried, explaining that this is the normal work uniform of the enterprise. The other man snapped and slapped the woman's face. The force was so strong that the woman fell straight to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth as she covered her face and looked at the man in horror. Even so, the other hand was still solidly covering the chest scenery. The man was even more angry, pointing at the woman and cursing. Damn it, wearing a short suit and skirt, black silk high heels, exactly like in a small movie. What kind of good woman can you be? And you're covering your breasts. Aren't you afraid that the poor people will see you and the rich people won't see you? Do you know who I am? Those rich people have to call me grandpa. The woman shook her head helplessly. The 2 men were inspired by the woman's sheep-like appearance of animal desire, licking their lips to enjoy a good time. At this moment, footsteps came from the entrance of the alley, and the 2 men looked warily. Shaoyi walked slowly. Lighting a cigarette as he walked, he faintly said, I'm in a bad mood today, you guys are kind of crashing into the gun. The 2 men looked at Shaoyi being so pretentious and provoked him. Where's the little van brat, screaming in front of Grandpa?
Chowie took out his ID. Magistrate.
The two men looked at each other and both saw the disdain in each other's eyes. They stood up and rolled up their sleeves. I didn't want to bother with you, but since you're a magistrate, you'll have to taste the power of our brothers. The two men said and charged towards Chowie. Chowie smiled and shook his head.
Really, looking for death?
Then, a fist zoomed in front of him. Chowie's eyes widened in shock, it was so fast.
Put.
Chowie directly sprayed a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew 2 to 3 meters away.
Chowie looked at the two men incredulously.
The two men's fists were actually covered in a layer of vapor.
These were transcendents.
These two brothers were a pair of jobless hobos in the old city, living a miserable life. In the South China Sea, a metropolis at the forefront of the economy, as long as one was willing to put in physical strength, or mental strength, one would definitely not starve. This pair of brothers are too lazy, legitimate work is not willing to do, when the hooligans and cannot carry the fight. They were hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. The biggest change in their lives was the day they went to the mountains to dig up some wild vegetables. There happened to be 2 grasses in the wild vegetables that have the spiritual power given by Li Yang. They were 2 transcendental grasses. After the brothers ate the wild vegetables and passed out for a day, they got up the next day and realized the difference. Some people are gifted in farming, some are gifted in business, there are no scraps in this world. If we have to say there is, then it can only be that the person's talent can be applied in places that the current environment can't touch. This pair of brothers had a good talent for cultivation. They quickly grasped some of the wonderful uses of spiritual energy, such as utilizing it to cover their fists with a layer of airflow. Their fists were harder, and their punches were faster without air resistance. Just like that, a pair of punks turned into a pair of great villains. The aura revival was not sure if it was considered a drawback to the world. There were decent people like Zhang Shui, and there would also be transcendent villains like these two brothers. The future world also didn't know if there would be more of these villains, or even more evil. Just as the brothers were about to waste Chowie, a pale voice came from the eaves of the room. Apprentice, it's rare to have 2 evil friends for your master to demonstrate, so watch this. The brothers looked up and shouted angrily. What people? The brothers' 5 senses were far more sensitive than mortals since they possessed spiritual power.
Surprisingly, they didn't realize that there was someone on the eaves.
On the eaves was an old man in a tattered Taoist robe with white hair and a white beard. Following the old Taoist was a man in his 30s. The old man was immortal in Taoist, rather like a reclusive powerhouse. The disciple looked honest and respectfully said, I'm grateful for Master's hand. The pair of brothers were a bit flustered in their hearts and asked, Who the hell are you? The old Taoist revealed a row of white teeth.
Yeah, poor Taoist have an age. When you meet the Taoist, you 2 juniors are unlucky. This heavenly age Taoist was none other than the first human that the earthly essence tree had encountered, the old madman Mo Yulin.
The brothers' eyes were uneasy.
Heavenly age Taoist? It sounded powerful. Mo Yulin let out a sardonic laugh and leapt down from the wall. An unsteady center of gravity planted him.
He quickly climbed up, carrying his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened, and said in an inscrutable manner, You guys can strike first, lest you say that the poor Taoist is bullying the small with the big. The fall just now didn't seem to have happened.
The brothers cursed and swung their fists toward Mo Yulin. Mo Yulin flipped his fingers and a yellow paper poked out of his Taoist robe. The yellow paper was inscribed with a talisman.
This talisman was Mo Yulin's own creation. The brothers were already in front of him, and Mo Yulin threw out the talisman paper without panicking.
Boom!
After an ear-piercing popping sound, the air shook and directly toppled the brothers to the ground. Both of them spat out blood from their mouths, their eyes covered in blood, and their eardrums ruptured.
It had to be said that Mo Yulin was a genius.
After he had figured out the mysteries of sharing spiritual power, he actually attempted to send his spiritual power onto the talisman paper. The talisman paper could be thrown, detonating the spiritual energy in it and causing violent air vibrations.
Mo Yulin created his own sect, the Rune Sect.
Although currently, the Rune Sect only consisted of him and his disciple. After seeing his master's greatness, disciple Han Hai made a bow.
Master's divine might. Mo Yulin tilted his head proudly. Han Hai thought for a moment and said, Master, when will I be able to manipulate talismans without reciting incantations? Mo Yulin said, That's because your mind is not pure enough to refine the mother talisman. You need to cultivate your heart in order to achieve greatness. Han Hai said with eyes full of thirst. When will Master teach me the spiritual awareness body gathering technique? After I learn the spiritual awareness body gathering technique, I will definitely be able to successfully refine the mother talisman. Mo Yulin shook his head. It's not time yet. Master has a premonition that something extraordinary is about to appear. There is a great chance there for you and me, Master and disciple. When the time comes, Master will teach you the spiritual awareness body gathering technique. Mo Yulin said and walked towards the outside of the alley. Disciple Han Hai hurriedly followed. The master and disciple ignored Chowie and skipped right past him. Chowie had his head lowered, his face hidden in the shadows, his 10 fingers gripping the concrete floor with a death grip, his nails cracking and blood flowing out. The woman who had been bullied carefully walked over. Are you alright? Chowie shook his head, picking up the slate from the side and walking over to the two brothers who were rolling all over the ground. His face was grim as hell, his eyes all murderous, and his fingers gripping the brick were white. Ugh! Chowie disheveledly dropped the brick again and took his cell phone to dial a number. Xinyang Street, number 98, arrest 2 suspects. Chapter 101 The 8-Foot Bride. In the northeast of the Xia Kingdom, Lejia City, the tomb in the mountain behind the Desai de Bei Temple. Li Yang strolled through the eerie tomb passage. The catacombs were huge, beyond Li Yang's imagination, with 3 levels. He had to marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. According to the school's elective course identification of historical artifacts, this should be an ancient tomb from the Tang dynasty. Li Yang walked to the 3rd layer and knitted his brows slightly. He felt a peculiar soul fluctuation. He walked to a stone wall and gently pushed it. The mechanism activated and the stone wall opened. Below were steps. There was actually a 4th level here. Li Yang walked down with curiosity. The 4th floor was very spacious, piled up with gold, silver, jade, and all sorts of valuable things. This place is not like a cemetery, but rather like a hidden treasure. In the center of the 4th floor, there was a huge red coffin filled with incantations. This red coffin was not to make the dead sleep forever, but to trap the person in the coffin. Those talismans were devoid of any transcendent power, otherwise there wouldn't be a woman wandering around the coffin. The woman was dressed in a big Chinese red dress with a red cap and green silk hanging down to her hips. It was a ghost. A bride in red? Li Yang had read about a red-clothed ghost bride in a novel, and didn't expect to actually get a look at it in reality. The bride in red was different from the ghosts she had seen in the past. She could actually clearly sense Li Yang's presence. She trembled and rose up violently, floating to Li Yang's eyes, her scarlet nails constantly scratching Li Yang. The bride in red's attacks passed through Li Yang's body without any real effect. Even if it wasn't Li Yang in front of him, but an ordinary person, the bride in red wouldn't cause a bit of damage to anyone. At most, it felt like a gust of cloudy wind was blowing. Surprisingly, there is still some consciousness? No, this doesn't count as consciousness. It's obsession, which can also be called resentment. This powerful resentment allows the spirit to retain a trace of its spiritual power from before it was born. Just what kind of things have happened to you that would make you different from ordinary ghosts? Li Yang muttered as black runes emerged from his eyes. The red-clothed ghost bride trembled and backed away in fear, quickly burrowing into an ancient umbrella in the corner. Li Yang was surprised. He had been studying the creation of a transcendental apparatus. Tried letting ghosts enter the sword, making the sword possess spiritual power. However, dead things were not like flowers and plants, and he could not succeed even after trying many ways. Come out. Li Yang softly recited. The red-clothed bride didn't dare to disobey and came out from the umbrella in fear, kneeling down in front of Li Yang. Li Yang's gaze was ghostly, and his 3rd talent soul Upanishad was unleashed. The memories of the bride in red flooded into Li Yang's mind. It turned out that 100 years ago, a group of grave robbers discovered this ancient tomb. Not only did they want to occupy this place, they also stored all the gold and silver treasures they had stolen over the years on the 4th floor of the ancient tomb. The tomb robbers tried to cover their tracks and built the Desai de Bei temple outside the ancient tomb. Those who eat rice are superstitious and know a bit of feng shui metaphysics. They were afraid that the owner of the tomb would haunt the descendants, so they wanted to build an evil ghost to suppress the owner of the tomb. The grave robbers found a woman who was born in time after many inquiries. The young girl originally sat shyly in the wedding sedan chair, looking forward to her future life with apprehension.
On the way to happiness, a group of villains appeared, killed her friends and relatives, and wanted to trap her alive in the coffin. She desperately scratches the lid of the coffin and desperately cries out, but no one hears her. This was not the most desperate. 2 days after the young girl was trapped inside the coffin, a new grave robber sneaked into this floor by mistake. He was shocked by the treasures here and wanted to open the coffin to see what treasures were inside. The young girl happened to wake up and surprised him by asking for help. The grave robber thought it was a fraud. After a horrified scream, he stabbed the young girl in the heart with a dagger and fled the place in a panic, and has been golden ever since. The newlywed woman was captured in the tomb before she was even married, and thought she was going to be saved but was killed. The grudge is great, the obsession is deep, and that's what makes her different from ordinary ghosts. The bride in red was poor, and the umbrella was her only dowry. With a very strong grudge, she also had a strong obsession with the umbrella after her death, and that was why she was able to possess the umbrella. Li Yang took the umbrella and his eyes burned with black flames as he carefully observed the path of spiritual energy within the umbrella. He muttered. So it's like this. Assimilation and symbiosis of spiritual energy. It's rather similar to sharing spiritual energy. Li Yang put the umbrella back in place and said to the red-clothed bride. You taught me something, let me give you some benefits too. Left and right, a transcendent boss was going to be let in here by Li Yang, so we might as well use this bride in red. The bride in red was an anomaly among ghosts, and she could also be used to experiment with something else. Li Yang stretched out his right hand towards the bride in red, and the power of death that uniquely belonged to the Grim Reaper surged out. He had tried to change his spirit body into a ghost with battle power, but all of them failed. The reason for this was that a spirit body could only open up a spiritual sea by fusing with flowers and plants. This bride in red was special and came with a bit of spiritual power of its own. Therefore, the red-clothed bride, an alien, had a chance to turn into a ghostly creature that possessed battle power. The power of death was being absorbed by the bride in red. The bride in red didn't have a solid body, and under the infusion of the power of death, her size gradually grew bigger and bigger, and she didn't stop until she reached a height of 3 meters. The image resembled an 8-foot lady, and should be called the 8-foot bride. The battle power is probably at the 2nd rank, a little stronger than the average undead, not bad. What surprised Li Yang the most was that this 8-foot bride managed to possess the Sea of Spirit, and could raise its rank as long as it devoured the spirit. This ability was almost able to reach the threshold of the demons. I can keep your memories, but add a little something more. The relics are a shot of strong catalyst for aura recovery, and you are a chronic catalyzing drug. Li Yang said, and the soul of Panishad was unleashed, to adding some memories that didn't exist for Lady 8 Feet. The 8-foot bride disappeared and hid back in the umbrella. Li Yang snapped his fingers. Countless magic formations appeared on the ground, and all sorts of undead creatures burrowed out of the magic formations. The undead creatures hissed and climbed out of the catacombs, driving the animals on the mountains into the catacombs. The catacombs had the gene potion copied by Kong Qianxiu, and a bit of fruit from the earthly essence tree, and those beasts would become a vicious magical beast. A hissing sound resounded through the night. After 2 hours, after doing everything, Li Yang walked out of the ancient tomb. It was already dark. Li Yang breathed in the cool air and was in a soothing mood. He felt like a developer who had made the Blue Star OL game. It was making the rules of the game. It's time to invite them here for the game, have to let them discover the abnormality here first. Li Yang snapped his fingers and the earthly essence tree appeared. Terrifying spiritual power erupted from the earthly essence tree. At the same time, all over the summer country, there was someone meditating on his knees in a farmyard, and there were chi currents surging on the surface of his body as he jerked his head up and looked to the northeast. There were little golden monkeys riding their horses and playing in the mountain wilderness who stopped laughing and looked suspiciously at the location of the Desai Bei Temple. There was the headmaster of Mount Shu, who was teaching his disciples swordplay. Suddenly his movements lurched, his eyes erupted with thunderous light, and his gaze seemed to travel thousands of miles away. There was the crazy old Taoist who was leading his disciples to cultivate in the city park. His hand that was gnawing on the roasted chicken trembled, and in a rare moment of seriousness, he looked to the sky and muttered, "Disciple, you and I have arrived by chance." In the office of Nanhai Datai Group, Su Yutong frowned and looked to the northeast. In her cell phone was the text message she had just received. The deciphered meaning was, "All members of the Devil's Club are not allowed to leave the South Sea for 7 days." Chapter 102: The Fate of the Demon Host. On this night, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in the back of the mountain was unceasing. The young monks in the Desai Bei Temple knelt in front of the Buddha in terror, trembling as they recited the scriptures. A 16 or 17-year-old boy with broken hair sat in the corner, a string of rosary beads hanging from his hand. The wailing sounds from the back of the mountain did not affect his state of mind, and the bashfulness of him contrasted sharply with the monks around him. The windswept old host walked into the hall and sighed. "All leave." Hearing this, the monks left the futon and prepared to return to their premises. The old presiding officer said, "Don't come back." The monks shuddered and understood something. One by one, they walked over to the old presiding officer, bowed respectfully and curtsied, and then hurriedly left. Inside the great hall of No, only Sandalwood, the old presiding officer, and that teenager remained. The old presiding officer reluctantly looked at the golden bodies of the Buddhas in the main hall and said, "It's a pity that this 100-year-old temple." The teenager spoke up. "Master, I can get those developers to give up the idea of demolishing the great compassionate temple, and you can still practice here just the same." The old host said quietly, "It's none of their business, it's heaven's destiny." The young man was puzzled. The old presiding officer said, "When the poor monk first visited the Great Compassionate Monastery, he knew that the story of the Great Compassionate Monastery suppressing evil demons was false. What the Deci Bay Temple suppresses is not evil demons, but the desires of the human world. Do not underestimate this small temple, it is indeed the first barrier to prevent the world from chaos. Tomorrow the Great Compassionate Temple is dismantled, the earth is really going to be in chaos, the most horrible disaster will come. Oh, the poor monk will not miscalculate." The young man was even more puzzled. Was Master talking about some evil spirit? Although he was a Buddhist lay disciple and a monk who practiced purification in the Buddhist sect, he did not believe in gods and demons. The old host opened his cloudy old eyes and solemnly said, "There is one thing the poor monk has to explain." The young man folded his hands. "Master, please speak." The old host said, "I was originally a barefoot ascetic, but after realizing that the Deci Bay Temple was unusual, I wished to stay here." "What about you?" "You are a rare ghost life." Ghost host, the beginning of disaster. Because of your evil luck, if you don't practice at the temple, you won't live to be 17. The poor monk has an old relationship with your parents, and it is only because he has a destiny with you that he is taking you into the temple." The young man was silent. Both his parents and his master said that he was a ghost host's destiny, and that if he was not in the Buddhist Pure Land, he would die before the age of 17. If he lived past the age of 17, he would also have to purify himself in the temple, or he would become a demon that would plague the world. He scoffed at all this and resented his parents' superstitions in his heart. It was good that he read the Buddhist scriptures, so he didn't go crazy in the temple. The old host sighed. "Poor monk knows that you are aggrieved. But you have to believe that your parents are doing this for your own good and understand the good intentions of the poor monk. Kirana, there are a few words you should remember." The young man lowered his head. "Master, enlighten me." The old host's gaze was ghostly. "Tomorrow is your 17th birthday, life and death have passed, the next road depends on how you go. Either go back to your parents, recite sutras, and worship the Buddha every day, ignore the things outside the window, you can enjoy 100 years of good death." The teenager bowed his head in silence. Obviously tired of this life. Helplessness was written on the old host's face. If you must participate in the ensuing worldly strife, you must take the next words of the master to heart. The young man said, "Master, please speak." The old host sighed. "Do not kill for evil. Do not make enemies with people whose names have Ming, Bi, and Fan in them." Ah! The old host suddenly rounded his eyes and grabbed the teenager's arm in a death grip. "Never set foot in the South Sea." The teenager was stunned. The first time he saw his master like this, although there was incomprehension in his heart, he didn't say anything more and casually perfunctorily, "I know, master." The old host put his heart down after saying this, and his entire body softened. "It's good to remember, it's good to remember. Go and rest, you won't be able to sleep tomorrow when the demolition team comes." The teenager got up, walked to the door and turned back. "What about you, master?" The old host folded his hands. "It is the poor monk's destiny to stop that calamity. Tomorrow the poor monk will fight to the death to stop the demolition team." The teenager frowned. Master was so strange, it was clear that he could have saved the Deci Bay Temple by making a phone call himself, but Master wouldn't let him. Since it didn't work, why would he bother to spell out his old bones to argue with the demolition team tomorrow? He asked.
What exactly is that calamity? Is it really unstoppable?
The old host closed his eyes.
That is the will of heaven, is the will of God, how can we mortals go against its will? The teenager couldn't understand and stopped asking, and finally asked.
Master, together for so many years still do not know your lay name, I want to remember. The old host folded his hands. The poor monk is also about to forget his own name, seems to remember that the poor monk's surname is Mu, his name is Bo One.
Mu Bo One.
The young man memorized the name and turned around to leave the hall. On the following day, outside the Desai de Bay temple, isolation strips were pulled around the area, several bulldozers and diggers were ready to go. The workers were dressed in winter clothes, holding hammers and shovels, waiting for the foreman to give the order. The old presiding officer, his eyes lowered and his hands folded, stood guard in front of the temple gate. The developer's boss is a thug in a sable and a gold chain. With a cigarette in his mouth, he pointed at the Desai de Bay temple and said,
"Will the demolition of this temple really increase my lifespan?"
A middle-aged man with a compass pretended to pinch his fingers, and then said, "That must be, as long as the demolition of this temple, and then give me $88,000, I will be able to transfer the entire temple's wishes to you." Although he was a liar, he had a clear understanding of the minds of these bosses. Those bosses who burned incense and worshipped Buddha to find someone to look after things were only seeking psychological comfort. For example, this boss, he contracted a project to build a property here. He found himself because he was afraid of retribution for tearing down the temple.
After some nonsense, the boss can work on the project without fear, and he can still make money, so isn't it the best of both worlds? The old host chanted a Buddha's name. Amat Ba Buddha.
The Desai Debai temple suppresses the evil spirits of the land. Tearing down the Desai de Bay temple will not only fail to increase the blessings for the scholar, it will also bring calamity to the world.
The monk will also lose his life as a result. Please think twice about it. The owner hesitated and looked at the high person beside him.
The middle-aged man holding the compass was enraged. The old monk was not cutting off people's wealth. He pointed at the old monk and cursed. "Old bald donkey, less feudalism.
Ahem, less of this. You are afraid that you have no place to recite the sutra before you block us.
Tear down this temple, and this Taoist will use the mysteries to extend Boss Joe's life by 20 years.
Can't you be so selfish?
You don't care about others just for yourself." The middle-aged man finished cursing and came to the boss's ear.
"Do you believe there are demons? If there were demons, this old man would have run away long ago. He's just too selfish and doesn't want you to be good. He doesn't want you to get rich, and he curses you." Chapter 103, Extra. Transcendent Ruins.
The boss thought it made sense and waved his hand.
"Get rid of the old monk, I have official approval, demolish it for me."
A few workers grabbed the old host and took him to the side. The old presiding officer could not resist the pushing and shoving of a few strong men, so he had to stand aside and watch the bulldozers and diggers break down the temple gates. As the dust stirred, the old presiding officer sighed and said to the workers around him, "Tearing down a temple and breaking it up is a great taboo that detracts from the blessings, so you guys should get going."
The worker lowered his eyebrows.
"It's almost New Year's, our wives and children are waiting for us to get money to go back. The boss won't pay us if we don't do this job.
If it's not forced by life, who would want to do this unethical thing of cutting off our children and grandchildren?"
The old host closed his helpless eyes, as if he didn't want to see the tragic situation that would follow, and chanted a Buddha's name. "Let's hope that the gods have the virtue of a good life." Just as the bulldozers smashed the main hall and the statue of Buddha collapsed, a strange fog suddenly came.
The fog was so big that it shrouded the entire mountain. It was so thick that visibility was very low. Roar!
A hissing sound of something unknown made the chills of everyone present stand up.
The boss asked in horror, "What's going on?"
"Sir." The senior man with the compass was also confused.
"Is there really a demon?" The boss felt around.
Sir.
"Where are you?" He winced as both of his hands seemed to touch something slippery and greasy. "Ah!"
The tall man let out a heartbreaking scream.
"Ah! Don't bite me!"
"What monster?"
"The old monk. Hyman! Help!"
The boss rounded his eyes in horror as he saw a very long, very tall monster, spitting snake letters and staring at him. The old host sat down on his knees.
"Amat Ba Buddha. Oh Karen, don't go astray on the next path."
After saying this, the old host's head sank, and the end was near. Imperial Capital, Security Administration Building. The building was rebuilt using other office buildings as a baseboard. The Security Administration Bureau already had departmental divisions. The part of the core was called administrators. In the Security Administration meeting, the big screen was showing the images of the Desai Debay Temple at the moment, transmitted back from the drones. The thick fog had almost turned the place into a milky white mass, and the hissing of monsters could be heard every now and then. Elder, he said in a deep voice. That thick fog is very evil, the electronic devices all malfunction. Many strange creatures seem to emerge from it. It's a blessing in disguise that only the construction team got lost in there. Search and rescue personnel from the local sheriff's department had already been there, but not a single person had come out. Rumor has it that the Desai Debay Temple suppresses evil demons. What does everyone think about this? The crowd was silent. This supernatural phenomenon was clearly beyond their knowledge. Elder, he looked at the thoughtful Wei Ming and his eyes lit up. Comrade Wei Ming, what are your thoughts? He pinned his hopes on Wei Ming. This kid could always tell the key information about the aura recovery. Wei Ming frowned. The electronic equipment is out of action? There were monsters out there? How was this so much like the relics of a holy land, or a secret realm appearing in a metaphysical novel? He stood up, skeptical. Has Master Zhang, the head of Mount Shu, arrived at the scene? Elder, he nodded. Already arrived. Wei Ming asked. Can I ask Master Zhang if that site is filled with aura? He Lao nodded and immediately contacted Zhang Shui, and looked at Wei Ming in surprise after receiving the answer. That's right, that place is filled with special energy. Master Zhang said that it was the power of spiritual energy, also known as aura. Wei Ming's palms were sweating as he continued. Is there some kind of building appearing there? What kind of building appeared? Everyone present had a puzzled look on their faces. Why did they suddenly say such a sentence? Elder, he said. Taoist Zhang went to explore. Because the electronic equipment cannot be used in the dense fog, we need to wait a while to know the answer. Comrade Wei Ming, what exactly are you going to say? Wei Ming kept his mouth shut and only said that he would wait for Taoist Zhang to finish probing. After half an hour, He Lao received a message from Zhang Shui and looked at Wei Ming incredulously. A large hole was indeed found there, and there seems to be buildings inside the hole, as well as strong spiritual power fluctuations. Comrade Wei Ming, don't sell yourself short, what's going on here? The crowd also cast astonished gazes at Wei Ming. How did he know about this? This young man has a bit of something. Even the beautiful eyes of a female researcher were colorful towards Wei Ming. Wei Ming got excited and clenched his hands. It's true. Elder, he was anxious. Comrade Wei Ming. What intelligence do you know? Speak quickly. Wei Ming took a deep breath and looked at He Lao seriously. Elder, this is not a natural disaster, but an opportunity. It's even the fate of the country. Opportunity? National fortune? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Is it that serious? Wei Ming Dao. Once upon a time, I thought deeply about the great change in heaven and earth and the recovery of aura. Demons appeared, immortal cultivators appeared, and some other magical transcendents appeared. I wondered, why did heaven and earth change drastically? Why did the aura recover? Was it simply because humans destroyed the environment? I don't think it's that simple. Wei Ming said and scanned the crowd. These elites from various fields were listening to themselves like elementary school students, and some were even taking notes. Wei Ming's vanity was greatly satisfied and he also narrated like a teacher. Since aura has revived, there was, and definitely was, a transcendent era. During that era, various transcendent civilizations flourished, and there were transcendents and demons everywhere. I guess something must have happened later, causing the age of ending to descend. The age of the end times, what a familiar yet unfamiliar term. The crowd took notes while pondering. Wei Ming continued. I don't know why the aura dried up, and I can't think of any reason why the aura would revive. But I know one thing. The secret to everything can be found in the building in the dense fog. Because those are relics. The relics of the transcendents. Transcendent relics in which there are countless chances and possibilities. When these words came out, they exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Elder, he hurriedly asked. Transcendental relics? You mean the relics left behind by a transcendent civilization? a historian said excitedly.
If it's the remains of the Transcendence, we'll be able to know the stories of the Transcendence. We'll be able to explore the secrets of the end times and the revival of auras. The only country in the world that has seen aura revival is Xia. Xia is also the first place where transcendental relics appeared. We just need to get hold of the transcendent intelligence that the nations don't know about, and be at the forefront of the times during the great changes in the world. The crowd rose up in surprise and disgust in a chorus of voices. It's really God's blessing on the Xia kingdom. There must be transcendent items in the relics of transcendence. That's right, not only will we be able to dig up the secrets of the transcendence, we will also be able to possess transcendent items.
Elder, he solemnly said.
Good. Since that's the case, then blockade that area.
The Security Administration's researchers and administrators will immediately go forward to explore it. Comrade Wei Ming, please participate in this operation as well, and first ensure your own safety.
Wei Ming saluted. Yes.
Chapter 10 for the God Creation Organization evolutionists who were stunned by attending the ruins. A transformed 7-seater SUV rolled up smoke and dust, traveling through the wilderness like a steel beast. Inside the vehicle sat blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, the evolvers of the God Creation Organization. Lilith was sitting in the passenger side of the head car, her eyes were haunted, not knowing what she was pondering.
Two men sat in the last seat whispering. How is it possible that there are supernatural humans in the country of Xia?
Lord Lilith said so, you have to believe it even if you don't.
I think she just failed in her mission and is looking for excuses.
Keep your voice down, if she hears you, you'll be in trouble.
What are you afraid of?
The last failure doomed Lord Lilith.
Sooner or later she will be replaced by Lord Diana.
Don't forget what the price of being replaced is. These words were all heard by Lilith. She was not annoyed and said with her eyes closed. Believe it or not, supernatural humans do exist in the South Seas, and I have fought her.
Lilith's mind was filled with the dimly lit street at night, and the woman who could manipulate the augur. She was beaten and fled.
A hint of displeasure, as well as a hint of fear, appeared on Lilith's face as she continued. With a super self-heating event at the Dci Debay Temple, there will definitely be supernatural humans out there as well, so you guys need to be on your guard.
The two men in the back row almost laughed out loud. Was Lilith-sama getting too deep into the drama? One of the men said. I think our biggest opponent is the Summerland Security Bureau. As long as they haven't blockaded that mountain, it's all good either way. Lilith-sama, you can't talk nonsense about this intelligence thing either.
Lilith stopped talking and closed her eyes.
The SUV finally drove to the large mountain that was shrouded in milky white fog.
There were magistrates stationed at the bottom of the mountain. The buggy circled around the mountain and found a spot where there was no sheriff. Looking around hazily, it appeared to be a densely forested trail. This fog was just too big and evil to go in and out of. The purpose of the magistrate stationed here was just not to want ordinary people to enter by mistake. This kind of dense forest path, or mountain cliffs on the other hand, did not have magistrates present. After all, it was unlikely that ordinary people would choose that kind of place to enter the mountains.
The Summer Kingdom still doesn't pay much attention to this place. Didn't you say that there was a super self-heating phenomenon? Surprisingly, they don't block this place.
An evolutionary said contemptuously.
Lilith shook her head.
It only means that this fog is not ordinary, and the Xia magistrate is very jealous of this place. The evolvers got out of the car and followed the path into the mountains.
Just as they entered the thick fog, the evolvers sensed that something was wrong. It was surprising that they couldn't see anything here.
The electronic devices they were carrying also malfunctioned.
Lilith said nervously. Everyone gathered together, don't get separated.
It was the first time the evolvers had encountered such a supernatural situation, and they nodded their heads, coming together and even holding hands as they slowly moved forward. Xia was really a magical Eastern country. Just then, the crowd heard a long, unimpeded whistle.
Ah ha ha, disciple, come with me. Great chance, ah. Great chance.
The crowd froze for a moment and looked towards the source of the voice. They only saw an old man in tattered Taoist robes, running on the tips of grass and jumping on tree branches, speeding in one direction.
Master. Wait for me.
A man in his 30s looked on helplessly, his figure as agile as an ape in the dense forest, quickly following the old man. The evolvers were all confused.
Really fake, ah.
The evolvers who had an unknown amount of resources infused into their bodies and how many dollars they had spent, could only move cautiously in this dense forest. That old man and his disciple, whose chi and blood were obviously not strong, could actually run around here with impunity. Even, they moved in such a magical way. Supernatural humans. There really were supernatural humans. Lilith's face was ugly. Sure enough, supernatural humans have appeared. It looks like they're going somewhere with treasure. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth slightly as inaudible strange sound waves spread out. Lilith had a radar-like device inside her body that could determine her surroundings through echoes. Lilith opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. Let's go there. Remember, be careful with everything. Try not to clash with supernatural humans. That place was precisely the entrance to the ruins. An evolutionary muttered. They're just a bit more flexible, they definitely won't be able to move. The culture of foreigners was that the stronger they were, the stronger their chi and blood were, and the stronger they were. They couldn't even understand the 2,000 kilogram, not to mention the immortal cultivators. While the group was speeding up their steps towards that side, the sound of horses' hooves actually came from behind them. There were still people riding horses these days? They turned back, their faces full of horror. Only to see a tiny golden monkey riding an old horse, laughing and running in a direction. The evolvers looked at each other in disbelief. What was this situation? How could a foreigner who hadn't read the mythology of Xia understand the word demon? An evolver slapped his thigh. Have you guys seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes? That must be an evolutionary monkey like that. We should catch it. Lilith looked at the evolver like a little cutie. Glanced at the evolved person like a cutie. Things are weird, don't make a scene, go. There was tension in her tone. At this time, the little golden monkey riding the old horse unexpectedly turned around and came back. The heartless little monkey grabbed the old horse's mane and poked out half of its body behind the old horse's neck. What are you guys? The evolvers were shocked. The monkey spoke. A flash of doubt appeared on the heartless little monkey's face. There's a very strong smell of blood on you guys, you haven't done a lot of bad things, have you? Greed was revealed in the eyes of the two brain-dead evolvers. This little monkey looked like it had a lot of research value. The two evolvers walked slowly towards the mindless little monkey with a cat's back. Lilith said in alarm. Don't! The two evolvers turned around and laughed. Such a small one, there's no need for Lord Lilith to personally take action. In their legendary stories, the stronger they were, the more powerful they were. What fighting power could such a small one monkey have? As soon as the words left their mouths, the duo felt a burning sensation coming from their chests. They lowered their heads in confusion and saw that their chests were actually burning with flames. The duo hurriedly turned around and saw that little monkey looking at them with a smile on its face. Importantly, that little monkey was burning with flames all over its body. Comfort appeared on the heartless little monkey's face. You guys are really big evildoers, killing you guys has improved my spiritual power a lot. Lilith roared. Run! Go to 12 o'clock. Lose the monkey and then go to 5 o'clock. Don't go the wrong way. When the crowd heard this, they all reacted and ran wildly towards the 12 o'clock direction in a playful manner. The heartless monkey wanted to chase after him, but then looked behind him, and after struggling for a while, he muttered to himself. Forget it, it's important to go find the chance. After the group of evolvers shook off the monkey, they gathered at the entrance of the ancient tomb cave in shock. What the hell was that? A female evolver hugged herself, her eyes full of horror. Xia is too scary. Lilith glanced at her. Next, make sure to follow my orders. Definitely don't return without success, or else you know father's temper. The several evolvers nodded their heads in succession. Lilith looked at the entrance of the ancient tomb gravely. I can sense that there are many monsters in this mountain. Together with the fog that can disorient people, ordinary people can never enter. This mountain is screening those who enter the cave. I guess there must be many supernatural humans in this cave. Chapter 105, Is the Tang Dynasty the Age of the End? The evolvers had just entered the cave when they heard the sound of fighting. In the ancient tomb corridor, two Xia men were fighting over a flower. Dao, I found this flower first. Dao your mom, whoever can snatch it will have it. The two men's fists generated wind and smashed against the wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. While the two men were fighting, a giant python that had been waiting at the top of the tomb for a long time opened its huge mouth and spewed out a strong wind. The two men were seriously injured. Immediately afterward, it entangled and strangled the two men alive. After swallowing the two men into its belly, it returned to the top of the tomb and waited for the next victim. The brightly colored flower was the python's bait. The second level of the ancient tomb. Giant spotted tigers, wild boars with teeth like swords, wild donkeys that were good at eating blood and flesh, all kinds of outrageous monsters hiss like a swarm of demons. 7 or 8 A and B combatants wearing uniforms and holding standardized long swords hid in a tomb room, vigilantly looking at the monsters outside. These A and B combatants were also known as administrators, low-level administrators. They came from various special forces, and each one of them was an expert in the force who could accomplish difficult tasks on their own. This magical relic had a bizarre power, where thermal weapons and electronic devices all lost their effect. Only long swords, knives and axes can be maximized. The intermediate administrator Wei Ming and the senior administrator security administration counselor Zhang Xiaoyi explored the chamber. Wei Ming, who knew a little about historical artifacts, stroked the walls with his white gloves and wondered.
This seems to be a tomb from the Tang dynasty.
Zhang Xiaoyi didn't know anything about this, but he knew something about the weird legends of the Tang dynasty, and he frowned.
Master said that the Tang dynasty did have quite a few stories of demons and ghosts rebelling and gods and goddesses ascending.
The Tang dynasty was considered to be an era in history with quite a lot of myths.
There were quite a few demons and ghosts, such as the cat demons, fox fairies, and whatnot that had recently exploded on the internet.
The Tang Emperor's strange encounter with the king of the Jing River dragon and Wei Zhang's dream of beheading the dragon are also stories told in the Tang dynasty. Legend has it that the great god of the underworld, Zhong Kuei, is also from the Tang dynasty.
Wei Ming was shaken. Could it be that the Tang dynasty is the age of the end?
Yes, before the Tang dynasty there were many legends of becoming immortals and gods.
There are very few such stories after the Tang dynasty. Zhang Xiaoyi's lazy air faded, rubbing his chin in contemplation as well. There is some truth to it. Have you noticed a pattern in history?
Those who attained the Tao at the time of human enlightenment were the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and the great saints of the demon race.
They almost dominated the heavenly Tao.
During the Shang and Zhou dynasties there were military generals and civil officials who took the path to godhood, accomplishing great emperors from all sides of heaven and earth, and various positive gods. By the Tang dynasty, the only people who became immortals and Taoists were the door gods and ghosts. There are fewer and fewer such stories after the Tang dynasty, and it's possible that the Tang dynasty was really the age of the end. As Wei Ming listened to this, he felt more and more justified.
Throughout history, transcendent civilizations were falling further and further behind.
Zhang Xiaoyi and Wei Ming appeared to have discovered a big secret. Their hearts were set off by waves of shock and their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the administrator guarding the door panicked.
Not good. We've been discovered. The monsters are coming this way. Boom.
The door of the tomb chamber suffered a heavy blow and was instantly torn apart.
A 2-headed giant wolf rushed into the chamber.
The administrators fought in haste, but they were only able to hold back the giant wolf for a moment. Wei Ming's face changed as he rushed Zhang Xiaoyi and arched his hand.
Master Zhang, these magical beasts seem to be guarding something. The second layer magical beasts are much stronger than the first layer magical beasts.
We have to hurry and find our way to the third layer. The bottom layer I guess has the ultimate secret of the chamber.
Master Zhang, it's up to you. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the demonic wolf with dead fish eyes. Many monsters rushed towards the burial chamber due to the demonic wolf's actions. He spoke indifferently. All hide behind me and take care of yourself.
After saying that, red scales appeared on Zhang Xiaoyi's forehead and his eyes flashed with lightning. Among ordinary transcendents, Zhang Xiaoyi, who had drunk a quarter of the desire potion, was definitely considered the best. He stretched out his hand and thunder exploded. Several thick thunderbolts rushed towards the demonic wolf like gushing springs. That demonic wolf was instantly electrocuted and scorched. The administrators watched this scene with surprise. Worthy of being the sect leader of Mount Shu. Zhang Xiaoyi's spiritual power was galvanized, his body bathed in thunder light as he stomped on his cloth shoes and strolled idly amongst the demonic beasts. Any magical beasts that attempted to strike were all bombarded into ashes or electrocuted to a charred pulp by Zhang Xiaoyi. Wei Ming shouted angrily. Let's go, follow Master Zhang and find our way to the next level. After exiting the chamber, the magical beasts became more and more numerous. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Xiaoyi's forehead. At this rate, his spiritual power was going to be insufficient. Suddenly, a wild laugh erupted from nowhere. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet a fellow Taoist here. How about you and I join forces and kill off this gang, and then go look for a great chance, how about it? The crowd followed the sound and looked. Seeing an old man in tattered Taoist robes rushing in with a man who was cowering and full of fear. This was none other than Mo Yulin and his disciple Han Hai. Mo Yulin looked at Zhang Shui with excitement and thrill in his old eyes. He had revered the world of immortal cultivation for an unknown number of years, but in his old age, he could actually fight side by side with other immortal cultivators. One word, cool. Mo Yulin knew that Zhang Shui's Tao was mysterious, and for fear of being looked down upon, he took out the mother talisman from his pocket with his left hand, and flung the child talisman with his right hand recklessly. The air emitted a bursting sound as countless magical beasts closed their eyes in pain, their eardrums shattering and oozing blood. Zhang Shui stared. Had he finally encountered other immortal cultivators? He was not willing to show weakness either, gritting his teeth and manipulating the lightning. The thunderbolt passed through a scorched black area. Mo Yulin landed beside Zhang Shui and looked at him enviously. It's actually the Thunder Dao. Taoist friendly means. Zhang Shui pretended to be indifferent and said. Fellow Taoists, Rune Dao isn't bad either. A few months ago, both of them were ordinary people in the late stages of middle-aged sickness who worshipped immortals and tried to cultivate immortality. At this moment, both thought that the other was a strong person who had been cultivating for many years. They even simultaneously developed feelings of sympathy and mutual caution. Those administrators, on the other hand, were enviously plus jealously looking at the duo who were bragging about each other and fighting side by side. They were also yearning for that legendary world. Just then, there was a sound of children giggling. There's so much delicious food here. It's just that these ugly monsters are a bit annoying. Zhang Shui and Mo Yulin sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual power and looked towards the entrance from the first to the second floor with a grave expression. Only to see that a young monkey riding an old horse was killing its way towards this side as it chewed on a blade of grass in its mouth. The young monkey and the old horse were burning with flames, and those magical beasts that were touched by the flames all screamed miserably and burned. The crowd was so shocked that they even thought they were dreaming. They thought that these monsters were strange enough to be considered legendary demons. But it was only after seeing the little monkey that they had a whole new perception of demons. This was the legendary demon, with spiritual intelligence and magical power. The heartless little monkey rode the old horse to kill through the surroundings of the demonic beasts and walked in front of the crowd. Its eyes burning with flames were like the legendary golden eyes of fire, which seemed to be able to see through the good and evil in the hearts of the people. It surveyed Zhang Shui and Mo Yulin for a long time before saying, smiling. This is the first time I've encountered people as clean as you two. Clean meant that there was no filth and dirt inside. And then it looked at Han Hai again, its eyes cold. You're dirty. The heartless little monkey held up a fireball, and its killing aura surrounded Han Hai. Han Hai screamed in terror. Master, save me. Mo Yulin took 2 steps to block in front of Han Hai, his face grave as he made a bow. This monkey, fellow Taoist. The heartless little monkey frowned. My name is Heartless Monkey Li. Taoist number Heartless. The crowd felt that the world had gone crazy, and the demon had a Taoist lineage? Wei Ming blinked his eyes. The monkey riding the horse, his eyes still on fire, shouldn't he be called Pilgrim? How dare you call him Li Xinzuan? What is the meaning of Li Xinzua? Have to study it. Mo Yulin hurriedly said. Friend Heartless Taoist, this is the poor Taoist disciple, please be merciful. Heartless monkey moved. He remembered his master, Bodhi. It looked away and said. Forget it, just raise this scourge and you won't regret it. This little monkey's expressions and movements were very similar to humans, 3 parts human, 7 parts monkey. The administrators all wanted to go and strike up a conversation with the legendary demon. And they all dared not. And some not only wanted to, but also dared. Zhang Shui walked forward and cupped his fists. Sect Master Zhang Shui of Mount Shu. Mo Yulin also hurriedly said. Sect leader of the Rune Sect, Mo Yulin. Wei Ming silently memorized Rune Sect, Mo Yulin, these 2 names. Heartless little monkey said. I sense that the next layer has many treasures. The 4th layer even has great opportunities, it's just that the 4th layer has very strong guardians. Why don't we go together and take care of each other? Zhang Shui and Mo Yulin said. Good. Good. Chapter 106 Secrets of the End Times. The 3rd level of the catacombs. The monsters here were stronger than the previous level, even snakes that were able to spit out large amounts of water and wolves that wielded wind blades. It was just that, there were no ones that were able to use lightning. This caused the crowd to be even more in awe of Zhang Xiaoyi. The Thunder Road seemed to be exclusive to Zhang Xiaoyi alone. In fact, the reason for this was merely that the earthly essence tree could not produce fruit that allowed one to use lightning. It was because the Hell Warlock Desire Potion that the earthly essence tree took was crippled, and part of it regarding the power of lightning was in Zhang Xiaoyi.
Of course, this matter was unknown to anyone except Li Yang and the earthly essence tree.
On the second level, the administrators were still able to use military boxing, military arts, and cooperatively tangle with those monsters for a moment or two. The magical beasts on the third level would not be able to do so at all. Those magical beasts had supernatural powers, and without firearms they were no match at all. They could only be salted fish paddling in the water, watching Zhang Xiaoyi, Mo Yulin, and the heartless little monkey do battle. After fighting for a long time, they retreated into a tomb chamber where the three experts meditated on their knees. In the center of the chamber were dozens of transcendental flowers and plants. Wei Ming looked at the flowers and plants in a daze. According to Master Zhang, these flowers and plants had strange abilities that could help people become transcendentals. If these were given to the A and B, they could definitely arm a group of transcendent fighters quickly. He himself wanted them, who wouldn't want to fly over the walls. After the three experts had rested, it was finally time to start the distribution of the transcendent flowers and plants. Heartless little monkey waved his hand. These things are just tasty, they don't enhance me in any way. I'll take a little as a snack, and the rest of you guys do as you please. Wei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This little monkey was the most energetic in the entire room. If it didn't want a lot, the A and B could hopefully share some. The administrators barely put in any effort and paddled the whole time, so he was too embarrassed to open his mouth and ask for it. Although Zhang Xiaoyi is the anomalous advisor of the A and B, with a position in the senior administrator, he is still the head of Shushana, and may not help the A and B to fight for it. Mo Yulin stroked some flowers and plants, smilingly said. Although these spirit plants and immortal grasses can allow people to enhance their spiritual power, the enhancement of spiritual power is limited. Their biggest role is that they can allow mortals to build their foundations and step onto the path of transcendence. Old Taoist, I still have quite a few disciples, so I definitely need to take some. Zhang Xiaoyi pondered for a moment. Then apart from fellow Taoist heartless share, the rest will be half for the two of us. A hint of disappointment appeared on Wei Ming's face. Zhang Xiaoyi followed up. My portion, half goes to the crown and half goes to Mount Shu. Wei Ming was overjoyed. Mo Yulin waved his hand. Alas, it is not necessary. Since it's official, Old Taoist me also wants to make a good karma. Split it into 3, you and I plus the official, 1 for each. Wei Ming stood in awe as the administrators rose to salute. Worthy of being a Xia immortal cultivator, he was indeed atmospheric. Heartless little monkey scratched his ears and stood up, milking his voice. Alright, let's go to the next layer. I'm not giving the next layer of chance to anyone. South China Sea, mid-level villa. The human essence tree was in the center of the hall, and there was a water screen in front of it. On the water screen was a projection from the ancient tomb. This was a use of the talent water method. Li Yang sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth and crossed his legs, staring at the water screen as if he was watching TV. Shaking Bell held an ashtray and curtly caught Li Yang's cigarette ash. Her membership is due again. Shaking Bell glanced at the water screen and muttered with a skewered mouth. Among these guys, only that little monkey is a bit more powerful. I don't know what you're bothering to tease them for. Li Yang glanced at Shaking Bell. How could a cat understand his plans? Li Yang was bringing transcendental civilization to this mundane world. When people around the world revered transcendence and reached the point where transcendence were everywhere and transcendent forces were established, it would be the same as the world working for Li Yang. He would quickly ascend to godhood. The path to godhood could be more than just asceticism. Rattling the bells always yells about world domination? At that time, the 7 commandments would be the Holy Land in the novels, and the Devil's Club would be the super Holy Land of Holy Lands. Isn't that more interesting than world domination? Shake Bell asked again. What exactly did you leave behind on the 4th floor? I'm all curious. Li Yang flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and Shaking Bell hurriedly followed. He opened his mouth. A story that doesn't exist in this world. They'll find out when they reach the 4th level.
Of course, there's more than that, I left some actual ones. When they defeat the 8-foot bride, there is a probability of subduing the 8-foot bride. I'm quite curious to see what they'll do with the 8-foot bride. Zhang Xiaoyi, Li Xinju, and Mo Yulin were all simple-minded people of the righteous path. The 8-foot bride's ability, however, was to devour ghosts. Where did ghosts come from? The simplest and most direct way was to kill. Will the 3 righteous people covet the power of the 8-foot bride, or will they seal it away? This was a test of humanity, and Li Yang loved this kind of human drama. Shaking Bell asked, "Can they beat the 8-foot bride? That thing is already an alien, and has been strengthened by you with great effort. Her battle power is comparable to a second-order demon, right?" Li Yang extinguished his cigarette and said, "Most of the transcendents are blocked at the 3rd level. There are only so many who can enter the 4th layer. I've estimated that those few strongest transcendents who entered the ancient tomb join hands and are completely able to beat the 8-foot bride. The 4th layer of the ancient tomb." Just as Li Yang had said, there were only a few people who had entered the 4th level of the ancient tomb. Heartless little monkey, Mo Yulin, and his disciple Han Hai, Zhang Xiaoyi, and Wei Ming. In fact, Han Hai and Wei Ming couldn't enter, it was just that Mo Yulin and Zhang Xiaoyi forced their way through the surroundings of the magical beasts and brought them in. One's own family members kissed themselves. There was more than one path to the 4th level. In another passageway of the main chamber of the 4th floor, a woman stumbled and fell down. She was black-skinned, wearing a tight leather jacket and pants, clutching a metal guitar, and staring in shock before her. Several Xia transcendents looked at Lilith incredulously. Foreign transcendents? Are there transcendents in foreign countries too? Wei Ming was the first to figure it out. "You're the one who escaped from the green sanatorium?" "Ha, ha." Lilith sat down on the ground in a big sting, panting heavily. The smoky makeup was smeared, like a ghost. She evened out her breath and asked, "What the hell kind of Thai place is this? My teammates are all dead. If I hadn't met a Xia kid to lead the way, I would have died out there." "Xiagua kid? Is there another Xia transcendent who found out that the 4th floor didn't come in?" At this moment, another figure rolled from the entrance to the 4th floor chamber. He was a medium height of around 1.7 meters, wearing a tang suit and glasses. Kneeling down on the ground, he wowed and vomited. This was none other than the teenager from the Great Compassion Temple. With the strenuous exercise, the mortal body simply couldn't handle it. The coffin in the chamber suddenly moved. The crowd stepped back alertly. Heartless little monkey was bold enough to jump off his old horse and walk over, lifting the lid of the coffin. Immediately after, a red energy erupted from within the coffin, like a red python traveling over the chamber. Gradually, the red python-like energy converged in the center of the chamber, forming a human figure. It was actually a 3-meter-tall woman wearing a big red wedding dress and a red cover. Ghost bride in red. As long as one has read psychic novels, one is definitely not unfamiliar with this word. But this red-clothed ghost bride is too big, right? Finally awakened? Sleeping for 1,000 years, who actually won that big battle? Hell. Lost? An ethereal voice traveled through the chamber. Chapter 107 Evil Qilin. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. After experiencing the trip to the ancient tomb, the appearance of legendary ghosts like the Ghost Bride was no longer strange. The important thing was that she had said some very important information. What was the meaning of the Great War 1,000 years ago? Was that the secret of the end times? And what was hell? Could it be a power? Or the true meaning of the underworld? The 8-foot bride suddenly clutched her head and crouched on the ground, trembling and in pain. My memories, What is hell? What is the heavenly realm? Who am I again? The 8-foot bride let out a heartbreaking scream. The sharp hissing sound caused the air to tremble, and the crowd covered their ears with pained faces. Red spiritual energy spread through the ancient tomb. In a trance, a scene appeared before the eyes of the crowd. It was fantasy. A crumbling hall appeared in front of the crowd. All around were broken stone pillars and scattered statues, as if old men who had experienced vicissitudes of life were telling of past glories. Countless strange-looking humanoid monsters stood solemn in the hall. The 8-foot bride was one of them. Above the tattered ceiling of the grand hall, above the clouds, were countless shadows of light. Those light shadows seemed to be roaming gods, gazing indifferently inside the great hall.
The crowd was horrified to see that it was an illusion before their eyes.
This should be the memory of the 8-foot bride. Han Hai muttered. Master, are those demons?
Just by fantasizing, one can feel the powerful force in them.
Mo Yulin's face was grave as he shook his head.
Not necessarily, it could also be the phantoms of those with high cultivation. When cultivation reaches a certain level, it is possible to manifest this kind of native Dharma phase. There are even some who can manifest Dharma heaven and earth.
Mo Yulin said and looked towards Zhang Shui.
This sect leader of Mount Shu had a red scale on his brow when he used the powerful lightning technique. The illusion continued. In front of the dark throne, a cat was playing, a crow was looking around, and a black dog was napping. Above the throne was a man dressed in black, with eyes burning with black flames, whose face could not be seen. The man rose and took one step towards the center of the hall. Each step was silent and heavy, each step stepped on the heart chakra of the crowd, who subconsciously stepped back.
The man's low, husky, magnetic voice came out of his mouth.
The false gods of the heavenly realm have fooled all beings with the authority of God. Hell will use blood to bring the false gods to their knees. The demons surged out of the great hall like a tidal wave, their shrill whistles tearing through the air.
The heartless little monkey's heart trembled.
This man's voice was so familiar. When he ate the hearts and awakened his talent, there was such a voice in his mind that sounded exactly like that man's voice. If justice is not served, the fire of vengeance from hell is noble. Master said that one's power came from the heart demon of a god. This was also the origin of one's name, Li Xingjuan.
Could it be that that man was that god?
The vision turned to a blood-stained earth. It was a battlefield. There were more than just lights and shadows and demons involved in the battle. There were also Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes and holding thunder in their hands, and there were also old monks chanting Buddha's name covered in golden light.
There were European medieval knights riding dragons and yin and yang masters wielding folding fans and manipulating shinigami. Demons, beasts, dragons, and other transcendent creatures were now divided into two camps and engaged in a fierce war.
Zhang Shui, heartless monkey, and Mo Yulin almost simultaneously realized something, their eyes staring at the far side of the battlefield.
It was a huge peach tree.
It suppressed a large area of light and shadow with a wave of its branches.
The Bodhi Enlightenment Tree. The heartless little monkey's eyes moistened as he muttered. Master.
The illusion turned once again, switching to the perspective of the 8-foot bride. The yin and yang masters of the Eastern Sakura Kingdom practiced casting spells to imprison the 8-foot bride in a coffin. The 8-foot bride struggled to reach out her red nail-stained hands, chanting over and over.
Sangha.
The bride's husband. I haven't married you yet, ah. The illusion ended. In the ancient tomb, the 8-foot bride was still holding her head in pain.
I'm Nuan Yen who hasn't gotten married yet. I'm not dead, I'm locked up. My husband.
Zhang Shui wanted to go up and comfort him, walking up to the 8-foot bride.
Senior, you.
The 8-foot bride suddenly raised her head, and Zhang Shui frowned and stepped back, his outstretched hand shrinking back.
Through the red cover, he could feel the killing intent in the 8-foot bride's eyes. It was you who sealed me up, it was you.
The 8-foot bride whistled shrilly, her ghostly aura spreading out. The power of death turned into substance wreaking havoc in the ancient tomb, giving vent to 1,000 years of resentment.
Mo Yulin said in shock. She's gone off the deep end. Be careful.
Just after the words were spoken, the 8-foot bride's attack followed, and Mo Yulin couldn't dodge in time to spit out blood and fall to the ground. Zhang Shui and the heartless monkey hurriedly struck at the 8-foot bride. Lilith also gritted her teeth and played powerful metal music, forced to join forces with Zhang Shui and heartless little monkey. For a while, flames and lightning intertwined in the tomb chamber, and Red Ghost Chi rioted. The few people fought the 8-foot bride to a draw. It was indeed what Li Yang had said, everyone who entered the 4th level of the tomb joining forces would be able to defeat the 8-foot bride.
The battle was now even because Mo Yulin had yet to make a move.
Zhang Shui said as he fought. Luckily, this strong person from the previous era has not recovered his battle power, so we can still fight against him.
Patriarch Mo, are you still okay? Mo Yulin stood up shakily. Truly, it's worthy of being an ancient powerhouse, it almost killed old me.
He took out the mother talisman from his bosom.
Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Old Tao is coming.
Saying this, he took out a handful of child talismans in his hand. Mo Yulin's entire attention was in the battle circle, oblivious to the fact that there was a pair of eyes behind him staring at him unkindly. As Mo Yulin killed his way into the battlefield, he only heard Wei Ming cry out in alarm.
Senior Mo. Be careful. What? Mo Yulin turned around.
A talisman paper was imprinted on his head, and he saw the eyes of his beloved disciple, Han Hai, gazing greedily at the mother talisman in his hand.
Mo Yulin said incredulously. Apprentice, you? Han Hai shouted angrily. Explode. The talisman exploded, Mo Yulin's 7 orifices bled and he stumbled and fell to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Han Hai excitedly grabbed the mother talisman in Mo Yulin's hand. Mother talisman, I got it. Dead old man, I'm a white collar, 5 insurance and a gold payment, $10,000 a month to take. I'll go with you to beg for food and go crazy with you. You just don't tell me how to make the mother of all talismans. You deserve to die. Han Hai said, and took another packet of spirit-strain immortal grass from Mo Yulin's arms and ran towards the outside of the tomb. The sudden change was not only out of Li Yang's expectation, but also caught Zhang Xiaoyi and the others off guard. Zhang Xiaoyi retreated violently, panting violently. I don't have enough spiritual power anymore, fellow Taoist heartless, let's go. After he said that, he grabbed Wei Ming and ran towards the outside. The heartless little monkey scolded in a milky voice. I told you that he's not a good person, it's a pity that I've been created. After saying that, he also quickly fled on his old horse. Lilith also hurriedly retreated. It was also good that Lilith had mistakenly entered this place and was forced to join hands with Zhang Xiaoyi and the others. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaoyi and the others were afraid that they would not be able to leave all the way. Lilith was the last to run, and the 8-foot bride chased towards Lilith. Lilith looked at the 8-foot bride who was getting closer and closer in horror, so anxious that she shouted in English. Don't you come any closer. I have to tell my father what happened in the crypt, I can't die here. Out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of something, it was the teenager in the tunic who had led her into the crypt. Lilith picked up the tangled teen and threw him towards the 8-foot bride. The 8-foot bride's killing intent gathered on the teenager. Lilith takes the opportunity to escape. The teenager looked up in fear, swallowed hard, and pulled a far-fetched smile. You, hello. The 8-foot bride paused. The teenager climbed to his feet and tried to soothe the 8-foot bride. My name is Evil Kirin, and we actually share the same illness. You've been sealed for 1,000 years, and I've been locked up in a temple for 10 years reciting scriptures, The 8-foot bride suddenly shed 2 lines of blood tears. Sagittarius, are you a Sagittarius? The young man froze for a moment, and the corners of his mouth pulled up a smile. Yes, Mama, I am your Sangong. The teenager and the 8-foot bride, picture from the internet. Chapter 108, The First Spiritual Weapon. His name is Evil Qilin. There are 4 big families in the imperial capital, Evil, He, Zhang and Lu. Evil Kirin is precisely the only child of the evil family, properly the crown prince of the Beijing circle. Over the years, he has not only learned Buddhist philosophy from the old host. The old host of a variety of skills, all let him learn a 7 or 8. For example, the entrance to the 4th floor of the tomb is found through the art of gold touching. The art of gold touching is the doorway of searching for the tomb and finding the cave. Evil Qilin looked at the 3-meter-high 8-foot bride in front of him, and was not even a little bit afraid. He muttered. Master said that I am the destiny of the ghost host. After my 17th birthday I will be able to soar to the heavens. Is that what it means? Either I cultivate my whole life bitterly and die peacefully and well. Or rampage for a lifetime and not die a good death. The 8-foot bride sobbed, crouched slightly, and asked expectantly. Sunga, have you come to take me home? Even though the 8-foot bride was half squatting, she was still half a head taller than Evil Qilin. Evil Qilin nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth pulled up a curve, and reached out to touch the 8-foot bride's face. Yes, I brought you home, Warm Smoke. Warm Smoke, that should be the name. Master's words he believed. But what's the difference between a life of asceticism and being a monk for the rest of his life, and being dead? The 8-foot bride was very emotional, her tall body trembled and was crying. Evil Qilin softly said. Since you are my maiden, can you do a favor for my lord? The 8-foot bride nodded repeatedly. Evil Qilin looked towards the entrance where Lilith had left and his eyes went cold. Help me slaughter that woman. 8-foot bride hesitated for a moment. My lord's words, my slave should listen to them. It's just that. Slave has just awakened and her spirit is unstable. If I can't replenish my spirit immediately, I'm afraid that my slave will never see you again.
If Sangong insists on having my slave kill her, my slave will just go.
The evil Qilin froze. Without immediately replenishing her spiritual energy, the 8-foot bride would die? That would never do. He hastily said. Then replenish your spiritual energy first. How should you replenish it? Do you need my help? I have some skills in the mundane world. No matter how expensive it is, I can buy it. The 8-foot bride was moved to say. Thank you for your compassion, sage. It's just that spiritual energy can't be replenished by mundane objects. There are many magical beasts up there, and their souls are the best tonic for my slave. After my slave eats up their souls, my slave will be able to kill all the people I want to kill for you. The 8-foot bride said, transforming into red smoke and burrowing into an oil paper umbrella. Evil Qilin picked up the oil paper umbrella, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew bigger and bigger. Let's go, then, mother. Between this, the aura recovery after the first devil, supporting the flower dweller, was born. Inside the 4th floor chamber, only Mo Yulin's corpse was left lying there alone. After an unknown amount of time, a shadow stood up from the corpse. It was Mo Yulin's soul. Mo Yulin's soul drifted aimlessly in the ancient tomb, his old face expressionless as he muttered. Cultivate immortality, cultivate immortality, cultivate immortality. Mo Yulin's greatest obsession was to cultivate immortality. Also because of this strong obsession, Mo Yulin's soul became an alien like the 8-foot bride. An alien that possessed partial consciousness. Unlike the 8-foot bride, Mo Yulin's soul did not have an umbrella as a residence like hers. Without physical protection, over time, Mo Yulin's soul would become the same as ordinary souls, becoming the usual spirit body. Alas! A sigh came from the ancient tomb. A huge peach tree had appeared in the corner at some point. In the shadow of the peach tree, a figure paced out. He wore a black suit, a black trench coat, and a round hat. Mo Yulin looked at Li Yang blankly. Immortal cultivation, immortal cultivation. Li Yang looked at him indifferently and said. This next era is really a bit boring without you. Mo Yulin got the least amount of resources, just a peach. However, he managed to become the best among the second stage transcendents and gained the recognition of Zhang Xiaoyi and the heartless little monkey. An uncompromising genius, who knew how far he could go. The era without Mo Yulin was indeed a bit boring. Of course, without Li Yang, there would be no next transcendent era. As the initiator of this era, he was very optimistic about Mo Yulin, so he planned to help him out. By the way, do an experiment. Li Yang had always wanted to create spiritual weapons. For example, the kind of immortal swords in the movies, where one could fly with the sword by reciting the mantra. He had never succeeded. The 8-foot bride gave him some inspiration, and Mo Yulin, who was the same alien as the 8-foot bride, was the best test subject. Li Yang picked up an ancient ring from the Tang dynasty in the tomb. Black runes emerged in his eyes and black flames burned. The power of his soul left a mark on the Tang dynasty ancient ring. Assimilation. Symbiosis. Li Yang muttered to himself as a hand suddenly reached out towards Mo Yulin. Mo Yulin trembled and turned into white smoke that surged into the Tang dynasty ancient ring. Success? Li Yang could feel that there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the ring. Conceived, spiritual weapons possessed combat power comparable to hot weapons. For example, it could create flames, water currents, wind blades, and so on. But this ring didn't. Because Mo Yulin didn't know those things. He was just a genius who could precisely control his spiritual power and had an extremely high level of enlightenment. If it was Zhang Xiaoyi's soul, then this ring would definitely be able to manipulate lightning. The only special thing about this ring was its ability to float. It also didn't have much combat power because it wasn't a sword. Li Yang muttered. Sort of successfully created a spiritual weapon ring that can float. In the future, the idea of creating spiritual weapons will be broader. He looked at the ring and said, I'll help you up to this point, to ensure that the consciousness in your soul won't dissipate. I wonder if you can still surprise me. Li Yang handed the ring to the earthly essence tree. Send him out of the ancient tomb. The earthly benevolent tree asked in a respectful voice. Send him where? Li Yang said indifferently. Anywhere. Imperial capital. A deep mansion surrounded by high walls, with pavilions and pavilions strewn about, and long corridors twisting and winding, connecting individual courtyards.
Next to the door number outside this Chinese-style manor was written "Private Family Courtyard, Idle People Do Not Enter." The word Jin Mansion was written on the door plaque. In fact, the owner's family name was Evil.
It was said that the evil family's ancestor was a prince.
Due to the abolition of the imperial system, the king fell out of favor and his family name changed to Jin. Later, due to some changes, the descendants of the king changed their surname to Evil. Evil family is very competitive, can be in several times after the change of the times. The descendants can still have such a family business is really rare and precious. If you say what place's house price can be compared with the South China Sea, the imperial capital definitely counts as one. Ordinary people don't know how many lifetimes they have to work before they can buy a toilet in the evil family.
Of course, the location of the evil family's Chinese manor, I'm afraid that money alone can't handle it.
The vermilion red door was pushed open, and a youth was pushed and shoved by the security guards and fell out. The youth had blonde hair, earrings, and the word was steadily placed on his arm.
Fluid, proper street punks. The youth climbed up and said angrily, "Let Jiao Jiao come out and give me an explanation." Chapter 109 The Old Grandpa in the Ring.
The youth's girlfriend, Jiao Jiao, is a student at the Imperial Capital Film and Television University from a poor family. The young man moves bricks during the day and goes to the bar at night to watch the show, overdrawing his physical strength to pay for Jiao Jiao's tuition and living expenses. Jiao Jiao also dances at the bar to earn money. The two had agreed to get married after graduating from college. Who would have thought that day Jiao Jiao was raped? The perpetrator is the evil family young master Evil Scale.
Evil Scale, domineering habitual, even took Jiao Jiao captive, output for 3 whole days.
These 3 days, the youth went crazy to look for Evil Scales, but a punk can go where to find it?
It is said that the Evil Scale is adopted, but that is also the capital circle Big Young Ah. If another cowardly, I'm afraid it's a dead end.
This young man's head is iron, and after failing to find Evil Wu Scales, he ran to the sheriff's office to report the case. Later on, he met Evil Yu Scale at the security bureau, and he also met Jiao Jiao. A scene that made him incredulous appeared. Jiao Jiao wrapped her arms around Evil Wu Scale with a sweet look of a little birdie. She didn't admit that she was raped, and told the youth with a disgusted face that she should not pester him in the future, and that only Evil Young is a real man in this world and can protect her. The youth is not convinced and wants a statement. What in the world are these years of dedication, these years of oaths and vows? He is a pure love warrior. Chasing after Evil Wu Scale's car to this place, he was driven out by the security guard. "Evil Wu Scale, get thee out." The youth pointed at the vermilion door and roared angrily. An obese youth walked out from the door. He was dressed in a designer label, wearing a famous watch, a luxury necklace, and had a crocodile purse under his armpit. This person was Evil Yu Scale. Evil Yu Scale looked at the youth derisively. "Kid, what's your name again? What's what fan again?" The youth said in a deep voice. "Yi Fan." Evil Wu Scale covered his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. "Damn you, this name, you think you're the protagonist of a novel? Is your mom uneducated? Ha 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 ha." Yi Fan's face became more and more ugly. Evil Yu Scale took out a bunch of money from the purse he was holding under his armpit and flung it out. "You trained that well, I'm very satisfied, this money is a reward for you." Yi Fan clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white. "What about Jiao Jiao?" Evil Wu Scale snorted. "She didn't even bother to look at you for fear of upsetting me. People like you, right, in my eyes are not as good as a wild dog on the street, understand? No woman will like you." Yi Fan lowered his head, unable to see his face. Evil Yu Scale knitted his brows. "Still not leaving? I'll give you another $20,000. You buy some books for your mom to read and let her change your name." He took out all the cash in his purse and flung it out towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised his head, his eyes full of viciousness. "Evil Wu Scale, the Jiao Jiao's turnoff is considered to be over. The matter of you insulting my mother can't be passed. 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years back to the west of the river. You remember, one day I will make you kneel in front of my mother's grave to repent." Yi Chin stepped on the ground full of banknotes and walked towards the street. A teenager wearing a tang suit and holding an oil paper umbrella came slowly towards the face. The two rubbed shoulders. The teenager traveled until he stopped in front of the vermilion door of the Golden Mansion and looked back at Yi Fan's back, and there was actually a pang of uneasiness in his heart. He shook his head and walked towards the gate of the Golden Mansion. When Evil Yu Scale saw the teenager, he frowned and asked,
Who are you? This is a private manor. The teenager raised his head expressionlessly. Evil Qilin. Evil while Scale's face changed. He knew that he had a younger brother who had left the family. Why had he returned? He was only the adopted son. If Evil Qilin came back, then the evil family business would have nothing to do with him. Evil Scale asked with an unnatural face. What evidence is there? Don't let any cat or dog have the surname Evil and recognize the family. He held a sliver of expectation in his heart. Hopefully, this teenager in front of him was a fake. Shouldn't a Buddhist monk shave his head? In front of him, this teenager's hair is very thick. Evil Qilin raised the oil paper umbrella, and in the next second smacked on Evil Scale's face. Evil Scale fell to the ground with a miserable cry. Evil Qilin raised his leg and walked into the threshold, contemptuously glancing down at Evil Scale. A dog raised by the evil family also dares to bite its master? Tell Evil Jiangwo that I'm back. Evil Family Ancestral Hall. An old man in a tang suit stood solemnly at one side. He was Evil Jiangwo, the head of the evil family. Evil Qilin knelt in front of the ancestor rose, offering incense and withholding his head. Evil Jiangwo shook his head and sighed helplessly. Kiran, Master Jinghang said that you are the destiny of the ghost host. In this life, you will meet 3 enemies who dispel ghosts and come across a place where ghosts are buried. Only by staying in the temple and being blessed by the Buddha can you be at peace in this life. Your mother and I even found a special double for you to block the killing chi of those 3 heavenly enemies. You. Alas. All the previous achievements are gone. That double was the evil Scale. The Scale, the one who protected the Qilin. The evil Kirin raised his head, his gaze ghostly. Father, I'd been reciting the scriptures for 10 years, what's the difference between that and being dead? The world is going to change, my evil family has to prepare early to deal with it. Evil Jiangwo laughed. How old are you, child? Whether the world has changed or not is not for you, a yellow-mouthed child, to assess. Back then, I was just like you, not knowing the heights of heaven. Evil Qilin interrupted his father and asked. You should know that there is an additional special department in the official government, right? Evil Jiangwo froze for a moment and looked at Evil Qilin incredulously. This matter was a secret. How did this son of his who had left the family know about it? Evil Jiangwo's face was grave. The Security Administration, under the General Administration of Public Security, I don't know exactly what that department does. Evil Qilin said. That's to deal with the aura revival. Evil Jiangwo frowned. Aura revival? How come you also believe in ghost and god legends? Are you reciting scripture? Evil Qilin didn't talk much and took out the oil paper umbrella. It's like this. The red ghostly aura of the shrine raged, spreading out along the doorway. The 8-foot bride slowly crouched down beside the evil Qilin and softly said, Husband. Evil Kirin's mouth opened wide in horror as she slowly backed away and tripped to the ground. At night, the Green Mountain Mausoleum. Yifan sat in front of his mother's grave, his head lowered. Jiao Jiao won't accompany me to see you anymore. Mom, am I particularly stupid? He paused and tilted his head up, looking at the starry sky. Mom, I miss you. Didn't you say you'd turn into a star? Which star is you? Hey. There's a shooting star, is that you, Mom? The meteor in the sky was getting closer and closer, Yifan frowned, it didn't seem to be a meteor. A very small thing fell into the grass. Yifan curiously got up to look for it and picked up the object. Ha! It's a ring? It was an ancient ring, technically an ancient ring from the Tang dynasty. Just as Yifan was looking at the ring carefully, white light emerged from the ring. It scared Yifan so much that he dropped the ring. A translucent, immortal, worn-out Taoist robe old man appeared in the white light. He had a wooden expression and dull eyes. At this moment, his eyebrows moved and his eyes appeared to struggle. It seemed as if he was fighting fiercely against something, desperately trying to take control of his body. Finally, he hooked his fingers and opened his mouth. Spirit. Spiritual sense body gathering art. The spiritual awareness body gathering technique was a unique stance created by Mo Yulin that could control spiritual power quite precisely. Han Hai wanted to learn this trick, but Mo Yulin had been unwilling to teach it. He felt that a cat teaching a tiger had to keep his hand in. White light gathered around Mo Yulin's ghost, and the translucent body gradually solidified. Mo Yulin's expression became rich, no different from a normal person, and he frowned at his hands. Am I dead? Turned into a ghost? Yi Fan looked at Mo Yulin dumbfounded. Are you a human or a ghost? No, are you an immortal? The word immortal could make Mo Yulin too comfortable. Mo Yulin stroked his beard and laughed. Poor rune sect patriarch Mo Yulin. Yi Fan was shocked with his mouth wide open. Rune sect sovereign Mo Yulin? Something from a metaphysical novel? He fiercely looked at the ancient ring. A ring? The old grandfather in the ring? The golden finger of the Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Mo Yulin asked. Little doll, who are you? Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. Yi Fan. Mo Yulin's face froze. Yi Fan, this name sounds like someone who can do great things. The more Mo Yulin looked at Yi Fan, the more favorable he became. Poor Taoist sees that you have excellent bones, learn immortal cultivation with Poor Taoist. Chapter 110 Demon Capitalist. Cultivation. Immortal cultivation? Is this serious? Yi Fan remembered the rumors of aura recovery that had been making a lot of noise recently. Is that even true? Yi Fan's breath caught, the opportunity to change his destiny had come. If you want to stand on the head of a powerful person like Evil You Scale, what you can rely on is not hard work, but opportunity. A lifetime of hard work, by what means is it comparable to several generations of human family struggling? Only by relying on the great momentum of the aura recovery, there is a chance to make Evil You Scale pay for today's words and deeds. Yi Fan fiercely knelt on the ground. Disciple Yi Fan, greetings to Master. Mo Yulin smiled gratefully. Good, good, good. Yi Fan respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Once a master, always a father. Disciple will definitely be filial to my master. A trace of complexity appeared on Mo Yulin's face. He remembered his disciple Han Hai. The end of his hard work to train him was that he was killed by a single talisman paper from him. As Mo Yulin thought of this, he suddenly revealed a puzzled look. His brows slowly knitted into lumps. Didn't I die? How did I appear here? Possessed in a ring? Mo Yulin struggled to recall. In a blur, he remembered someone saying something to him. This era is a bit boring without you. Who said this sentence, and why did it sound so familiar? Mo Yulin suddenly remembered something and shuddered. The pseudo-gods of the heavenly realm fool all beings with the authority of the gods. Hell will use blood to bring the false gods to their knees. 2 voices constantly echoed in Mo Yulin's ears. It was definitely a person. It was the environment where the deity known as the King of Hell saved himself. In front of Yi Fan's eyes, Mo Yulin fiercely knelt down towards the location of the ancient tomb of the Great Compassion Temple and folded his hands. What virtue and ability does a disciple have to have the help of a senior? The Poor Taoist will endeavor to cultivate and punish evil and promote goodness in this life, in order to repay seniors' renewed kindness. Nanhai, a certain manor on the outskirts. How to determine whether or not a place can be called a manor? One cannot look at whether or not the place is large. It has to depend on whether the place has a complete housekeeping system. Gardeners, security guards, maids, housekeepers, and so on. A whole system just to serve the owner of the manor. The owner of the manor here is an old man with a pair of blue pupils. He was blind some years ago, and was able to see again because of the help of the God Creation Organization. Therefore, this manor became the secret experimental base of the God-making organization in the South China Sea. In the lab surrounded by opaque light, Dr. Leon King wore a protective suit and used various precision instruments to do tests on a flower. Lilith was watching from the sidelines. Leon King took off his glasses and looked puzzled. This flower has a strong vitality, nothing more unusual. Why are those supernatural humans so obsessed with this thing? What exactly does epiphany mean? Lilith was not from Xia, and the word epiphany was really unfamiliar to her. Dr. Leon King was very knowledgeable. Could this thing be the key to the birth of transcendent humans? Dr. Leon King thought for a moment and handed the flower to Lilith in a commanding tone. Eat it. Lilith didn't dare to have any hesitation and took the flower and swallowed it. The sea of spirit opened up under the infusion of powerful spiritual energy. Lilith rounded her beautiful eyes in shock. This kind of power. Lilith felt much stronger than before, as if she suddenly understood a whole new way of fighting. Leon Jean saw the change in Lilith and a hint of murderous anger flowed out of his eyes.
Experimenting with Lilith in slices would probably lead to the secret of the aura revival, as the Xia people had said, right? Lian Jin suppressed the crazy thoughts. Lilith was currently the most powerful evolved person, and it was still useful to fight against those people in the South China Sea. Lian Jin suddenly coughed up blood, and he hurriedly wiped it away. He was the first test subject of the God Creation Organization. When the God-making program started, he used himself as a test subject in order to experience the effectiveness. The technology was too crude at first, resulting in rejection in his body. He believed that his days were numbered and that the supernatural humans of Xia were the key to renewing his life and completing the God-making program. Lian King said, "My daughter, tell me more about the visions in the tomb. What was that God really like?" South China Sea, mid-level villa. In the study, Li Yang was holding a cigarette in his mouth, his feet resting on the desk, both eyes looking at the ceiling, contemplating. The aura recovery was proceeding in an organized manner. An ancient tomb relic had allowed 3 transcendent powers to take shape: Shu Mountain, the Security Administration, and the Rune Sect. The spiritual energy of the newbie transcendence was constantly entering the sea of spirit. It wouldn't take long to break through the 4th stage and gain new talents. The next time the relics opened, the 3 transcendent powers would be stronger, and it was thought that new transcendent powers would be born. Li Yang sat up straight and picked up a document on the desktop. It was the location of the God Creator Organization's secret experimental base, inside a manor house. Since he had taken complete control of the South China Sea, nothing in the South China Sea could be hidden from his ears. Lilith's several evolvers appeared at the ruins, and it was directly followed by Li Yang to find that manor. "Not going to make a move against you guys yet." The life and death of the God Creation Organization was only at Li Yang's whim. Li Yang still wanted to use the God Creation Organization to do some more things. When you could completely grasp your enemy's mind, your enemy could also become the best tool to use. "Leave you guys until the next relic opens." Li Yang put the documents aside, extinguished his cigarette and muttered to himself. There are still quite a few things to do before the next relic opens. The crow flew in through the window. Li Yang glanced at it. The crow stood on the table, both wings crossed, and respectfully saluted. "Master, the demons are stupid and everyone is planning something." The crow had the role of monitoring the members in the demon club. After the tomb ruins, the demons had inquired about what happened in the tomb ruins through their connections. There were some members who had already decided to do something in order for the winds of the times to completely turn toward them. Li Yang shook his head. These self-righteous stupid capitalists. Li Yang was afraid that these guys who thought they were smart would disrupt his plans. For example, some members had already started searching for spirit beads and immortal herbs. Those things were meant for casual cultivators, not for these demons. These demons were the first-ranked powerhouses in the transcendent world today, and their perception of transcendent items was top-notch in this world. Moreover, they possessed powerful human resources in the mundane world. If these demonic capitalists meddled in matters between weak transcendentals, it would be like not giving the casual cultivators a chance to live at all. It was like a bowl of fodder that was ready to be fed to the chickens being licked away by a cow in one gulp. Li Yang could allow the strong to get stronger and the weak to get weaker. But he could not allow the strong to monopolize and the weak to starve to death. Li Yang wanted to ensure that the aura recovery proceeded in an organized manner, and first and foremost, he had to maintain the balance of the transcendence. It was not the time for the Devil's Club to show its true colors yet. He looked at the calendar on the desktop, which marked the time of every Devil Club meeting. There was one last meeting between now and the Spring Festival. I'll host the next meeting. I have to tell them the rules of the game for the rest of the year. Chapter 111 Aura Revival of the Taoist Protector. Emperor Nightclub, Devil's Club. The clock struck 12. The demon members sat solemnly in the meeting room and watched Li Yang stroking the raven on his throne. He was the only one in this world who had the strength to treat apostles like pets in general, right? Jerking an apostle like a cat? Li Yang's eyes looked at the members lightly. The members of the Devil's Club were almost like characters who had their hands in the South China Sea. They must have received news of something as big as the tomb ruins. Even some of the top figures of power already knew what happened in the ancient tomb. The age of the end was in the Tang dynasty, when countless powerful people participated in a war instigated by hell. Such rumors were circulating in the Devil's Club. Importantly, some people had inquired about the details of the visions of the ancient tomb. For example, the dilapidated hall, the hall full of demons. Crows, cats, dogs in front of the throne. Images of the King of Hell. The members of the Devil's Club were shocked. They had discovered the secret of the unthinkable. Raven, cat, dog, isn't this the apostle of death? The King of Hell, with black runes manifesting in his eyes and burning black flames, isn't that the god of death? The pride of being at the forefront of the zeitgeist was born. The officials had only just gained insight into the skin of Hell, while they had truly seen the legendary King of Hell. They themselves were even one of the hall full of demons. Li Yang's hand that was jerking the crow stopped and lightly opened his thin lips. The meeting will begin, the usual rules apply, you guys can ask some questions. An elderly member rose and bowed humbly. My Lord Death, would your humble followers know anything about the Demon Club in Tang Dynasty? This member must be a politician. The question was inflected and direct. What he wanted to know was the secret of the end times. This was also what the rest of the members wanted to know. Li Yang lowered his eyebrows. The word club comes from Europe in the 17th century, and the Tang dynasty had already ended by that time. The elderly member was slightly surprised, and the rest of the members frowned. Was there no Devil's Club during the Tang dynasty? Was the Devil's Club created in the 17th century? The 17th century, about 300 or 400 years ago. 300 or 400 years ago was equal to the rise and fall of a dynasty, the fall of several ancient families, and the rise of new powers to the mundane world. This long concept of time can only be used for the mundane, what about for the immortal death? But the members believe that for the chairman of the Devil's Club, who has an unlimited lifespan, 300 or 400 years, this is but the smoke and cloud of a snap of the fingers. Does the fact that the first Devil's Club was founded 300 or 400 years ago indicate that the aura had begun to revive at that time? The aged member once again humbly asked. Great my Lord Death, humble I, your minion, am a newcomer who has just joined the Devil's Club. I am terrified to face this new world, can I know more secrets of this world? In fact, this member had joined the Devil's Club for almost half a year, and was considered an old man to Li Yang. Li Yang picked up Raven and leaned his shoulder on the back of the throne seat. Ask. The aged member organized his words and asked. Just how many transcendent forces are there in this world? This was sort of a question that asked the heart of all the transcendent forces. After the recovery of aura, transcendent forces such as Shushan and the Rune sect appeared in their vision. How many other ancient transcendent powers were there that they didn't know about? They knew there were definitely more. It was said that there were Yin and Yang masters, Buddhists, and European dragon knights in the ancient tomb visions. What role did the Devil's Club play in the food chain among them? Also, there was a group of mysterious beings in the ancient tomb visions that the Shinigami called the false gods of heaven. What were they? Are they the legendary heavenly court? Those mysterious existences were clearly the antithesis of hell. The conference room was awfully quiet, all the members were quiet and couldn't wait to know these questions. Li Yang faintly said. On Earth, there is only one transcendent power, the Devil's Club. Li Yang's answer was unexpected to everyone. All the members revealed a puzzled look. Wasn't this talking nonsense with eyes wide open? Shu Mountain, Rune Sect, two transcendent forces were right in front of them. The aged member asked in a low voice. Then Shu Mountain and the Rune Sect. Li Yang raised his eyebrows. Can that also be considered transcendent forces? This domineering sentence directly shocked all the members. So in the eyes of the god of death, in front of the Devil's Club, Shu Mountain and the Fu Sect couldn't be considered transcendent? It was like a male lion looking at a house cat with disdain. Do you also count as a carnivore? Meanwhile, the crowd mined new information in Li Yang's words. In the vision, there was a war between hell and the heavenly realm, and countless transcendents were involved. The fact that there was only the Devil's Club on Earth and no other powerful transcendent forces meant that hell won that battle. Hell was also not what the people once thought, an institution subordinate to the heavenly court in myths and legends. Hell, that was an independent transcendent power. The members of the Devil's Club didn't dare to ask much about what hell really was. They only needed to know that on Earth, there was only one transcendent power like the Devil's Club that could enter the eyes of the god of death. This was the best surprise for the many members. Wouldn't the Devil's Club's transcendent status be equal to a holy land in a novel? No matter if it's Shushan or the Rune Sect, they're nothing but ants to the Devil's Club? A smile tugged at the corners of the members' mouths. Knowing the social status of the Devil's Club in the food chain of the transcendental world, they next knew how to develop their own forces. Li Yang waved his hand to signal the elderly members to sit down and spoke. Next, I'm going to say one thing. The entire room was silent, gasping for breath. Li Yang had a pleased smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The age of the end has come to an end, and the aura recovery has officially begun. The current Earth is like a very small and fragile ecosystem. Transcendent civilization will flourish on Earth, and a great era is coming. The members followed suit with smiles. In the great era that was coming, they were pioneers, walking at the forefront of the times. However, the next second, terrifying pressure poured in like a flood, and the air in the entire conference room seemed to be frozen. The crowd looked ahead in horror. The man sitting on the pitch-black throne had a terrifyingly cold face. Fear roamed like a pair of large hands on the surface of the body, following the congealed blood in a death grip on the heart. They were chilled to the bone and their hairs stood on end, not knowing where they had offended the god of death. Li Yang said in a slightly dangerous tone. The Devil's Club wants to maintain this newly formed transcendent ecology, not destroy it. Greed is one of the original sins I hate the most. The crowd understood. After the ancient tomb relics, many people were embarking on exploring the transcendent world and searching for transcendent items. Their exploration of the transcendent world and their harvesting of the transcendent world was definitely considered destroying the transcendent ecology. These people had originally done this in the mundane world and brought that kind of greed to the transcendental world. Li Yang stood up, his upright figure like a huge demon god, his powerful aura making everyone gasp. The Devil's Club is an organization that I created and serves me. And I am the protector of this aura revival. The crowd was stunned, their hearts in fear and trepidation. Protector of the aura revival. Lord Death was actually the protector of the aura revival. A Tao protector of an era. Everyone couldn't wait to smack themselves in the mouth. The Grim Reaper was the protector of the aura recovery, and they were destroying the aura recovery because of their greedy desires. Isn't this clearly going against the god of death? They wanted to state that they would never dare again, but none of them had the courage to get up and speak. Li Yang walked out of the conference room. The purpose was achieved. In the future, the Devil's Club would not only stop robbing the resources of the scattered cultivators, but would also secretly and vigorously support the recovery of aura. Chapter 112 Creating Spells, the 10 Deadly Sins. Chirp! Fireworks bloomed in the air. On the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, New Year's Eve, a festive atmosphere filled the air. Big red lanterns hung everywhere in the villa. Rattlesnake happily took the paste, brush, and pasted couplets and lucky charms around the villa. Blackie, the three-headed dog from hell, ran around excitedly after Ringing Bell. While Ringing Bell brushed the paste on the wall, Blackie used his two front paws to hold the couplets. He didn't know why he was so happy. Anyway, it was quite fun. This was the first time Rattlesnake and Little Black had celebrated the Spring Festival after awakening their spiritual intelligence, and technically it was the first year they had celebrated. Li Yang, as the parent of this big family, the matter of making dumplings fell on his head. He was in the kitchen stirring the filling with the TV turned up loud. Yesterday, a woman's home was ransacked. The South China Sea Security Party is actively investigating. Doors and windows are not broken open, traces, suspected acquaintances. The Spring Festival has arrived, more mobile population, please pay attention to the safety of the general public. Yesterday, a series of car accidents occurred in Baishan City. The cause turned out to be a dog taking advantage of the owner's absence to drive the car onto the road. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Yesterday, the Southford Gold Store in the North End was robbed and the suspect was spotted by the security side while selling the stolen goods. The suspect was so strong that 5 sheriff's deputies were injured. The suspect has now been apprehended. In the news, the bizarre things had obviously become more frequent. Li Yang knew that this was the downside of the aura recovery opening. Those transcendentalists who suddenly gain transcendental powers would always think of themselves as the destined sons of this world and do things in a rampant manner. They possessed bizarre powers, and the magistrates were unable to solve cases according to common sense. It was only a matter of time before the Security Administration opened security administration branches in various cities. Perhaps in another year and a half, the officials would have to publicize the aura recovery. Suddenly, in the underworld, an arcane message surged into Li Yang's mind. Spiritual power advancement. Spiritual power fourth order. Awakening new talent, hell inscription. Hell inscription, consume spiritual energy and inscribe the words of hell. Hell inscription has extraordinary power and can be used to create hell incantations and create hell spell formations. Li Yang's hand stirring the stuffing paused, and a touch of joy appeared in his eyes. The number of transcendents was increasing, and the spiritual power Li Yang had gained was also increasing, finally breaking through the 4th rank.
Inferno inscription, create spells, create spell formations.
Chewing on these words, Li Yang put his chopsticks down and shouted at the outside.
Ring the bell, little black. Come in.
Shaking Bell's face was flushed, carrying a small bucket of paste in her arms as she trotted in.
Blackie holding a pile of blessings followed the bell in front of Li Yang wagging his tail. Li Yang untied his apron and ordered. You two make dumplings.
Rocking Bell froze, the sky collapsed so quickly?
Li Yang ignored Shaking Bell and Xiao Hei and left the kitchen, ready to experiment with his new talent.
Xiao Hei excitedly held chopsticks in his two front paws to stir the filling. Shaking Bell rolled out the dough while looking at the stupidly happy Xiao Hei with displeasure.
You may not be human, but your master is a real dog.
Xiao Hei shrunk his doggy neck. This is not something he dares to talk about.
Li Yang was draped in a black trench coat with a hood and appeared at the back of the villa behind the back of the mountain. Death inscription, create spells and spell formations. Li Yang muttered, not thinking of where to start. It was impossible for a human being to visualize something completely unseen, while Li Yang had seen it and used it. Spell formation. Li Yang snapped his fingers. 10 huge spell formations appeared on the ground. 10 undead drilled out of them, kneeling down in awe. Black runes emerged from Li Yang's eyes, carefully observing the 10 huge magic formations. He thought for a moment and picked up a dead tree root, about a meter long. A wisp of black flame emerged from Li Yang's finger. He recalled what the magic formation looked like and carved it on the dead tree root. The black flame left burn marks on the dead tree root. 10 brand new small magic formations were created. Li Yang lifted the withered tree root, his spiritual power was activated, and the 10 magic formations on the withered tree root emitted ghostly black auras, like fluttering black flames. The 10 undead turned into smoke and surged into the magic array in the withered tree root. Li Yang used his spiritual power again, and the 10 magic arrays in the withered tree root emitted ethereal black awnings again, and the 10 undead were summoned. It's not difficult, it's quite rough, but it worked. Li Yang understood the usage of creating magic arrays and sealed the 10 undead in the withered tree root. If I can summon these 10 undead without using spiritual power, just by reciting the incantation, that's kinda interesting. Li Yang pondered over the incantation. Once when creating undead, one needed to recite an incantation. After a long while he had a thought, and the obscure incantation came out of his mouth. 10 undead returned to the roots of the withered tree and were summoned from it again. Aside from the amount of mental energy consumed outside of creating this incantation, the process of summoning and putting the undead back from the withered tree roots didn't consume much mental energy. Summoning the undead from the roots of a dead tree consumed mental energy to such an extent that ordinary people could also use it afterwards. At most, they would feel dizzy after using it. Li Yang was getting more and more excited the more he played. He simply sat on the ground with his knees crossed, leaning on his chin as he continued to ponder over the spell. This is considered to be the first combat-type spell weapon, just that the lower limit is too low if you summon 10 undead. The lower limit of this spell artifact was high. The 10 undead were all above the first rank and below the second rank in terms of battle power. With these 10 undead appearing together, the current awakened, except for Zhang Xiaoyi and the heartless little monkey, would have absolutely no match. This magic weapon has to be able to grow. For example, these 10 undead can be transformed and strengthened. Putting it in the past, the standard of the undead was there, but now with the death inscription it can be enhanced. Li Yang muttered to himself, black flames appeared on his fingers and carved runes on the 10 undead. Soon, after consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, the creation of 10 undead covered in black runes was completed. This thing, let's call it the 10 deadly sins. Li Yang picked up the staff and the 10 undead were sucked back into the staff. As long as the staff was still there, the 10 undead, no matter how badly injured they were, could return to recover within the spell. Moreover, the 10 undead also had additional growable attributes, but the owner of the staff had to be a transcendentalist in order to grow with the undead. In other words, this staff could be used by ordinary people, but it would be stronger when used by transcendentals. Wouldn't the staff's user be a necromancer? Li Yang had already thought about who to use this staff for. Now the Summer Kingdom already had 3 transcendent powers in Shushan, the Rune Sect, and the Security Administration. The Pro-Sun 7 Commandments Society was still all a bunch of social animals and cows and horses. Death's Believers Organization, Necromancer, it's quite a match. In the future, we can slowly create a book of necromancy spells for the followers of the 7 commandments to use. The 7 Commandments Society's battle power will increase, and preaching the belief in the god of death will also increase. The power of faith can be too important. Li Yang snapped his fingers.
The human origin tree appeared in front of him. Li Yang handed over the staff 10 deadly sins and instructed. Give this to the fallen angel. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai were the founders of the Seven Commandments Society, and it was most appropriate for one of them to decide on the use of the staff. Professional things should be left to professionals. The human essence tree respectfully said. Yes, it will be delivered in a while. Li Yang smiled. Happy New Year. The human being's origin tree was flattered. Master, Happy New Year. Chapter 113 The First Necromancer. The second day of the Lunar New Year, night, Nanhai, Old Town. Fireworks exploded, and the momentary bright light illuminated the faces of these three men. They climbed like apes on a silo and burrowed into a certain home on the 6th floor of a seemingly well-decorated house. The three of them made a furtive round of the room, and only after realizing that there was no one there, did they take off their masks with confidence. Scarface sat on the sofa and said in a deep voice. Go find something worthwhile. Yellow Hair took out a Coke from the refrigerator, his face full of resentment. Damn, this family is really rich, several bottles of red wine in the refrigerator. The inch-haired man surveyed the room, his eyes resting on the several photos hanging on the wall. They were wedding photos, portraits, and the hostess's work photos. The inch-haired man looked jealous. This family must be a tycoon, look at his newly married daughter-in-law, she's also a flight attendant. Yellow Hair was also attracted by the photos on the wall. Casually throwing away the Coke, the stains dirty the carpet. He was mesmerized by the hostess's beautiful face and sexy body, and the anger on his face deepened. Damn, honest guys like us can't sleep with such Thai pussy in our lifetime. Look at this man, he's not as old as me, but he's so rich. He must be the young master of a tycoon's family. This world is really unfair. The inch-haired man quite agreed with Yellow Hair's words and chimed in. That's right, this world is really unfair to honest people like us. The corners of Scarface's mouth twitched. These two brothers were also considered honest? They were just poor and lazy. Calling themselves honest people was a real insult to honest people. These three had a drink one day, and the next day, they inexplicably gained transcendent powers. Said as extraordinary power, in fact, is the strength and speed beyond ordinary people just. These three were not very enlightened, and none of their battle power was comparable to that of a cleaner. But it was enough to surprise them. Combined with the recent rumors of aura revival, they understood that they were becoming transcendentals. Having just possessed the power, these two brothers started to not follow the right path, otherwise they wouldn't have partnered with him to commit crimes. Scarface, as the boss of these two, could only say as if he agreed. Right, we honest people should rob the rich and give to the poor. Quickly go and take away all the valuable things here, let's look for a lady later and give relief to the poor ladies. Inchman and Yellow Hair thought of going to look for girls, excited energy came up, began to scrape up in the room. They found some jewelry and cash, and were ready to leave when the door rang with the sound of a key opening. This house is the wedding room of Ma Tao and his new wife Wu Siyu. The 6th floor was the wedding room, and the 7th floor was the maintenance area for the back office of the Seven Commandments Society network. Originally, after the newlyweds, they were going to go on a honeymoon. Intended to play from the New Year's Eve to the 15th day of the first month. The two of them had just arrived in the northeastern city of Urban and wanted to see the ice world, when Ma Tao received a text message from Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi said that she had prepared a New Year's gift for him and put it in his room. Ma Tao immediately took Wu Siyu and rushed back. He was a great god hacker, and considered himself second in strength only to his master, that Hunter Internet Cafe owner's wife. The aura resurgence that was spreading all over the internet was officially said to be a rumor. Some of the videos of the aura recovery were officially explained as game footage. Ma Tao could tell at a glance that it was not post-production game footage, it was absolutely real. And, he had personally seen the monster and the cleaner. Chen Yushi, this mysterious woman, a high-ranking member of the Seven Commandments Society, the gift she gave could be something ordinary? There was no chance that it would be some kind of treasure about transcendence. Just after opening the door to the room, Ma Tao and Wu Siyu bumped into three burglars. The few people were wide-eyed. Wu Siyu, who was just now chattering with resentment, pushed Ma Tao away after seeing the three fierce strangers. Run! How could the three burglars let these two people off so easily? Although the three burglars hadn't comprehended the mysteries of spiritual power, their physical qualities were much stronger than normal people. Yellow Hair instantly rushed up, like a civet cat like Peach Jump, instantly blocked behind the two. Ma Tao froze. Transcendentalist. Ma Tao and Wu Siyu were tied up and left in the living room. The three burglars sat on the sofa, pondering what to do with the two. Wu Siyu was terrified. "A few big brothers, we have money, take the money and leave." Yellow Hair condescended. "What if I say no?" He enjoys the thrill of being above other people's lives. Wu Siyu cried out. "Big brothers, we are orphans, it's not easy for us to come this far, so please let us go." The Yellow Hair and the inch-haired man froze, and shame appeared on their faces. It turned out that the rich kids in Thai they were talking about were even worse off than their family? Scarface looked at Wu Siyu and gawked, it was just too beautiful. Never in his life had there been such a good-looking chick who was still begging herself in front of him. His heart burst with heat and he gave Yellow Hair and the inch-haired man a look. Yellow Hair and the inch-haired man understood, and lewdness spread on their faces. It was quite touching to see a pair of orphans relying on their hard work to fight their way through the big city and fixing things. It would definitely be more interesting to destroy it with their own hands. Scarface coughed dryly a few times and said to Ma Tao, "Kid, we're not bad guys, we're just borrowing you 2 money to spend. A couple of brothers are still hungry in the new year. I see your kitchen has dumplings, give us to cook a little, after eating we will go." Ma Tao hurriedly asked. "Really?" Yellow Hair slapped him across the face. "What a lot of nonsense. Go." Okay, you guys don't move her, I'll go make dumplings for big brothers." After Ma Tao was untied, she hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. In the corridor between the living room and the kitchen, Ma Tao saw a long package. Was this the New Year's gift that Chen Yushi had given himself? Ma Tao quietly took it away and quickly walked into the kitchen. In the living room, the three burglars looked at Wu Siyu with increasingly lewd eyes. Wu Siyu trembled in fear. The sheep-like beauty increased the appetite of the 3 hungry wolves. They tore Wu Siyu's clothes and roughly pinched and groped her. Wu Siyu was very afraid, very painful. But she bit her lips tightly and didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that Ma Tao would hear her voice and come out of the kitchen to fight with them. A few minutes later, Wu Siyu's clothes were torn, and her snow-white skin was purple and red everywhere. The 3 burglars gulped and prepared to do something big. At this time, a roar came. Yellow Hair, who had his pants halfway off, shivered in fear and looked angrily at Ma Tao, who was holding a dead tree root and standing in front of him. Wu Siyu's face was pearly. "Brother Tao, I'm fine." Ma Tao was even more furious, not yet understanding the role of the 10 deadly sins staff. He swung the 10 deadly sins staff towards the trio. Without much thought, Ma Tao was beaten up, but he held the 10 deadly sins staff in his hands. The 10 patriarchal sins staff suddenly sprouted a spike that pierced Ma Tao's hand, and the blood was strangely absorbed by the 10 patriarchal sins staff. At this moment, Ma Tao actually read the obscure text on the 10 patriarchal sins staff. "My Lord God of Death, please grant your humble believer power." Ma Tao recited an incantation that was incomprehensible to normal people, and the 10 magic arrays on the 10 patriarchal sin staff sprouted black flames. 10 undead with spell marks carved all over their bodies and horrifyingly terrifying hissed as they appeared in the room. The 3 burglars were dumbfounded. Yellow Hair backed away in terror. You're also a transcendent." The 3 burglars' transcendent powers were like ants meeting elephants compared to Ma Tao's undead spells. They immediately wimped out and bitterly begged Ma Tao to spare his life. Yellow Hair knelt on the ground and drew symbols of faith on his chest. "I'm a believer in God, I'm very kind and honest by nature, today was just a moment of confusion. Forgive me for the Lord's sake, I will never dare again." Ma Tao's face was terribly cold. "I believe in the God of Death." Yellow Hair kept kowtowing. "You're my father all right, the God of Death is also my father, forgive me for the sake of the God of Death." Ma Tao stared with eyes full of red blood and gritted his teeth. "Forgiving you guys is my Lord God of Death's business, I'm sending you guys to see the God of Death." The 10 undead were ordered to do so and easily tore apart the bodies of the 3 burglars. Ma Tao dropped his staff and hugged Wu Siyu in the bloodstained living room, soothingly. It's okay, it's all okay." Wu Siyu shrank in Ma Tao's arms with eyes full of terror, trembling like a fool. Ma Tao was heartbroken. If it wasn't for the 7 Commandments Society giving themselves this powerful staff, what would have happened today? His wife is afraid that she will be spoiled and killed by these people. His eyes were filled with indignation. How come there are so many demons in this world? It was like this before the aura recovery, and it is also like this after the aura recovery. This world, can't it be ing gentle? Ma Tao hugged Wu Siyu harder, his mind not knowing what he was thinking. Late at night, Wu Siyu slept. Ma Tao walked up to the attic and opened the Seven Commandments Society Exchange Forum. Here were all the faithful followers of the Seven Commandments Society. They were pushed to their deaths by the world, and in the end, it was the god of death that accepted them. Because the Seven Commandments Society gave them a reason to live, they were no longer invalids. Ma Tao sent out a post. Hell is empty and demons are on earth. As a believer of the god of death, it is only right to help our Lord God of death and send the filthy humans, the demons in human skin, to hell. We want to make the world a better place. There's a gathering in 3 days, believers who are willing to attend please sign up. After posting, Ma Tao hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Chen Yushi. Thank you for the staff you gave me, it seems like I even learned some incantations on the staff. Yonder child quickly returned the message. The staff is called the 10 Deadly Sins, it's a treasure of the Seven Commandments Society, and you're not qualified to know its origin. Also, that's not a spell, that's necromancy, and necromancy is an oracle of the gods.
An oracle? Ma Tao froze. He asked hesitantly. Then can I teach necromancy to members of the Seven Commandments? Chen Yushi.
It wasn't me who made the 10 Deadly Sins select you. What to do with the spells on it, you are free to do as you please. You remember that necromancy is very overbearing. Learning necromancy spells makes it impossible to use other supernatural abilities. Chapter 114 The Seven Commandments Gathering. 3 days later, in the evening. Outside of Nanhai City, a small island in the Great Western Sea. Several sightseeing boats came one after another. Each boat had around 10 guests with their luggage on the island. The boat owners were also used to the fact that many of the guests liked to go to the wild island in groups for a few days for the sake of excitement. There were more people today, it looked like a company reunion. It had nothing to do with them, they just had to do a good job of picking up and dropping off. There were already people setting up tents on the island, and there were also people supporting barbecue grills, and the smell had spread out a long way. Those who came first would help those who came later to set up their tents, but everyone's face did not look enthusiastic. The last one on the island was a beautiful woman. Tall, with beige hair and a high face value. In winter, she wore a short skirt and didn't mind the cold. Perhaps out of a desire to help the underprivileged, several large men attentively helped her with her backpack. The woman looked at them warily. I'll do it myself. Several men looked at each other and could understand the woman's perversity. Those who are on this island are sick. The woman dragged her bags to the corner and struggled to set up her tent, looking clumsy in her high heels. Let me help you. A familiar man's voice reached the woman's ears, and she stared blankly at the slim man in front of her. Are you the sect master? Ma Tao smiled and started to help. The woman didn't stop her, and the two finally set up the tent. Ma Tao wiped his sweat and apologized. There is a reason why this place was chosen for the gathering. Keep warm tonight, my daughter-in-law brought me some warm babies, I'll bring them to you later. Let's go, the meat skewers are already grilled, eat first. This man, Ma Tao, didn't look unattractive or even lewd, but he was very nice to the patients of the Depression Mutual Aid website. He would give people a very reliable feeling. The bonfire was burning brightly, and dozens of people were gathered around it, playing music, and not feeling cold. In fact, the temperature of the flame was not as warm as these dozens of people with the same illness coming together. The crowd chatted freely. Ma Tao said. What was once asked on the line, why don't we bring it here and say it as a party opener? Who would like to start by saying why they want to join the Seven Commandments? Saying why you joined the Seven Commandments Society is not like saying why you are sick. The Seven Commandments had a majority of depressed patients who joined the Seven Commandments to find something to live for. The ultra-short-skirted beauty spoke first. I had a boyfriend in college who broke up with me later. The reason was that I'm not suitable for marriage, I'm only suitable for fun. The crowd sniffed with anger on their faces and cursed the scum. The ultra-short-skirt beauty blandly muted a mouthful of beer and said, I don't blame him, I only blame the fact that I'm a man. You guys say I'm a transvestite or not, a pseudo-maiden or whatever. I am such a man who wants to be a woman. I can't stand men's clothing, I like to put on powder, you guys can start to despise me. No one thought that such a bright and beautiful and lovely person was a man. An older man spoke up. My daughter is the same age as you, I always tell her to do what she likes to do, people's life is too short. Actually, sister, well, I'll call you sister haha. You're very pretty, wear men's clothes, wear women's clothes, like men like women, that's your own thing.
Don't listen to other people's bull.
The ultra-short skirt beauty was surprised and looked at the older man incredulously. For so many years she had suffered the most from cyber violence, and peer ridicule, and harassment from certain lewd men.
No one had ever encouraged her. Yeah, don't listen to other people's bull. Just be happy with your own life. It's not like you're hurting anyone else, so you're not doing anything wrong.
The other members of the 7 Commandments also comforted the girls. These patients, they were fragile and their hearts were easily broken, but they were surprisingly tolerant. It was hard to imagine that a group of people with diseases in their hearts were much gentler than those without. The short-skirted beauty fell into tears and covered her face as she cried.
One by one, the crowd began to tell their own stories about the hopelessness of life. The seat was full of gentle people, and the seat was also full of poor people. Ma Tao stood up and picked up a bottle of beer. I'm sorry, gentlemen, there's really a special reason today, so the meeting place is chosen here. Ma Tao said, finishing off a bottle of beer in one gulp as an apology. The crowd applauded and applauded. In fact, it was fine to have this kind of party anywhere, anytime was fine. They only hoped that the 7 Commandments would accommodate their sensitive or numb hearts. As long as they were made to feel sincere, that was fine. Ma Tao said. The aura has revived, do you guys believe it?
The crowd was silent. They believed in the Grim Reaper and were willing to believe in the existence of the Grim Reaper. But when it was said that this world really had an aura recovery, they didn't dare to believe it.
Were they not pure believers? That would be a wrongful accusation. How many pure Buddhists are willing to believe in aura recovery?
The crowd looked at Ma Tao with some concern in their eyes.
This sect master wouldn't deceive them at this time.
They weren't afraid of death, what they were afraid of was being hurt by someone important. Ma Tao didn't say much as he held up the 10 deadly sins. Gentlemen, behold the mysterious power from the gods. An obscure incantation came out of Ma Tao's mouth, and the 10 magic arrays on the 10 patriarchal sin staff emitted ethereal light. Immediately afterward, 10 undead covered in runes hissed and appeared on the ground. The crowd looked at the undead in horror, recalling the legends about the god of death and the 7 Commandments. These were undead, warriors under the banner of the god of death. The 7 Commandments Society believers were full of control, trembling with excitement, fervor written in their eyes. The moment they saw the undead, a strong power of faith bubbled up from the believers. With the atmosphere set in place, Ma Tao raised the 10 deadly sins and roared. We have been pushed to our deaths by the world, but the one at fault is not us, the one at fault is this world. We want to right the wrongs of this world, let's take advantage of the revival of aura.
Ma Tao raised the 10 deadly sins high and hissed hysterically. In the name of my Lord, the god of death, I will grant you the spells of the gods. From now on, the 7 Commandments will walk the human world. You shall purify the world with reference to the 7 original sins. Those who are lazy, arrogant, lustful, overeaters, envious, furious, and greedy shall all be purified. The crowd looked at the 10 undead fervently enchanted and shouted. For the first time, they were so close to the god of death, and having long been disappointed with the world, they were only willing to give everything to the god of death who accepted them. These people were unapologetic fanatics. Ma Tao opened his backpack and took out large handfuls of spirit-strain immortal herbs from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. As he handed them out, he said, Many transcendents have already appeared in this world, and they possess powers that are unfathomable to ordinary people. My Lord is fair, even ordinary people can use necromancy spells and look askance at those transcendents. However, if we don't comprehend the high spiritual power, we have a very low ceiling of battle power. These were obtained from a lord in the upper echelons of the 7 Commandments. By eating these, you will be qualified to use more profound necromancy spells. The crowd was not skeptical, being able to use supernatural powers to purify this filthy world made their hearts soar. After everyone had eaten the spirit-strain immortal grass and opened up the sea of spirit, Ma Tao began to teach necromancy. Actually, Ma Tao didn't know any very strong necromancy spells. After all, Li Yang himself had yet to create a particularly profound spell. Chapter 115 He's very sick. After they learned necromancy, the most they could do was to find a graveyard and turn corpses into undead. The 7 Commandments followers were also not Li Yang, and did not have the strong power of the god of death. The undead they created wouldn't have very high combat power. The difference between a necromancer and the god of death himself, the difference was heaven and earth.
A believer with a little less natural talent would be lucky to be able to transform a first-order undead after spending all their spiritual energy. Moreover, it was impossible for them to summon an endless number of undead at the same time like Li Yang, and it was already impressive for each person to be able to manipulate 5 undead. Ma Tao imparted the incantation for creating undead. The crowd of believers couldn't help but try it, but it was obvious that there wouldn't be any corpses here that could be used for practical undead spells. They had already planned to look for corpses and bones, both human and beast, when they returned. Some of them had also made plans with each other to team up when they got back, searching together and creating undead together. The only problem for them was that the incantations were too awkward and hard to memorize, but it was only a matter of time. Ma Tao looked at the believers with relief. In such a lonely world, it was nice to have a group of like-minded companions. Yes, companions. What these people needed most was companions. Out of the corner of his eye, Ma Tao seemed to see something, like a silhouette. He wiped his eyes and looked closely. There was indeed a slender silhouette in the distance. Ma Tao muttered. How could someone come to the island but not attend the party? Is it lost? Or just wandering around? Most of the people here were mavericks, and it was possible for someone to dislike parties and simply wander around. Ma Tao waved towards the man, who turned around and walked slowly. Ma Tao hurriedly took 2 bottles of beer and chased after him. He was afraid that this person could not think straight. Only after chasing him all the way to the beach did Ma Tao get a good look at the man. He was wearing a black suit vest, black shirt, black suit pants, stepping on brand new black leather shoes. The body is draped in a black windbreaker, head wearing a certain round hat. The brim of the hat was pressed down so low that he couldn't see his face. Ma Tao walked to his side, smilingly said, "Come, have a drink." Ma Tao thoughtfully opened a beer for Li Yang. Li Yang politely said, "Thanks." Ma Tao asked like an old friend, "Are you in a bad mood? Why don't you join the party?" Li Yang said, "I heard you guys talking content, quite extreme." Ma Tao is not annoyed, smilingly said, "It's just some poor man's yearning for a new world." Li Yang took a sip of beer and said back, "New world? Okay." Ma Tao asked rhetorically, "Do you think I did something wrong?" Li Yang shook his head and pointed to his eyes. "There is no right or wrong in this world, only perspective. Since you want to go this way, then go this way." Ma Tao was silent. Li Yang looked at the moon, sipped his wine and asked, "Do you regret joining the 7 commandments?" Ma Tao shook his head, his eyes full of determination. "This is the most correct thing I have done in my life." Li Yang lightly opened his thin lips. "Why?" Ma Tao grinned. "I've seen a lot of weird things after joining the 7 commandments. I've survived the difficulty of life and death twice. Maybe you don't believe me, but the god of death saved me both times. I guess the god of death was unwilling to take my soul. His old man thinks I have more important things to do." Ma Tao held up his beer and said with a smile, "To the dawn of a new world, cheers." Li Yang raised his bottle in response. "To the twilight of the old world." Looking at Ma Tao, who was full of fervor, a complex look appeared on his face. He took off his jacket and draped it over Ma Tao. "It's cold." Ma Tao scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled heatedly. "It's still a bit cold, thanks. I'll go back first, call me if you need anything. There are only gods and brothers and sisters in the 7 Commandments Society." After Ma Tao finished speaking, he draped Li Yang's jacket and left, returning to the camp with a thoughtful look on his face. The ultra-short skirt beauty asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" Ma Tao shook his head and said, "Meeting someone who was very sick. Generally speaking, we have a high level of depression here, I know all of them. How come I don't remember having him?" The 15th day of the first month, the South China Sea. Technically speaking, it was the last day of the new year. Zhang Xiaoyi stepped on those cloth shoes and strolled through the streets and alleys filled with firecracker smoke. "Son, you're back. The dumplings are just right, come and eat." Zhang Xiaoyi turned back. In front of the ramen restaurant, an old couple excitedly shook the youth's hand. It was the old couple who had been looking forward to their son for half a month, and the youth who had just returned home for the new year. The 3 of them did not hide their happiness as they sat at the ramen restaurant's table eating hot dumplings. A flash of envy appeared on Zhang Xiaoyi's face, which he quickly hid. He yawned and tucked his hands into the sleeves of his robe, seemingly fleeing as he walked to the quiet park and sat down in a small pavilion. Zhang Xiaoyi placed his arm on the stone table and leaned on his head, his thoughts fluttering. He also misses the secular home, just do not have the face to go back. His father hated him, and his sister didn't like him. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyi heard the sound of someone on the phone.
Ha, he's quite nice to me. But I'm the good brothers, not his alone. We women all have to love ourselves, and can sell money and have fun, how nice.
That uncle just now is so fierce and rich, much better than my family's mouth.
Don't mention my family's green bastard, it's appetizing, he begged me not to make trouble, is it possible?
I'm all about bringing men home and holding wedding photos of that. Zhang Xiaoyi furrowed his brows and twisted his head to see who had disturbed his purity. It was a heavily made-up woman with a hint of otherworldly fatigue on her face, dressed in a cool outfit. After the woman hung up the phone, she saw Zhang Xiaoyi and a winking smile appeared on her face.
Little Taoist so late lonely not, $200, let's do a wild lovebirds?
Zhang Xiaoyi bristled and looked away from the woman.
The woman noticed Zhang Xiaoyi's coldness and secretly scolded, I'm afraid it's not possible, right?
At this moment, there were footsteps. The woman's eyes lit up and she came out of the small pavilion with a smile.
Are brothers too bored to go out so late, sister will relieve you of your boredom? Zhang Xiaoyi's body stiffened and his face stared intently.
Those were 7 red-robed men shrouded in wide red robes, and they had an uncomfortable eerie aura about them. The woman was still unaware of the catastrophe and was pandering and flirting in front of the 7 red-robed men. The 7 red-robed men surrounded the woman have reached out their hands and put them on the woman's shoulders. Those who lust, shall be purified. The woman sensed a hint of something wrong and said in a trembling voice.
7 people together is fine, you guys don't scare me.
The nails of the 7 red-robed men instantly became long and pierced the woman's throat. The woman covered her neck that was gurgling blood and collapsed softly. Zhang Xiaoyi hurriedly walked over to the woman's side and checked her vital signs.
She was already dead. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was ugly. Demon! Dare to commit murder in front of me.
You guys are so bold. The 7 red-robed men cocked their heads in unison and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi provocatively. Chapter 116 7 Commandments Society Sect Leader vs. Sect Leader of Mount Shu.
Palm Thunder.
Thunder light erupted from Zhang Xiaoyi's hands, and several thunderbolts coursed through the small pavilion, squeaking like 1,000 birds chirping. The 7 red-robed men braved death and rushed up against the lightning. Some were already scorched by the electricity, but they did not see to slow down their stance. A battle erupted in the park. These 7 people did not have high combat power and quickly died out in the lightning.
Zhang Xiaoyi removed the hood of one person, and shock appeared on his face.
It was a rotting human face. It looked like it had been dead for a long time.
These 7 people were actually all dead people. The dead could actually move? Zhang Xiaoyi understood that there were transcendents who manipulated corpses nearby.
He frowned and glanced around vigilantly, his spiritual power spreading towards the surroundings like a spider's web, and finally realized it. There was a red-robed man hiding in the woods not far away. He chased towards the woods, and the red-robed man also knew that he was exposed and quickly fled after being surprised. The red-robed man was obviously not as fast as Zhang Xiaoyi, who had realized the power of the Thunder Law. He was soon caught up by him.
Stop!
Zhang Xiaoyi reached out and grabbed at the red-robed man. The red-robed man dodged, and his red robe was ripped off by Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi froze, it was a blonde beauty.
Almost done.
A low voice came from the depths of the woods as another red-robed man walked out. The difference was that this red-robed man was holding a withered tree root written with runes and formations. The blonde beauty hurriedly hid behind the red-robed man and coldly looked at Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi stretched and yawned, asking with a false eye. It's really been a long time since we had a good fight. First of all, who are you guys? The red-robed man said in a deep voice. We are members of the 7 Commandments, followers of the King of Hell.
Zhang Xiaoyi's brows furrowed. What was the 7 Commandments Society he hadn't heard of? King of Hell. He remembered that in the ancient tomb, in the vision of the 8-foot bride, it was hell that provoked the war, so the age of the end came. The King of Hell's followers were the followers of that god?
Inertia made Zhang Xiaoyi think that the history of the 7 Commandments Society was afraid to go back to ancient times, before the Tang dynasty. The red-robed man continued. Disciple of Mount Shu, I advise you not to mind your own business.
Do you really want to go against me for that unclean woman?
This world is better without sinners. As he said that, black flames emerged from the roots of the withered tree, and a thick inchi spread.
A disciple of Mount Shu?
Zhang Xiui was even more convinced of his guess. Zhang Xiui felt that he might not be able to take advantage of that person. However, he was not afraid of the battle. People who cultivated the Tao were never afraid of fighting. Red scales emerged from Zhang Xiui's eyebrows, his eyes thundering as he walked towards the red-robed man. Whether one is guilty or not is determined by the official rules and order.
It doesn't matter now, I just want to fight you. Ma Tao snorted.
I don't believe in that, I only believe in the rules of the 7 Commandments Society.
Looks like we can't come to terms, so let's fight.
With a wave of the 10 deadly sins in Ma Tao's hand, 10 terrifying undead appeared.
Zhang Xiui's body was intertwined with lightning and instantly appeared within the circle of the 10 undead.
It was not like Zhang Xiui was surrounded by the undead, but rather like he had surrounded the undead. After a fierce battle, Zhang Xiui was panting heavily and had some wounds on his body. Ma Tao was not doing well either, with 8 of the 10 undead killed in battle. Although the undead could be slowly recovered and revived with spiritual power after returning to the 10 deadly sins, for now Ma Tao's battle power was greatly reduced.
Rather underestimated you,
Ma Tao said, commanding the remaining 2 undead to come to his side. Ma Tao and the blonde beauty rode on the undead and ran towards the outside of the park. Even if Zhang Xiui had the intention to chase after them, his spiritual power was not enough anymore, and his physical strength was too depleted. It was impossible to catch up with the undead by relying on their legs. Zhang Xiui took out his phone and dialed a number.
Security Administration Nanhai Branch?
This is Zhang Xiui, Labor Park Lake Pavilion, an unusual event has been detected.
The Security Administration's response to the aura revival was quick.
It had already started setting up branches in various first-tier cities during the Spring Festival. It was intended to be set up in the first month. Nanhai was the first branch set up by the Security Administration.
Shushan Daoist Temple. Sect Master. Good evening, Sect Master.
Several Mount Shu disciples who hadn't returned home for the new year and were practicing their swords in the Taoist temple greeted respectfully. Most of these Mount Shu disciples were cynical youths with a bit of middle-agedness. Zhang Xiui nodded with the disciples and returned to his room. He sat on a chair with his head resting on his hands, looking at the full moon outside and thinking. The 7 commandments will.
Is the world so dangerous now? Will the imperial capital be dangerous as well?
A trace of worry appeared on his face, uneasy about his parents and the imperial capital. Perhaps it wasn't that he was not relieved, it was that he didn't have a place to return to after his master's death. Zhang Xiui held the phone and wanted to dial the number, but after looking at the time it was already 1 o'clock, he should have gone to bed early, right? He searched for a while and sent a text message to his mother.
Are you and my dad okay? Surprisingly, his mother wasn't asleep and quickly replied. Your dad is dying.
Zhang Xiui froze for a moment.
Father was sick? Was his mother taking care of his father by not sleeping at this time? Zhang Xiui dialed the phone. Mom, what's wrong with my father?
The side was quiet for a while and said.
Your father is sick, why don't you come back?
Zhang Xiui was rarely nervous.
Couldn't his father's illness be cured in the imperial capital? How serious must it be? The spirit plant immortal herb should be able to work well.
After his father became a transcendent, he could try helping him heal with his spiritual power.
Zhang Xiui asked.
Which hospital? The mother over there said.
Terminally ill, can't be cured, at home.
Zhang Xiui hung up the phone and searched for flight information. The earliest would be tomorrow morning, but there were still tickets for the high-speed train.
Almost the next morning.
Zhang Xiui hurriedly booked the ticket and walked towards the outside of the Shushan Taoist temple.
Zhang Xiui was not the only one who couldn't sleep this late at night. South China Sea, mid-level villa, study room.
The room was full of waste paper, which was filled with all kinds of incantations and formations. Li Yang held a fountain pen and kept performing calculations on the new paper, his brows tightened with extreme concentration. After the last ounce of his spiritual energy was consumed, Li Yang rubbed the paper on the desktop that was bubbling with black aura into a ball and casually threw it away. He leaned against the back of the chair, his 2 feet resting on the desktop, lighting a cigarette, his mind spinning ghostly. After obtaining the 4th talent, Li Yang was not in a hurry to study incantations with great power, spells. In this world, he could almost be said to be immortal already. In terms of combat power, he was a fourth-ranked god of death, and he also possessed the 8 apostles and the Devil's Club. He didn't care if he had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea, what he wanted was to truly ascend to godhood and grasp the divine handle. Besides, leveling up would awaken new talents, and one of the new talents would always have a talent with a powerful combat ability.
What was important now was to make the aura recovery more violent.
Currently, there were 4 transcendent forces in the Xia Kingdom, namely Shushan, the Rune Sect, the Security Administration, and the 7 Commandments. There were also some lucky people who variously accidentally ate the spirit plant immortal grass, opened up the Sea of Spirit, and became loose cultivators. These transcendent forces and loose cultivators were the first batch of test subjects. These test subjects were also very successful in allowing Li Yang to enter the 4th stage. However, if one wanted to ascend to the divine throne according to Li Yang's thoughts, these were not enough.
There was still a need for more people to become transcendent, and the more the transcendent civilization flourished, the closer Li Yang would be to the godhead. Li Yang was researching a spell, or a formation, that could make more people transcendent.
He had his own thought process.
Create a huge magic formation in the sky. The essence of a magic formation was to share spiritual energy, the same thing as the old madman Mo Yulin said about Daigo.
That magic array would distribute a large amount of spiritual energy, and with that, it would open up a portion of people's spiritual sea.
Li Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his gaze ghostly.
He suddenly realized that the current world was like an online game. Zhang Shui, Mo Yulin, and the others were internal players.
The next heaven and earth anomaly would then make some people become second test players.
The more players there were, the more liver the players had, the more Li Yang, the game developer, would gain.
Chapter 117 Zhang Shui's home.
Li Yang meditated for a moment, his mental strength recovered quite a bit, and he continued to act out the incantation.
The night was almost over. Li Yang finally carved the Daigo Dawn magic array model.
Li Yang rubbed his face and tested the magic array. Black energy appeared in his hand and gently tapped in the magic formation. Black flames emerged from the 7 formation points around the magic formation, and the spiritual energy followed the lines in the magic formation towards the center.
The eye in the center was the key to the magic formation.
A large amount of shared spiritual energy was precisely shared out from the array eye.
In other words, what a portion of the future people would obtain was the spiritual energy shared out from the array eye.
A huge amount of spiritual energy was needed to support the magic array. So the natural candidates to support the operation of the magic array were the apostles. The eye of the formation in the center let the earthly essence tree act as the eye. Some people with a high level of enlightenment would also have the fire magic, water magic, wine magic of the earthly essence tree. As for when to carry out this magic formation, a suitable time was still needed. It's still necessary to let the internal players develop for a while, and the gap between the transcendents will be widened a bit first. Li Yang lit a cigarette and muttered to himself.
After the second beta, the national service players will even be quite a lot. Isn't it time to develop the foreign service? It'll be busy in the future.
A train coming from the direction of the South China Sea sounded its whistle and slowly stopped at the East City railway station. As if it had an appointment with the sun, as soon as the train came to a stop, a faint orange halo of light showered the train, making it extraordinarily dazzling in the early winter morning.
An unusually dressed Taoist priest got off the train.
The crowd threw strange looks at him.
There were also some nymphomaniac girls who secretly took pictures with their cell phones.
The little Taoist priest was indeed quite handsome, but he just had a sleepy and hangdog look. Zhang Shui walked out of the train station and took out his phone to dial a number.
Uncle Knife, where are you? It's on double flash, I see you, go left.
Zhang Shui looked at the entrance of the station and saw a middle-aged man coming down from a Land Rover, waving his hand at him. Zhang Shui quickly got on the car and sat in the passenger side as the car started. Uncle Knife's car drove fast and steady. The car kept driving to the outskirts before Uncle Knife said,
"Do you really intend to be a Taoist priest for the rest of your life? Your father's illness this time is mostly due to your anger.
You're the son of the old Zhang family, and you don't want to spread your family's wings, but you want to become a Taoist priest.
If you were my son, I'd break your legs." Zhang Shui looked at the scenery by the window and did not reply.
His identity was absolutely confidential in the Security Administration, and the Shushan Taoist temple now refused to be visited.
Very few people knew Zhang Shui's true identity.
Uncle Knife also could not have imagined that the real identity of the tone-deaf rebellious little Taoist priest sitting next to him was a special advisor of the Security Administration at the Deputy Department level. Zhang Shui took a long time before he opened his mouth to ask.
What about my dad? Uncle Knife was silent for a while. You'll know when you go back in a while.
The owner's family of the seaside manor in the imperial capital was definitely considered to be a godly man.
There are 4 major families in the imperial capital: Evil, He, Lu, and Zhang. The owner's family of this seaside manor was surnamed Zhang.
Uncle Knife's Land Rover drove into the manor and stopped in front of the fountain at the entrance of the main hall. Zhang Xiaoyi straightened his Taoist robe and stepped into the hall with his old cloth shoes.
Several bejeweled ants were playing mahjong.
The middle-aged woman who was star-studded and graceful was Zhang Xiaoyi's mom. Her face was happy, and she seemed to have won a lot. Next to her mom, there is a young girl who looks like a little girl with a lipstick and a tongue stud, and she looks at Zhang Xiaoyi with a disgusted look. This was Zhang Xiaoyi's younger sister, Zhang Qian.
Zhang Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. Where's my dad?
Old mom, playing in the heat of the moment, casually pointed her finger upstairs.
Up there, it's not working, go on.
The curtains are drawn in the cold room.
In the darkness, a candle was lit.
The room was cold, and gloomy. On the bed, the hairy middle-aged man panted heavily under a large red blanket.
He was Zhang Xiaoyi's father, Zhang Youfu.
Hearing someone coming, Zhang Youfu laboriously opened his eyes, clumsily rolled over and smiled miserably.
It's little B who's back, huh? It's good to be back. Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. Zhang Youfu struggled to breathe with an upturned breath, stretching out a trembling finger to point at the candle.
Xiaoyi, when the candle goes out, it will be the time for me to return to heaven.
I don't have much to ask, just one thing I want to beg you. After I'm gone, you have to take care of your mom and your sister. Zhang Xiaoyi walked to the candle with an expressionless face. Phew! Blowing out the candle with a single blow. Zhang Youfu.
Zhang Xiaoyi pulled the curtains open and sunlight spread in. He found the air conditioner remote control again and turned off the cold air.
Pulling the curtains and blowing cold air in the middle of winter, you'll get sick even if you're not sick.
Zhang Xiaoyi was a transcendent who was infinitely close to the second order, and at a glance, he could tell that his father's essence was good.
Zhang Youfu angrily lifted the covers and pointed at Zhang Xiaoyi and cursed. Old me isn't even for you? Lao Zi has such a big fortune and you had to become a monk?
Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Youfu with false eyes.
If you guys wanted to find me back then, you would have found me long ago, why wait for me to find my way home on my own? Zhang Youfu sighed.
I know that you have a grudge for letting you drift around for the past few years.
But I have something I can't tell you. My father had many enemies in his life, and back then it was a time of life and death.
It's not necessarily a bad thing for you to run away to the Taoist temple for refuge.
Zhang Xiaoyi hugged his arms and looked at Zhang Youfu with a cold smile. He looked at Zhang Youfu with a cold smile. Zhang Youfu became anxious. You really don't believe me? Back then, there was a lot of trouble with the evil family.
That old thing of the evil family also sent their children to become monks. Until now, the dispute with the evil family has not ended. Your sister originally also sent abroad, because the new year only came back. In fact, these years your mother and I miss you especially your mother, crying every day. Now I also figured out that the family together is the most important. I also don't want Xianxian to go, you also don't go, okay? Zhang Xiaoyi saw that his dad didn't look like a liar, and his face eased up. He originally had no grudges against his family. When he was small and unintelligent, he ran away from home. If he didn't run away from home, he wouldn't have met his master and wouldn't have become the current master of Mount Shu.
Zhang Xiaoyi asked. Is the evil family a big threat to you? I can help you. Zhang Youfu beamed with joy. Do you want to inherit the family business? I will teach you tomorrow.
Zhang Xiaoyi shook his head.
Zhang Youfu bristled. What, are you going to do it to ask the old lord to help me? Zhang Xiaoyi gasped and laughed.
I'm the sect master of Mount Shushan, you believe it or not, covering our family. The identity of the Security Administration Counselor was to be kept secret.
Zhang Youfu obviously didn't believe it.
The matter of aura revival, the number of people who knew about it was still too few.
A knock sounded on the door. The Zhang family's daughter, Zhang Qian, walked in.
She first glared at Zhang Xiaoyi without a good face.
Zhang Qian was still young and viewed things very simply.
In her opinion, Zhang Xiaoyi was an irresponsible brother. Running off to leave the house on a whim and not coming back to visit for so many years.
What? Picking the Zhang family to come back after they have completely gained a foothold in the imperial capital, wanting to inherit the family business? Really shameless.
Zhang Qian walked to the bed to assist her father.
It's time to eat. Zhang Youfu repeatedly said yes. Eat first, let's talk after eating. Zhang Qian shot a disgusted glance at Zhang Xiaoyi's Taoist robes.
My mom even specially prepared vegetarian dishes for you.
Zhang Xiaoyi said smilingly. Shushan disciples, meat and vegetables are not taboo.
Zhang Qian made a vomiting gesture and led Zhang Youfu out of the bedroom.
Chapter 118 Zhang Qian in Yifan.
At the dinner table, Zhang mother didn't say much, but just kept on chucking food into Zhang Xiaoyi's bowl.
Zhang Youfu said heartily. Isn't it very bitter in the Taoist temple? You can't eat these things, right? Zhang Xiaoyi nodded.
I can't eat, but the days of practicing with Master are very happy. Master had spent his entire life savings on building the Shushan Taoist temple, and he didn't spare any money to buy meat at all.
Zhang Youfu sighed. Alas! It's a pity that I didn't have a drink with your master.
Zhang Qian didn't say a word, her mouth about to pout to the sky. When a person feels that another person is a person, anything he does is behavior.
For Zhang Xiaoyi, the guy who engages in feudal superstition and corrupts the door style, Zhang Qian can't see it in any way.
Without eating a few bites, Zhang Qian did not eat. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Youfu look in the eyes, heart bitter, this brother and sister how so stiff.
Zhang Xiaoyi didn't care and went upstairs to rest after eating. Uncle Knife walked into Zhang Xiaoyi's room door. Xiaoyi, what are you missing here? Your father ordered me to buy it for you.
Uncle Knife used to be a big brother in the underground world of the imperial capital, and was taken in by Zhang Youfu when he was shipwrecked.
Now he was Zhang Youfu's bodyguard and would also handle Zhang Youfu's dirty work on the dark side. These days, what kind of big businessman doesn't kill in black and white?
Zhang Xiaoyi sat on the windowsill, leaned on his chin, looked at the seascape, and asked lightly.
Uncle Knife, what's going on with the evil family? Uncle Knife showed a trace of indignation on his face, quickly covered it up and said. Originally, I shouldn't have said anything to you.
But you are the son of the Zhang family, and sooner or later you will inherit the family business.
The evil family is just a bunch of rats who like to do tricks behind their backs. 2 workers died a few days ago, but the security bureau just couldn't catch anyone, saying it was an accident. The construction site was also ordered to stop work for inspection. Oh, I don't know how the evil family managed to do it. Zhang Xiaoyi smelled an unusual flavor. How are you sure that it was the evil family members who killed the people? Uncle Knife said.
For half a month in a row, our construction sites have either caught fire or the walls have collapsed. There are also workers who say they see ghosts at night.
When people died a few days ago, there were also workers who said they saw ghosts.
The workers who saw the ghosts are now mentally ill, and their words can't be used as evidence.
I've had a master look at my feng shui and spent a lot of money, but I can't see anything. I don't believe in ghosts, I only believe that someone is playing tricks.
Zhang Xiaoyi knitted his brows slightly.
This sounded like an abnormal event no matter how it sounded. Uncle Knife pondered for a while and said.
Actually, you shouldn't blame Shanshan too much for her poor attitude towards you. A few days ago, that fake Taoist priest cheated your father out of a lot of money, and also said that your sister is a heavenly fox star, specializing in attacking family members. That's why your sister treated you a little.
Zhang Xiaoyi nodded.
Originally, his sister had a big opinion of him, plus that fake master had smeared the Taoist priest, making his sister's opinion of him even bigger.
Zhang Xiaoyi didn't care about this and thought about opening his mouth. Where is the construction site? I'll go to the construction site in a while to take a look.
Uncle Knife froze for a moment, looking Zhang Xiaoyi up and down, his mind dawning. The young master was also a Taoist priest.
He struggled inwardly. To take the young master to the construction site or not?
If he took him to the construction site, Mr. Zhang would definitely not want him to show off his Taoist tricks. If he didn't take him to the construction site, the young master wanted to contribute to the Zhang family, so he couldn't discourage the young master. Before Uncle Knife could finish his struggle, he heard snoring. He looked up and saw that the young master was leaning against the window. He was sleeping quietly. I had heard that the young master was sleepy as hell, but I didn't expect him to fall asleep just like that.
Uncle Knife withdrew and carefully closed the door.
At night, Zhang Xiaoyi woke up and looked out the window in a daze. The manor was lit up with bright streetlights. There were 3 to 5 security guards patrolling.
A red Ferrari drove out of the manor. Qian? Going out so late? Zhang Xiaoyi mumbled, stretched lazily and walked downstairs. He bumped into the maid head-on.
Zhang Xiaoyi casually asked.
Where is Qian going out so late?
The maid respectfully said. Miss is out at this moment, she should be going to the bar. Zhang Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows.
Is it safe to go out so late? The maid said.
Mr. Zhang bought all the bars that Miss always goes to, so there's no problem with safety.
Zhang Xiaoyi's brows furrowed as his heart was inexplicably a bit uneasy.
His cultivation level was getting higher and his intuition was getting more accurate.
Zhang Xiaoyi said. Say something to my father, I'll go out and take a look around. The maid froze.
Mr. and Mrs. Zhang have gone out for a reception, so you should give them a call.
Zhang Xiaoyi nodded and walked out of the hall. In the wee hours of the morning, Imperial Capital, Insulator Bar.
The powerful music was so loud that other than the DJ, the rest of the people talking had to get very close to hear it. This also kind of brought people closer together.
The important thing is the distance between men and women.
Come to the bar to play, the majority of the hunters, they quickly stared at a little girl dressed Zhang Qian. Someone wanted to get up and talk to her, but was blocked by a big man with a tattooed dragon and tiger.
This big man called Biao brother, this bar is his field.
The man who held a crooked mind snapped and left. Zhang Qian looked at those men with disdain, and then looked at Brother Biao's eyes with more admiration. This girl from a young age to worship underground culture, the 13 girls in the movie Bull Street, Shen Haonan is her idol. She can't look at the rich and powerful, she likes this kind of gangster.
Zhang Qian smiled and said. Brother Biao is so powerful. Brother Biao gave a big prickly smile. Hey, this is nothing.
I'm with Brother Knife. Brother Knife was much more fierce than me. Zhang Qian's eyes glanced towards a youth with a raw face. That youth had blonde hair, wore earrings, his arm was tattooed with the word, and he wore an ancient ring on his hand. The blonde-haired youth was holding a pen and paper and did not know what he was drawing.
Could it be reading and studying? Good alternative. Zhang Qian came to be interested. Who is that? How come I haven't seen it before?
Brother Biao said. Called Yifan, new here, not very talkative. Zhang Qian took the wine, walked to Yifan's side, and put her hand on Yifan's shoulder with a big grin. Little brother, your tattoo is quite handsome.
Let's see what you've written. Yifan said back. Learning to draw talismans.
Zhang Qian's face immediately darkened.
Why are there so many people engaging in feudal superstitions lately? Brother Biao walked over and looked at the time and said. It's getting late, Brother Blade has orders that you must be sent home by 2 o'clock. Ah Fan, Ah Chow, Ah Hui, you three drive and follow Miss.
You must ensure that Miss arrives home safely.
Ah Chow and Ah Hui were overjoyed. Sending Missy home can pull in a lot of feelings. Zhang Qian was dissatisfied.
Not going home, there's a stinky Taoist priest at home, why don't you help me teach him a lesson and drive him away, Brother Biao?
Brother Biao, for the sake of it. It's young Master Zhang Xiaoyi who is talking about it. Shanqian, aren't you making things difficult for me?
If I move young Master Zhang, Brother Blade can skin me. Zhang Qian bristled.
All right then. She glanced at Yifan. Then I don't want him to send me.
Seeing that Zhang Qian didn't like Yifan, Ah Hui and Ah Chao followed and kissed their asses. Then we won't let Ah Fan go, the two of us can safely protect the lady to her home.
Brother Biao's face turned cold.
No, Ah Fan has real skills.
He's better than you guys at boxing and kung fu, and he's smart too.
He must go, I don't feel comfortable if he doesn't. Zhang Qian couldn't argue with Brother Biao, her small nose hummed.
Then he's not allowed to drive my car. Ah Hui hasn't been drinking, right? You drive my car. Okay. Ah Hui was overjoyed.
Zhang Qian hugged her arms and looked at Yifan with a displeased face.
Feeling Zhang Qian's hostility, Yifan scratched his head in confusion. How did I offend you? It's not like I really like driving for you. Zhang Qian got even angrier and stomped away angrily.
She had always been honored by the stars, when had she ever been benched? That Taoist brother was ignoring her, and so was this golden-haired kid who liked feudal superstitions.
Ah Hui and Ah Chao hurriedly farted to follow.